All right. For support services and our interpreters, I think we are about ready to get started. Please notify me if there are any issues with that.
This is Juan. We are ready when you are.
Okay, give me 1 second while I make some last minute adjustments here. All right, council member, you may begin when you're ready.
Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Thursday, February 23rd, 2023. The time is now 9:38 a.m. and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing on 3 agencies within the Committee on Housing: the District of Columbia Housing Finance Agency, the Interagency Council on Homelessness, and the Department of Human Services. We're going to start today with the District of Columbia Housing Finance Agency, or DCHFA, which was established in 1979 to ensure affordable housing specifically for low and moderate income families. The agency was created due to a housing crisis described at the time as the culmination of a decline in the number of housing units, causing a critical shortage of adequate housing for low and moderate income families, and the inability of residents to obtain appropriate financing. This climate resulted in a substantial number of district residents living in unsanitary, overcrowded, and unsafe conditions. The district found that a major cause of this housing crisis was the cost of capital made available by mortgage lenders in the district to finance housing. This is where DCHFA came in. As a body with a legal existence separate from the district government, DCHFA was given authority to generate funds from private and public sources to increase the supply and lower the cost of funds available for residential mortgages and construction loans to help alleviate the shortage of adequate housing. This mandate is evident in DCHFA's programs like HPAP, a program that provides down payment and closing cost assistance in the form of interest-free loans to qualified applicants for the purchase of their primary residence, and DC for Me, a program that provides DC government employees mortgages at a reduced interest rate. Many residents have relied on DCHFA programs to purchase property in the district. Similarly, many developers, both for-profit and nonprofit, have relied on DCHFA bonds to pursue deeply affordable housing construction. Many times, DCHFA provides the gap funding needed to mitigate the risk developers see in taking on affordable housing projects. The DCHFA Board of Directors is vested with the authority to vote on how DCHFA funding is allocated. DCHFA has a 5-person board and members serve 2-year terms. I'm interested in hearing from Director Donald to understand how DCHFA is maximizing its efforts to expand home ownership and affordable housing for residents and families of lower and moderate incomes. After we conclude with DCHFA, we will hear from the district's Interagency Council on Homelessness, or ICH. Established in 2005 with a similar model to the U.S. Interagency on Homelessness, the district's ICH is composed of local cabinet-level agency leaders, service providers, people who have experienced homelessness, advocates, and private sector representatives. ICH members meet regularly to problem solve and produce recommended policies and strategies on how to reduce and end homelessness in the District of Columbia. Government agencies who are members of the ICH include the Department of Human Services, Departments of Human Services, Housing and Community Development, Employment Services, Health, Behavioral Health, Corrections, and General Services. The chairperson of the council, as well as the chairperson of the committee having purview over homelessness services, which is now my role, also serve as non-voting members of the ICH. Our local ICH coordinates its work through several work groups, including Emergency Response and Shelter Operations, Housing Solutions, and the Youth Committee. Through their efforts, ICH members have published several strategic plans, including Homeward DC, the Solid Foundations DC Youth Homelessness Plan, and the annual winter plan that outlines the DC homeless service system's capacity from November to March, known as hypothermia season. As the district's Continuum of Care Governance Board, the ICH is also responsible for acting on behalf of organizations and agencies that provide services to individuals and families who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. After much turnover over the past couple of years, I look forward to hearing from ICH Director Silla on how things have been going during her first year leading the agency and her recommendations for how the district can further its goal of ending homelessness. The final agency on today's agenda is the district's Department of Human Services, or DHS. It is easy to lose track of just how large the Department of Human Services is. This fiscal year, the council approved an annual budget of $865,110,006 for the department and authorized nearly 1,500 full-time employees. In addition to managing our homeless services continuum for individuals, families, and youth, DHS provides childcare services, SNAP or food stamps, interim disability and medical assistance, emergency rental assistance, TANF, including employment and training services, refugee services, burial assistance, and more. As a result, for thousands of district residents, DHS is a lifeline, providing the targeted supports and interventions they need to live in the District of Columbia. Unfortunately, despite unprecedented investments by the council and the mayor and really important progress by our agencies, too many of our residents still fall through the cracks in our safety net programs. We see it every day as our neighbors wait on the street, in tents, or in shelter for months and years before finally moving into permanent, affordable housing we have already funded for them. Those delays are caused by several agencies, but seem to start with a lack of adequate case management staff at DHS and nonprofit service providers. I've asked for a plan from the administration on how to solve these backlogs through an emergency plan. We are going to get into that issue today, as it is one of the most important problems we need to solve together. In addition to the needs of district residents experiencing homelessness, DHS also is at the forefront of addressing the crisis caused by Southern governors sending migrants in buses to the District of Columbia, often based on false promises and often without notice to the District of Columbia or a plan. That forces our community to respond to greet our neighbors with the compassion and respect they deserve. That is why we established an Office of Migrant Services and why we need to move even more quickly to ensure that no one is left behind without help in the District of Columbia. Of course, as long as our city is facing rapid displacement and gentrification, we also have to look at an entire set of safety net programs offered by DHS, and we will be addressing those as well in today's hearing. Let me see if any of my colleagues have joined for an opening statement. Councilmember Fruman, welcome. Do you have an opening statement?
Thank you very much, Chairman White. No, I don't have an opening statement. I'm looking forward to hearing the testimony from the agencies and the public today, and happy to go on with the show.
I appreciate it. I think we'll have a number of members popping in and out for what will be a long hearing. Before we start hearing testimony, let me lay out the ground rules for witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'll call folks on the witness list in the order they appear on the list. When I call you, my team will promote you to a witness and you'll become a panelist, at which point you can unmute and testify. So you'll drop out of the hearing for a second, but you'll come in as a panelist. Public witnesses have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners have 5 minutes to testify. Let me give another note. DCPS, DC Public Schools are out this week. So you may hear singing or screaming or tantrums in the background, and little faces will likely pop into the hearing at some points, so don't be alarmed. At this point, I will call up our first panel of public witnesses, and we're going to start with the DC Housing Finance Agency. Our public witnesses regarding this agency are William Jordan, a public witness, and Janet Phoenix, Assistant Research Professor at George Washington University, Milken Institute School of Public Health. Mr. Jordan, welcome. You can begin your testimony.
All right, good morning. Chairperson White, members of the Committee on Housing, my name is William Jordan. I am testifying today as a 35-year-plus resident of Columbia Heights neighborhood in Ward 1 and a member of the Park Morton Equity Team under the leadership of Shantae Hyde, President, Resident Council of Park Morton. I'm here to express my concerns that DC Housing Finance, an agency historically of great integrity and mission critical to our city, may be losing its way. Based on the deals I'm most familiar with, the agency seems to be so blinded by getting the deal done that it is losing sight of the families the deal is supposed to help serve, especially when it comes to the current and future needs of our city's low and moderate income Black families. Simply building larger quantities of affordable units and closing transactions is not the same as building homes which allow families to build better lives for themselves. The Park Morton NCI project is a no greater example of how the agency loses its way and vision. In 2022, Ms. Hyde and our team reached out to the agency staff to request a meeting to express resident concerns and vision for the Park Morton NCI project, which had been mismanaged for years by the responsible agency. The agency staff never responded to Ms. Hyde's request. We wanted to discuss the agency's tools and plans to ensure resident right of return, resident ownership options, co-ops and single family, resident employment and business opportunities that would come with the project. Instead, the agency is helping to finance a current $100 million Park Morton phase, knowing that nearly 90% of the residents, contrary to the Bill First commitments, have been displaced, promising them a right of return, knowing that the development partners are planning only a 20% return rate. The phase only projects to produce one job and no apprenticeships, even though we're spending a total of $100 million. No resident business or employment plans are in place for the project. Then there's evidence that the agency worked to undermine resident equity and development rights. The agency previously helped to finance the previous phase of Park Morton, the Avenue, and it seems that they have not been following up on the condition of the property, where the residents are, and the result of that investment, which I can tell you there are problems. There are other examples of the agency losing its way. At Spring Flats, we found that many of the family size units won't pass housing choice voucher inspection. So the agency and the city are financing units. When residents try to use vouchers, they don't pass the inspection. At Hill East some years ago, they funded a project that was really designed to help the developers get a opportunity zone sweetheart deal, and at the same time, not really produce any cross subsidy. And then it also ended up pitting the needs of Black families with the needs of the homeless. Similarly, at Faircliff East, a new project that's actually going on as we speak, It was more about bringing in a 200-unit mega market rate project than it was the needs of affordable housing. And it too pits the needs of families against the homeless. Generally, the agency is incentivizing displacement of Black families, reneging on efforts which would help close the city's racial equity gap, and so on. So I have some quick recommendations. One, establish an independent ombudsman and racial equity team. Require a racial equity view of all deals. Require a functioning resident or tenant organization to be involved in deals. Set minimum resident benefit plans and requirements. Require racial impact and displacement study on the deals they financed over the last 10 years, and require agency meetings, agendas to be posted at least 2 weeks before the agency has a board meeting. Often I only find the agenda a couple weeks after the meeting is over. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And also on this panel, Janet Phoenix, welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the Committee on Housing. I appreciate this opportunity to provide testimony. My testimony is actually addressed to the Housing Preservation Trust Fund. I had looked at a date that had been entered in error, and I spoke with staff and was told that I could present this testimony today. I am a member of the DC Healthy Housing Collaborative, and I want to thank Chairperson White for being one of the sponsors of our Healthy Housing briefing, which was held a couple of weeks ago. The District of Columbia has a history of investments in affordable housing for its residents, and that is a good record to have as a municipality. That housing, however, can deteriorate, and when it does, it poses a hazard to the health of families living in those properties. It is as important to invest in property maintenance and upkeep as it is to invest in new affordable housing. Let me start by addressing the DHCD Single Family Residential Rehabilitation Program. That program, which is funded by the Housing Preservation Trust Fund, has been used to provide subsidies for roof repairs for low-income homeowners in the District of Columbia. Yet there has been little actually repaired in recent years. That program could work in concert with weatherization and lead hazard remediation activities that are conducted by the sister agency, DOEE. Sometimes structural issues like roof repair can cause paint to fail and can lead to lead hazards in the primarily older housing stock in the District of Columbia. I am recommending that there be formal agreements between DHCD and DOEE so that roof repairs can be done on properties awaiting weatherization or lead hazard reduction. Additionally, I recommend that there be additional funding to that program so that repairs beyond roof repairs can be provided for low-income families in the district so that they can remain in their homes and pass equity on to future generations. I would next like to talk about affordable housing spending that's financed by the trust fund. I'm going to focus on a single property that was constructed using HPTF as one of its funding sources as an example. Highland Terrace. In 2014, the Vesta Corporation redeveloped Highland Terrace, formerly known as the Gregory. HPTF funds were used in combination with low-income housing tax credits and DC Sustainable Energy Utility funds. Highland Terrace has been the address of record for 7 children who have been through the Asthma Home Visiting Program, which is housed at Yahad, a nonprofit housing remediation organization providing free home remediation to low-income DC residents. Those 7 children were referred to the program by Children's National Hospital after the children were either seen in the emergency room for their asthma or were hospitalized for asthma attacks. I have visited Highland Terrace on many occasions to provide assistance to families. Our program provides pest management, HEPA vacuums, and dust mite covers for children. The problem with Highland Terrace has often been mice, many mice. Our program has spent thousands of dollars trying to eradicate mice from units when it was clear that there was a building-wide infestation. I've talked with inspectors at DCRA, and though they conducted an inspection, conditions in the building did not change appreciably. The building came to the attention of the Office of the Attorney General in 2019 because of the ongoing pest infestations. OAG met repeatedly with building management and with the pest company they were using. Tenants reported hearing mice running through the walls. When I visited one family whose child had asthma, her mother greeted me at the door with a bag full of dead mice. She said those were just the ones she had trapped that morning. I'm talking about Highland Terrace because it is a good example of a housing complex that has received public dollars, deteriorated, and developed serious code violations which have harmed the health of residents living there. I come before you today to suggest that we need safeguards in place so that buildings that are built or renovated with public dollars are maintained in a safe and healthy manner. Could there be some provision in the allocation of these funds that would penalize owners, property managers who fail to maintain habitability and who expose DC residents to harm? It's not unreasonable to suggest that comprehensive annual building-wide inspections be performed in exchange for receiving these funds, like those funds coming out of HPTF. I don't have specific suggestions for you about what those safeguards should be. However, I think oversight.
Ms.
Yes.
Phoenix, I hate to interrupt you. We have 99 witnesses today,
Okay.
and I'm going to try to be strict on timing because a lot of people are going to be waiting all day. So let me ask if you could quickly summarize, but I do have a couple follow-up questions for you.
Yes, I'm in the final paragraph. It is not enough to create housing that is safe on the day of the ribbon cutting. We must ensure that these affordable units remain safe so that children and adults living in them, especially those with fragile health, are protected. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you both so much for your testimony. I will say, starting with you, Ms. Phoenix, when I had my hearing, I think it was last week, with the Department of Housing and Community Development, I did ask about this issue. I asked about whether the agency required follow-up inspections for HPTF funded projects, and I'm continuing to follow up on this and look into this because I do think that when we give public funds to a project, it creates an obligation to make sure we are not financing people living in terrible conditions. One other question I want to ask about your testimony, though. You had suggested with the weatherization funding that we go beyond roof repairs. Do you have an idea of what else you think should be included, and would those things require a change in law, or would going beyond roof repairs be authorized under the existing program?
Thank you for that question. It's my understanding that the program in the past has conducted repairs beyond roof repairs. So it does not seem as if there would be a need for reauthorization or a legislative change. I believe the current authority exists to conduct additional repairs. Very often the roof is not the only issue. What often happens with housing is you start with a roof issue, and then because the roof repair is not done promptly, building components become damp, mold grows, and then it's kind of a cascade of events, kind of a situation for want of a nail.
Right.
So those kinds of things, being able to address not only the roof, but also things that may have flowed from the delayed or deferred maintenance would be reasonable and would really go a long way towards keeping these affordable units safe and habitable.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Jordan, let me check something to make sure I heard you correctly. For Park Morton, did you say that developers are only planning for a 20% return rate of the people who were there?
Yes. So when the director of the Housing Authority refers to return rate, she always targets 20%. And so that's my concern, is that they may say everybody can come back, but in their head, it's 20%.
Do you know where this 20% come from? I'm trying to get the vibe, because I doubt that they would come to the council and say, we only think 20% are coming back. So what am I
No,
missing?
it's from experience with these type of projects, whether you're talking Hope 6, new communities, the reality is 20% is generally what happens.
But is that
So they
that's
won't.
what you believe they're planning for?
Thing is, they'll refer to 20%. I can send you links to hearings where the directors have repeatedly said that.
They had said that 20% generally return, or that they are planning for 20% of people to return?
They said generally 20% of people return. But
Okay,
when you say that many times, that's a plan.
okay. You mentioned sort of toward the top of your testimony that the agency is too focused on getting deals done and losing sight of the people they're supposed to serve. What is it you see as the distinction? So if they're building affordable housing,
Right.
so how would they be building affordable housing but losing sight of the people they're supposed to serve?
So for instance, say the need is family size affordable housing and they're building 1 bedroom.
Okay,
Let's say you're going to do a project like this and it promises a right of return and it's not hit. Let's say that employment opportunities and job opportunities and et cetera are going to be a part of this mixed use community you're building, but yet there's no plan and funding to make sure that those benefits promised occur.
Yeah.
So you're just churning units. And of course, the last thing is now we have a process where we are tearing down current property, displacing people in order to build at higher densities. And so there's an impact. You can't benefit if you've been displaced, right? Because you benefit by the stability that housing provides you. And when you're displaced, you're not getting the stability you need to benefit. It's hocus pocus.
Okay. I am going to get into with the agency the issue of number of bedrooms. That is a significant concern for me. Often we talk about the number of units that have been built, but a lot of people have families that need multi-bedroom, and I just don't see enough multi-bedroom units being built. In terms of,
as Phoenix said, there are projects that are being built that are already deteriorating. So the Avenue has had many problems, even though it's really was opened in 2012, because you're rushing and building these units, but the quality over time is really not there.
So what I want to figure out, and I wonder if you have any thoughts on this, is DC HFA, they're more like a bank. And I think we don't want any single agency trying to do everything because they're going to fail. Is DC HFA the right agency, in your opinion, to look at what's been built, whether things are being maintained, built up to code? What do you think is the role of DC HFA in those issues?
Well, I think really their role, so I think the key to all of this is resident empowerment to advocate for their own rights over time. So I think if you have an active, well-funded, thoughtful resident council, resident association, they will stay on top of the landlord. If they've been empowered as part of these deals, because one great thing about the agency is when they put the package together. So they get to see the entire deal come together with all these multi-level funding and tax credit partners. They actually are in a best position to view and to ensure that certain things are in place, and then to measure those things over time. The enforcement and all those other things, you have other agencies that have that responsibility, but they do have a a bird's eye view and the leverage, because they're part of the financing, to make sure that there are plans in place and that they are executed, and to follow up on their own investment.
Mhm.
I mean, that's all we're really asking, that they do that.
Okay. All right. Well, we will get into some of that with the agency, and I want to thank both you and Ms. Phoenix for joining us today. So with that, we're going to move into our first. I'm sorry, Councilmember Fruman. Yeah, did you have a question? Thank you.
Fear not, Chairman White. I just wanted to thank the witnesses for their testimony. I don't have further questions.
All right. Sorry, I forgot that you were on there. Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Thank you, William Jordan and Janet Phoenix. We now are going to welcome Executive Director Christopher Donald from DCHFA, and I will give Director Donald a moment to get queued up. You all got a fancy camera.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well, Director. Welcome to you and your team. So a couple things. It is the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So I would ask for you and anyone else who may be testifying or answering questions to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excellent. Welcome. Well, thank you for being with us. You can begin your testimony when you're ready, and somewhere in your testimony, if you would introduce the members of your team who will or may be speaking.
Absolutely. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and happy Black History Month. Members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Christopher Donald, Executive Director and CEO of the District of Columbia Housing Finance Agency. On behalf of the Board of Directors and our staff, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you and members of the committee for the agency's fiscal year 2022 through 2023 year-to-date performance oversight hearing. I am joined at the table by my CFO, Mr. Steve Clinton, to my right, Single Vice President of Single Family Lending, Ms. Wendy Redfern, to my left, and the Director of Multifamily Underwriting, Scott Hutter, to my right. DCHFA is approaching its 44th year of stimulating and expanding home ownership and affordable rental housing opportunities for the District of Columbia. The agency exhibits its founding principles by providing first trust mortgages and down payment assistance through its lender partners. DCHFA is an S&P A+ rated issuer of tax-exempt bonds to fund the acquisition, construction, and preservation of affordable multifamily rental housing. We are partnering with emerging developers to make a joint investment in neighborhoods to build for-sale housing for the district's missing middle. DCHFA is an instrumentality as defined in this enabling statute passed by the District of Columbia Council. The agency was created as a corporate body, which has a legal existence separate from the government of the district, but which is an instrumentality of the government of the district created to effectuate certain public purposes. The agency receives no revenue from the district or the district's budget for our operations. We generate fees from the transactions we perform and ongoing servicing of the loan portfolio. We have been tasked to function as the district's boutique investment bank for affordable housing, and the agency serves as a conduit between the sponsors of the development projects and the capital markets. We do not author policy or allocate resources. We facilitate. We convene the resources and sponsors, district agencies, and the capital markets onto a platform that assembles the financing for affordable housing. Last summer, Mayor Bowser convened the Black Homeownership Strike Force, and I proudly served as a member. The Strike Force's mandate is to create 20,000 net new Black homeowners by 2030. DCHFA's Single Family Lending Division, which manages the agency's homeownership programs, is diligently working towards the mayor's goals. During the same time period, our agency was also analyzing and developing its own customer profile based on the utilization of our DC Open Doors program, a first-time homebuyer program which offers first trust mortgages, down payment assistance, and works in conjunction with the Department of Housing and Community Development's Home Purchase Assistance Program, also known as HPAP. We've developed a borrower profile and we've named her Taylor. Taylor is a 33-year-old Black woman. She makes $88,000 per year. She has a credit score of 715. She's not married and she has no children. She can afford a mortgage of approximately $363,000. But we also know that the median home price in the district is $659,000. This, however, doesn't tell the whole story. The median price for a condo in the district is $500,000. For a townhome, it's $800,000, and for a single-family detached home, it's $1.3 million. The question we are asking ourselves at the agency is, how do we help Taylor compete in the marketplace to realize her piece of the American dream? Our team is laser focused on how we, as an administrator of the home ownership resources, a conduit to the capital markets, and a committed group of professionals can provide Taylor with more buying power to vest herself and her family in the district for generations to come. The agency offers a variety of programs for current and potential homeowners with the goal of expanding and retaining home ownership opportunities in the district. In FY 2022, DCHFA funded 157 mortgage loans amounting to $53.1 million, with an additional $1.6 million in down payment assistance through our flagship DC Open Doors program. From the start of the fiscal year to date, 23 mortgage loans in an amount of $4.8 million have been funded via the Open Doors program. This year, we're excited to celebrate the 10th anniversary of this important program during Homeownership Month in June. DCHFA is a co-administrator of the HPAP program. In FY22, DCHFA closed 125 HPAP loans for first-time home buyers for a total of $6.9 million. At the start of FY23, the maximum down payment assistance that residents can receive through HPAP increased from $80,000 to $202,000. During the first quarter of FY 2023, DCHFA has funded 53 HPAP loans totaling $7.1 million. The agency launched DC for Me during FY 2019 to bridge the gap between DC government employees who wanted to buy a home but did not qualify for the employer-assisted housing program, which is operated by DHCD. DC for Me provides DC government employees mortgage assistance in the form of 0% deferred subordinate loans. Qualified district government employees can qualify for a reduced interest rate on a first trust mortgage and optional down payment assistance. DC for Me is offered to full-time district government employees, including employees of government-based instrumentalities, independent agencies, DC public charter schools, and other organizations, provided the borrower's employer falls under the oversight of the District of Columbia, the Council of the District of Columbia. During FY 2022, DC for Me funded 19 mortgage loans totaling $6 million with an additional $94,000 in down payment assistance. Borrowers purchased homes in wards 1, 3, 4, 7, and 8. Access to loans is important, but when we think about Taylor, it is not enough to realize her dreams. She now needs to find somewhere to buy and live. In response to this challenge, DCHFA established the Housing Investment Platform Program in 2017 as a resource for innovative investments that will increase the agency's support of the District of Columbia's housing market. HIP's Single Family Investment Fund provides joint venture capital to emerging developers for the creation of for-sale workforce housing in the district. In addition, the program fosters neighborhood stabilization and increases the tax base while projects create employment opportunities to the construction of new homes. An investment from HIP significantly reduces the amount of capital the developer needs to contribute to the project. But in return, the developer agrees to restrict the sales price to households making workforce incomes up to 120% of the Washington, D.C. median family income. During FY 2022, DCHFA, through its HIP fund, co-invested in the Anna development located across the street from the Anacostia Metro Station. The project will consist of 2 phases, each with 10 townhomes, reserved for residents and families earning $50,000 to 120% of AMI. The homes will have 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and single-car garages. Just 3 weeks ago, on February 3rd, we celebrated the start of the construction at the Anna. I am eager to return for the ribbon cutting and to meet and welcome the new residents home. The Anna was also a partnership with a DMPED disposition where both DC HFA and DMPED collaborated to make this project possible. Past HIP investments have been transformational to the neighborhood and potentially life-altering for the home buyers. In the fall of 2021, HIP delivered a townhome project in Anacostia called the Douglas. The project was a partnership between the HIP Single Family Fund and DHCD's PAD program. One of the buyers is a sergeant in the MPD who has 2 children. He is single, a public servant, and the epitome of who we want to serve. He is a tailor. What we also know is that we were able to sell these townhomes for a little over $500,000. When our buyers were closing, there were comparable homes selling around the corner that were $675,000. This program created almost $200,000 in equity on the day our buyers closed. This makes a difference and will give this buyer options to enhance her life and the life of her loved ones. The agency will continue to build infill housing for the missing middle, homeowners between 60% to 120% of AMI. DCHFA will be increasing its outreach efforts to attract more development partners to increase its production efforts. The other major area of our business is to facilitate the production of multifamily rental housing. DCHFA continues to seek opportunities to finance projects that will bring quality, affordable housing to DC residents. With the closing of every deal by the agency's multifamily lending and neighborhood investment staff, we move closer to Mayor Muriel Bowser's goal of 12,000 new affordable units in the district by 2025. In FY 2022, DCHFA issued $285 million in bond financing for the development or redevelopment of 1,160 affordable housing units in wards 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. In addition to the tax-exempt financing, DCHFA also underwrote $216 million in federal low-income housing tax credit equity and $27.5 million in DC local low-income housing tax credit equity. DCHFA began in FY 2023 with the funding of the rehabilitation of the Ridgecrest Village Phase 1 in Ward 8 Shipley Terrace neighborhood. The agency issued $21 million in tax-exempt bonds and underwrote $16 million in both federal and DC low-income housing tax credits. Phase 1 of the project will consist of remodeling 13 existing buildings on the property originally constructed in 1951. U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Level 1 50/50 risk share program provides an alternative financing option for developers who rehabilitate or build new affordable housing. DCHFA is the only approved HUD Level 1 50/50 risk share lender in the district. The Federal Housing Administration assumes a portion of the risk for these loans and delegates loan processing and asset management functions to HFA, a qualified participating entity. FY 2022 was the agency's 5th year as a 50/50 risk share lender, and the agency was able to celebrate the financing of Terrace Manor and Ward 8. In June 2020, I was elated to participate in the groundbreaking at Terrace Manor and even more excited for the residents that will be able to return to a healthy and beautiful place to call home. Additionally, in FY 2022, DCHFA was approved by HUD and the U.S. Department of Treasury to participate in the relaunch of the Federal Financing Bank's risk-sharing initiative between HUD and the U.S. Department of Treasury. Under this program, FFB, the Federal Financing Bank, provides predictable, stable, low-cost capital for multifamily loans to produce and maintain affordable housing insured under FHA's risk-sharing program. Participating in the FFB initiative gives the agency another resource to address the critical need for affordable housing production and preservation through a more efficient cost of capital. Diversity and equity are the hallmarks of our city. For decades, people around the country have looked at the city's programs meant to facilitate equal access as compelling models. We continue to believe in the power of everyone having a fair shot. We adopted a diversity, equity, and inclusion policy to provide opportunities for historically excluded local developers to participate in low-income housing tax credit transactions. communities built by local developers and developers who mirror the communities they are serving and create greater synergy and inspire collaboration from existing residents. The agency recently created a new pre-development fund for CBEs, or certified business enterprises, to access pre-development capital. Underrepresented developers lack access to pre-development capital for larger deals. It can often take 2 years and up to $2 million in pre-development capital to start construction on an affordable development project. This capital can be expensive and unattainable for many CBEs and minority developers, especially those who are newer to development. The agency has created a new $15 million fund to fill this gap. CBE developers can access up to $2 million without regard to the location of the project. Developers focused on high priority areas outlined in the Comeback DC plan may also borrow up to $2 million per sponsor. All of the developers and projects will be limited to $1 million per sponsor. The agency will continue to maintain its McKinney Act pre-development fund, which has an additional $10 million, which will bring its total pre-development capital to $25 million. None of the accomplishments that I've extolled in my testimony would have been possible without DC HFA's committed and mission-driven staff. The agency operates on a core set of values: leadership, excellence, community focus, integrity, collaboration, and innovation. We apply all of these values to finding solutions for the district's housing needs. It is my absolute fortune to lead this dynamic team for the last 3 years. It is also important that I acknowledge Mayor Bowser and her unyielding commitment to housing, to affordable housing, to equity, and to access. Her fearlessness in casting the Northern Star has emboldened us to seek out creative solutions to long-term intractable problems. As a member of the city's housing ecosystem led by Deputy Mayor John Falticchio and joined by the District of Columbia Housing Authority, DHCD, and the Department of Planning, we have an incredible opportunity to have a massive impact. We continue to believe in and celebrate our city, from the rhythm of the Congo drums to the majestic views from Hillcrest, to the entertaining rides on the 7079 bus route going uptown. People come from around the world to visit Ben's in the Kennedy Center, the White House and the Big Chair. We know that things like the number of parks, our waterfront, and the roundabouts are unique and special, and they contribute to a world-class city. And Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, we also fervently believe that everyone deserves the opportunity to participate in that greatness. We want to make sure that Taylor and the generations after her have an opportunity to enjoy our city. We want to make sure that her extended family members and loved ones who may live in rental housing have a place to stay that is beautiful, affordable, and healthy. Because no matter what our income level, we all start with one basic need: to feel safe and protected where we live. It is our mission as an agency and as public service to give voice and progress to that purpose. I will leave you with this final thought from the preamble to the Realtors Code of Ethics, which I believe should inform all the work we do as practitioners. Under all is the land. Upon its wise utilization and widely allocated ownership depends on the survival and growth of free institutions and of our civilization. We should recognize that the interest of the nation and its citizens require the highest and best use of the land and the widest distributions of land ownership. They require the creation of adequate housing, the building of functioning cities, the development of productive industries and farms, and the preservation of a healthful environment. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to testify and for the support you have provided to the District of Columbia Housing Finance Agency. This concludes my testimony, and I welcome your questions at this time.
Director, thank you. I appreciate you and your team. Let me start with sort of how HFA functions. When the entity was established, were there startup funds? How did the entity get its sort of original funding to start doing loans and deals?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know how the initial capitalization of the agency was created. We can certainly go back and find that out and come back to you on that.
Okay, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot. The question occurred to me from the testimony, and frankly, my needing to get a better understanding of how the agency functions. So now though, you generate fees from your transactions and by servicing loans. Are those fees and any funding associated with servicing loans, are those comparable to what borrowers would see from another bank or financing entity?
Yes, they are. They are
Okay.
comparable with our colleagues across the country in terms of other HFAs, and they are comparable with the marketplace.
Okay. And getting into some territory I only know about as a user, but many lenders will initiate a loan and then it will get transferred to another bank for reasons that I don't fully know. Do you all hold most of the loans that you finance? Do you transfer them to other banks? How does that operate?
Sure. So there are two sides of our business. There's the multifamily side and the single family side. On the multifamily side, there are several different ways that a loan can be financed. One is that a bank will finance that loan and they will hold that loan themselves directly, right? And the other way that a multifamily loan can be financed is that investors will buy the bonds and they'll hold those bonds for as long as they want to, and those bonds may trade between other people, right? On the single family side, we work with lenders, and that process is the same as it is for everyone else. The lenders hold those loans and they will service those single family loans.
Okay. You heard, I'm sure, some of the testimony from the public witnesses, where I would say the crux of it, Mr. Jordan used this word at the end when I was asking him, I think the final question, leverage. Some are suggesting that DC HFA has the leverage to hold builders, developers more accountable for the products they produce. What do you think of that notion? Is that an appropriate role for HFA?
So we have leverage and we have been exerting that leverage, Mr. Chair, and that comes in the form of our underwriting criteria and actually demanding that people maximize the benefits to residents when they go through that process, right? We know that there are certain operating standards that transactions must underwrite to, and so we make sure that those assumptions are consistent with what we're seeing in the marketplace. So for example, if we know that security at a project costs more in a particular neighborhood, then we're going to have those borrowers allocate more money for security, right? We also have a portfolio and asset management team who monitors the portfolio as well and keeps up with what's going on. Some of the questions that were asked, however, in terms of monitoring and leverage are not actually our lane, right? But instead the lane of the partners that we come to the table with. And so that's a really important distinction to make in terms of the role that we can play.
Okay. So let me use I haven't seen inside the avenue, but let's say there's a project that is financed through DC HFA, and in an unreasonable amount of time it is having major deficiencies. Who should step in there?
What happens if a project has problems is that typically residents would reach out. Sometimes residents reach out to the agency, and when they notify our portfolio and asset management, our team will get engaged and start to inspect the issue. The residents also will reach out to the sponsor of the transaction and potentially to some of our other sister agencies like DHCD and the Housing Authority as well. So it just depends. Residents will go to different places for relief. If we know that there's an issue with the project, then we'll put it on our watch list and continue to monitor it to see if there's things that we can do to intervene and to make the conditions better.
Okay. We'll look into this in our time working together. I just want to make sure there's no pattern that we need to be aware of folks getting financing through DC HFA and producing anything that is substandard. I don't know that to be the case, but I think we all have an interest in making sure that's not happening. If it is, then we need to develop the right safeguards. My guess is that if there is not a pattern, then we need to engage the other appropriate agencies, Department of Housing and Community Development, Department of Buildings, or what have you. Does that sound right to you?
Absolutely.
On the borrower profile for Taylor, whom you described in your testimony, when developing the lending opportunities through the single family lending division, Taylor is a 33-year-old Black woman who makes $88,000 a year, has a credit score of 715, not married, and no children. How did you develop this borrower profile?
That's a great question, Mr. Chair. That particular profile was specifically for our Open Doors program,
Okay.
right? It doesn't cover all that we do as a co-administrator of the HPAP program. So there's additional data there that we haven't had an opportunity yet to mine. This was for the universe of borrowers for our Open Doors program.
Okay. There was, I think, a second Taylor toward the end of your testimony who was a single mother with 2 kids.
That's right.
Is this a different? Was that Open Doors or was that another program?
That was actually for HIP, and she's on the Taylor spectrum, so to speak,
Okay.
right? So the person we were describing there was a sergeant in the NPD, and she bought one of our HIP homes, right?
Okay.
She may have been a step ahead in terms of the price, but she had a family, and she's the type of Taylor, again, that we want to give the opportunity to remain in the district.
Okay. So if I'm listening to this hearing and I'm a 33-year-old married with 2 children, combined family income of, let's say, about 150,000, what should I be hearing about how HFA can help me and my family purchase a home?
The first thing that you should hear is no matter who you are, where you're from, or what your family composition is, the agency is here to help you, right? When we talk about Taylor want to do is to talk about who's generally coming through our doors. And as we talk about equity, how we reach them, but we help everyone, right? And when we got that borrower profile, there were people across the racial spectrum, across the age spectrum, across the marital spectrum, household size, etc. But Taylor was the prototypical client that we had. So if you are married with 2 children, 3 children, or not at all, the agency is here to try to help you to find a solution to your home ownership needs.
So the DC code requires that DCHFA develop opportunities for both low and median income families. Looks like Taylor represents moderate income person. How are you supporting lower income residents in the single family lending division?
Absolutely. As a co-administrator of the HPAP program, that is a huge part of what we're doing there. And in the past, we've also had programs like Home Saver that have helped low and moderate income buyers or homeowners when they've been in distress. So there's a significant portion of our business on the single family side that addresses those needs as well.
Could you be more specific? Because for in the district, the cost, you laid this out in your testimony, the cost of housing is high. Not everyone's income is high. So if we're talking about a person or family with a lower income, what's the prospect that you have tools that can help them become homeowners?
So again, we would take our Open Doors program if one of our borrowers wanted to use that, but we'd also pair that with the down payment assistance that can come with Open Doors. And we would also layer in the HPAP program. So when we bring those 3 resources together, it does allow us to help lower income borrowers.
Let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you, Chairman White. I wanted to turn my camera on so you'd see me. I didn't mean to cut you off too quickly.
No, I appreciate. I would become mindful of the time. I was going to call on you anyway, but I'm glad you did.
Thank you very much. So I'm really, thank you, Director Donald, and it was nice to meet with you recently. Thank you for taking the time to do that as well. I'm very excited about many of the programs that you are engaged on and want to ask some questions on them, in some sense, thinking about scale. So as I go through your testimony, in the first one on the Open Doors program, in FY22, you did 157 mortgage loans. And this year, in I guess the first 4 months or the first quarter of the current fiscal year, 23 mortgage loans under that program. So it seems to be lagging compared to last year. And is that the seasonality that fewer homes get sold in the winter? Is there something about that program that would make it so that it's being used less this year than it was last year?
It's interest rates, which is not unique to us. It's the market overall. So, rates last year may have been around 4%. Today, they're around 7%. And so that's put a dampener on the market across the board, not unique to just HFA.
So, and then in terms of in FY22, what's the scale of the number of closures on housing sales in the district? And is that thousands of housing sales each year? Thousands of mortgages closed? Or do you have a sense of that?
So we know from MLS, the multiple listing services, that about 10,000 sales happen every year in the district.
So, and yeah, I had a feeling that the number would be very high. And so should we be expecting in this next coming year that it's going to be significantly lower than that because of interest rates? Are you expecting that?
I would be loath to shake my crystal ball. If you ask me, yes, I would say interest rates are going to be a dampener. By how much, I couldn't necessarily predict.
Okay. But then on the HPAP side, it was 125 HPAP loans in FY22 and 53 so far in this fiscal year. So that seems like it's breaking the pattern, because it seems like HPAP loans are up this year as opposed to last year. Do you have a sense of why that might be, or is that just a data anomaly?
It's interest rates again. Right now, the HPAP program with its increased limits has been a real help to low and moderate income buyers. So the gaps that they faced before can be met with the increased assistance. And so it's created a higher demand on the program. So the program is really filling the gap that was intended to do when the mayor raised the limits last year.
So interest rates can drive people into the HPAP program as opposed to the DC Open Doors program. Is that fair?
So the interest rates are increasing the overall cost. The increased award level is helping to cover some of that increase and allowing low and moderate income buyers to continue to buy homes right now, right? The Open Doors program is simply another mortgage option away and apart from the down payment assistance, if that's making sense.
No, that helps. And if HPAP and the higher limits make it more attractive and in this interest rate environment, how is HPAP funded? Are you going to use up any HPAP funding or HPAP subsidy, or do you have plenty, or should we be thinking about providing more, or am I thinking about this wrong?
So HPAP is funded through DHCD, right? And they're responsible for determining and projecting the overall need. So we work very closely with them and share information with them in terms of the utilization. But at the end of the day, they are working internally based on their experience to determine the budget and amount required.
And do you feel like you're going to have enough for what demand looks like now?
Right now, we are tracking just fine with the resources that we have. We continue to update DHCD as applications come in, and they are working with us if there's a need for additional capital to find it. So we feel like the resources that we need to operate the program right now are available.
And does DHCD, I'm just wondering what the role of this committee is and the council is here. Does DHCD have enough flexible money that if HPAP started to be pushing against what it had allocated, that it had other funds that it had the flexibility to bring in, or would the council play a role there?
Well, I appreciate the question, council member. I would have to defer to my colleagues.
Okay. Going on to the next one in your list, the HIP program, which I actually find particularly exciting. I mean, I think that the idea that in your example that it created $200,000 worth of wealth on the day of the closing is the kind of thing that we need to be doing. But I'm wondering where that money came from. So explain to me how it works. You're providing some sort of a support to the developer, and the developer agrees to sell within price ranges that would be accessible to folks at different median incomes. And so in a sense, is it that they're leaving that money on the table? Is it that the developer left $200,000 on the table, which the buyer got, but maybe their costs were reduced by a certain amount, so that made that an attractive enough proposal for them? Why is it that how is it that $200,000 of wealth could have been created here? Where does it come from? Does it come from us, the government, or does it come from the developer forgoing a profit, or both?
So the way the HIP program works is that it's an equity fund, and the agency co-invests with the developer. So imagine that you're doing a project, you've got a $500 project and you need $100 in equity. Typically, the developer would put in that entire $100, him or herself, right? And when they put in that $100, they're looking for a certain return on that investment. HFA sits down with that developer and they go, we'll put in $80 of that 100. You put in $20 of that 100. So the first thing we've done is we've lowered the amount of their investment, right? And we agree that in exchange for us co-investing with them, they're going to limit the sales price, right? So if the developer could have sold that home, and this is the case, an example that we gave for $700,000, they're going to say, no, I'm not going to sell for $700,000. I'm going to sell for $500,000, right? So they do forego a certain amount of profit. However, the return that they're looking for is made up with our co-investment. So they put less money in. We put 80% of the investment in, they put 20% of the investment in. And we say, hey, we're going to treat the money that comes back from the sales the same. So we'll get our $80, our 80% back for every dollar. They'll get their 20% back for every dollar. When we reach a return goal, then the developer starts to get more money, right? As a result of that investment. And that makes up for the money that they would have gotten if they had sold the property for a higher price. So they're able to get more leverage. And the result of that leverage is that they maintain a market rate return. We're willing to take a lower return in exchange for the mission.
So I love that. Thank you. That does, in terms of rate of return, that I shouldn't be thinking about it as the total price. It's the equity investment that goes in, and then it's the rate of return on that equity investment. So that developer could do 5 of these.
That's right.
Then make the same amount of money as with 20% equity in each of them. So they come
That's
out
right.
of so then it's us or you, in a sense, you're foregoing a rate of return, and instead that value goes into the pocket of the purchaser, because
That's right.
And it's not you giving up money that you had in your bank before, it's you giving up an opportunity for a higher rate of return on that.
And actually, I might, if I could, council member, frame that a little differently, is the agency deploying its capital based on its mission,
Yeah.
right? So the thing that we are tasked with is taking the capital and finding the most efficient return to benefit the people we serve, right? And so we've actually achieved the desired outcome, right? By working within the context of the market. And that's a really important thing to understand about us, right? Like our goal is to look at the market and see where we can bring down the cost of capital to ultimately benefit the people that we serve.
And Chairman White, I'll stop in just a moment. I just want to finish this off. And this program works for people, if I'm remembering correctly, between the 60 and 120% of AMI.
That's right.
And so do you decide up front who your target is, what level of AMI? Because it seems to me that that's part of the math problem here, because at a 60% AMI, the person can afford a certain amount, and at an 8 and 120, they can afford a different amount. Is it how narrow is the band for the project decided up at the front end?
Yeah, so that's a great question. This program was really created to serve the missing middle, right? For a lot of the resources that we have, we've got to put together the math equation. And so it's not built to target the very low income end of the spectrum. We work with DHCD on other projects, right, where there are very low income units, and we'll go in and help on the pre-development side. And then there will be units produced that target those lower levels. But for this program, in order to partner with the market, right, we had to come up with a model that could actually provide those returns. When you go that low, the cost to actually build that project exceeds what you could sell it for. And we don't have subsidy that we can leave in the deal long term. So that model doesn't work for us. What we can do is bring subsidies in the other program like HPAP and layer that on. But ultimately, the borrower is going to have enough capacity with the HPAP program to be able to buy the unit.
So, but yeah, I hear you, but I guess what I'm asking is within that 60 to 120, that's very different. How much a 60 AMI person can afford and how much a 119 AMI person can afford are very different. And so when you're doing the deal, are you determining, oh, this is going to be a 60 or a 70 or an 80, or is it all 60 to 120 that when you do the deal up front, you don't know whether or not it'll be a person who's at 60% AMI or 100.
It's that range. So
It's
anyone
all-
that falls into that range.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I think it's a really exciting program and would love to see it scaled up. I'd love to see developers doing 5 of them.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. So pick up on a little bit of that, Director. Help me understand the difference between. I understand HPAP better than Open Doors. What's the difference between the two programs?
Sure. So HPAP is a down payment and closing cost assistance program exclusively. Our Open Doors provides both a first trust mortgage and a down payment assistance option, right? Some of the folks who come in for the Open Doors program may be over income and not qualify for HPAP. And so it's another option for down payment assistance if they're over income. So that's the difference, right?
Got it. Okay. That is very helpful. It was a different time, but I'd gone through the HPAP process because of my income as a Capitol Hill staffer, which was low, but high enough that I felt somewhere in the middle range. And this is back when I think 40,000 was the maximum. I did wonder because as the cost of housing continued to go up, on paper, people make a healthy amount of money, but when you're trying to buy a house in the district, it's that money isn't enough. Okay, so let me add something different. Your enabling statute speaks often of DCA HFA's responsibility to families. How are you centering the needs of families in the work that you do?
So I'm going to take a step back, council member, and just reference, I think, some of the discussion that you had before we got on and with the public testimony. When we talk about families and who we're serving, the work that we do is in conjunction with the policy that's already been set. So if you're asking how do we serve families, the way that we serve families is a result of the way that the QAP, or the Qualified Allocation Plan, is laid out, right? So when the NOFA comes out, the NOFA references the QAP and the priorities of what's being funded, right? And so to the extent that they're larger family size units, we help facilitate that in the work that we do. We don't craft a policy or drive those targets. That answer your question?
It does, but let me just go a step further. When and we asked about some of this in the pre-hearing questions, because we've heard concerns before. I'm sure you have, that most affordable housing units being developed are for households with no children, generally one bedroom. And we asked, how does DC HFA prioritize family-sized affordable housing units? And the response was that in non-competitive bond allocations, DC HFA does not have input for the bedroom unit mix of projects. I guess what I'm wondering is, can you have input there? Can you make set a requirement for a certain number or percentage of multi-bedroom units in developments to ensure that we are using our resources to provide more multi-bedroom units that it seems like the private sector is not developing a lot of on its own?
Yes. So again, what I would go back to is we have an MOA with DHCD who controls the 4% credits, right? And through that MOA, we allocate them into the transaction. Those credits are governed by the QAP. The QAP determines what the priorities are for development that's being built out. So when a sponsor comes and they apply in the NOFA, they lay out what that program is going to look like. They lay that out in accordance with the QAP. The QAP prioritizes certain things, whether that's bedroom size. The NOFA will prioritize, whether you're targeting folks who are homeless and need transitional housing, whether it's families, whether it's seniors, whether it's et cetera, right? So it's all driven there. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to then come behind that with another set of criteria. That criteria has to be convened in one place, right? And again, I go back to, we facilitate. So once you tell us what it is, our job is to go out and to find the most efficient way to finance it, right? To make sure that the district can do as much as is possible, but that action is informed by what is written in the QAP. The QAP is our Bible.
The QAP is Qualified Allocation Plan. Is this a set document, or does it change from project to project?
It's a set document that is actually updated every 2 years.
Okay, updated by whom?
Again, DHCD controls that process. They send it out for other agencies in the ecosystem, and then it goes out for public comment, and then it comes back out and is finalized. So I would defer to them in terms of what the current timeline is and expected delivery date.
Okay, and you don't see a role for HFA to provide comment either directly to the agency or through the public comment if you saw an issue with a lack of multi-bedroom units being built?
Actually, we do provide feedback on the QAP and the provisions in the QAP and work very closely with the agency, DHCD, as they're molding it. But at the end of the day, they kind of oversee that process and finalize that policy.
Okay. I'm not fully on board yet with the idea that HFA shouldn't play a role here because of the lens you have into the market. But we can talk more about that, and I'll talk to DHCD about that as well, so that I can understand it better. But I continue to be concerned that so many of our housing programs focus on the number of units and not the number of bedrooms, and that does have an impact on people. So we'll explore that further as we go. On the idea of stimulating Black home ownership, which is something that I agree we just have to do here in the district. You mentioned in your testimony that you serve as a member of the Black home ownership strike force, which has the mandate to create 20,000 new Black homeowners by 2030. What does your participation look like on the strike force?
Sure. So we served on the strike force. We provided the information that we're seeing through our programs. But we also talked a lot about, and Deputy Director Hubbard mentioned this in his testimony last week, was streamlining the HPAP program, right? How do we make it more efficient to make the users of that program more competitive in the marketplace? When things were going really quickly, sometimes sellers would look for the cash contract or the easy to close contract, right? If we prepare our program so that it's seamless, our buyers can be equally competitive, and the sellers would be agnostic to what that contract looks like, right? And so by doing that, we can take one of the biggest levers that we have and make it possible for more residents to actually purchase a home, right? So that's number one. Number two, what we talked about when we were on the strike force was, to Councilmember Fruman's point, is how do we scale up HIP so that we can have more homes that are available for people to buy, right? So there's two parts of this equation about Black home ownership. There's access to fairly priced capital, right? And then there's access to a place to live, right? Like, how do we create these affordable homes? And so we're looking at it from both sides. Like, how do we improve the financing and make sure that prospective Black home buyers, right, have access to that financing, right? And then where do we find the product so that people can actually buy something, right?
Right. And how do you, in making these determinations or thinking through necessary changes in HPAP, how are you or the strike force getting a sense of where the gaps are for Black prospective home buyers specifically, as opposed to the general universe of prospective home buyers?
So that's part of where the idea of Taylor came from, right? So by digging in and understanding who we're serving, and then going to that population and saying, hey, where are the hiccups for you in the buying process? How can we make this smoother, right? So really getting a sense of, all right, you went through this process, tell us about it. What worked really well? What didn't work so well, right? The biggest thing that we always have to think about when we're talking about home buying is buyer's choice, right? Can buyers find a place that they want to live where they want to live, right? And so that has a big impact on everybody, but I think it's particularly a challenge that Black home buyers are facing as they look at what they can afford to buy and where they can buy.
Yeah, and that feedback, where are you getting that feedback?
So again, when we did it, we had our initial survey that went out to previous users of the Open Doors program.
Okay. But how do Open Doors is not sort of restricted to Black borrowers. So how did you disaggregate what gaps are more prevalent in the Black community versus the general population?
Sure. So to the extent that people disclosed their racial background, we could start to isolate that sample size to look at the Black buyers and then to solicit feedback from those Black buyers to get that information.
Okay. And have you made or do you plan to make any changes in the single family lending division based on what you are learning from the feedback or generally from your work on the strike force?
We're really early, council member, and we're still working through and thinking about how to do that. As that continues to evolve, we will certainly share. But at this point in time, we have not made any definitive decisions about how to change yet.
Okay. Well, let me ask one last question on this, and then I'll recognize Councilmember Fruman if he's had more questions. Last year, I think it was at your performance oversight hearing, but this has been an issue for years. I think we understand the legal challenges to programs that benefit the Black community as opposed to the broader population. It's one of the reasons for our CBE program as opposed to a minority business program. Do you have thinking now that's different than before about how we legally expand home ownership opportunities for the Black community in DC?
That is an excellent question and one that we've been thinking very deeply about. There is a program called the Special Credit Purpose Program, which allows programs to be developed that are people-based versus place-based, right? And so we were looking at and exploring what the opportunities are to implement one of those. And as we get more information and gain a better understanding, we will be coming back to talk more about that. But that is a potential way to get after the disparity in home ownership, specifically within the Black community.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your continued work on that. It's something we have to figure out. So I want to move to the Office of Single Family Programs. One of the programs in this shop is the Reverse Mortgage Insurance and Tax Payment Program, or REMIT. Well, can you tell me more about this program?
So the REMIT program actually targeted seniors who were having delinquency with their mortgage with real estate taxes. And so the program came in and helped to offset it and to abate those delinquencies to prevent foreclosure from beginning.
Okay. So do you issue reverse mortgages or?
No, we do not issue the mortgages.
Okay.
What we come in to do is to provide assistance when those households are under distress.
Okay. And what does that assistance look like?
So I'm going to turn it over to Wendy Redfern, my Senior Vice President for Single Family.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
So what REMIT was really put in place to do is when individuals would fall into distress that had reverse mortgages, we would provide mortgage assistance actually just to take care of those funds that they were in default for, right? So if they fell behind in paying or behind in their taxes or any type of funds that they had to pay, taxes, insurance, anything that came along to because they don't have to pay if they're in reverse mortgage, we would provide funds to pay those costs.
I see.
During
Okay.
the year of FY22, we really didn't have any activity because of the foreclosure moratorium that was in place. That really was in place through September. And then REMIT, the legislation sunsetted in December 22.
Okay. And for the mortgage credit certificate program, this allows borrowers to claim a federal tax credit of 20% of the mortgage interest paid during each calendar year. Is this program still on hiatus?
Yes, the program is currently on hiatus.
Okay. And why is it on hiatus?
Right now, that program requires bond cap in order to function. And so the bond cap has been deployed towards the multifamily program. And so the agency is looking at other ways to provide additional assistance to home buyers.
Bond cap, help me understand what this means.
Sure. So our primary business of the agency is funded through tax exempt bond cap, right? And that tax exempt bond cap can be used for two things. One is on the multifamily housing side, and the second is on the single family housing side. On single family, it can be used for either originating mortgages or the MCC, the mortgage credit certificate, right? And so given the demand on bond cap, we're using the bond cap, all the bond cap now for the multifamily housing. And we put the program for MCCs on hold, but the agency is looking at using other resources that the agency has at its disposal to continue to assist home buyers with additional relief.
Okay. Do you have any idea when this program will the mortgage credit certificate program will be back up and running?
We're continuing to evaluate it. Right now, I do not have an answer to that.
Okay. One of the things you mentioned in your testimony is that HFA launched the DC for Me program during fiscal year 2019 to bridge the gap between DC government employees who wanted to buy a home but did not qualify for the employer assisted housing program, which is operated by DHCD. What's the challenge for employees qualifying for the employer assisted housing program?
It's income. So if a DC employee makes too much, they cannot qualify for HPAP. It really should be HPAP, the HPAP program. And
Okay.
so if they can't get that down payment assistance as well, DC for Me can go above those limits, right? For people who are above the maximum HPAP income, and they can get that down payment assistance in that way.
Okay. And looks like during fiscal year 22, DC for Me funded 19 mortgage loans totaling $6 million. What's your target for FY23?
So I think, council member, we await the market to kind of respond. We put that offering out there as an additional tool, as opposed to having a particular target. Just making sure that people were aware, and if they needed it, it was available. And if not, it was still a tool that we had on the shelf.
Okay. DC government has over 30,000 employees, 19 funded mortgage loans through DC for Me in fiscal year 22. Why are we not seeing more uptake on that program?
There are a lot of different borrowing tools that are out in the marketplace, council member. And so ours is one of many, right? Our goal is to fill the gaps. And so whether it's 1 or 1 million, what we want to do is, if there's an opportunity for us to provide a solution, to create that solution. But you got anything for people not necessarily buying in the district. So although you've got 30,000 people, all of those 30 don't live in the district. Some may not be able to use our loan products, or there may be something that's more attractive in terms of interest rates. They may want to do construction, and we don't necessarily offer that with our loan product. So there's any myriad of reasons why a DC employee might decide they don't want to use our program.
Okay. On the multifamily lending and neighborhood investment division, I understand that the HIP program works exclusively with local developers on smaller multifamily projects. You mentioned some of this in your testimony. How do you measure the success of that program?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, HIP single family program. So the HIP, the HIP which is the program that works exclusively with local developers on the multifamily projects?
So there's not a program that works exclusively with emerging developers on multifamily. Our HIP platform has targeted emerging developers to produce that single family housing. We talked about a pre-development fund that we're creating that's targeting emerging developers, but not exclusive to emerging developers.
Okay. Is the HIP program the one that's producing the townhomes, like single family homes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
All right. And who's using the HIP program? Not yet who's buying those, but like who's using them? Who's developing projects with through that program?
Sure. There are some smaller emerging developers that have been using the program to actually produce the units. And just by way of process, the sponsors of those projects are bringing the land in most instances and saying, hey, we have this land and we'd like to work with you. And here's what we'd like to do. Councilmember Fruman was talking about scale, right? And as you're well aware, there's not wide swaths of land. So in a lot of ways, this program has been targeted towards infill development, kind of filling in the teeth or the gaps, right? So where a smaller, more nimble emerging developer can be opportunistic and take down a site that a larger developer might not, and then come to us to complete that capital stack is where HIP really performs.
Okay. Now is HIP do the developers have to build townhomes, or are there any requirements about the type of housing developed with that through that program?
No, it's just so happened that a lot of the projects that we've seen thus far have been townhomes, but we will do condos if a sponsor brings us a transaction and it makes sense. We are housing type agnostic.
Okay, but it has to be ownership.
For the HIP single family program, it does have to be ownership. We do have a multifamily program that hasn't yet been activated. We've looked at some transactions, but it's never really worked for the sponsors. So we haven't funded one on the multifamily side.
Okay. Yeah, in addition to the tax exempt financing, HFA underwrote $216.5 million in federal low-income housing tax credit or LIHTC, and $27.5 million in DC LIHTC to finance 23 projects. How do DC and federal LIHTC programs work together?
Sure. So there's a formula that calculates the federal low-income housing tax credit, and then the DC tax credit is 25% of that, right? So and I don't want to get too esoteric here, but for the low-income housing tax credits, there are costs which are eligible, right? Those eligible costs are put into a formula. There's a credit rate for them, and then the price of the credits and all of that kind of goes through this black box, right? And it comes out the other side, and you have the amount of equity that's available to that project. And then you take 25% of that, and that's what's allocated to the DC tax credit.
Okay. And so we don't have separate guidelines for the DC tax credit. Essentially, if you're approved for the federal, you're approved for DC. Yes.
They come by right, and there's a minimum of 25% or a maximum of 25% of the federal credit is funded through the DC program.
Do we have the authority? Do you have the authority to set further guidelines beyond the federal?
I'm not quite understanding you asking.
So for the federal LIHTC, that qualification, is set by that calculation is set by the federal government. Is that right?
Yes, by Treasury.
Treasury. For DC LIHTC, can we set different guidelines or additional guidelines?
As a council, I believe you can change that law, council member.
Okay. If we prioritized or required multi-bedroom development to qualify for DC LIHTC, what impact would that have?
That's really hard to say, council member, just kind of on the fly,
Okay.
right? I think there's so many different things that go into the pricing and the structuring of credits. Part of what we always have to be mindful for is what is the market looking for, right? And how will the market interpret those regulations and how will that impact the demand for the credit? And so that has to be a very thoughtful and deliberate process, right? Because what we don't want to do is make it so that it's so undesirable that the pricing is off, right? And nobody wants to buy the credits anymore. And I can't tell you how the market would view any additional requirements on those credits. What I would suggest, however, is that we be really thoughtful and very deliberate as we contemplate how we might change it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I have a general concern that the market is not aligned enough with the needs of the city. We just need more reasonably cost housing and more multi-bedroom housing than what is being produced. To solve for that, it seems like we have to look for leverage and incentives. So that's why I'm poking around on that, because it just doesn't seem like we are producing enough of the type of housing that we need for everyday people here in the city. The HFA, I think, created a $15 million fund specifically targeting CBE and minority developers. Is that right? I think you mentioned that in your testimony.
Yeah, we created a new fund, and we created that fund with CBE developers in mind. Number one, to create greater access to capital, right? Again, one of the things that we know for emerging CBE developers is that oftentimes in these larger transactions, they don't have the capital to participate, right? And so if they come in and they have a 30% ownership, but there's a capital call or there's money that's required to be put into that project, and they can't bring that money to the table, then that 30% ownership that they have ends up being diluted, right? So you get to a place when you don't have capital where ownership means less and it's ownership in name only, right? And so when we think about that, a lot of the times in affordable transactions, that happens during the pre-development period, right? Mm-hmm. And so if you're in pre-development, you got a $2 million pre-development budget, you're a 30% partner, that means you got to come up with $600,000 to contribute to the transaction. How do you do that, right? You can either, if you've got the friends and family to give you the money, you can ask them for it, right, and invest it. You can ask your larger partner in the transaction, right, the managing member of the transaction, to give you that money. But if they give you that money, it's usually very, very expensive. And so the interest or the return that you have to give them back for the money, again, it dilutes you, right? So we've got mission capital. And so the question becomes, how do we take our mission capital and help to leverage it for those participants so that they can grow capacity? Because when they can really participate in a transaction, they grow their capability. So on the next transaction, they can be the senior sponsor, right? Mm-hmm. But it's singles and doubles all along the way. And when folks don't have access to that capital, or the requirements to have access to that capital are so stringent, then you never have the ability to grow, mm-hmm. right? So we want to be real deliberate and real intentional in terms of providing that kind of access.
Okay. And this program has been going on for how long?
No, we've just created the program. So we got the initial approval, and our staff is currently in the process of developing all the programmatic guidelines, right, to stand the program up.
Okay.
So it's a new initiative.
Okay. Final issue I wanted to discuss is with respect to the board. And this is an issue that has come up multiple times over the past several years of conflicts of interest on the board. in fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23, out of the 23 multifamily projects funded by DCHFA, 13 out of the 23 required a board member to sit out of the vote due to a financial conflict of interest, which is more than 50% of the votes. Is this concerning to you, and should it be concerning to the public?
So that's a question that we talk a lot about. And I'd give you a couple of thoughts, council members, as we talk about conflicts, right? So number one, oftentimes board members will conflict themselves out of an abundance of caution, right? So for example, they may be in another partnership with the sponsor on a different transaction. They have no monetary investment in that transaction, but out of an abundance of caution, they may recuse themselves. You may also have board members who develop human capital. They're doing the job training, right? So they're not a partner in the transaction, but again, because they're working on that transaction, they recuse themselves. So there are a number of different reasons that people can recuse themselves, and it's not always financial interest, right? It can be the appearance of a conflict or just simply wanting to say, look, we're playing a role here. It's not appropriate for us to vote on this, so we're going to recuse ourselves from this transaction. The other thought that I would give you is that there's a small community, right, of affordable housing developers, right? So if we have that level of expertise on the board, there are going to be moments where there are intersections. And as long as we have a robust policy in place and disclosure, we think that that can be managed.
Okay. You know, I'm sure you're aware, in 2020, former council member Silverman introduced the Housing Finance Agency Conflict of Interest Prevention Amendment Act of 2020. The spirit of the bill was to limit the board's ability to have a financial interest in projects that it votes on. And the concern is, as I recall, it was, one, having people with conflicts of interest, but two, being on a board and perhaps a feeling of camaraderie or what have you, may not want to vote against a project that one of your board colleagues has an interest in. How should we, I mean, aside from your point, which is right, that there's a small community of small, particularly minority developers in this city, but how do we give comfort to council members or public who may feel like it's a good old boys club of self-interested people? How do we, I mean, that concern is real. I take your point that, you need expertise in a small community, but how do we balance these two?
I think that's a really difficult question to answer because it's nuanced, council member, right? And there are a lot of different inputs that go into that. The first thing that I think is exceptionally important is that we have a professionalized staff whose job it is to make sure that they review transactions and present transactions that are in the best interest of the residents, right? So if we bring a transaction to the board, that transaction is consistent with the mission and the purpose of the funding. So that's number one. Number two, we have a recusal process that's in place, right? Which guards against people having the self-interest. And then number three, the board members have a professional obligation, right, to be critical of projects regardless of who the sponsor is and to make the right decision for the project and the members of the community, right? And so it is our hope that people would maintain a level of professionalism and integrity without regard to who the sponsor of a transaction is.
How do other jurisdictions strike this balance? Do you know?
We looked at it. I would like to come back to you and we can give you more detail about exactly how other jurisdictions manage it.
Okay. I'd appreciate if you get back to us, if when this issue gets raised, if if the issue is raised to the committee and the committee says, well, we hope and expect that people will just do the right thing. I don't think that's going to get us very far. And I do think that we need people with expertise judging these projects to make sure they are, viable and in the best interest of the district. And at this point, I don't know how to what the best balance is or how to articulate that. So this will be a point that we'll have to work together on to help the council, the committee, the council, and the public understand why we do things the way we do, or what we might need to do differerently. Is that something we can work together on?
I'm absolutely prepared to work with you on that.
I appreciate it. Those are all the questions I have. I do want to thank you and your team for being with us and for the work that you all do. This is an important entity in the district, one that many of us have used various aspects of your offering. So thank you for being with us and for the work that you all are doing.
Thank you for having us, and we continue to appreciate your support, council member.
Excellent. You all have a great rest of your day. And we are now going to move back to public witnesses for the Interagency Council on Homelessness. And I'm going to jump into our public witnesses for this, this part of the hearing, starting with Tammy Seltzer, Director of Jail and Prison Advocacy Project with Disability Rights DC. Reginald Black, Owner and Housing Advocacy Director for Ross Disty. I got to figure out that name, Mr. Black, so I can get it because you testify at a lot of our hearings, and also serve your city Ward 6 Mutual Aid. Reverend Vincent DeRosa, Pastor of St. Mary, Mother of God Parish. Laura L.J. Sislin, campaign organizer with Decrim Poverty DC, and Grant Colby, intern with HIPS Advocacy. And then give me a moment to get everybody on. Tammy Seltzer, can you turn your camera on? Excellent. Wonderful to have you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. Disability Rights DC at University of Legal Services is the protection and advocacy organization for people with disabilities. I'm the project director for DRDC's Jail and Prison Advocacy Project. A large part of our work is providing reentry advocacy for DC residents diagnosed with serious mental illness, SMI, and/or developmental disabilities. Many also have chronic medical conditions, substance use disorders, and all have extensive trauma histories. JPAP serves the most vulnerable returning citizens with SMI and DDs. 90% of the people we serve are unhoused, and many have no family or other support system they can count on to help meet their basic needs. The current voucher program process is broken, and for formerly incarcerated people with SMI, the process has never worked well. It is not designed to help this population. People who are, sorry, I'm having trouble getting down to my, there we go. People who are chronically unhoused prior to incarceration typically find themselves starting over every time they are released to establish eligibility for a voucher. And this is a population that simply cannot wait. A 2020 CJCC report looked at the DC Department of Corrections booking data and found that due to unstable housing, people with SMI had the highest chance of getting rebooked versus someone with a substance use disorder or someone without either diagnosis. And state studies have found that people with SUDs are 40 to 120 times more likely to die of an overdose within the first 2 weeks of release from prison. A client of ours, Frank, was released from prison in March 2020, where he'd been for a minor supervision violation. He was chronically unhoused prior to that arrest. It was not until November of 2022, 2 years and 8 months later, that Frank was finally housed. During that long wait, he lived in many unstable places, such as shelters, a garage, and the woods. He was hospitalized several times for mental health crises and lost a considerable amount of weight. His CSA was also the provider of housing case management services, a confusing situation for many of our clients who think the housing case management side is in communication with the CSA side when nothing could be further from the truth. If DRDC did not have a peer navigator who remained engaged and a reentry advocate who made sure the housing case manager was on top of his case, Frank may not have been housed at all. His SPDAT score, administered by the late Walden Adams, was off the charts. However, it took almost 3 years to house him with a lot of advocacy and assistance from a nonprofit that has no official role in the voucher process. It does not have to be this way. The ICH has demonstrated that prioritizing special populations, such as families and veterans, makes a significant difference in getting people housed. Returning citizens, especially those with psychiatric and developmental disabilities and co-occurring substance use disorders, could and should be prioritized. The eligibility rules for locally funded vouchers could be changed to remove obstacles. For example, ICH could consider chronic homelessness prior to incarceration. Right now, after 90 days of detention, people must start over in determining eligibility. These can be life and death situations and certainly loss of freedom situations. Vouchers are not the only answer to formerly incarcerated people with SMI becoming housed, but they are a significant part of the answer. And right now, the system is not working fairly to assist this vulnerable population. With the prioritization of returning citizens with SMI and developmental disabilities and rules that take into consideration their unique circumstances, the city could prevent both overdose deaths and recidivism. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much. Reginald Black, welcome. And can you help me with the name of the organization, please?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, Councilmember White, members of the committee, District of Columbia residents. My name is Reginald Black. I am a native Washingtonian, Ward 4 resident, the owner of Relocity, and the Housing Advocacy Director for Serville City Ward 6 Mutual Aid. My line of inquiries today will cover pre-hearing questions that we submitted prior to all of this series of performance oversight hearings, and in light of some of the recent events concerning McPherson Square, we want to ask, why is there a lack of participation on the part of many agencies that are HSRA, Homeless Services Reform Act assigned to the Interagency Council on Homelessness, and are mentioned in the 5-year strategic plan with major responsibilities through each of the 12 goals? Repeatedly, agencies are not engaged in a consistent way. Former Director Greenwald even stated in a meeting that DC Health / Department of Health had to be educated about the homeless services system. For most upstream and transitional services from adjacent agencies like the Department of Employment Services and Department of Corrections, there is no point of contact attending meetings in which we need input. I would ask Director Silla, how will she ensure that all agencies have a consistent representative who is either the assigned designee, which are agency heads per the HSRA, or their designated representative? Another question would be to give examples of where does she feel agencies mentioned in Homeward DC 2.0 should have a presence within the quarterly meeting schedule of the Interagency Council on Homelessness committees and work groups. Hopefully, moving forward, Director Silla will be able to garner more participation from her counterparts around the full council government tier. Secondly, ICH has been working to improve its effectiveness by committing to racial equity and inclusion. One recommendation is to improve the impact and involvement of the consumer voice. Currently, the Consumer Engagement Work Group, SIGWIG, and the District of Columbia Supporting Hopeful Youth Action Board is currently over budget and is going to need significant funding in order to promote this goal in making the social service assistance sector a viable employment and career option for persons of lived experience. This will also translate as a policy work as a hybrid career bridge into any industry in the District of Columbia. The Department of Employment Services also has a major part of this goal. In 2015, it was suggested that the ICH create a consumer advisory board. In addition, it was recommended that a consumer advisory board could be comprised of up to 12 consumers. The goal of the board was to be the mechanism for holding ICH accountable to its commitment of meaningful incorporating the input of consumers into its strategic planning and policies. If created, its 12 representatives should be the recipients of ICH consumer stipends, and that consumer representatives should meet once a month. With the Youth Action Board and the SIGWIG consumer reps, we are at or just over 12. We support and are looking to continue the funding to incentivize inclusion and participation by impacted populations in the COC continuum of care. We have a great responsibility to follow up on as a community, as well as a great opportunity to move forward to address housing emergencies in the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Black. Reverend DeRosa from St. Mary Mother of God Parish, welcome.
Thank you very much, Councilman. In the winter of 2020 and 21, the neighbors here in Chinatown and Mount Vernon Triangle were surprised to find that the Pat Handy shelter on 5th Street was in such a bad condition that female residents were removed to a temporary location. We were even more surprised when that same substandard building was quickly reoccupied by men. ANC members and business leaders alike will tell you that the decision was made with so little public comment and awareness that it suggested outright deception on the part of government agencies involved. Since that time, life in Chinatown has been marked by a near constant incidence of public drug trade and consumption, violent street encounters, public urination and defecation, littering, and mental health consumers abusing local residents. I want to make it clear that neighbors have, at every point in this process, observed that this is not the direct result of the homeless themselves, but rather those bad actors who are always in orbit around the men's shelter. Constant and repeated dialogue in the ANC and in bid meetings and with DC Council staff, members of the executive agencies, and even a meeting with the mayor herself have yielded absolutely no change whatsoever. A perpetual blame game seems to play out between the instruments of local government, including member agencies in the ICH. Council connects residents with executive agencies who then blame each other or say, we are only here to listen, but don't actually do anything differently. In evidence of this, Mr. Joseph Florio, formerly the MOCR for Ward 2 and an excellent advocate for our needs, and himself a representative of the Executive Office of the Mayor, could not get the Department of General Services, Human Services, and the DCRA to coordinate something as simple and as effective cleaning of an alleyway between a shelter, residents, and businesses. That space remains a haven for criminals who prey upon the homeless. Unsanitary conditions directly behind the shelter and the residences and the restaurants, and a dangerous public access for pedestrians and vehicles passing through that space. It should be noted that the only agency that has made any positive contribution to our local life here in Chinatown and Mount Vernon Triangle has been the Metropolitan Police Department. But they, grossly understaffed, cannot be constantly present in the neighborhood. Council members, these experiences suggest to me that the needed degree of disciplined coordination between your member agencies does not exist in the ICH. I emphasize discipline and coordination because these are the two characteristics that mark our MPD operations, but not the efforts of the various executive offices. On behalf of the Catholic community in Chinatown and Mount Vernon Triangle, I urge the Council to use its oversight and funding prerogatives to concretely hold these agencies to account. Their lack of disciplined coordination has endangered the homeless and housed neighbors alike, while inhibiting the return of safety and prosperity to the east end of downtown. I hope that you'll consider our comments carefully and observe your responsibilities as council people. Thank you.
Thank you, LJ Sislin.
Hello. Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. All right, Chairperson White and Committee on Housing, thank you for this opportunity today to address you. And thank you, Councilmember White, for your presence at the inhumane displacement of McPherson Square last week. And thank you for your work around these efforts and issues. I applaud the ongoing work of your programs and your dedication to solving the homelessness crisis in the district. But I'm here today to urge you to do more for our unhoused neighbors by supporting the implementation of 2 24/7 harm reduction centers. This will be on each side of the river with safe consumption of pre-obtained drugs as proposed by the Decrim Poverty DC Coalition. These centers will advance the health and safety of those who experience homelessness and housing insecurity. This coalition is a grassroots advocacy group committed to decriminalizing poverty by working to end stigma, violence, criminalization, and other forms of oppression against people who are targeted by DC for crimes of poverty, which includes drug use, sex work, housing insecurity, citizenship status, and incarceration history. We are working towards a world where people are not punished for how they cope or survive, and are instead met with compassion, systems of support, and dignity. Decrim Poverty DC envisions a just society in which the use and regulation of drugs are grounded in science, compassion, health, and human rights, in which people are no longer punished for what they put into their bodies, in which the fears, prejudices, and punitive prohibitions of today are no more. This work diverges from the current systems of policing, punishment, and surveillance towards a health-focused approach that prioritizes the stability, well-being, and self-determination of all Washingtonians. We believe that housing, healthcare, nutritious food, financial security, education, and access to compassionate social services are fundamental human rights. So as you know, on February 15th last week, McPherson Square encampment, which provided safety for 70 people, was evicted. Government officials cited the prevention of opioid-related deaths and safety as the primary reasoning behind the displacement of people who had found safety and community at that encampment. If they were serious about safety and overdose prevention, they would authorize, support, and fund harm reduction safe consumption sites. According to the evidence as provided by housing advocates in DC, encampment evictions make overdose deaths more likely, both due to the trauma and because people are being displaced from communities in which they then turn to using in isolation, which is deadly for us, especially during this toxic supply. Fentanyl contamination. The centers we are proposing will be no barrier walk-in spaces that are open every day around the clock. There will be showers, laundry, bathrooms, and a caring, non-stigmatizing environment. There will be drug checking services that will help people understand what's actually in their drugs, and then they can choose whether they want to use that or not, thus already reducing overdose death risk. Participants will be able to access other harm reduction tools, sterile equipment, fentanyl testing strips, referrals to drug treatment providers. They'll have primary health care and other social services relating to housing and everything else. Baby, come on. Sorry, I got dogs. The centers will also provide syringes, smoking supplies, and snorting supplies, so people won't have to share their equipment with other people. People are going to use drugs no matter what. We have to be realistic about this. We just need people to use them safer, and that often enters them into a process of treatment if that's what they want. Alongside medical professionals, this proposed harm reduction center will be staffed by Washingtonians with lived experience at living wages for the area, which addresses a myriad of issues that our least invested in neighbors chronically face, like underemployment, housing costs, healthcare costs, discrimination in the systems. Providing people who use drugs, and especially unhoused people that use drugs, with a safe place to use their substances under the supervision of trained healthcare workers who are able to intervene, that's life-changing and life-saving. We cannot measure how vital it is to be met by a kind and caring treatment provider, and how important it is for participants to encounter staff who have had shared experiences. So these facilities will be even more effective under a decriminalized landscape, but I'm going to pass on that really quick. There's a rise in the overdose deaths. We need to do something. Frankly, it's just time for a different approach. Unhoused people that use drugs face a lot of stigma, and a place like a safe consumption site will also bring people inside where they can use safely. They see their peers, they're met with compassion, they're met with resources and referral hubs. And also, if the public's complaining about seeing people, realistically, they'll be inside, they'll have a safe place to be, and then can be connected to other resources. So we urge council to strengthen the harm reduction safety net by supporting the opening of these 2 centers, by supporting decriminalization of all substances. And thank you so much for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I will also be submitting a written testimony.
Excellent, thank you. And Grant Colby, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Excellent, welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the DC Council today. I'm here testifying on behalf of HIPS. The current housing crisis is impacting many of the people that HIPS works with, including sex workers and people who use drugs, and the community's ability to live a safe and self-determined life. Housing instability creates and reinforces insecurity in every area of people's lives. The council has a duty to the people within marginalized communities to act and work towards affordable and accessible housing for all. Giving people housing provides them with the stability they need to begin living the life they want. This can mean stability someone needs to work on managing chaotic drug use, such as some countries' housing first policy, making sure there are no barriers to housing. This is time and time again proven to be more successful at creating positive outcomes for residents on their own terms while having significantly lower costs that allows more people to be reached. It can also mean a place to sleep, a stable location, and a place to shower. These basic functions, even before talking about a place to make a meal or sleep safely, can help people get jobs by making sure that they have the energy to bring a good impression, do their duties, and get where they need to go without unnecessary obstacles posed by anti-homeless policy in the city. We must also never repeat the harms caused by the McPherson Square encampment eviction. As witnessed on February 15th, unhoused people struggle with encampment evictions, police sweeps, taking their things and losing what they have acquired, thus putting them back at square one. Displacement makes it harder to end homelessness, and doing so in the middle of winter will only compound their distrust of government and further expose them to the dangerous weather conditions and policing. The closure of McPherson Square 2 months ahead of schedule also makes it harder for outreach providers and mutual aid groups to work with unhoused neighbors, and will force people to move their tents to yet another park in DC. This antagonism wastes time, resources, and further traumatizes our neighbors. The ICH needs to work alongside unhoused residents and community housing advocates to ensure that the deputy mayor of the HHS never uses the office's power to impose violence and cruelty against unhoused people again. The DMHHS repeatedly lied to advocates about the types of housing support and resources available to McPherson Square residents while doing nothing to support unhoused residents. Further, our housing advocates have repeatedly noticed that during ICH meetings, there are never representatives from the DMHHS's office, making it impossible for the ICH to have a substantial impact on how the DMHHS treats unhoused people and the interventions the office pursues. ICH needs to take a stance against encampment evictions. The goal of the ICH should be to end homelessness, not through the criminalization and displacement of unhoused people, which we know does not work, but through providing unhoused and housing insecure residents actual assistance and housing opportunities. A recent failure of the ICH was on February 7th vote on how to respond to the encampment evictions. These were limited, inadequate, and outright false options. One of these options was to move residents to PEP fee, despite the fact that in reality, PEP fee was at capacity and not accepting new intakes well before the eviction. This vote was enacted solely to placate rightfully angry housing advocates and residents. Solutions are to invest in no barrier housing options accessible to all people, regardless of their job, health status, substance use history, and/or gender identity. Government officials must be held accountable for lying to and disregarding housing advocates and unhoused residents for the district's current state of housing support. The city needs to provide inclusive housing for marginalized individuals who are more vulnerable to housing insecurity that is actually accessible. The city needs to stop treating homelessness as a crime, needs to stop policing and arresting unhoused individuals simply for being unhoused. The district needs to do more to support unhoused Washingtonians, and to make amends for the violence caused by the ongoing encampment evictions within the district through expanding access to housing, especially via prioritizing stable housing for low-income and homeless populations. We can create a more affordable, supportive, and equitable environment for today's Washingtonians and the generations that follow. Thank you for your time and consideration. If you have any questions regarding the housing crisis, HIPS housing advocates are more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Grant, and to all the witnesses. I only have a few questions, and we have 80 or more public witnesses still to come, so I want to make sure I'm respectfully brief for their sake. I think, Father DeRosa, you may have a commitment soon, so let me start with you. First, I have started, I am hearing concerns similar to the ones you've raised. I'm going to be visiting Pat Handy soon with my colleague who represents Ward 2, Brooke Pinto. On your recommendation about discipline coordination, you mentioned that you do see this from MPD. What does discipline coordination look like for MPD?
Discipline coordination with them looks like they see the real situation on the ground, and they are able to immediately begin, by executive function, as it were, to actually make changes to their patrol schedules, changes to the types of units that are present. A concrete reality changes within 24 hours of what the report being made. As opposed to, sorry, go ahead.
Please go ahead.
No, as opposed to, for example, Joe Florio, right, who no longer works for the city government, but he said to the Department of General Services, there are rat-infested piles of mattresses behind the Handy shelter. And the response that a representative of the mayor herself, received was, well, it's going to take us at least 3 weeks to determine if this is even our problem and if these are indeed our mattresses. And then we guarantee once that determination is made, well, we'll try to get around to it within another 3 or 4 weeks after that. So you're talking about somebody with eyes to see that this is a city problem, telling an agency that works for his boss what they ought to be doing, and then they put it off for months at a time. And as a result, you've got restaurants backed up on this alleyway with all these problems. You've got a residential space backed up on this alleyway with all these problems, and the homeless themselves who are now, being hurt by this. That's just one teeny example.
I appreciate that. That example does help me understand your recommendation better. And I agree, there's no excuse for government incompetence, 2, for working in a siloed way. And I believe in investigating these things personally, which is why I spend so much time at encampments, visiting housing. But one of my broader frustrations, and this is not a defund the police conversation at all, but I recognize MPD has more employees than every agency under the jurisdiction of this committee combined. And we prioritize solving problems through policing, which I believe moves us in the opposite direction. So I may not. So I agree with the problem and how government needs to respond. I do think at some point government has to start operating differently, or we're going to continue to see these types of outcomes. But our responsibility as a council is to hold agencies accountable and push the government to move in the direction that it needs to move. And my hope is that we will see increased coordination from the council around those ends, so that agencies work the way we need them to, and so that we're protecting people who are unhoused, who are around the Pat Handy shelter, the businesses over there. That is our obligation as a government to the city. So I appreciate your testimony. It's very helpful. For Tammy Seltzer, thank you for using for bringing Frank's story as an example. Why did it take 3 years for someone who scored so high on the SPDAT, which for those who don't know is the assessment for housing voucher and other services? For someone who scored high on the SPDAT, why did it take 3 years to house him?
Good question. It took a long time for several reasons, and some of them are common to a lot of the clients that we serve. The first one was, no fault of his own, but he changed. He was actually in a temporary housing program, so he was served by a different homeless outreach person. And of course, Walden Adams was killed tragically in that accident. So he was switched to a different homeless outreach person who was actually was at his core service agency, his mental health provider. So that took time. And then once he was at his core service provider, he thought every visit that he made with anybody at his core service provider also was communicated with the housing person. And a lot of people are confused by this, that it's a separate contract and that those individuals do not communicate with each other at all. So the housing person only had one contact written down for Frank, whereas he'd had more visits with his CSA. And they had no way to reach him. They had no contact information. They'd made no attempts to reach him. The core service agency actually did not have the correct information to reach him. We're the ones that provided that information to them. So, but this is a problem that could, I think, easily be resolved if through a release, if the individual agrees to it, that both the person who's working on housing and the person working on their mental health issues could communicate with each other, then you would avoid people having to make double trips in order to get, visits that count for their housing case manager. So that was an issue. There were some issues related to mental health in terms of we got him a phone, but he would always turn it off when he wasn't making a call. He turned it off. And a lot of people don't necessarily understand the technology and how it works. Your phone has to be on, for other people to contact you. And issues like that. There was also another issue, I think, that took so long was they didn't take into consideration how long he had already been homeless before he ended up back in the system. And the minor issue was the shuttle bus driver for the shelters was parked in the wrong place. And he was somebody who's been homeless long enough to know where the shuttle's supposed to be. And when he commented that is this something new? Or are you supposed to be here? It ended up into this back and forth with the driver. She called the police just to make him sort of leave her alone, end the conversation, and had no idea that because he was on supervision, this could have such dire circumstances that he would be sent to prison for violating his supervision. So you have a lot of misunderstandings, I think, by people who are in the homeless service system who don't know the consequences of their actions.
I'm hearing some things in this response that remind me of some of the testimonies I read from last year's hearing about a need for better coordination and probably technology so that the various entities and people, and the clients themselves have an understanding of where they are in the process, who they've checked in with, what other things need to be done. And that is testimony I've heard, and I suspect I'll hear some more of it later. But coordination is harder here than in other circumstances. But sort of, it seems at this point, at least, the technology and the resources that we use around that coordination is not comparable to the problem that we're trying to solve.
It's true that's not adequate, but there also are these rules that are in place that are a barrier as well, which is like not counting the time when somebody is incarcerated. If it's more than 90 days, that's a federal rule. DC doesn't need to follow that.
Yeah,
and yet they do.
I'm going to ask ICH about that. I found that interesting about your testimony, and I want to get some more insights into that as well. Let me move to Reginald Black, and specifically the idea you raised around ICH. You suggested needs to create a consumer advisory board comprised of consumers. Who would those consumers be?
So right now we have the Consumer Engagement Work Group itself and the DC Supporting Hopeful Youth Action Board. But what we need are more subpopulations to be able to participate. And so the grassroots organization, People for Fairness Coalition, has taken up this mantle to ensure that unaccompanied women have a voice and are able to participate in ICH. Right now, ICH's consumer engagement budget does not allow for additions. So what we're going to be looking for and talking about throughout budget season is to make sure that there's enough funding to make sure that there's both participation from adults through the Consumer Engagement Work Group and the Youth Action Board, and try to get as many consumers participating in the quarterly schedule of meetings as possible. The original proposal that was thought of was about 9,000 or so, which equates to $50 per meeting for 12 representatives in 12 meetings, which meant the 4 ICH appointments, 2 people to the executive committee, and then overall throughout the other 4 committees up to 8 people, which meant 2 people of lived experience a meeting.
Let me ask you,
yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
In your opinion, does the administration follow the advice and counsel of the ICH?
I think it's disjointed, and like, I know you care a lot about returning citizens and things like that. And to Ms. Seltzer's point, Department of Corrections need to be in things like the single adult system, so that they, have an agreement in which we can designate people that are unhoused. I think what needs to happen is, like, some of these department heads, including all the way up to the city administrator, need to incur penalties if they are constantly absent from ICH meetings. This is where the disjointed messaging and information and even chance to talk with people of lived experience breaks down. They're not present. So, to even hear that voice.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we can start. Now, there's many more things that need to happen in terms of, making sure that impacted folks are leading the charge. We got to get people who are by law assigned to this board in the room.
Yeah. I agree, and Grant Colby raised this in your testimony, the need to, DMHHS not being present at ICH meetings. I've heard this from others as well, and mentioned this to the deputy mayor when we met recently. So I'll be following up on that. Folks have to be in the room, particularly as we are understanding shelter capacity and encampment clearings are being led by DMHHS. Encampment clearings will affect shelter capacity. And I think if more people wanted to go to the shelter, it would affect capacity more. And so we need those folks at the table. Let me go to LJ Sislin for the harm reduction centers. Have other jurisdictions created centers like this?
I'm a little new to the political space, so I don't know if we're talking about jurisdictions in DC.
Oh, yeah, sorry for my ambiguity. Outside of DC, have any states or cities outside of DC created the type of harm reduction centers that you described in your testimony?
Yes, and I will make sure that the written testimony has more information on that. In New York City, the first legally sanctioned United States overdose prevention site, which is what they're calling it, we're just calling it harm reduction center. And we do these broad words like harm reduction center and overdose prevention site instead of just safe consumption site, because safe consumption is only one aspect of it. By December 2021, which was a little over, or 2022, which was a little over a year, On Point NYC in Washington Heights and East Harlem in New York City revived and reversed over 700 overdoses. I don't know if you're familiar with our statistics, but we lost 567 people in 2021 to overdose, accidental contaminated overdose. People didn't want to die from that. It was the fentanyl contamination. And that is only the worst part of it, right? The overdose intervention moment. And most of the people that they serve they do serve all sorts of folks. So they do serve like professionals that are coming in before their work time. That's like an interesting thing to talk about, like people who use drugs and how like it's stigmatizing to believe that only certain types of people use drugs, which is just not true. But they do serve a lot of unhoused people, a lot of like low income people, people that have chronic homelessness, just housing insecurities. Sometimes people do travel to get to those spaces, but it's not the kind of traveling that people are like, oh no, folks are like flooding our communities. Because also realistically, these overdose prevention sites in New York City have a wonderful rapport with their neighborhoods. They have a rapport actually with like having a de facto kind of decriminalization going on the streets in the neighborhoods where these places are located so that they can get the public health resources that they need. But they have great relationships with the schools. They have great relationships with all the neighbors because they have these mobile outreach teams, which we will also have that is in our proposal. They do cleanups, they meet people, they have conversations with other folks about like locating folks to bring them to these centers. And again, it's not low barrier, it's no barrier. So anybody can walk in and access these services any time. And they're beautiful, welcoming places that also offer all of these comprehensive medical resources.
Okay. One of the things I would suggest thinking through as you and others advocate on this is, my guess is that there's going to be some concern around whether these harm reduction centers would become a focal point for drug dealing or other things that would cause communities concern. So, there's a particular methadone clinic that, yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Let's be real.
And I think people will say, well, is this going to become like that in my community? And that will influence, people's acceptance or lack thereof of an idea like this. And so in addition to the type of data that you've already spoken to about, lives and so forth, which matter to people, these other things will matter as well and will impact, I think, the success of an initiative like this. So for whatever it's worth, I want to share that thought.
Thank you.
Well, let me thank you all very, very much for your testimonies. Incredibly helpful for us in doing oversight work. We are now going to turn to our ICH director, and then as many of you know, we have scores of public witnesses for Department of Human Services as well, which is one of the reasons I want to move expeditiously. So with that, I'm going to welcome Director Sela of the Interagency Council on Homelessness.
I'm not sure why my camera is not on. Give me a second, please. Oh, there we go.
Excellent. Director Sela, welcome. Before you begin your testimony, let me first thank you for being with us. And also note that it is the practice of this committee to put all of our government witnesses under oath. So I would ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and you can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson White, members of the Committee on Housing, and members of the public. I am Teresa Sela, the district's director to end homelessness. I am deeply honored to be charged by the Bowser administration to end and prevent homelessness in the district and assist the city administrator in leading and coordinating the Interagency Council on Homelessness, also called the ICH. Thank you for inviting me to testify on behalf of the Bowser administration and to discuss the activities and accomplishments of the district's homeless services system. As you likely already know, the ICH serves as the board of the district's homeless services continuum of care, also referred to as the COC. And as the executive director of the team that's staffing the board, I have the proverbial front row seat and witness the scale of the work underway in the district's homeless services system. And it is because I witnessed the scale of the work underway that first and foremost, I want to acknowledge and thank all the hardworking people delivering much needed support and services across the COC, from our frontline staff, our program managers, our executive directors, our philanthropic funders, advocates, the mutual aid organizations, and representatives with lived experience. Your commitment and passion drive and inspire me personally and professionally. And there are so many teams that are integral to the work that we do as the ICH that I want to recognize. The outreach teams engaging unsheltered and encampment residents, the day service centers providing critical support, the temporary and transitional housing programs providing much needed shelter, the shelter hotline and transportation services that are connecting the dots on our front door, the case managers who navigate our clients into permanent housing, the permanent housing programs that are transitioning to Medicaid billing, our medical and behavioral health care partners, our crisis response partners, and last but not least, our ICH committee and work group members who speak their minds and have the difficult conversations. I see you, I appreciate you. The homeless services system is the last line of defense, the last safety net when all other safety nets have failed. And our work is sacred because the district's most vulnerable residents are in our care. So I first and foremost want to thank you for another year of service. Last but not least, I want to recognize our Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, Wayne Turnage, and his encampment response team, especially Jamal Walden. Thank you for leading with the utmost professionalism on a front with no easy answers. It is a thankless job that puts you in the crosshairs, bearing the brunt of significant scrutiny. I salute you, especially for your honesty. I appreciate the strength and bravery it takes to publicly acknowledge that this is complicated and that you do not have the answers. I'm proud to serve alongside public servants who do not offer false hope or empty promises, but rather have an unwavering commitment to the truth. So I want to talk a little bit about fiscal year 22 in review, the investments and the outcomes and some key lessons learned. I have some graphs I want to share, and so that's why I have the PowerPoint presentation here. As you know, Homeward DC 2.0, this is the second iteration of the district's strategic plan to end and prevent homelessness, was adopted, released, and championed by Mayor Bowser in July 2021, with the first investments towards the new plan, a historic $109 million included in the fiscal year 22 budget. This historic allocation represents the largest investment of new resources to advance the district's strategic plan to end homelessness. So it is an incredible 556% increase over the fiscal year 21 investments of $16.6 million and 175% increase over the fiscal year 20 investments to the tune of $71 million in fiscal year, my apologies. So it's sorry that I'm losing my place in the graphs and the charts. So it's $39 million in fiscal year 20 and $16 million in fiscal year 21. So most significantly, the investments for singles nearly quadrupled from $18.3 million in fiscal year 20 to $71.8 million in fiscal year 22. This is that blue line in the chart And investments in new family resources more than doubled from $15.8 million in fiscal year 20 to $40 million in fiscal year 22. And I want to include these visuals because this illustrates the magnitude of the influx of resources into homeless services. And so even as we struggle to absorb this unprecedented level of investments, we have significant accomplishments in fiscal year 22. And so I want to turn to the system level outcomes and accomplishments. So first and foremost, with regards to families, including youth-headed households, overall, the trend line for families are outstanding. At our 2022 PIT, we counted 347 families experiencing homelessness. So the 2022 PIT is an 18% decrease from the 2021 PIT count and a 78% decrease from the 2016 PIT count. And so what you're seeing in the graph as the PIT count is that dotted line, those dashes going from 1,491 families in fiscal year 16 to 347 families in fiscal year 22. That's almost an 80% decrease in terms of families experiencing homelessness. This is just the tip of the iceberg. It does not fully convey the number of families that presented to Virginia Williams and were successfully diverted from experiencing homelessness. So what I want to point out is the total exits to permanent housing that are in green here. That 834 represents the number of families that we housed during fiscal year 22. And so what you see here is that we housed more than twice the number of families that were experiencing homelessness in our point in time count, that 347. It's less than the total, the annual number of families that we served. That's the red line. That's not dash, but like that red line up there. And you can see we served 1,046 families overall in terms of families that were literally experiencing homelessness. And what I'm calling the tip of the iceberg is when you look at the total number of families that were served by homeless services, that's what I'm calling the tip of the iceberg. This 1,046 families are just a fraction of the full number of families that were, whether it's the families that presented to Virginia Williams and were successfully diverted with homelessness prevention dollars, families that we continue to serve in our rapid rehousing programs, our permanent supportive housing programs, our targeted affordable housing programs, across all of the program types that are reporting in HMIS. What we see is that we served 7,773 unique families. So that is the breadth and depth of the families that we are serving and the outcomes of the homeless services system. Okay, so I want to now switch to singles and talk about the trend line for unaccompanied individuals, which we also colloquially refer to as single adults. And this also includes unaccompanied youth. So youth are between the ages of 18 and 24. At our 2022 PIT count, so that's again looking at the dash, the dotted lines in red. At our 22 PIT count, we counted 3,403 single adults experiencing homelessness. This 2022 PIT count is a 12% decrease from the 2021 PIT count and a 7% decrease from the 2016 PIT count. So the trend lines are less spectacular than the trend lines for the family system, but it is still promising. Now, when we expand our lens and look at how many single adults we supported during fiscal year 22, we count 7,834 families. So again, that's that red line that's not dashed or dotted. That represents the number of individuals that are experiencing homelessness and that are touching our homeless services system during the course of the fiscal year. Right, so when you expand our lens, you start to see we are serving a lot more people than just the individuals that we are counting during the point in time count. And when you look at the trend line for the annual number of people that we are supporting, while it's only a 6% reduction from fiscal year 21, it is a 30% reduction from fiscal year 16, right? So that goes from, in fiscal year 16, 11,144 individuals total that experienced homelessness that fiscal year, to 7,834 individuals that experienced homelessness during fiscal year 22. So this is a very promising trend line. And again, this is just the tip of the iceberg, because it doesn't capture the number of individuals housed in prior years and that we continue to serve in our rapid rehousing, our permanent supportive housing, and our targeted affordable housing programs. So I want to share with you a graph similar to a chart similar to the family table that I previously shared, where across all COC programs that use HMIS, our single adult subsystem and our youth subsystem that's working with unaccompanied individuals, served more than 17,500 individuals. Okay, so this is the true scope and size of homeless services and the programs that are serving people who are experiencing homelessness in the district, or formerly experienced homelessness, but are now being supported in our housing programs. Okay, so want to pivot now to key lessons learned, and maybe actually just stick with the graphs, because I think the graphs are really illustrative of some of the key lessons that we've learned in this work. The district has reduced family homelessness by 80% because supply meets demand. For homeless services, demand is families experiencing homelessness or individuals experiencing homelessness, and supply is permanent housing programs, and it's all of the permanent housing resources, right? Not just PSH. So going back to the trend line for families, where the chart is focused. Since fiscal year 17, meaning for the last 6 years, we have housed more families than were counted in that pit. So I want you to pay attention to where the green line is intersecting and is above the dotted line. Okay, this is the difference that's like really critical to understanding when supply is meeting demand. And if you look at and pay attention to what's happening in the single subsystem, supply, who we are housing, doesn't meet demand. And demand in terms of the point in time count, the point in time count is a proxy for the total demand, which is the full number of people that are experiencing homelessness during the fiscal year, and not just that point in time count. So this is the difference in terms of supply and demand. Additionally, if you're looking at the different types of programs that are supporting and serving people who are currently experiencing homelessness or previously experienced homelessness and continue to need support, look at the breadth and depth of programs on the family side. You know, for the individuals that are experiencing homelessness during the course of the year, the literal homeless, we are serving as many, if not almost twice as many, with our homelessness prevention dollars, almost 3 times as many with our rapid rehousing program, not almost, actually more than 3 times with our rapid rehousing program, and twice as many people with our permanent supportive housing program. When you look at the single side and you look at the size and scope compared to the family side, we're nowhere near serving twice as many people with our homelessness prevention dollars, or 3 times as many people with our PSH and our rapid rehousing programs, right? So that's the difference in terms of supply versus demand. Now, so I want us to understand, like, we might not need 6 years of serving above and beyond, you know, our point in time count. But I think it's a really good proxy. It's a really good indicator that to achieve comparable results for singles, we would have to house at least, if not more than 3,400 individuals yearly for the next 6 years. So we need more housing resources for singles, including prevention and rapid rehousing, but we have to be realistic about our ability to fund the permanent housing slots that we need. Not only is it unlikely, but it may also be inappropriate for us to be securing another $100 million for the single side for the next 6 years. Our system has capacity constraints. In my testimony last year, I warned that these constraints would likely limit our ability to scale up quickly. I identified that there were at least 3 different aspects of the capacity challenge: the capacity of government partners to redesign the system while simultaneously running the system, the capacity of service providers to expand quickly to serve more clients, the capacity of the housing stock to absorb individuals searching for a unit. In this year's testimony, I want to emphasize again that our capacity constraints are real. Our existing workforce is exhausted from the pressures of the pandemic and the massive influx of FY22 resources. So to make up for this constraint, one potential strategy is to leverage the other systems of care that are also working with our clients. For example, in partnership with Healthcare Finance and our homeless management information system, we have created a preliminary dashboard that identifies healthcare needs and costs across the system. With this dashboard, we think managed care organizations can identify and triage care to individuals with complex medical health needs, experiencing homelessness and cycling in and out of hospitals. Additionally, as Healthcare Finance and Department of Behavioral Health integrate behavioral health services and providers into the managed care organizations, our MCOs will be positioned to deliver behavioral health care as well. This may allow us to engage and leverage the private sector in a new way. I think another key lesson learned from the family system is the importance of shelter. The first step to transforming the family system in fiscal year 26 was establishing year-round access to safe and supportive shelters. I want to acknowledge that we are at a crossroads regarding shelter for single adults, including unaccompanied youth. PEP-V is demobilizing now, as the national public health emergency will likely end on May 11th. Additionally, we can no longer defer renovations at 2 key shelters, Blair and Pat Handy Legacy. Combined across these facilities, our single adult system will lose more than 600 low barrier and bridge housing beds by the beginning of fiscal year 23. We are pursuing several different options. One example, the district will repurpose home ARP monies to purchase a multifamily building for use as apartment style non-congregate shelters. The money was initially intended for deeply affordable housing dedicated to homeless services. This decision to repurpose recognizes the urgency of replacing as much of the PEP-V capacity as soon as possible. And it was informed by consultation process led by the ICH with the robust engagement efforts, including 17 standing committees attended by 210 attendees from 70 plus organizations. I recognize that I'm way over time. I apologize for that, but I do want to talk about one other strategy that I think is really helpful. We want to realize efficiencies across our temporary and transitional housing facilities. Where do we have vacancies? Can we consolidate programs to create new shelter or bridge housing options for singles? And one promising practice that I want to point out is that during the fiscal year 22's hypothermia season, 2 family facilities, Girard and Family Place and Valley Place, were repurposed as bridge housing opportunities for singles, and that pilot was a resounding success, and I hope a harbinger of the future. All that to say, there is a lot underway. The ICH is delighted to support the homeless services continuum of care in navigating these challenging times. We also greatly welcome the engagement with council and this committee. We are delighted by your interest and look forward to working in partnership to advance our mutual goal of making homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring in the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions. Let me stop sharing my screen.
Well, I want to thank you for the testimony and all the work that has gone behind it. So the first part of your testimony, it sounded like you were praising the amount of investment that has increased investment in homeless services, but then later in your testimony, it sounded like you were saying it's too much money and that we should fund less. and I'm having trouble reconciling those.
I think this is, this exactly represents the difficult position that we are in homeless services, where without a doubt, we absolutely need more resources, but we first and foremost need to have the capacity to absorb those resources, right? None of us want to waste money, like especially with as we are navigating a significant comeback from COVID, I think it's really important to be mindful of the amount of resources that we're putting into our different systems and to be realistic about what we can accomplish with resources and to time the influx of resources in a way that makes sense for our providers and our district agencies. It is not helpful to have too much money in the system.
How long will it take to add the necessary capacity to the system?
That's a really difficult question to answer. And I say this because we knew we had staffing capacity challenges when we entered into fiscal year 22, and we realized the influx of resources that were coming in. And so almost immediately, Director Zeilinger, the co-chair of our executive committee, requested that the ICH work on and support with solving the staffing capacity constraints. The ICH's strategic planning committee responded. We offered a lot of different suggestions. DHS implemented several measures to support retention and to support not just retention, but also incentives for hiring additional case management staff. Our system gladly absorbed those resources, but 1 year later, our providers tell us it's actually worse now and that they're not receiving responses to applications, whereas previously at least people were responding to the applications that they were putting out. So this is the $100 million question of the day. How can we solve for this crunch?
Who's been leading the effort to solve for the capacity constraints?
The agencies that are feeling the capacity crunch have been in the lead.
Okay. Do you know who they are convening to try to, solve that issue?
For one, I know, for example, the ICH supported by, like I said earlier, the strategic planning committee put together different approaches and shared that with the agencies, and the agencies evaluated, specifically DHS evaluated what they could accommodate and started working on that right away. And we're reporting back to strategic planning and the executive committee in terms of the incentives that they would be able to offer, for both retention and hiring new staff.
Want to raise a couple questions based on the public testimony. Tammy Seltzer recommended that ICH should consider chronic homelessness prior to incarceration in evaluating I guess, the likelihood for homelessness in the future. What are your thoughts on that recommendation?
So without a doubt, prior experience of homelessness and prior experience of chronic homelessness is an important indicator of whether someone is at risk of homelessness, of returning to homelessness, of experiencing homelessness. Absolutely. And also I want to indicate that our prioritization criteria takes into account who are our longest stayers, and we try to mobilize resources as quickly as possible to meet the need. Now, what I heard from that testimony when I was listening is that people that are in institutions and that are incarcerated while they're in institutions, while they are incarcerated, are not being prioritized for a housing resource. And yes, that's true. And a part of that is because we are aligning with HUD guidance, rules, and regulations around this. It's important for us to maintain alignment with HUD because if you have too many nuances, too many differences between your different programs, it gets in the way of efficient operations, first and foremost. Secondly, it's important for us to focus on serving who is in front of us, who is in the system, using the system right now, and experiencing chronic homelessness, long-term homelessness. When and as people return to our system, we absolutely prioritize people. We are paying attention, our by name list, the individuals that we are prioritizing for housing. As soon as somebody returns to our system, they are flagged in our by name list, and we can tell if they have long chronic homeless history. In the district, I should add, chronic homeless history in the district, right? Because that's what our HMIS can tell us. It cannot tell us about the chronic homeless history of individuals that are coming from outside of the district.
Okay. I have concern. I know a lot of people have concerns about the number of people returning from incarceration who go from the halfway house into the homeless shelter. I do take your point that we have to serve the people in front of us. But when we see trend lines like this, I hope that we are developing programs to prevent homelessness. Is there a way to prevent homelessness for people returning from incarceration?
I think it's really important to think about the role of homeless services and what we are making homeless services responsible for, right? So for immediate diversion from the front door, we have programs like Project Reconnect, as an example, that's also under the DHS portfolio. But it is appropriate to be thinking about and to be supporting upstream of that front door. Absolutely, yes. And we should be coordinating with other agencies. Should that be the direct responsibility of homeless services? I think that's an important question. We need to be expanding our pool of affordable housing. We need to be targeting individuals with prior incarceration and who we know are at risk of homelessness with that affordable housing. Like, those are all really important questions that we need to be thinking about. We also, I want to mention, are interested in people who are cycling in and out of hospitals the same way we're interested in people that are cycling in and out of our criminal justice system. And to the extent that we can interrupt or disrupt that, we are interested in that and want to be actively engaged in that work. But I think that there's a really important question about how far upstream we're expecting homeless services to be responsible.
What about Reginald Black's recommendation about an consumer advisory board comprised, it sounded entirely of consumers? Do you see that as possibly being a productive for sort of insights or planning for the ICH?
Absolutely. It is always productive to have people with lived experience who understand the disconnects in the system because they have experienced it personally, to be seated at the table. So I have no
Okay. Do you happen to know if other jurisdictions have a similar type of board?
I'm not sure. I would have to look into that. I do find, though, that when I'm working with like the other jurisdictions in the area, for example, they're looking to us for leadership on that front. They're looking to us for examples of how we established our consumer engagement work group. They are looking to us whenever we're evaluating RFPs, for example, and they're leaning on individuals like Reggie Black, Robert Warren, Michael Coleman to help them evaluate their RFPs. And so I find that very often the district is a leader in this area.
Okay. What about the Pat Handy shelter? First, do you have a sense of public safety concerns in the immediate vicinity?
So I think it's important to recognize that we have public safety concerns in the vicinity of all of our resources in homeless services, right? Especially our shelter resources. I want to point out a couple of things related to Pat Handy Legacy. The reason why Pat Handy Legacy shifted to serving men at a time when we were hoping to be moving into renovations is because COVID happened. And when COVID happened, we needed 6 feet of we needed safe distancing, right? At that time, I think it's important to recognize that CCNV, one of our largest shelters, not district owned or operated, right? It's independently operated, but they went from serving roughly about 1,000 individuals any given month to about 300 individuals any given month, right? So we have had to absorb individuals across different properties in our portfolio. And so we needed to leverage Pat Handy Legacy.
Okay. More specific to the ICH, has the ICH ever issued a regulation or rulemaking?
No, not that I know of.
Does it have
the rulemaking that we participated in was the modernization of the HSRA itself. Former Director Christy Greenwald, in partnership with DHS, led the charge on that. And that was, I believe, in 2017.
Okay. Does the ICH take a position on legislation?
We have not to date provided like review and feedback or commentary on legislation, but I'm open to considering if that's an important function to council, and council needs that that kind of support. I don't see why not. I'd have to evaluate our staff capacity, and also more than likely, just so council member, I want to be a little bit transparent about how the ICH works. We have standing committees and work groups, and so this would not be something that my team would be tackling independently. We would be doing it in community, likely as a work group. And we have a number of incredible partners in this area, whether it's the legal clinic or DC Fiscal Policy Institute, that we could lean on to support us in establishing that kind of a working group. I'm not opposed to that as a direction for the ICH.
I appreciate that. I'm trying to, being new to chairing this committee, trying to get an understanding of the work historically around the ICH. And, I'm looking at the regulations from the enabling statute and starting to understand, what work the ICH has done over the years. So that's where these questions are coming from.
And council member, if I may, sorry for interrupting, but I really do appreciate that suggestion, because we do get feedback from our members. And I consider anybody who's tracking our committee and work groups and participating a member of the ICH, although they might not have an official seat on our board. Our members do have a hard time understanding how different proposed legislation will impact homeless services. And so I concur with you that I think our members would benefit from that kind of a service.
Okay. Well, I look forward to working with you on that. When ICH makes recommendations on policies aimed to end homelessness, to what extent are agencies required to comply with the ICH's recommendation?
They are not required to comply with the ICH's recommendations. Our agencies are funded. They're the ones that are mandated to carry out the day-to-day operations. They're the ones that are, they're where the rubber hits the road. As an advisory playing an advisory role and function, it's really important for the ICH to recognize that we might be advocating for and recommending things that are not within the capacity, that are not within the realm of possibility for these mandated agencies. I think that it's really important to defer to them for their actual capacity to implement on our recommendations.
Okay. Looking at the agency's pre-hearing responses, one of the answers says that it may be inappropriate for the ICH to share comments with the mayor on her budget because half of the ICH board is comprised of her appointed agency directors. Should council amend this provision of the ICH statute?
I would welcome a partnership in thinking about what's really appropriate for the ICH in this regard. And it's not just about the fact that half of her board is preparing to defend the budget to council, but it's also the reality of what our authorities and obligations, roles and responsibilities are, right? Council is not going to defer to the ICH on, the ICH wasn't elected by the people to set the budget, to set. And so what's really most important is that the mayor and council are having this really important negotiation in terms of how the budget is going to be set. Positioning the ICH in the middle of those negotiations don't feel appropriate. That's not fair or appropriate in my opinion.
Okay, that's fair. Let me go in a different direction, starting with the community partnership, which is a nonprofit that contracts with the district government and plays a very large role in the district's continuum of care. As a contracted nonprofit that plays such a large role, which agency or agencies monitor the community partnerships compliance with their contracts?
So DHS as the contracting agency is responsible for monitoring and overseeing TCP, but I also want to recognize that TCP is not just a contractor to DHS. That really diminishes the role that they play in our homeless services continuum of care, because they are our collaborative applicant to HUD. And so they play a much larger role in terms of managing the portfolio of programs in our continuum of care that are funded directly by HUD.
Can you talk a bit more about what role the community partnership plays?
So the role in terms of helping us manage the portfolio of COC funded, and COCs are continuum of care dollars that we receive from HUD. The role that they play is annually they respond to opportunities from HUD. They pull together the application process. We at the ICH work with them to support them in terms of putting together the application. Usually we are competing for renewal dollars as well as new projects. So TCP pulls together a selection committee for evaluating of non-conflicted parties, right? For evaluating all of the renewal proposals and the new project applications that are coming in. They do a great job in terms of involving individuals with lived experience. Reginald Black and Robert Warren, for example, participated in this last year's competition. And we evaluate the programs asking for both renewal and new dollars. What we do is we look at performance metrics that were established system-wide across all of the providers, and we evaluate how well our programs are doing relative to other similar programs, constantly looking to fund the best performers and reallocate dollars towards new and innovative pilots programs from those that are not performing as well or not meeting the needs of our clients.
Okay, so let me be clear. I have no beef with TCP. What I recognize and what I'm increasingly recognizing is how significant the role they play is, but they are not a government agency, and that's why I wonder who evaluates them. You know, what we would, should, or could do if there were a point in time when TCP were not sort of, performing sufficiently. I want to make sure we don't have blind spots in our system, and that's where this question comes from.
I appreciate the clarification.
Looking at like coordinated entry and matching people with vouchers, the mid-year review of the 2022-2023 winter plan says PSH matches have been on pause. What does it mean for matches to be on pause?
It means that we are not matching new clients, or we're not making new matches to permanent supportive housing until we have assigned case management support to the roughly 580 outstanding PSH matches that we've already made, or tentative matches that we've already made. So once we've confirmed that there's a case manager that can support the matches that have already been made, we will pivot to and start matching the remainder of the fiscal year 22 resources and the fiscal year 23 resources to individuals experiencing homelessness.
So does that mean people are not being approved any longer for vouchers?
So what you have to understand, council member, is that when we match individuals to housing or a housing resource, their expectation is that they're going to be able to start working on the on intake, on getting their documents together, and starting to look at units. When we can't promise them the case management supports and services to go through that process, just matching them to housing creates a lot of anxiety for them. It creates a lot of anxiety for the people that are supporting and serving them, all of our outreach teams, all of our day service centers, and it's a very difficult situation for everybody to be navigating. And so we felt that the most honest thing to do, based on the feedback that we were getting from providers, was to pause on matches until we've actually successfully connected all of the current matches to case management.
So I'm probably going to find myself saying this a lot. I do have beef with the term match to housing, because sort of inside a small circle that means one thing, but for I think the average person, that means someone has been matched to housing.
And council member, I just want to say that every part of homeless services, we have the same problem. So the way people colloquially even use the word homeless and the experience of homelessness, people who are doubled up on couch surfing will say, I am homeless, because they don't have their own home. And we are constantly saying, are you literally homeless? Are you on the streets? Are you in our shelter? And so all of homeless services, our entire system has that problem. Just so we're on the same page about that.
Okay. The issue with saying people are matched to housing is that it is giving the public an impression that people are matched to housing, and buries a very significant fact that the housing voucher system is so backlogged, which is something that needs urgent and immediate attention. So if we are pausing vouchers, and I understand the reasons you're giving, but we don't yet have a method to reduce that backlog very significantly, it seems like housing vouchers are going to be on pause for a long time. It seems like everything is waiting for system capacity to catch up.
That's exactly right. Now, if you and the rest of the community prefers to use a word like match to a resource as opposed to match to housing, so that it doesn't imply that you're entering, that there is a physical unit that you've been that's earmarked for you. I'm more than happy for us to accommodate and to think about what that means. But I think we also need to think about and put ourselves in the shoes of someone who's experiencing homelessness. And I think it's important for them to recognize that your match to a resource doesn't have the same kind of resonance as your match to housing. I can start working on housing for you. Let's go fill out the application forms. Let's go get the documents that we need. Let's get into, let's start looking for a housing unit. It might not resonate the same way with clients. And I think what needs to be at the center is what resonates, what works for engaging clients, and not so much what works for the rest of us.
I mean, why not? It seems like approved for a housing voucher is, I think how generally someone would say it,
Because and that's actually why we use tentatively matched, because the agencies actually have to review whether the person meets all of the criteria for that resource before they actually go through the intake process and approve an individual for the resource. And so that's why we're using the word matched instead of approved.
How about match to a voucher?
The problem is that not all of our housing resources are vouchers. So vouchers are used is the word that we use to talk about those longer term housing resources like targeted affordable housing or permanent supportive housing. That's not true for rapid rehousing. It's not a voucher in the same sense that people understand a voucher. It is a voucher in the sense that it helps pay the rent but it's a time limited voucher, right? So this is a complicated world that we live in. And also I want to say there's a question about priorities. If we spend too much time worrying about every word that we are using, is that a good use of our time? Is it better for us to focus on communicating and helping people understand how we are using the words that we are using? Or every word that we shift to is going to have its own set of problems. There are going to be all kinds of unintended consequences to shifting to new words, and we're going to be constantly grappling with that. So is that a good use of our time, of our strategic planning time? If we, I'm thinking about Father Vincent de Rosa, and he was talking about how we need to be responsive and how we need to, is that really us being responsive to the need if we're worried about the specific words that we're using? I worry about that.
Yes, I'm not suggesting we worry about every word. What I'm suggesting is that this one particular term gives a very different impression than reality. And so when we're talking about encampment clearings and the public is being told that tens of people, dozens of people have been matched to housing and 2 people are going into housing, it communicates something that is very inaccurate. And so I'm not suggesting that we do a deep dive of every bit of terminology used. What I am suggesting is that this particular term is very misleading to the public. And I don't know how long it's been used, but I am seeing that it is misleading in an issue that is of a lot of concern to people.
Okay.
What role does ICH play in the voucher matching process?
So we support the CAP prioritization and case conferencing criteria. So this is the criteria that's used by our CAP administrator. TCP is actually our CAP administrator to operationalize the matching. Additionally, CAP is not just about matching to housing, it's also about the rest of the process. And so in our population specific working groups, we talk through and think through, do we have the case management slots? Are we assigning, once an individual or a family is matched to a resource, how long does it take for us to get them the case management supports that they need? How long does it take them to actually like lease up? What are the issues with that process? And so on and so forth. So through the life of matching and housing individuals, exiting individuals into permanent housing, that the ICH does have a role. And the
Okay.
working groups, yeah.
What about DC Housing Authority? What role do they play in the voucher process?
I mean, they play a critical role in processing the vouchers, right? In processing the applications and then actually paying the rents.
Does ICH play a role in connecting voucher recipients with case managers?
So again, we're not the day-to-day operations. We're not actually doing the day-to-day work, but we are thinking through kind of what are the problems, you know, the strategic planning and coordinating around that.
Okay. In reviewing the pre-hearing responses, I see that the ICH has likely never complied with 3 of its statutory mandates, including preparing and submitting an annual update on the ICH's strategic plan, reviewing the efforts of each member of the ICH to fulfill the goals in the strategic plan, and providing comments on the mayor's proposed annual budget. We've discussed the 3rd aspect, but with respect to preparing and submitting an annual update on the ICH's strategic plan and reviewing efforts of the ICH members to fulfill the goals in that plan, what needs to happen in order for ICH to comply with the statutory requirements?
So I think we're actually in a position to advance on this and to comply with the statutory requirements. And I want to recognize the Office of the City Administrator and the Performance Management Team. We are working with them to see if we can leverage the annual performance plans to incorporate key performance metrics and indicators into the agency performance plan, so we can leverage the existing infrastructure in the district for evaluating the contributions of agencies towards the strategic plan. So I think I don't know. So we're in a position to comply. It might not be this year. It might be we would be, if we start now, we can leverage the fiscal year 24 performance management planning process. There might be a way in which we can get the agencies to start collecting data through the performance planning process that the Office of the City Administrator uses. So there might be a way in which we can start to get data and we can start to report on that now. But that's one thing that's in the works to help that happen. But otherwise, also the ICH now has staffing that it didn't have in prior years, right? So we are now a team of 6, and we went from a team of 3 to a team of 1 to now a team of 6. And so I think we're in a much better position to meet the requirements.
Okay, so do you have a strategic plan?
Homework C 2.0.
That's okay. I wanted to make sure that, so how do we know then without without these other statutory requirements happening, how do we know if we're making enough progress?
So we look at key system-wide performance indicators. And there are a number that we have been looking at ever since we launched Homer DC. So I shared as an example, with you, the key performance indicator that we are using to help us understand if homelessness is becoming rare or not. So that's our point in time count that serves as a proxy for the individuals that we're serving annually. So the individuals that are experiencing homelessness annually. And so so we have key performance metrics that we're looking at as part of our strategic planning committee. TCP will be presenting the KPIs for the fiscal year 22 at our upcoming strategic planning committee meeting. That's scheduled for next Tuesday, in fact, the 28th, and we'll be reviewing those 6 key performance indicators. That's on a system level. That's how we can tell that we are headed in the right direction. And so far, like I said in my testimony, we've had outstanding success on the family side. We're making good progress on the single side, but we have more work to do there.
Okay, and I can't remember if there were key performance indicators in your pre-hearing responses, but you're suggesting that next week the public will know what those key performance indicators are?
Yeah, we'll be discussing them at our strategic planning committee.
Okay, and go ahead.
And we did share with our strategic planning committee members in advance that information so that they could review it in advance and come to the meeting ready to discuss what they think the implications are and what they think the data is telling us about how we are doing as a system.
Okay. Looks like the ICH stopped hosting full council meetings when the public health emergency started in 2020. Is the agency planning to restart the ICH full council meetings?
Yes, when the public health emergency ends, and we're expecting that May is the date set by the Biden administration, we'll go back to hosting full council meetings.
Why are you basing it on the national public health emergency?
Well, when I came into this position, the full council had not been meeting since the public health emergency, and since when I joined, the other 2 staff members got promoted. One appointed by the Biden administration, the other one moved to being the deputy chief of staff for DMHHS. Since it was just me, I did not think it prudent to initiate full council meetings at a time when I needed to staff up.
Okay.
And also, council member, it is, and this is why I really feel for our district agencies who have had to absorb the influx of these resources. It is very difficult to go from a team of 1 to a team of 6, right? That's a 5-fold increase, 6-fold increase, right? And so I need to orient my team and to support my team in a way that allows us to move into full council meetings and supporting full council meetings in a successful way. And, I just needed a little bit of time to do that since I've fully staffed up.
Okay. And you are fully staffed up now? I
am.
Okay, excellent. Let me move into shelter concerns. The ICH's Emergency Response and Shelter Operations Work Group, or ERSO, is responsible for coordinating a response to unanticipated problems or emergencies in shelters. What agencies or organizations are part of this work group?
The ERSO committee members, if I'm off the top of my head, from our bylaws, representation is required from HCMA, DHS, DGS, I think, and I feel like I might be missing 2 agencies. Let me quickly pull up the bylaws and double check.
Okay, now I know you have several work groups, so didn't mean to catch you off guard.
Do you want to continue asking me questions so that I'm not taking up your time?
That'd be excellent. What kind of problems or emergencies do they respond to?
So this is another area where, because of my staffing constraints, the shelter conditions work group has actually been on hiatus. Now that we do have our emergency response and shelter operations advisor, we are going to be ramping back up on URSO and instituting our shelter conditions work group.
Okay. The mid-year review of this year's, let me just make one more note about URSO before I move on. My
Yes.
review of the meeting notes and I should say my staff's review of the meeting notes, neither DGS nor DC Health participated in any of the 2022 or 2023 URSO meetings. I don't know when they ended. Looks like a DBH representative participated in every URSO meeting. So I have some concern about DGS and DC Health not.
So I just want to be clear, DC Health is not a designated member of URSO. So it's the Department of Human Services, the Department of Behavioral Health, Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, MPD, and DGS that's on our voting slate.
Okay.
And you are absolutely correct. In the last year or so, I don't know that I've seen a representative of DGS attending those meetings. MPD regularly attends, HCMA also regularly attends, DBH is always represented, and DHS is always represented at URSO.
Okay, as a follow-up to this, after this hearing, I'll want to understand why DC Health isn't part of this, and we will need to ping DGS on their participation. So we'll do that with DGS.
So when you say DC Health, you mean healthcare finance?
Department of Health.
Oh, okay, understood. DC Health, got it.
The mid-year review of this year's winter plan says that none of the Department of Parks and Recreation or DPR sites identified in October of 22 as potential winter overflow shelters could be activated because of lengthy procurement and contracting timelines required by DGS, which led to significant capacity constraints in the shelter system. The review says that in the future, any potential DPR locations must be identified by August 30th, prior to that year's hypothermia season.
My apologies for interjecting. I wanted to provide a little bit of clarification, but I'm so sorry. I should not have interrupted.
No, please go ahead.
Okay, so it's not that they have a lengthy procurement procedure, it's that this is their procurement procedure, and they were actually expediting their procurement procedure. So it's a recognition on my part and the part of my staff that, oh, we need at least 6 to 8 weeks in order to be ready by November 1st. And the legislation, the requirement is that we are ready, that the hypothermia season starts when the first alert takes place. And generally that's mid-month. So me and my team are recommending that we be ready by November 1st, right? So just in case a hypothermia alert takes place anytime before that 2-week window, we are ready and not expecting that we have until the 15th in order to get ready.
Okay. Now, but hypothermia season comes every year. So was this just a matter of having new people in place that needed to understand the procurement or timeline, or was there something different?
Well, there is something different. COVID is different, right? And staffing capacities and constraints are real, and we're feeling it across all of our, across every vendor and every provider that is working to support the homeless services sector.
Okay, so this was more of a capacity issue, only so many things that can be handled at once. Okay.
But it's I think it's a good practice to heed to like recognize from experience that a 6 to 8 week window is, gives us the flexibility to be ready on time. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it seems like, I don't know if DPR is DPR a member of the ICH?
DPR is not a legislative member of the ICH.
Okay.
No.
Well, DGS is, and seems like if they were more engaged, they might have caught this. But that's something that we'll take up with DGS.
Council member, I don't think it's appropriate to put that on DGS. They are not the ones that are making a decision about whether or not we are able to leverage a particular facility, right? That's not in DGS's wheelhouse. And so they can't move until a decision has been made.
DGS can't move until a decision has been made by whom?
By the city administrator and ultimately the mayor.
I mean, I'm the first to admit I still have a lot to learn here. The mayor and the city administrator cannot sort of personally be involved in every issue. So they're relying on people to advise them and say, hey, we've got to move on this. And if DGS plays a role, in hypothermia, again, the hypothermia season comes around every year. So, it seems like this fell off of people's radar.
No, I don't think that's an accurate perception of the situation. We are, every year when we are working to get into DPR rec centers, we have to evaluate which rec centers are appropriate or not. And every year as DPR responsible for meeting its mission in terms of providing recreational activities to the general public, as they make changes to their portfolio, as they make changes to their programming to meet their mission, that changes whether or not we can get into a DPR rec center and whether we can leverage that DPR rec center for our uses. Additionally, when residents in the areas around those DPR facilities that we are using are raising objections to our use of their facilities, the city administrator and the mayor have to evaluate and consider these things before they make a final decision about which rec centers we're going to get into. DGS cannot be contracting for vendors if they don't know which rec center we're going to be in, how much security is involved, what the work of the vendors are. It's very specific to a location. And so until the executive office of the mayor makes a decision about which rec centers we are going to be leveraging, DGS cannot move on that.
Okay. What system is in place to make sure that is done at the appropriate or necessary time each year going forward?
I mean, every year I see the ICH and DHS draft and a decision memorandum to the city administrator for his review and attention, and the city administrator and the mayor, I believe the mayor makes the final decision on which facilities are appropriate for us to leverage.
Let me keep moving. A chart outlining overflow shelter capacity during hypothermia season says the system no longer has an overflow site for couples or adult families comprised of multiple genders. Is that still true?
Yes, since we lost Banneker, we do not have the capability to offer co-ed overflow during hypothermia season.
And what would be required? What do we need in order to do that?
We need to have, so who we can serve and how we can serve is limited by the number of bathroom stalls and showers that are available in any given facility and the kind of space that is available in a rec center. And so we segregate by gender. And therefore, even when we are sheltering couples together or people of different genders together, we need different spaces to accommodate the men and the women, and a number of bathroom facilities that allow us to maintain that segregation.
Do you see us having that capacity in the foreseeable future?
Not if we're counting on rec centers, no.
Okay. Last place I want to touch on is workforce agencies' engagement with the ICH. Last year, the ICH shared a framework for collaboration around workforce development that the ICH developed in conjunction with the WIC, the Workforce Investment Council, the Department of Employment Services, Department of Small Local Business Development. But the framework, it looks like was not implemented. Why was that framework, again, for collaboration around workforce development, why was that not implemented?
I think, so it was staffing capacity on my front. So I dropped the ball on that one. I think one thing that's really important to recognize is our workforce agencies need support in navigating homeless services, understanding how it works and where to best fit into our continuum of care. And we need them across the breadth and depth of our continuum of care, but we need them to show up in specific ways that support, that meet clients where they're at, right? And so, as one person, there are only so many standing committees and working groups that I can host. And so now that I'm staffed up, I hope to be able to pick that up again. And in fact, because the Poverty Commission is also under the umbrella of DOES and working to to address poverty. We think that there is an opportunity for partnership here and for working together and leveraging our two bodies to help really engage the workforce cluster in this question and in this and in this way. Can I, and I'm sorry, I know that I'm taking up your time, but I do want to go back to the DPR issue for a second. And I want to recognize, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
I want to recognize, for example, that we have to be clear that DPR is serving a very critical mission that's different and sometimes pits them against homeless services. So for example, there is a proposal or a bill in front of council around expanding DPR hours during the weekends, on Sundays specifically. And that's something that causes a great amount of concern for me and my team. On Sundays, we have very limited respite from the cold in terms of the number of public facilities that are open and that can accommodate our clients who are experiencing homelessness. And so the ability to keep DPR facilities open on Sundays for our clients has been really critical across the 3 or 4 cold snaps that we have experienced, including the cold snaps that took place during the holiday seasons, right? And so there is a great amount of tension here. And so that's why I really wanted to make sure that you understand that this isn't a question of DGS being ready to respond to this priority, but really whether or not we are able to make a decision in a timely manner, because DPR rec services are critical and needed by so many different, and offer just services across so many different populations and areas of concern.
Okay. I appreciate that clarification. And again, I want to thank you for the work that you and your team are doing. Those are all the questions that we have for now. I look forward to working with you over the next couple of years. And And again, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate your interest.
We will move back to public witnesses, this time for the Department of Human Services. We have some maybe 80 witnesses here, so we're going to have some larger panels, and I will try to be more brief with my questions as well, because I know that people's time, everybody who signed up wants to testify. So let me start with our first panel. We're going to do 20 people per panel. That's going to leave us with 4 or 5 panels. So let me start here. One moment. All right, first panel will be smaller because we have interpreters for the first panel. So let me call our first panel. Carlissa Winstead, Program Manager at LAYC. Viviana, Public Witness. Mary Yuri, Public Witness. Tatiana, Public Witness. Daniela, Public Witness. Isaias Guerrero, Congregation Action Network and Community Challenge. Elias Johnson, Executive Director of the Congregation Action Network. Madhvi Bal, Core Organizer with Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid Network. Mandy Carlos Marielle Bayano, Core Organizer with Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid Network, and Amy Fisher, America's Advocacy Director with Amnesty International USA. And Ms. Winstead, if you give me one moment to get everybody in, we will turn to you momentarily. Carlissa Winstead, you can begin your testimony when you are ready, and welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee and Councilman White. My name is Carlissa Winstead, and I'm the program manager for the Latin American Youth Center's Drop-in Center for Homeless and Runaway Youth. First, I want to start by thanking the Department of Human Services for their continued support to end homelessness in the District of Columbia. DHS has been integral in our efforts to support our homeless youth, especially during the pandemic. At the LAYC's Drop-in Center, our bilingual staff works with homeless and runaway youth between the ages of 18 to 24 years of age to not only connect them with stable housing, but also assist them in meeting their daily needs, such as food, clothing, showers, laundry services, and case management. On average, our Drop-in Center serves about 25 to 30 youth a day. Once our youth are connected to stable housing services, they transition to work with the staff at their designated housing programs, leaving space for new youth to receive services from the Drop-in Center. Working with the homeless youth populations on a daily basis, I continue to notice the large issue of inadequate language and housing services for immigrant youth, particularly those who are monolingual Spanish speaking. While contractually, all agencies providing housing services who are funded by DHS are required to have bilingual people on staff, the reality is that the majority do not or have one staff who works one shift, leaving large gaps in services for these youth when they are not present for their shift. Some agencies resort to using the language access line, which is a very minimal step in the direction of opening communication, but does not allow for linguistic and cultural nuances that are expressed at times and does not allow for the cultural competence that these youth deserve. As a drop-in center, we are often called on to reconnect with these youth who have been matched to inadequate housing services as they are largely unable to communicate with the staff at their new housing programs. This puts a strain on the services that we are able to provide other youth, as the demand is far greater than our ability to provide services. We also see youth who, due to the language barrier and lack of cultural competency, are reluctant to receiving housing services and fall through the cracks and go unserved. LAYC on its own has 5 housing programs with over 56 beds, all of which are staffed by fully bilingual staff. Unfortunately, the matching system does not allow for priority matching based on linguistic or cultural needs. While the CAP system allows for matching based on the level of needs and functioning of youth and sexual orientation as it should, it does not yet make the same allowance for linguistic and cultural needs. This seems to be a flaw in the system that doesn't seem to be maximizing the usage of resources. Rather than simply matching these youth to the first beds available in the city, allowing them to take priority over open beds and programs that have the adequate linguistic resources to serve these youth makes a better use of the city's resources. Maximizing the assistance that each program can provide to this largely underserved population. At LAYC, we strive to provide the best care possible for all of our youth and want to ensure that all youth are being served equitably throughout the system. We understand the difficulty in finding bilingual staff to serve in our programs, which is why having this resource at LAYC, we want to ensure that it is being used as such and reaching the population that most needs it. We will continue to work to end homelessness one youth at a time and hope that we can find a way to reach those who are falling through the cracks. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. Viviana.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Viviana. Soy una mujer inmigrante de Colombia. Venimos en representación de nuestros hermanos y hermanas del DAIS-IN y del comité que creamos que se llama Inmigrantes Guerreros Unidos, junto con la organización CAN. Hemos estado organizándonos para luchar por mejores condiciones y una vida digna, por eso estamos aquí. En mi país trabajaba como asistente de marketing. Mi vida era prometedora. Una noche salí con una amiga y mientras caminábamos de regreso a casa, un hombre nos atacó y la mató de un disparo en la cabeza. Mi reacción fue correr y salvar mi vida. Lo anterior fue lo que originó que nuestro destino actual y final sea Washington, D.C. El camino, para ser honesta, fue otra pesadilla llena de hambre, desolación y muerte. El poco dinero que traíamos nos fue arrebatado por mafias del camino. Hoy estamos aquí y queremos reconstruir nuestro hogar y sobrepasar el trauma tan fuerte que acompaña la experiencia inmigrante, que se intensifica cuando se llega a una ciudad donde quienes están en el poder nos ven como algo no deseado, que incomoda, que no es tema prioritario, algo que hay que invisibilizar y callar. Hoy estamos en esta audiencia porque nuestras voces importan, porque las condiciones en las que vivimos son precarias y su administración se ha hecho la sorda frente a nuestra situación en el hotel. Varias personas se han enfermado por la alimentación que nos dan con comida en mal estado. Estamos sufriendo malnutrición, las picaduras, irritación, alergias en nuestra piel. Es un tema diario de preocupación. Ya no sabemos qué crema aplicarnos o qué medicina tomar. Lo anterior está afectando nuestra salud mental, ya que estamos desesperados de tener que acostar a nuestros hijos en camas llenas de animales y de manchas negras de moho. Desafortunadamente, las respuestas verbales y medidas extremas tomadas en el hotel por la Oficina de Servicios al Migrante van en deterioro en nuestras posibilidades. No puede ser que nos den comida que nos enferma, a la vez nos obliguen a consumirla, al prohibirnos usar los crop pops en el hotel, único medio que teníamos para poder alimentar a nuestros hijos con comida nutritiva, pero ya ni siquiera nos dejan entrar los mercados que conseguimos para tratar de tener una alimentación de mejor calidad. Si para ustedes, Consejo de DC, la comida es de buena calidad, los invitamos a que nos visiten en el hotel de manera sorpresiva y nos sentemos todos juntos a comer, ya que nos encantaría saber su opinión. También los quisiéramos invitar a ver las habitaciones para que revisen los colchones en donde dormimos, vean las paredes que tienen moho, vean los insectos que nos pican en las noches y sientan la humedad que respiramos y que enferma nuestros pulmones. Para ustedes que deberían velar por el bienestar de quienes vivimos en esta ciudad, ¿tiene lógica? Su actitud y desatación refleja en las políticas de exclusión que ustedes decidieron incluir en la Ley de Servicios y Apoyo para el Migrante del 2022. ¿No sería mejor que antes de decidir sobre nuestro presente y futuro vieran las condiciones a las que nos enfrentamos y que se sentaran con nosotros a escucharnos para que juntos pudiéramos pensar cómo mejorar la precaria situación de vivienda que estamos sufriendo? Por lo anterior, le solicitamos a ustedes, Consejo de la Ciudad, que arregle la Ley de Servicios y Apoyo al Migrante, agregando estándares de salud, seguridad y atención humana y de calidad a la Oficina de Servicios al Migrante, delineando los servicios que se supone debe proveer a la vez, creando un debido proceso para nuestros compañeros y compañeras a los que se les han negado servicios. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Mayuri.
Hola, buenos días a todos y a todos, Consejo de Washington, D.C. Mi nombre es Marjorie. Hoy les cuento mi historia de Washington, ciudad santuario en la que deseo poder echar raíces con mi familia y tener la oportunidad de ser parte de su comunidad. Soy de Venezuela y me vi obligada como última opción a salir de mi país debido a la aterradora situación de violación de derechos humanos, crítica situación económica donde todos los días mueren venezolanos por falta de un antibiótico o un analgésico. Soy madre de 3 niños y por ello tuve que emigrar para el norte, aquí en Estados Unidos, la tierra de las oportunidades, para trabajar y poder brindarle una vida de calidad a mis hijos y el pan diario. Atravesé 9 fronteras, incluyendo la selva del Darién, junto con mi hijo, en muletas con un pie roto. Sin embargo, aquí llegamos con vida a nuestro destino final, Washington, D.C. Mi travesía es como de ciencia ficción, ya que nadie hasta que no esté en nuestra situación de necesidad, miedo y desesperación puede creerla, y mucho menos ustedes, teniendo el calor de un hogar, el idioma, el poder económico, las oportunidades y tanto privilegio. Tanto que hasta ha llegado a cegarle de las realidades que vive su comunidad. Y eso se refleja en las políticas de exclusión que ustedes escogieron para nosotros en la Ley de Servicios de Emergencia y Apoyos en los Nuevos Migrantes 2022. Sus decisiones discriminatorias nos están condenando a ciclos de pobreza. Nosotros queremos prosperar, no solo sobrevivir. Pero ¿cómo hacerlo si ustedes nos consideran desechables temporales y nos niegan el poder de ser residentes de DC y aplicar a una identificación o a un seguro médico? De manera normal, causando que tengamos que pagar miles de dólares por no tenerlos, estamos siendo penalizados por ser pobres y esto va contra la definición de santuario que esta ciudad supuestamente dice ser. Ahora que llevo varios meses en esta ciudad, quiero y tengo el derecho, como lo tiene todo el ser humano, de tener una vida digna, trabajar y estudiar para mejorar mis habilidades y ayudar a mi familia y a la comunidad. En Venezuela soy profesora de educación inicial y ese es uno de mis propósitos de vida, educar y acompañar a la infancia de los primeros años, que son los más importantes para formar seres humanos. Bueno, con criterio y humanidad para que todos podamos construir la sociedad justa, basada en la compasión y el amor al prójimo. Estoy aquí representando a mi comunidad inmigrante y una de nuestras prioridades son nuestros niños y niñas que no merecen ser retraumatizados con situaciones como la que estamos viviendo en el hotel. La comida que nos dan en ocasiones es picante, a veces salada y también cruda. Al igual que nos han dado leche podrida que ha causado diarrea y dolores fuertes de estómago a nuestros hijos. Estamos experimentando en gran cantidad pérdida de cabello que nunca antes habíamos sufrido. Nos sentimos enfermos. A veces yo ni hambre siento y mi cuerpo rechaza la comida. Vivo sin apetito y sin energía debido a la malnutrición que estamos viviendo en el hotel por la mala calidad de los alimentos que recibimos. Y ahora la situación es peor, que ya nos prohíben usar unos crock-pot donde podíamos preparar alimentos saludables y hechos con amor para nuestros hijos. También convivimos a diario con situaciones insaludables, con colchones viejos que huelen feos, manchados y sucios, con chinches y animales que pican a nuestros hijos, causándoles alergias y enfermedades en la piel. Ustedes, miembros del consejo, ¿acostarían a sus propios hijos en colchones y les desearían dulces sueños? Les solicitamos consejo de decir no tomar el camino clasista y racista de la exclusión, sino el camino justo de invertir más fondos en los servicios integrales para personas sin hogar y que nosotros seamos excluidos de acceder a los servicios y a la vez ver la opción de alojarnos en albergue para familias donde no se nos prohíba cocinar y donde podamos tener un techo digno y tranquilo, y no en hoteles como en el que estamos, que son viejos, sucios y peligrosos para la salud física y psicológica de nuestros hijos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Tatiana,
She's here. She'll be here in just a second. Yep.
all right, thank you.
Mi nombre.
Okay, one moment. I need you to unmute.
Sorry about that. Here you go.
Thank you.
Mi nombre es Karen, soy colombiana y en mi país tenía un trabajo estable y tranquilo en un call center. Me vi forzada a migrar hace varios meses debido a que mi hermana Viviana, por ser testigo de un asesinato, fue víctima de amenazas y de extorsión por parte de un grupo armado. Al igual que yo y nuestra familia, en nuestro camino hacia aquí vivimos muchas situaciones difíciles que no le deseo a nadie. Día tras día nos tuvimos que exponer a riesgos y peligros, a posibles secuestros, pero en contra de todo aquí estamos, en Washington, D.C., nuestro destino final y en donde la lucha diaria continúa debido a las situaciones tan difíciles que estamos experimentando en el hotel. En esta ciudad queremos establecer nuestro hogar, echar raíces y poder tener la esperanza de un futuro mejor. Nuestro objetivo es poder ser parte de esta comunidad de DC y sumar con nuestras experiencias, culturas y conocimientos a la sociedad. Pero para ello necesitamos que no nos nieguen las oportunidades y no nos vean como alguien raro, sino como sus vecinos, sus hermanos y hermanas, que necesitan una mano y no políticas de exclusión que crean más brechas. Narrativas de odio y competencias entre las comunidades para poder beneficiarse de los servicios de la ciudad. Estamos en esta audiencia hoy porque una vez más queremos compartir con ustedes las condiciones difíciles en las que vivimos. Varias habitaciones tienen moho en las paredes y eso no nos han generado, y eso nos ha generado problemas de salud. Convivimos con insectos que están en nuestras habitaciones a diario. Así limpiemos todos los días. Hemos tenido que usar sábanas y cobijas que nos han donado voluntarios y organizaciones y ponerlas encima de las camas para tratar de no tener contacto con los chinches que tienen los colchones. Nos restringen la cantidad de agua potable que pedimos, pero los jugos que le dan a los niños tienen 35 gramos de azúcar y no hay otras opciones más de bebidas. Las nuevas reglas implementadas en el hotel nos impiden darle alimentos saludables a los niños, pero tampoco procuran mejorar la calidad de que nos obligan a comer. ¿Quién de ustedes le daría a sus hijos de 1 año comida picante? Nosotros le manifestamos a la directora de servicios del migrante la precaria situación de la comida y su respuesta fue no la iba a cambiar ni a mejorar, lo cual es inhumano y arbitrario. También obligaron a sacar los carros del parqueadero del hotel. Ahora cobran $50 por parquear los carros fuera de la reja. Quien no pague le ponen multa o se les llevan el carro las grúas. Esto ha sido un inconveniente grave para las familias que tienen carros, ya que los usan para llevar a sus hijos a la escuela o ir a buscar un trabajo, ya que el hotel queda lejos y no es fácil usar transporte público o moverse por esa zona. Hoy queremos pedirle al Consejo de DC que no cree un flujo alternativo de servicios para nosotros, los nuevos migrantes. Necesitamos que incluya apoyo de vivienda a largo plazo y servicios integrales para nuestras familias y que no nos excluyan del acceso a los servicios para personas sin hogar que están disponibles en la ciudad. En sus manos está que podamos tener una mejor calidad de vida. Y quisiera cerrar con la siguiente pregunta. ¿Qué tipo de comunidades quieren construir ustedes para sus hijos e hijas? ¿Sueñan con comunidades diversas de bienvenida e integraciones para el desarrollo o prefieren crear lugares de odio, polarización e injusticia? Ustedes tienen la decisión en sus manos. Gracias.
Thank you so much. And Daniela.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Daniela y soy venezolana. Mi familia y yo salimos de Venezuela buscando un mejor futuro para nuestros hijos, ya que la mala situación del país no da otra opción. Desafortunadamente nos vimos obligados a huir porque sabíamos que si nos quedábamos, nuestra vida corría riesgo. En Venezuela las personas son amenazadas, arrestadas, torturadas y hasta desaparecidas. Eso es una realidad. Fue muy duro para nosotros salir de Venezuela y dejar a nuestros seres queridos, pero no tuvimos otra opción. Nos ha tocado vivir cosas muy difíciles, como cruzar 9 países para llegar hasta Estados Unidos, poniendo en riesgo nuestras vidas y la de nuestros hijos e hijas. Pasamos hambre, sed, frío, lluvia y penurias que ninguno de ustedes desde su escritorio entendería. Duramos meses caminando en las calles de varios países, muchas veces sintiendo la solidaridad de las personas que nos reconocían como seres humanos en una situación inusual y otras veces siendo ignorados como si fuéramos desechables y sin ningún valor, como si el valor de un ser humano se reflejara en su ropa, billetera o título. No sé ustedes, consejo de DC, con cuál de estos dos tipos de personas comparten valores. Los que nos reconocen como su vecino con un valor innato en todos los seres humanos o los que nos ignoran y nos quieren arrancar la humanidad. Hoy aquí los invito a ponerse en nuestros zapatos y que escuchen a su corazón para que hicieran al menos el intento de entender que uno no escoge migrar. La migración es la última opción que los migrantes tenemos y muchas veces ocasionada por países como este, con sus políticas que empobrecen nuestra región y nos dejan sin opción. Valores de paz, integración, oportunidades de reconocimiento del otro y respeto. Es lo mínimo que esperamos encontrar en DC. Una ciudad que dice vivir bajo los valores de ciudad santuario, en donde cada ser humano que la habite tenga las mismas oportunidades. Todos los seres humanos tenemos los mismos derechos sin importar dónde hayamos nacido y dónde hayamos tenido que emigrar. La dignidad no tiene nacionalidad. Migrar no es fácil por todo lo que envuelve y menos si no tienes suficientes recursos. Hoy estamos aquí porque no estamos viviendo en condiciones dignas y no porque no hemos sido escuchados. Somos agradecidos de poder tener un techo, pero las condiciones que vivimos a diario son insalubres, perjudiciales y van en deterioro de nuestra salud física y emocional. Hemos recibido comida en muy mal estado. Es comida que no se prepara con cuidado o estándares de calidad, sino que es comida cualquiera sin importar si nos enferma o nos pone en riesgo. Ya muchos por problemas de salud han terminado en el hospital con cuentas de miles de dólares. También hemos sufrido por la restricción en la cantidad de agua potable que nos dan. Por ejemplo, a una familia de 5 personas le dan 2 botellas de agua tamaño personal y no nos atrevemos a tomar el agua de la llave porque sabemos que el año pasado en DC se estaban cambiando tuberías que contenían plomo y no recomendaban tomar agua sin hervir. Y como nos prohíben cocinar, nos dejan sin opción. La escasez de fórmula y pañales para los niños es un tema diario. Nos anotamos en las listas que maneja el hotel y rara vez conseguimos las cosas necesarias para nuestros hijos. Si no fuera por tantos voluntarios buenos, vecinos y organizaciones que nos reconocen como seres humanos, no sabríamos qué sería de nosotros y nuestros hijos. Pedimos al Consejo de Washington, D.C. nos reconozca como residentes de la ciudad y que no nos excluya de poder aplicar a los servicios para personas sin hogar que están disponibles en D.C., a la vez que nos apoyen en el reasentamiento a largo plazo para quienes elegimos quedarnos en esta ciudad, incluyendo el acceso a refugio de transición y apoyo a vivienda permanente y servicios integrales. Lo único que queremos es poder trabajar para proveer para nuestras familias y venimos determinados a luchar y a dar lo mejor de nosotros para obtener una independencia en algún momento y una vida de calidad para nosotros y nuestros hijas e hijos. Gracias.
Thank you very much. And Isaiah Guerrero, welcome.
Thank you so much, Councilman. My name is Isaias Guerrero, and I am the Senior Immigration Organizer with Community Change Action. We're a national coalition of 36 immigrant rights coalitions, which have been directly involved in welcoming and advocating for asylum seekers in New York, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Florida, Tennessee, and Colorado. I will be speaking about my experience working with Congregation Action Network and directly with asylum seekers who arrived since March in Washington, D.C. For the last 6 months, asylum seekers created Inmigrantes Guerreros Unidos, whom you just heard some of the members of, to shed light on how irresponsible and harmful the handling of asylum seekers has been through the Office of Migrant Services in the shelters they are responsible for running. Some of the things that we've heard, apart from the food and the lack of access to different services that you just heard, apart from those that are incredibly inhumane and difficult to live in, I would also like to raise 3 other core issues. One of them is OMS has created a form for NGOs to visit the site and provide access. We have filled it out multiple times to do Know Your Rights trainings and other set of workshops for people in the shelters, but we have not been allowed in. So we believe OMS is handpicking who they want to work with, especially because they want to hide all of these conditions that you are hearing about. Second thing is IDs, and we believe that the fact that people can't get access to IDs is a worrying one. Asylum seekers need IDs in order to navigate other services. The fact that asylum seekers have been excluded through the Migrant Services and Support Act and not seen as residents of DC creates a caste system that keeps asylum seekers in a limbo, as they aren't able to access basic resources and services needed. Just something as simple as like a bank account and other really important live for them to create like a stable life in the city. And the third thing is around housing, which we understand this is the biggest issue that we've heard today. We believe that all people should have access to housing because housing is a basic need. And that's why we encourage that the council works with us to create long-term housing support for migrants so that they can set the roots in DC and live their lives with dignity. So as you've heard from these amazing asylum seekers who represent their fellow neighbors and who are actually trying to make sure that DC lives through its vision of sanctuary, we recommend 2 things. One, for the council to tour the shelter with Inmigrantes Guerreros Unidos, the group that represents asylum seekers, so that you can see the conditions for yourself. And 2, create an advisory board with Inmigrantes Guerreros Unidos and Congregation Action Network and other organizations involved to address the needs and create accountability with the Office of Migrant Services. Because as we see it right now, there's no accountability. And the way that the OMS is handling the situation is getting out of hand. In this advisory board, we could create policies that could focus on long-term housing, other policies that could support our neighbors in their journey, and also ways that we could create apprenticeship programs that could train asylum seekers and get connected with labor opportunities. Thank you, Chairman White and the council for your time, and glad to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Elias Johnson with the Congregation Action Network.
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah. My name is Elias Johnson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Congregation Action Network, or CAN. And CAN is a network of faith communities here in the DC area. We convene up to 70 faith communities in DC and the nearby suburbs, including often up to about a dozen in the city itself. And many of those congregations have provided support to migrants here in DC for years, both those who have been bused here in the last year and who have arrived by other means. Our members have offered space, they've offered food, transportation, clothing, sort of those to help with some of those short-term needs, but have also made deep connections with many of the folks who have been bused here and are providing help with the longer-term needs. And so we were really thrilled that the council opened in the Office of Migrant Services, that they passed the Migrant Services and Support Act last fall, and we're happy to see that's staffed up and has started with the welcome centers. But we're really concerned by what we're hearing about the conditions of the hotels. So in addition to sort of meeting some of the immediate needs, we've been meeting with the members of the committee that they formed at the day's end, the Migrantes Guerreros Unidos, including the 4 women that you just heard from, but also up to 20 or 30 other people at a time. And what we're hearing from all of them is similar to what you're hearing today from these folks. So we're hearing essentially that the conditions haven't changed from when the city used to use the days in for unhoused DC residents in the past. In the past, people, residents complained about bed bugs, cockroaches, mice, mold, leaky pipes, and really strict rules that made it feel more like a jail than a home. And that's exactly what we're hearing from people today, that those conditions haven't changed at all, that there's still bed bugs, roaches, mice, mold, rules that get stricter and stricter every day, making it feel more and more like a prison. In addition, it's really hard for folks to access services from there. And so that's why you've sort of heard about the need to park there and to have access to cars. So in addition, what you've heard and what we keep hearing from people is that the food, especially that's being served, is inadequate. It's culturally inappropriate. It's sometimes rotten. It's sometimes expired. And I want to echo the invitation that one of our compas made to, if you want to try it, come down and sit down for a meal with the folks at Days Inn. I don't know if any of the council members connected today have children. Maybe see if your children would want to eat the spicy sort of food that they're expected to feed to their children. I believe that our city can do better. And I understand that housing is a huge issue. And I know that members of the council, member of this committee and other members of the council have fought really hard to get additional funding for services under the HSRA, that have fought really hard to get the OMS opened. And I look forward to working with the council to continue to increase that funding so that every resident of DC can be housed in housing that is dignified, where they have autonomy, where they have privacy. And I wanted to also echo again this the challenge of not being able to park cars there. Living in DC, I understand how hard it is to not be able to park near where you are. And there on Days Inn and New York Ave, where there's not other parking nearby, it's something that we're hearing about over and over again. That seems to be they're sort of getting shuttled to have to pay for this instead of using the parking that's available there in the hotel. So again, I look forward to working with this committee and with the council and trying to get additional funding for both services for recently arrived migrants and for really all residents of DC. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Madhavi Ball, welcome. Good to see you.
Hi, good afternoon, council member. Thank you for letting us testify today. My name is Madhavi Bahil. I am an core organizer with the Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid Network. the group of community organizations and volunteers who have been welcoming migrants bused to DC for the past 10 months. We have also been supporting the over 1,000 migrants who have chosen to resettle in the district, including those staying in the hotel shelters. Last fall, the council, at the behest of the mayor and DHS, passed the Migrant Services and Supports Emergency and Temporary Acts, thereby creating the Office of Migrant Services and excluding many immigrants, both newly arrived and long-term residents, from accessing homeless services. Due to strong pushback from migrants, advocates in the community, the permanent bill was thankfully tabled. But the temporary bill remains in effect till early August, and it has already had dramatic impacts on vulnerable immigrant communities. The OMS bill created 2 systems of homeless services, supposedly to tailor support to people's needs. But with the gray areas and the confusion it generated, all it has done is given DHS the opportunity to play hot potato with people's lives. There are no eligibility criteria to access services. There is no system of due process if you are denied or removed from services, and there is no guarantee you will get any support. This has left many migrants, both newly arrived and long-term DC residents, in the no man's land between OMS and continuum of care services, receiving support from neither. For example, undocumented and unprocessed families have been denied shelter through OMS because they lack parole documents and are too scared to try and access standard DHS services because of the immigration questions they now have to answer. So that leaves them with nowhere to go. Council and DHS claimed that the bill's purpose was to create a new stream of services to better serve migrants' needs and not to exclude them like advocates have said. If that is true, give folks staying at the hotel shelters the things that they need to survive, like formula to feed their babies, mental health care, and substance use counseling. Provide them with the documents they need to move into more long-term housing, like IDs and residency letters. Many migrants have been here almost a year now and are no closer to being seen as full residents in the eyes of DHS, despite working multiple jobs, paying taxes, and sending their children to our schools. Soon they will even be able to vote in local elections. It is time for the DC government to accept that our neighbors are here to stay and show us that the district is the welcoming sanctuary city it claims to be. Finally, I want to acknowledge that none of this takes place in a vacuum. It is part of the larger landscape of failure to support unhoused and housing insecure folks in DC. Evicting unhoused people from encampments during hypothermia season and closing PEP-V hotels are just 2 recent examples of this continued failure. So we are not only asking the DC government to support migrants, but also to provide safe, affordable housing for every person experiencing or close to experiencing homelessness in the district. There needs to be increased oversight over DHS and their budget across the board, and more must be done in this city to prevent people from becoming unhoused. It has been almost 10 months since over 10 months since the first bus, and DC can no longer be claiming to be figuring things out. It is time to dig deep and do the work to create a system that benefits everyone. We have the resources. Let's find the will. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mandy.
Oh. Hola, mi nombre es Mandy Rivera, soy inmigrante de Venezuela, me fui de mi país hace ya 6 años y hace ya más de 6 meses que decidí viajar, estaba en Colombia, salí huyendo de Colombia por cuestiones de amenaza. Bueno, en fin, llegué hace 3 meses al DC, después de una larga travesía, pasando más de 7 países, incluyendo la selva del Darién. Actualmente vivo en uno de los hoteles donde la verdad hay muchas cosas que me gustaría resaltar. Una de ellas es la alimentación. La alimentación, la ausencia de nutrición para los niños, la alimentación es adecuada ya que tiene mucho picante, pimienta, comida incomible, por así decirlo, incluso al punto de llegar a agotarse porque nadie se la puede comer. Venimos de un país donde la cultura de la alimentación es diferente. Me gustaría que tomen en cuenta esto, pero una de las cosas principales es, para que no suceda más así, eso con la alimentación, darle trabajo a personas latinas que viven en los mismos hoteles, que ellos mismas puedan cocinar los alimentos, ya que conocen nuestros gustos. Otra cosa es la alimentación para los niños, ya sea nutrición, leche en polvo.
que por parte del gobierno no se está recibiendo, sino se recibe por parte de los voluntarios. Y esa es información que todas las personas, todos los migrantes no tenían conocimientos. También lo del WIM. El WIM es una ayuda que se le da para personas que tienen niños menores de 5 años, pero hay familias que por cuestiones de que sus hijos tienen problemas de digestivos o de salud, necesitan una dieta de alimentación adecuada para que tengan que comer alimentos nutritivos, que con el alimento que dan en el hotel no es suficiente y no se lo dan porque no tienen niños menores de 5 años. Deberían hacer como una especie de sección cuando hay familias de 3, 4 niños, así no sean menores de 5 años, así sea una tarjeta para que se ayuden con eso, ya que en los hoteles están prohibiendo cocinar. Otra de las cosas es que cambien los alimentos. Por favor, den comida más saludable, que tengan frutas, yogur, leches, pero leches que no estén dañadas. Por favor, cero picante, cero pimienta. Otra de las cosas que me gustaría es que nos den seguridad para tener dónde vivir, ya que la información que dicen es que no saben en cualquier momento te van a sacar a la calle, no te dan seguridad a ti de que vas a tener un lugar estable donde vivir y colapsada de estrés, emocionalmente están llegando a un punto donde se gritan, es por lo mismo, por la ansiedad de que no están trabajando, no salen a caminar, no tienen trabajo, no tienen ingresos, ¿cómo los van a literalmente sacar a las calles si no tienen ningún tipo de trabajo? No le están garantizando el tiempo que se van a quedar ahí. Eso incluye también personas que no tienen hijos y no reciben el beneficio de entrar en un hotel porque no cumplen con los requisitos. Muchos grupos de familias, por no tener un hijo menor de edad, no cuentan con ese apoyo. Personas solas que están en las calles, que no son migrantes, son personas de acá de América. Entonces, es un beneficio que deberían tener en cuenta para ayudar y dejar tanta gente en las calles que por no tener menores de edad, personas, hombres solos, mujeres solas, que por no ser, cumplir con ciertos requisitos no puedan recibir ese beneficio. Somos seres humanos y debemos ponernos en el lugar de otro. Le invito a que te pongas una mochilita y te pongas a viajar por más de 7 países o 2 o 3 para que te sientas y veas cómo es que nos tratan a nosotros cada vez que llegamos a un país o otro. Nos ven como una cosa rara, como si fuéramos un animal o una cosa extraña. Llegamos acá con el propósito de salir adelante, sacar a nuestra familia adelante, pero la verdad queremos más apoyo de ustedes, no solamente de los voluntarios, sino por parte del gobierno, que se respeten los derechos. En esta parte estoy hablando por muchas personas que tienen miedo a hablar porque dicen, no, me da miedo, porque no, o sea, hablo por ellos, porque psicológicamente están afectados, perdieron familias en el camino, unos perdieron embarazo, otros perdieron a sus hijos, dejaron a su familia en otros países y se vinieron acá a luchar y resulta que están en las calles porque como no tienen un niño, están en las calles, durmiendo en las calles. Otras personas realmente vienen a luchar y no es justo que a veces por la discriminación, porque aunque no lo crea, uno se siente discriminado, porque hay otras personas, otros, no, somos humanos. Si tú viajas de un país a otro, tú vas a decir, yo estoy hablando porque yo lo viví, pero para un político o alguien que trabaja en una oficina es muy fácil sentarse acá en un escritorio y ver las cosas desde una pantalla a vivirlas. Y yo la hablo porque yo la viví. Entonces, ¿dónde están los beneficios o la ayuda que el gobierno dice que nos va a dar? La verdad no la siento, no la recibo. Deberían poner más talleres donde puedan dar salud mental, donde puedan salir al parque a disfrutar, a conocer, donde la gente bote un poquito y se olvide de tantas cosas que vivió en el camino, de tanta violencia, de tanta agresividad, de tanta discriminación. No, o sea, si yo te invito a ti un ejemplo, tu país entró en crisis y por cualquier razón un familiar tuyo tiene que emigrar, yo creo que le gustaría que le den el mismo beneficio que tú quieres que a tu familia lo traten. Bueno, tratemos a los demás como queremos que nos traten a nosotros o un familiar de nosotros. Hay que dar lo mismo que queremos nosotros recibir. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Carlos.
Welcome, Carlos.
Y he venido de Ecuador con mi esposa y mis 2 hijos. Llevamos aquí alrededor de 2 meses. Nos estamos quedando en el Hotel Hampton. Lo mío es un poco diferente. Voy a hacer un poco más reducible. Actualmente trabajo en el día y mi esposa de noche. Tuvimos que tratar de conseguir estos horarios distintos. para que cada cual pudiera estar presente para nuestros hijos, ya que no hay ninguna ayuda con el cuidado de los niños en el DHS. No permite vigilar a los niños de los demás en los hoteles. Como estamos intentando salir del refugio, siempre estamos en el trabajo y lo mismo al mismo tiempo. No tenemos recursos así para pagar el cuidado de nuestros hijos. Como se supone que vamos a estabilizarnos si tenemos que enfrentarnos a este tipo de obstáculos. Mi esposa trabaja en la noche para así de día llevar a los niños a la escuela y buscarlos. Esto se complica más aún con que no hay transporte para llevar a los niños a la escuela, que queda lejos de ahí el hotel. Otro problema es la comida. Es demasiado picante para los niños. El desayuno no es lo bastante nutritivo. ¿Y cómo se supone que los niños puedan aprender si la alimentación así no es buena? Se supone aprender desarrollo y prosperar en la escuela si no está bien alimentado. Otra cosa, el idioma en el hotel. Nadie habla español. Los guardias, los ayudantes hablan inglés. Se supone que no puede brindar una ayuda si no estamos en el mismo idioma. Así para bajar o para subir a un lugar, no tenemos quien nos sube o quien nos va, hay que esperar de 15 a 30 minutos, hay que esperar en el tiempo de la comunicación. Otra cosa es las habitaciones, no tenemos acceso a las habitaciones. Nosotros tenemos que esperar que vengan a abrirnos para entrar o para salir de ahí el hotel. Mi familia y yo vinimos lejos y para tener una mejor vida. Y se supone que el gobierno nos pueda ayudar en ese aspecto, porque no tenemos la garantía, ¿no? Bueno, esto es lo que tengo que decir. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Marielle?
Good afternoon. My name is Marielle Vallano. I've been welcoming newcomer refugee and migrant students into DC public schools as a teacher and case manager since 2015. I'm testifying today about what happens at the intersection of immigration and education in our city with respect to the children living in Office of Migrant Services hotel shelters. The hundreds of children currently living in the shelters have limited or interrupted formal education. Some have never been to school at all. The need for additional academic support is critical. In September, we partnered with Georgetown University's DC Schools Project, which has been tutoring newcomers in DCPS for 38 years to provide more support. They immediately mobilized a team to help meet the needs of the children at the Days Inn. They jumped through the hoops to become an approved partner of OMS, including meeting security clearance requirements on top of their DCPS clearance to provide on-site programming. With 16 tutors, 2 site coordinators, they served 30 to 45 students 4 nights a week from September through December. As the first semester of the program came to a close, families were immediately waiting for the second semester programming, which was set to start on February 13th. Parents who cannot read and write in English are helpless when their kids cannot do homework or don't understand an assignment. But when GU-DSCP attempted to return on-site, they were told that they are no longer an approved partner and they would be barred from operating at the Days Inn. Despite completing another application to become pre-approved, in follow-up calls with DHS, they were told that their programming is not appropriate for on-site because it is a temporary shelter and educational programming does not fit that model. This defeats the purpose of the support. GU-DCSP is an in-home tutoring program which was designed specifically to meet the needs of newcomer families in our city who may face many barriers to transportation and school attendance. Why is DHS denying access to a program that other newcomers in the city have just because they live in the hotel shelter? The program manager was forced to look elsewhere for a close-by space. As of yesterday, Georgetown agreed to pay Panda Gourmet, the restaurant attached to the hotel, $100 an hour so they can provide kids the academic support they need while the conference rooms at the hotel sit empty. Why is it critical for this program to be on site after school rather than at the schools themselves? As the in-boundary schools filled up, we had to start enrolling kids further and further from the hotel shelters. This has resulted in children as young as 3 and 4 years old waking up at 5 a.m. to travel 1.5 hours on public transport to get to schools as far away as Petworth. I encourage you to ask DCPS for attendance data for these students. This equates to 6 hours of travel per day for a parent to get a child to and from school. This means the parents cannot work during the day. They often don't have weather-appropriate clothing to get to school when it's raining or below freezing in the morning. Due to the lack of safe and efficient transportation options, many families have been flagged by schools for CFSA reporting and the more severe consequences that come after that. We desperately need transportation support for families that commute more than an hour to and from their schools. I've seen many council members visiting schools in my past 8 years with DCPS. But next time you come, I encourage you to ask to see a newcomer class. A SLIFE class, where newcomers with severely limited or interrupted formal education are learning how to write their names for the first time. And I encourage you to ask how many of those students are absent that day. Migrant children staying at the hotel shelters need equitable access to education, and this means that we need on-site academic support and school transportation support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And finally for this panel, Amy Fisher with America's Advocacy, the America's Advocacy Director with Amnesty International USA. May not be with us, so let me jump into a few questions. I'm going to try to keep it brief because we do still have about 80 almost public witnesses. So I want to thank this panel in particular for testifying. I am a dad, and I can only imagine what it takes to make the decision to immigrate, particularly knowing the challenges and possible costs of doing that. I will go see the hotel and eat the food because I do want to understand better what's happening there. I have a few questions on the food that anybody can answer. First question is, has the quality or spiciness of the food changed in the time that folks have been there? And again, anybody who's available to answer this would be helpful.
Yeah, I think we have some folks here that would like to answer them. Yeah, está bien. Marjorie, ¿qué dice? ¿Qué dice? La calidad de la comida. There's not translation into Spanish, so we're doing a little catch up with our own interpretation, but.
Que si la calidad de la comida o lo picante ha mejorado, que se ha cambiado o sigue.
Ayer dieron una carne molida, la cual estaba picante. Mi niña quiso comer de eso. Sigue picante la comida porque ayer dieron una carne molida y mi hijo no se la quiso comer. Igualmente, que corroboró con unas palabras que dijo una de mis compañeras, creo que no es justo de que le den prioridad a las mujeres embarazadas o a los que solamente tienen niños de 5 años hacia abajo, porque creo que todos los niños son prioridad. Creo que todos los niños tienen derechos y deberes acá. No solamente es un niño que toma biberón, es el único que tiene derecho a tomar leche, a tomar alimentos.
Sí, yo recibí una hamburguesa que dieron hace como 3, 4 días y se la di de comer a mi hijo, y por haber comido esa comida está malito el estómago y lo tengo que tener ahí en la casa porque no tengo medicamentos ni nada para darle para que se mejore. También le salió un brote. Entonces nada ha mejorado, cada día todo empeora, no nos dan agua, los jugos son demasiado dulces, la comida es picante, huele a feo. Entonces que yo personalmente haya visto que mejoró la comida, no. Día a día empeora y nos quieren es enfermar para que nos vayamos.
I appreciate that. For anybody who doesn't have kids, just so you know, if the kids can't eat the food, they can't eat it. And as a parent, you have to figure out what to do. For Marjorie, what did you do after your child couldn't eat the ground beef?
Could you repeat the question?
Well, what did you do when your child couldn't eat the ground beef?
¿Qué hiciste cuando su niño no podía comer la comida? Ana María.
La dejé allí en una de las mesas y más nada porque mi hijo tiene, por lo menos mi hijo tiene 9 años. Él no tiene beneficio de una tarjeta Wii, él no tiene beneficio de como hacen una jornada mensual con leche, con alimentos, no le dan ese beneficio porque literalmente es un niño ya de 9 años y por lo menos ahora yo no estoy trabajando, mi esposo no está trabajando, no tenemos cómo comprar alimentos que podamos utilizar en el microondas o que ya vengan preparados los alimentos. No tengo cómo darle a mi hijo. Lo que me toca es sentarme en la cama, darle la espalda, pedirle a Dios que mañana sea más bonito y llorar.
I think there's somebody with Madvi who wants to answer this as well. Thank you for that.
En ocasiones el alimento ha mejorado un 20% en el hotel. Lo digo porque una sola vez a la semana es que el alimento es bueno, saludable. Es como si cocinaran personas diferentes, en este caso como si fuera preparado por latinos. Entonces, las personas van y reclaman la comida simplemente porque es lo que les toca, reclamar el alimento y comérselo, pero la mayoría termina parando en el basurero porque nadie se lo va a comer. Entonces no es justo de que hagan comida que es incomible para terminar botándola a la basura, porque no preparan alimento para los niños, todo lo hacen picante, demasiada pimienta, demasiado químico o artificial en los alimentos. Me gustaría que hicieran como una especie de avenas, jugos, sopas, líquidos, pero sin tantos químicos, sin tantos condimentos, sin tanta sal o pimienta. No, por eso es que sugiero que deberían buscar a latinos o personas dentro de los mismos hoteles que le puedan dar trabajo donde ellos mismos puedan cocinar ese tipo de comida. Porque, por ejemplo, ayer dieron carne molida, la compañera lo dijo, pero estaba picante. Está muy rica, pero muy picante. Los niños no pueden comerla. En ocasiones dan piña con chorizos picantes, terrible, y esa comida nunca se la van a comer. Entonces es eso, o sea, solamente una vez a la semana preparan comida buena.
What do you do when
I can answer.
who have you complained to?
So I can answer what they do. Like, we get calls, mutual aid gets calls throughout the day to deliver food and Pediasure and milk substitute and formula for people's children. So that is a very like common thing every week, multiple times. We have to do that. They have complained to the people who work at the Days Inn, who work at the Hampton Inn. It has gone straight to the I guess their program manager of OMS. It has gone to every level of sport since June. I mean, this is not new.
And what's the response? Do you all ever get a response back?
Hemos hablado con Tatiana y ella dice que no va a cambiar la comida de ahí y que nadie nos tiene obligados ahí, que si nos incomoda algo nos vayamos, porque cuando llegó ella nadie la ayudó. Entonces ella nos está diciendo que nosotros no merecemos ninguna ayuda del Estado ni de nada. Dice que la comida va a ser igual y que si estamos muy molestos nos vayamos porque antes nos están ayudando. Entonces dice que no hablar con nosotros, nos da la espalda y dicen yo no voy a hablar con ustedes. Eso yo ya dije y las cosas van a estar así y nada va a cambiar.
Who is that?
Tatiana Laborde.
Who is that saying that to you?
La directora de
Es la directora del DAISY, ella es la que coloca las reglas.
la
Y
Oficina de Servicios al Migrante.
Tatiana Laborde, the director of the Office of Migrant Services, directly.
y uno le va a hablar a ella y ella dice que no quiere hablar con nosotros, que no merecemos nada.
Or program manager of OMS.
Yeah, just to complement, Councilman, we received multiple complaints specifically a meeting that OMS had with folks at the shelter where they were treated literally with like racist comments around like, well, you shouldn't have come. Just like, don't complain. That's all you're gonna get. Just really rude responses. And I guess just a quick question that I think is,
but I gotta
overarching.
let me pause you there for a second. For the people who testify who are living at the hotels, how much fresh fruits and vegetables do you get?
Si les dan a la semana, digamos, ¿cuántas veces a la semana o cuánto?
Pura manzana.
Nos dan solo manzana.
Manzana.
¿Y cuántas veces a la semana?
Dos veces a la semana, cuando mucho en el desayuno.
And what about water? Somebody mentioned
Solo
that
dan
you're
es
getting 2 bottles of
manzana y
water for a
naranja
family of
por las mañanas.
5. How much water do you get per day?
Y pregunto como, ¿cuántas botellas de agua reciben
Las
diario?
botellas de agua, digamos, yo en mi cuarto somos 4 y me dicen, no, solo tengo una botella. Y yo le digo, ay, me puede dar, bueno, 2 botellas, ya no hay
1
más
bottle
botellas
of
de
water
agua.
per day?
Sí.
And finally, is there a curfew?
¿Hasta qué horas pueden entrar? Porque la nueva ley dice, ¿se acuerdan que les pusieron? Digan ustedes a qué horas los tienen que estar adentro o salir.
Los niños ya después de las 10 de la noche ya nadie puede salir, ya nadie puede estar afuera después de las 10 de la noche.
Okay. I want to thank you all. Mr. Guerrero, if you can make your point very quickly, I want to make sure I get to other members.
Yeah, it was more of a question for the council. Like, what is the way in which OMS is being held accountable?
Wait, this is our first oversight hearing on them, so we're gonna work through it. Let me turn to Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I want to join in thanking this panel for coming forward and testifying, and thank the advocates and the congregation network that has been doing this important work. My congregation is actually a part of the Action Network, and it's my intention also to come and visit the locations and see for myself, and look forward to trying to be an advocate on your behalf. It is a crime that the members of this panel have been treated as a political football, and moved around the country in the way that they have. We have an obligation to show ourselves to be bigger than that, and to treat people with dignity and make sure that they're cared for. And I certainly intend to try to be a part of making that happen. So I thank you for coming forward and testifying. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. I join in that thanks. This is incredibly helpful for us in the work that we're doing. Let me recognize my colleague, Councilmember Janice Lewis-George.
Thank you, Chairman White. I want to associate my comments the same with Councilmember Fruman, and thanking all of you for coming forward and being here. And thank you to Marvi and others for organizing and giving them a space and place to be able to testify here. I want to ask, because in the oversight responses we got back, it was noted that the food had been rectified and they had fixed that issue. And so I just wanted to hear from you, how recently have you been still having these food and nutrition issues that have been spoken about today?
Digamos, yo todos los días, ya que mi hijo se ha bajado de peso, se me enfermó, no solamente por la comida, sino por el olor a moho. El viernes pasado me tocó llamar a la ambulancia a las 4 de la mañana, ya que estaba muy enfermo por la comida, le salió un brote, me dieron un medicamento y el niño era alérgico al medicamento. Yo no sabía, se lo estaba dando. y me tocó llevarlo, no podía respirar. Entonces todos los días es el problema de la comida. Yo la recibo, pero yo la boto a la basura porque nos hace daño. A mí me operaron de la vesícula y no puedo comer comida ni picante ni con condimentos. La recibo porque nos obligan a buscar la comida, pero yo la boto. Yo la boto y le doy otra cosa a mi hijo, unas papas, una fruta que yo misma voy y compro. Pero esa comida no se la doy, ni me la como yo, ni mi hermana, nadie se come esa comida. Pueden ir a ver a la basura y la reciben y la botan.
Pero como esta semana, has tenido una semana, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Sí. Ujú.
Okay.
Yo, de mi parte, puedo decir que yo en ocasiones pregunto qué hay de alimentación y cuando me dicen, la mayoría son tacos y pues allá no hay mexicanos, ningún mexicano de migrante hospedado y son demasiado picantes, entonces yo prefiero decir, no, no me la den porque la verdad no voy a botarla a la basura. La mayoría va y la pide y la tira a la basura y no, entonces la idea no es que botemos alimento a la basura, sino como le dije, generen una algo de empleo para los latinos, en este caso algunas personas de los hoteles, ellos pueden cocinar y se saben las recetas bien, comida venezolana, ecuatoriana, de todas las nacionalidades, pero alimentos que podamos comer, que nos hagan digestión, porque es verdad, hay niños que no aumentan de peso porque todo es artificial y dicen, no, ya no quiero comer esto, porque son verduras sacadas de envases al vacío, pollos, o sea, se siente el sabor que es muy artificial, muchos químicos. Mi hijo es condición celíaca y debe tener una nutrición balanceada en verduras y carnes. Leche solamente suplemento. Y por ejemplo, yo no recibo el beneficio del WI. Está bien, no importa. Pero hay mamás que no tienen recursos para recibir eso. Entonces la alimentación sí debe ser fundamental porque de por sí es lo que pues te da alegría ver un plato de comida que tú te quieras comer y tú no tienes cómo comprar comida y lo tienes que tirar a la basura porque sabe feo, sabe maluco.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask of the ages of kids that are in the hotel, especially are there any young kids under age 2 or infants or toddlers? DHS didn't share the ages of hotel residents, and so I'm trying to just get a sense of how many kids we have staying in hotels and sort of any under age of 2 or infants or toddlers we should be aware of.
Sí, claro, todas las habitaciones tienen niños, hay niños desde recién nacidos hasta 17 años, 16 años. En todas las habitaciones hay por lo menos 2, 3 niños, hasta 4. Hay familias que tienen 5 niños.
Y muchos de ellos
Y
son
muchos
pequeños.
de ellos son pequeños. También hay familias que tienen niños de 5 años para arriba, que son los que menos beneficios reciben en el hotel. De verdad, o sea, ningún tipo de ayuda tienen los que tienen niños de 5 años para arriba, ningún tipo de ayuda. La de Dios.
Okay. And we'll be following with DHS to just get some specifics on our ages, especially toddlers, elementary school age, high school age. It's important for us to know, to have those specifics. So as we provide services and advocate for services. And then can I ask you sort of, if you wanted to share sort of length of stay, like how many, how many families have been there more than 1 month?
Yo ahí tengo 5 meses.
Sí. Yo tengo 3 meses.
Yo tengo 5 meses.
Yo tengo 5 meses.
Okay. And just, is there any questions that you want me to ask the director before we end your panel? Are there any questions you want me to specifically ask the director on your behalf?
A mí me gustaría preguntar respecto a la estadía. Primero, como que nos garanticen qué tiempo tenemos para quedarnos, estar un poquito más tranquilos. Y otra cosa es que muchas personas se quieren mudar del hotel a una casa o un apartamento, pero no cuentan con la papelería o la documentación necesaria para alquilar un apartamento, puesto que no tenemos ni documentación para trabajar legal acá en este país. Entonces, esa información no nos la han dado, el gobierno no nos ha asesorado, simplemente ve a buscar, pero ajá. ¿Quién va a respaldar eso? ¿Quién va a decir, vea, yo te sirvo de fiador, yo quiero pagar un apartamento? Por ejemplo, hablo en mi caso, quiero pagar un apartamento, tengo 2 niños, estoy con mi esposo, ¿y cómo hago si no me van a alquilar por no tener documentación? Aparte de que los precios están altísimos y si uno no tiene un trabajo estable, entonces, ¿cómo va a ser para uno costear en el momento que te quedes sin trabajo? Entonces, me gustaría que nos busquen una alternativa. No es que queremos quedar todo el tiempo en el hotel ahí, no, porque uno quiere pues crecer, salir adelante, trabajar, aportar al país algo positivo y que los niños estén cómodos. Pero ¿cómo se hace para no mudarse de ahí a otro lugar si no tiene documentación? Si no tiene ni un permiso de trabajo, donde el permiso de trabajo que sacaron ahorita es súper costoso, $400 cuando no tenemos ni ingreso.
Entonces,
¿Sí? Una pregunta, hay rumores de que en marzo se vence el contrato del DICE-IN y nos tenemos que ir. ¿Qué tan verdad es eso?
I don't, but I can ask that question to the director.
Another question that I would ask, if I may, is just like how many people in the shelters have a counselor, because counselors are supposed to help them navigate. But even if folks get access to health insurance, they don't necessarily know which hospitals or which doctors they can have access to. And so, yeah, we are seeing that the counselors don't have enough capacity to actually guide folks through the legal, the health, and other needs that arise. So would be ideal that every family would have one counsel person that could help them navigate all of this as well.
Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you. We will, Councilman White and I will be following up with the director when she testifies later on these issues that you all have brought up. And thank you for sharing your experiences. And we will absolutely get to the bottom of what you are experiencing and try to rectify it as soon as possible. So thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman White.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, and thank you all again for being part of this hearing and for sharing your stories with us. We're going to move to our next panel of public witnesses, starting with Nakama Mesliansky, Dean Hunter, Judy Esty, Sue Breitkoff, McKenna Osborne, Rachel White, Hannah Indali, Christy Respris, Adam Mayer, Tim Underwood, Timmy Tope Fagbemi, Jennifer Robles, Candace Lewis, Kobe Ngaji, Taylor Newell, Ryan Trout, Kelly Andrea, Janet Parker, Matthew Boucher, Tiffany Bowens, and Eden Arona. Give us a moment to get everyone queued up. Almost there, one moment. right. Ms. Masliansky, welcome. You can begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson White, members of the committee and staff. My name is Nechama Masliansky. I work at SUM Inc. as Senior SUM Advisor. SUM is a 52-year-old nonprofit organization that provides comprehensive social services to thousands of district residents who lack homes or at risk of homelessness. We are active in many forums, including the Homeless Services Provider Board, CNHED, the Fair Budget Coalition, and the DCHA Providers Group. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to thank Anna Fogel, Deputy Administrator for Permanent Housing at DHS, for her regular and valuable participation in the monthly DCHA Providers Group meeting. Mr. Chairman, we testified a year ago that there were already serious concerns about staffing levels in both DHS and DCHA to move approximately 2,400 unhoused persons into housing in FY22. The community continues to be concerned that insufficient levels of staffing in government agencies as well as in community-based organizations are resulting in months-long delays in moving persons from streets and shelters into PSH. A particularly valuable factual resource on this topic is a storyboard on the DHS website tracking DHS voucher utilization. A table in the storyboard called Tracking Progress of FY22 Voucher Utilization is particularly helpful. In the online table on the right-hand side is the total number leased up as 1,384. However, as I read the charts, 530 of those lease-ups are in the federally funded EHB program, with a result that 854 households have been leased up with locally funded FY22 vouchers. With regard to the closing of the McPherson Square encampment, I suggest that swifter use of the vouchers funding had been approved by the council in FY22 would have reduced the backlog more significantly and reduced the possible incentive to anyone to live on the street to have a perceived chance of moving into housing more rapidly. The closing of the McPherson Square encampment without each person's being moved to permanent or bridge housing before the closing is unacceptable. The district must use its resources and vision and accept the expertise of the nonprofit sector to help people consistently and to avoid the drama and trauma of crises such as that one. DHS has announced plans to phase out the PEPV program for medically vulnerable persons in this calendar year. However, that closing will result in the loss of 664 beds at the same time that other sites will be closing for renovation with a loss of another 177 beds. A reasonable plan needs to be made quickly to rehouse those persons. If those alternative arrangements cannot be made in real time, the plan to close PEPV should be postponed. In my written testimony, we are excited about the transition from the old 801 East shelter for men to a brand new facility with medical respite facilities and the impending replacement of the New York Avenue men's shelter. But beyond the need for new physical facilities, residents of shelter need to be physically safe and not to have concerns that drive them to live on the streets. It may be time to reinstate the shelter conditions work group within the ICH. We have comments about ERAP, about reducing food insecurity as a matter of racial equity, funding the Give SNAP a Raise Amendment Act to allow families a food budget closer to the actual cost of food, to fund the No Senior Hungry Omnibus Amendment Act to lead to higher senior participation in SNAP, to increase funding for the Interim Disability Assistance Program, to return the caseload to at least the FY09 level, to address salary disparities that make it hard to attract and retain qualified case managers and social workers, and for all district departments to comply with the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act of 2020. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Judy Esty, welcome.
My testimony started with good morning, but I think I have to say good afternoon, council members and other members of the Committee on Human Services. My name is Judy Esty, and I'm here representing the Platform of Hope, which is an initiative based in Ward 1 that works with cohorts of economically vulnerable families of color to define and pursue their goals across housing, education, finances, health, employment, and more. We're a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition. I serve as one of the co-chairs of the Housing Committee and are in solidarity with their comprehensive platform As we know, DHS did not used to fall under the purview of the Housing Committee, and yet this year it does. And on one hand, that's great to see, because certainly there are many programs here that I hope will have greater integration with the other housing agencies. But I also have to say, like, wow, DHS is a huge portfolio. And so my testimony today is going to be kind of like all over the place, because DHS has a lot of programs and they're all essential. I'm going to dive in right away based on the following concerns I've heard working with families and my team at the Platform of Hope. The first thing is about ERAP, Emergency Rental Assistance Program. As you know, DHS administers millions of dollars in ERAP funding. I've echoed before that there's a really inconsistent and lack of comprehensive reporting on ERAP applications, in part because we rely on the nonprofit administrators for that data. For example, how many applications are being rejected each year and why. So I would call for greater reporting and comprehensive reporting, particularly around applications that are not being funded. From our end, we've seen delays in processing of the ERAP applications and a lack of transparency about who to even contact regarding the application, because when you submit an application, it's unclear which of the administering nonprofits it's been assigned to. So there's no one you can reach out to even track your application. This increase in waiting time only compounds stress for families who are already behind in their rent. And as I'm going to note, being behind in your rent is somehow a requirement of the program right up until it becomes a disqualification for the program. It is a reason that your application can be rejected because now you owe too much, but you can't actually apply until you owe something. Not to mention, your application success seems to have more to do with the staff person who you're assigned to and less on the criteria presented. We've had families submit applications in very similar situations, and for one to get turned down and the other to get funding, it's inconsistent and confusing. I've also uplifted, and this is in the Fair Budget Coalition's ask, that there be a minimum of 117 million in ERAP and the ability for families to apply proactively for 3 months in advance. This is something we did with Stay DC. There is a precedent with this. It supports families with the ability to actually proactively financially plan rather than be required to go into debt and then actually be incentivized for the longer you wait, the more money you get, right up until the point where now you owe too much and your application is rejected. I'm going to move on to a different topic. Healthcare. We've seen chaos and confusion on the recertification of residents' healthcare benefits recently. I'm quoting a team member here. There's a backlog in the renewal process. We get it, but they should extend deadlines indefinitely to prevent services, literally dire services, being taken away from already marginalized families. Yesterday, we spoke with a family who has a sinus infection that's been turned away from her primary care doctor because her insurance comes off as expired in the system, even though she has submitted her renewal over 3 times. To be clear, this is not folks not submitting materials on time. It's a system that is delayed in knowing when materials have been submitted and penalizing families for it. We've seen this not just with healthcare, we've seen it with food stamps. We have a family who's gone without food stamps for 2 months because the notification process does not give the system accurate time to actually let families know the services are going to expire, submit the proper paperwork, and then have that paperwork actually be reflected in the system before these systems are cut off. Of course, I only had 4 minutes to talk about a variety of systems. So I really hope that you will reach out to me or my staff to learn more about the many delays in these programs. These are essential programs that residents need. And yet, as you can see, they are not meeting the mark in terms of actually servicing people in the way they need to be serviced. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. I know it is a lot to cover. Sue Brightcoff, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Sue Brightcoff and I'm Chief Development Officer for Woodley House and a proud Ward 1 resident. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Woodley House has been providing supported housing and related services to DC residents with behavioral health disorders for 65 years. The vast majority of our residents were previously homeless. We operate 32 homes for more than 300 residents per year across 4 wards. We also operate a weekly food pantry for DC residents at our flagship location in Woodley Park. We were thrilled last year to become certified by the Department of Human Services as a permanent supportive housing provider. However, we are still unable to hire qualified case managers, and this is something that Director Silla talked about extensively in her testimony, so I'm underscoring that problem. We appreciate that housing people from the coordinated entry list of homeless individuals is a top priority for the city. We share that priority, but we desperately need your help in hiring qualified staff at all levels so we can help the city meet the goal of providing housing for everyone who needs it. We are deeply appreciative of the measures that DHS has taken to solve this workforce crisis. However, it's unfortunately not enough. We ask that DHS look at increasing funds for salaries and bonuses and look to partner with other agencies to confront this crisis. While providing higher salaries and sign-on and retention bonuses to attract qualified candidates is certainly a good start, we have encountered that candidates are fearful of potentially dangerous or triggering situations they may encounter in the community when serving as case managers. We believe that we can tackle this issue by hiring peers or those with lived experience with mental health or substance use disorders to pair with case managers so that there's always a team doing work together in the community. We ask that DHS consider hiring peers specifically to aid case managers. Another option may be for the Department of Employment Services to partner with the Department of Behavioral Health, which already operates a peer certification program, to place and fund these individuals to work in the community. This would make a huge difference for organizations like Woodley House and give an important opportunity to peers. Thank you for allowing me the space to comment.
Thank you very much for your testimony. McKenna Osborne, welcome.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with DC children and families, community partners, and pro bono attorneys toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. During my time today, I'd like to focus on DHS's Family Rapid Rehousing Program. My written testimony goes into much greater detail about the topics I'll raise and other areas of the agency's work. I'm happy to address more in this hearing's questions or follow-up conversations with the committee. At Children's Law Center, we work with hundreds of families each year who are referred to us by a medical provider because conditions in the family's home are negatively impacting their child's health. Consistently, some of the worst conditions we see are in units paid for by rapid rehousing subsidies. And these families are often stuck in the arduous process of transferring out of an unsafe and unhealthy unit. For example, one family we recently started working with has a significant mouse infestation in addition to mold and leaks, which the parents and medical provider are concerned is contributing to the baby's breathing problems. The family sees mice daily, including in their children's beds, and this family has been waiting months for their case manager to approve a transfer. Another client reached out to us after the mold in their unit got so bad that it was eating through walls and had made both bedrooms uninhabitable. As a result, the whole family was sleeping in the living room, and our client was understandably concerned that these conditions were harming her children's health. While the client waited to receive an emergency transfer from their case manager, the mold continued to spread. Even after our attorney got involved, it took weeks for this family to move, and their temporary relocation process was a failure. We asked the committee to push DHS to develop and implement a systemic plan to address the long-standing issue of appalling conditions in rapid rehousing subsidized homes. At a minimum, DHS should not authorize new leases with landlords who have a track record of poor housing conditions until that track record improves. We shouldn't give city money to landlords who do not provide safe and healthy housing to DC residents. It's clear from the experiences of our clients that rapid rehousing needs reform to protect the rights of participants and meet the program's stated goal of putting families on the path to permanent housing stability. To that end, we were grateful to see the Rapid Rehousing Reform Amendment Act reintroduced in the new council period, and thank committee members McDuffie and Pinto for joining that introduction and making rapid rehousing reform a priority. We urge the committee to move forward with this legislation. Finally, Children's Law Center would like to thank the council, especially you, Chairperson White, for funding additional permanent housing vouchers last year. As DHS plans to exit over 3,000 families currently in rapid rehousing by April 2024, and starting, we learned yesterday, as soon as August 2023, and given the agency's challenges leasing up currently available vouchers, we hope the committee will ask DHS how they're going to manage assessing these families for vouchers and supporting their exit from the rapid rehousing program. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And Rachel White, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Committee Chair White and members of the Committee on Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council today with respect to the performance of the Interagency Council on Homelessness and the Department of Human Services. My name is Rachel White, and I'm DC Action Senior Youth Policy Analyst. At DC Action, we use research data and a racial equity lens to break down barriers that stand in the way of all kids reaching their full potential. And we're also home of DC Kids Count, an online resource that tracks key indicators of child and youth well-being. So one of our priorities is dismantling the pipeline from youth homelessness to chronic adult homelessness, which can only be done through intentional investments into positive youth development systems throughout the district. By investing early and helping young people find stability, we're cutting off a primary contributor to chronic adult and family homelessness. One way to obstruct the youth to adult homelessness trajectory is by providing youth in the district a youth homelessness sector that is fully funded, a pathway to economic freedom in the form of workforce development opportunities that result in long-term employment with a livable wage, and programs that meet their unique needs. While the Department of Human Services received an additional $1.2 million to increase provider contracts during fiscal year 2023, it does not fully meet the funding needs of youth homelessness providers and actually exacerbates the existing gaps in service delivery for youth experiencing homelessness. Providers are seeking an increase in contracts by at least 9% to account for inflation and an additional funding to hire and retain frontline staff, requests you will hear more about in upcoming budget hearings. A second issue related to funding pertains to the lack of parity in youth homelessness funding between the Department of Human Services and the Community Partnership. Both entities fund the youth homelessness sector. However, TCP contracts did not increase this past fiscal year, and there were significant delays in fulfillment. So we're asking for greater transparency between the entities as we work to create balance. Lastly, with respect to funding, we have not been granted access to the results of the youth homelessness cost analysis that was requested by the Department of Human Services a couple of years ago. I will now focus my testimony on the continued need for targeted workforce development programming for youth experiencing homelessness. While we advocate for job opportunities, we must acknowledge that youth experiencing homelessness often face unique challenges as they try to secure employment. With limited access to basic needs like showers, hygiene, interview attire, it is often difficult to take the necessary steps to secure employment, all while facing the day-to-day traumas of experiencing homelessness. So given the challenges youth face, it is important for government agencies and service providers to create targeted programs and interventions that meet their unique needs. As we focus our discussion around creating equitable outcomes for all residents, it's also important to note that finding employment for transgender youth is even harder. Youth have reported not being hired based on discrimination for their gender expression and identity, being fired. And so while this treatment is unacceptable for any DC resident, it poses particular challenges for youth already experiencing the trauma of homelessness. DHS has responded to the unique needs of youth who identify as LGBTQ who are experiencing homelessness by creating a wraparound workforce development program. And we're asking that this program be expanded or another program created to meet the needs of all youth who are experiencing homelessness. We're asking for the committee's support to coordinate with the Labor Committee, the Department of Employment Services, and the Department of Human Services to secure funding for targeted workforce development that meets the needs of all youth experiencing homelessness. We have identified a model that we think will work great, and we will talk more about this during the upcoming budget hearings. Thank you for your time and consideration. My full testimony has been submitted to the committee prior to the hearing, and I will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Hannah and Dolly, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm a public benefits specialist at Legal Aid, and in my role, I assist DC residents apply for and resolve issues they may have with SNAP, TANF, Medicaid, and Alliance. My testimony will focus on service delivery issues at DHS, including egregious delays in processing new applications and recertifications, language access issues, inexplicable technical errors, and understaffing at every level of the agency, including the service centers and call centers. Currently, residents can apply for benefits either through a paper application or through District Direct. At 68 pages, the application is lengthy, confusing, and especially inaccessible for clients whose primary language is not English. Regardless of how they apply, residents face significant processing delays. To give an example, while DHS is required to process SNAP applications within 30 days, I recently assisted a resident whose application was not processed for 8 months. Residents who are receiving benefits face wrongful terminations when it's time for them to recertify. Legal Aid has worked with several clients whose benefits were terminated without proper notice or despite submitting their recertifications on time. This issue with recertifications was particularly apparent when many Alliance recipients lost coverage after DHS resumed recertifications in September. Legal Aid is concerned that there will be similar issues when over 300,000 DC residents will be required to begin recertifying for Medicaid coverage with the end of the federal public health emergency in mid-May. Another concerning pattern of issues has to do with unexplained technical errors, where DHS has told clients that it's not able to process their case or issue benefits because of some sort of technical error. Legal Aid staff have encountered several such cases, including after DHS had authorized payment following a fair hearing. Residents have 2 points of contact when they encounter issues with their benefits: the service centers and the call center, which are both understaffed. Clients have reported to us that it's extremely difficult to actually speak to a representative at the service center, and instead, claimants are simply directed to submit applications, recertifications, and verification documents to a Dropbox. This presents a challenge for clients with limited English proficiency, as they're not able to meet with a representative to request an interpreter and discuss their case. Of particular concern is that DHS has stopped automatically issuing receipts at the service center. These receipts are critical proof for customers of when they visited the service center and what documents they submitted, especially considering the processing delays. For example, in the case of one Legal Aid client, there was a discrepancy of over a month between when the client submitted a recertification at a Dropbox and when it was uploaded into DHS's system. Without a receipt, residents face difficulty proving when they submitted documents at a Dropbox. Residents are also not able to resolve issues through the call center. Call center staff have limited ability to take direct action on a case, and callers are often told that a supervisor will follow up with them, which doesn't happen. All these issues mean that DC residents are going for months without essential benefits they need for food, household expenses, and health insurance. We asked the committee to work with DHS to, 1, create and fund a DHS Ombudsman's Office similar to the DHCF Healthcare Ombudsman to assist residents with obtaining information and resolutions related to their benefits. 2, resume the practice of the receipt system at the service centers. 3, allocate funding for additional staffing at all levels of the agency and for improvements to District Direct and DCAS. And 4, provide training for service center and call center staff on proper processing timelines for applications and recertifications and on language access requirements. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And in place of Christy Respris will be Will Doyle from Pathways to Housing.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair White, council members, and council staff. My name is Will Doyle, LICSW, and I am the Director of Housing Operations at Pathways to Housing DC. Our mission is to end homelessness and support recovery for people with complex health challenges using the Housing First model that we brought to the district in 2004. I testified at the Oversight hearing on the Department of Human Services implementation of historic housing investments on November 3rd, 2022. I identified the need to work with PSH providers to implement creative solutions for short-term, large-scale expansion to utilize existing vouchers. While this continues to be an urgent issue, my input remains the same, so I won't repeat that testimony. Instead, I want to highlight a few other barriers we are currently facing regarding our work with the Permanent Supportive Housing Program. First, we have experienced delays in getting clients assigned once we communicate to DHS that we have capacity to take on new referrals. For example, we had 3 vacancies under our allotment of 145 emergency housing vouchers as of August 31st, 2022. But these vacancies were not filled until January 18th, 2023. We currently have 5 vacancies and are pending new client assignments. Second, we have experienced delays in the processing of client discharges. Since the new participant removal from caseload protocol went into effect in November 2022, we have had 15 client discharges processed at an average of 24 days from date of submission to DHS staff to the date the client is discharged. We don't officially have a vacancy for a new client to be assigned until a client is discharged. Finally, one of our biggest current barriers to growth is the requirement of having one case manager supervisor who is licensed as a licensed independent clinical social worker, licensed professional counselor, or licensed graduate social worker every 125 clients. This requirement did not exist prior to FY22 and went into effect with our new PSH3 Human Care Agreement on July 1st, 2022. We submitted questions and concerns about this with the PSH3 solicitation, but the language was not amended for the final version of the PSH3 Human Care Agreement. As a result, 2 supervisors who we employed under the PSH2 requirements were no longer eligible for their positions, and we have had 1 vacant supervisor position since September 2022 to serve our current number of staff and clients. There's also a significant shortage of licensed independent clinical social workers and licensed graduate social workers in DC, due in large part to the DC Board of Social Work's use of the Association of Social Work Boards exams as part of licensure requirements. As a result of the use of the exams between 2011 and 2021, DC has 169 fewer licensed independent clinical social workers and 285 fewer licensed graduate social workers. I am asking that you work with the Department of Human Services on addressing delays in assigning and discharging clients. I urge you to support emergency legislation to remove the Association of Social Work Board exams from DC's social work licensing regulations to address the workforce shortage that has already caused much harm to DC residents. Thank you for holding this hearing.
Thank you very much. Adam Mayer, welcome. Good to have you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman White, council members, and council staff. My name is Adam Mayer. I'm a Ward 6 native Washingtonian, a member of the district's Commission on Human Rights, and the Director of Housing Partnerships at Pathways to Housing, DC. Chairman White, I also attended Archbishop John Carroll a few decades before your birth, I'm sure.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I like something about you.
Well, there it is. I want to begin by thanking you for choosing to serve as the chair of the housing committees. My years of experience as a former council staffer has shown me that the housing committee's challenges are significant. Criticisms are commonplace, and thanks for the council's work on this committee is minimal at best. My prayers are with you in this endeavor. My goal today is not to criticize, but to offer suggestions that I believe could help to resolve a number of the challenges that are before you. 16 years ago, Mayor Fenty proposed using $20 million in local appropriations to begin the Housing First program in the District of Columbia. The council approved the request, as did Congress, and as the years passed, funding to house chronically homeless individuals continued to grow. Since 2007, more than 9,000 homeless individuals have been housed. Our success rate has hovered around 90%. In those early days, a decision was made, for good reason, to contract for eligibility determination services and inspections with the DC Housing Authority. The thought was, why create another bureaucracy within DHS when the authority for federal housing vouchers was performed within the existing housing authority, as were unit inspections. That decision of the beginning of our locally funded Housing First program was well justified in 2007. It has now become a cumbersome bureaucratic hurdle facing those of us trying to house those who are homeless. You've heard stories, months past trying to determine program eligibility. Inspections can add weeks or months to the process. Voucher issuance now seems to be at a standstill. One simple answer is to streamline the eligibility process. Have the Department of Human Services contract out for these services. Why is there a need to continue to receive eligibility determination services from the DC Housing Authority? During the closure of the L&M Street encampments, providers, both Pathways and Merriam's, for the first time were authorized by DHS to inspect department units. Pathways on average inspected units within 24 hours, and units that failed were re-inspected within 24 hours. Currently, the Housing Authority's goal for scheduling an inspection has been 10 business days. Pathways only takes 24 hours to inspect a unit, not just to schedule an inspection. 10 business days to schedule an inspection while someone is homeless, or 24 hours for an actual inspection to occur. The just decision is 24 hours. Need I say more? The federal government for years has allowed Pathways to determine program eligibility and to inspect apartments for those receiving federal vouchers that are assigned to Pathways. We have guidelines to follow, reports to submit, standards to maintain, and audits to pass. Never once has Pathways failed a federal audit of our eligibility determination operations. Our local government, the Department of Human Services, should contract out to providers for eligibility determination and inspection services, rather than to continue a sole source, non-competitive agreement with the DC Housing Authority for the use of these locally funded vouchers. I also must ask that you support efforts that are underway to implement the nonprofit equity law. Thank you for holding this performance hearing, Chairman White.
Thank you very much. Tim Underwood, good to have you.
Good to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to say I'm deeply grateful for this opportunity to speak with each of you today. Since 9:30 a.m., I've closely listened to the public servants on this call and the many testimonies I've heard. I just want to say many of them address why I'm here, which is to improve the user experience and outcomes. So I lead Hope One Source, a charitable network that launched locally in 2015. Our mission is to connect people to services with dignity, security, and ease. I will now share a personal story that sheds light on the challenges of discovering and accessing available services in the district, as well as some solutions that work. I just want to say my hope is that this story will inspire the city to take further action to address these issues. So nearly 13 years ago, in 2010, as a veteran with multiple deployments, I had witnessed firsthand the struggles of people experiencing homelessness and contemplating suicide. And I knew that I wanted to make a difference, so I transitioned to the military's reserve program, and I took a presidential management fellowship at the Department of Veterans Affairs to support programs and policies for vulnerable veterans and their families. And during my time there, I learned the importance of collecting quality real-time data of the moments that matter for making good decisions in government, and accountability too. In 2015, I went undercover with my wife to experience homelessness in DC and tried to access DC government and VA federally funded services for several days. I encountered many challenges, including outdated information and difficult procedures, many of which are mentioned here today. The experience was tear-jerky. especially when I encountered a single mother being evicted with an incarcerated husband. The most profound part of the experience was hearing the stories, just like we are today, of those that have been connected, or that we connected with rather, and who are really living it and not undercover. But from this experience, there were two takeaways, and one was discovering available services. And the second was really focused on connecting to them and how can we improve discovering available services and connecting to them. So after this experience, I reached out to DC government and VA leaders to share what I had learned and discuss opportunities for improvement. Within the VA, we launched a 3-year quality improvement study in 30 communities that sent trained actors and actresses undercover, similar like my wife and I, but they were of different races and ages. This is now a published study that successfully identified and removed barriers for Black and older veterans accessing services. With DC government, we launched an unfunded pilot to improve outreach, which became a part of local policy. And this pilot has resulted in millions of two-way text messages scheduled by multiple DC government officials and organizations such as hypothermia alerts, job training, food, and more. And it also very notably collects feedback on the experience of people accessing services, with an overwhelming number of people still reporting poor experiences and hopelessness. So I am here today because there's just many challenges that still remain in discovering and accessing DC government funded services to improve. To paraphrase Mahatma Gandhi, the measure of a community is how it treats its weakest members. And I have learned that building trust and measuring real-time experiences of the moments that matter are key to quality improvement. Therefore, we are proposing a 12 to 36 month funded pilot that will assist DC government funded organizations with improving the experience of discovering and accessing their services. This pilot will involve anonymous and verified data collection through kiosk and text messages outreach, with very important to note follow-up, which often does not occur. All data will be kept confidential and provided to key decision makers for accountability, with email insights for ongoing equality improvement. If you're interested in this pilot or would like to learn more information about the publication or the case studies I referenced earlier, please visit our website at hopeonesource.org. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Timothy Fagbemi.
Yes, good afternoon. Chairperson White, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Timitope Fabemi. I am the Director for Technical Assistance and Training at the District Alliance for Safe Housing, also known as DASH. I would first like to express our sincere appreciations to committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Zillinger, and the staff at DHS for the ongoing commitment to support safe housing and holistic service for domestic and sexual violence survivors. In particular, thank you for ensuring our new budget for DASH's Technical Assistance and Training Program in FY23, allowing us to bring on additional staff. DASH's mission is to be an innovator in providing safe housing and services for domestic and sexual violence survivors and their families as they rebuild their lives on their own terms. As the largest dedicated safe housing provider for underserved survivors in the district, DASH seeks to strengthen and expand the local safety net for survivors by providing high-quality voluntary services that are responsive to DASH survivors' complex and individual needs. In FY22, DASH safely housed 22 youths, 18 to 24, in our DHS-funded program, Right to Dream. With DHS funding, our Safe Nights Fund provided safe nights to 34 marginalized survivors and their families, all of whom were unable to access safe housing, despite several of them being high lethality. Furthermore, through our partnership at the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center, we supported 889 survivors who visited the center seeking safety and housing resources, many of whom received rapid rehousing. As the Director of Training and Technical Assistance, a key focus of my job is to improve coordinated responses. DASH is a proud partner with DHS, co-locating myself and my team at the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center by providing training and support to DHS's direct staff while also facilitating improving systems and connections with survivors, DHS, and other providers within the district. A recent example of our work, is to facilitate improved systems and connect survivors through our development of our new program, which is DASH's new YouTube channel. With the funding from DHS, DASH's training and technical assistance team created educational videos specifically on how to navigate support systems for survivors seeking services. In addition to the resources for survivors, DASH also uses these videos and trainings of DHS staff and other partners in the continuum of care. By partnering with DHS, other seated agencies, and community-based organizations in the district, DASH is pleased to be supporting survivors by improving their access to services throughout the domestic violence and housing support systems. We are proud to have collaborated with DHS team at Virginia Williams to improve the processes for survivors seeking support. Through bi-weekly team meetings in FY22, we have built a strong working relationship, collaborated on identifying system gaps, streamlined resources for survivors seeking support, and developed a consistent workflow that ensures that survivors receive consistent, accurate, and actionable information. To improve and grow this partnership, we call on Director Zillinger, Mayor Bowser, and the Council to continue collaborating with DASH and other domestic violence housing service providers to improve our systems as a whole. As a part of this systems improvement, we call on DHS to focus this year on improving our internal systems, including grant management systems, to facilitate an effective and efficient partnership. We applaud DHS for recognizing these challenges and beginning to work to consolidate its portfolio of domestic violence programs and services within the DHS Office of Policy and Program Support under Director Dina Hassan. We look forward to partnering with Director Hassan and her team this year and beyond. To further this life-saving work in FY24, we call on the city to establish a dedicated baseline of funding for domestic violence housing and DHS budget equal to the FY23 budget for such programs, plus 15% to account for underfunded services, cost of living allowances, and current inflation trends. We call on you once more to boldly lead the charge for continued funding for ongoing services and under-resourced domestic violence housing programs. Our commitment to centering survivors in partnership with you still stands. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Robles, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Jennifer Robles, and I am the Associate Director of the Empowerment Project at the District Alliance for Safe Housing, also known as DASH. I would first like to join my colleague, Temi Topi, in expressing our sincere appreciation to Bowser and Director Zillinger for your ongoing support for the domestic violence community. As Mr. Fagbemi mentioned, DASH's mission is to be an innovator in providing access to safe housing and services to survivors of domestic and sexual violence and their families as they rebuild their lives on their own terms. DASH works in partnership to build and improve housing and other service systems in the district. In FY22, DASH safely housed and prevented housing instability for 227 individuals through our continuum of housing programs and survivor-centered services, including 22 youth survivors ages 18 to 24 in our DHS-funded Right to Dream Youth Transitional Housing Program. DASH and DHS have had a long-standing partnership for the last decade. This partnership advanced in 2020 when DHS partnered with DASH to develop a new program to support transitioning youth survivors in the district, the Right to Dream program. In FY22, I served as a community coach and systems navigator for DASH's Right to Dream program. This program is the first of its kind in the district for transitioning youth ages 18 to 24 who are survivors of domestic and/or sexual violence and are experiencing housing instability or homelessness. I will focus my testimony today on the outstanding impact that DASH and DHS have had together through this award-winning Right to Dream program. In FY22, this innovative program provided 22 youth survivors with resources to do more than just survive, enabling them to grow, achieve their own goals, and move toward leading independent lives and truly thriving in our community. Youth survivors have access to educational opportunities, job training, and career planning, as well as a range of other community-based supports to help them recover from their trauma and become empowered as they transition into self-sufficient adulthood. For many of these young people, the support DASH provides helps break intergenerational cycles of abuse and enables them to build lives free from violence. During my time on the Right to Dream program, I served as a coach for 10 youth, all of whom had their own story. In FY22, the first class of program participants began to graduate from their 2-year term in Right to Dream. One story I want to highlight is that of a young woman I will call Jasmine. Jasmine suffered years of emotional, physical, and psychological abuse and was financially dependent on her abuser, who isolated her from her friends and family. After entering the Right to Dream program, Jasmine was able to find a place that met her safety needs, learn how to enter a lease, and began to settle in her new home with the support from DASH. However, 1 year into the program, Jasmine's abuser found her in the community and we had to relocate her. Once settled in her new space, Jasmine was able to stabilize and refocus on her interrupted goals. And at the end of the second year in the Right to Dream program, Jasmine transitioned into a permanent supportive housing program. While the successes of the Right to Dream program are phenomenal, we must also acknowledge the challenges that this partnership continues to face. As my colleague, Mr. Fagbemi mentioned, one of the core challenges is the general lack of understanding of the realities of domestic violence and the need for flexibility in serving survivors. We are pleased that DHS is centralizing their portfolio of domestic violence housing programs this year, and that they are making efforts to partner with OBSJG to better understand domestic violence service provision. We appreciate the collaboration between district agencies to best meet the needs of the city. To further this life-saving work in FY24, we call on the city to establish a dedicated baseline of funding for domestic violence housing service in the DHS budget equal to the FY23 budget for all such programs, plus 15% to account for unfunded services, cost of living allowances, and current inflation trends. Our sincere thanks goes out to the Chairperson White and the entire committee, Mayor Browser, and Director Zillinger for ensuring that every district resident has access to safe and secure housing free from the threat of abuse, and to the city for elevating protecting survivors and victims of domestic and sexual violence as a top priority. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Candace Lewis, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Chairperson White and members of the community, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Candace Lewis, and I'm the Senior Director of Programs at DASH. I'd like to first join my colleagues in expressing our appreciation to this committee, Mayor Bowser and Director Zeilinger. Through your partnership, DASH delivers life-saving services and helps find a foundation to grow, helps survivors find a foundation to grow beyond their trauma and move from surviving to thriving. As you've heard, DASH provides access to a wide range of high quality and voluntary services that are responsive to survivors' individual needs. As the Senior Director of Programs, I oversee both our housing programs and our wraparound services. It is these wraparound services that I want to talk about today. As you've heard, in FY 2022, DASH safely housed and prevented housing instability for 227 individuals. In particular, through our Survivor Resilience Fund, which was partially funded by DHS, we supported 49 survivors with a wide range of needs to secure housing or avoid homelessness. One of the absolute realities of work in domestic violence is that every survivor story is different and every survivor's needs are unique. Domestic violence is fundamentally about power and control, and it is vital that as service providers that we allow survivors to have the access to chart their own goals and identify the areas where they need them the most. While we applaud DHS for recognizing the critical need for flexibility and supporting the SRF fund, in other areas, DHS faces serious gaps in understanding domestic violence and how it impacts and intersects with homelessness. In addition to the day-to-day working challenges, we've also had several challenging interactions with DHS team regarding grant language that conflicts with our federal obligations. The FY22 Right to Dream Award execution dragged out for half a year, yes, 6 months, during which time we burned hundreds of hours chasing down DHS team and seeking updates and reinforcing our legal obligations. While the execution process for FY23 was much faster, we were still forced to go back and forth for several months on proposed grant terms that were violations of confidentiality requirements. One of the common statements we heard from DHS was the terms in question were standard provisions apply to all DHS programs. We understand that there's a desire to have a uniform response and never deviate. However, this doesn't acknowledge the truth of the different flexible approaches that work in the domestic violence space requires to address the holistic and complex needs of survivors. I join my colleagues in applauding DHS for recognizing these challenges and beginning to work to consolidate its portfolio of domestic violence programs and services within the Office of Policy and Program Support under Director Dina Hassan. We look forward to partnering with Director Hassan and her team this year and beyond. But as we work together and giving foundation to move forward, striving from moving survivors from striving to thriving as part of the DC Comeback Plan. In 2024, we are asking the mayor, council, and DHS to invest boldly in supporting survivors and set a national example on how communities can effectively respond to domestic violence survivors in need of housing solutions that are reliable, flexible, and survivor-centered. Again, our FY24 ask for the city is to establish a dedicated baseline of funding for domestic violence housing services in the DHS budget, equal to the FY23 budget for all such programs, plus 15% to account for unfunded services, cost of living allowances, and current inflation trends. Our sincere thanks to our goes out to Chairperson White and entire committee, Mayor Bowser and Director Zeilinger for your current support of victim services. Our commitment to centering survivors in partnership with you still stands. Together, we can build an equitable foundation for victims to move from surviving to thriving. Thank you, Chairperson Wright, for ensuring that every district resident has access to safe and securing housing free from the threat of abuse, and to the city for elevating protecting survivors and victims of domestic and sexual violence as a top priority. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Colby Ngaji. Welcome.
Thank you. Chairperson White and members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Kobe Ngaji, and I'm President and CEO of DASH. Thanks again to the committee, Mayor Bowser and Director Zeilinger, for your ongoing support of the domestic violence community and partnership in the face of triple pandemics of COVID, domestic and sexual violence, and our society's racial reckoning. I'm focusing my testimony today on recommendations to improve DHS systems, the potential impacts of failing to address the ongoing challenges of our partnership, and the successes we can have together through DASH's fiscal 24 budget request. When we work together, as you've heard, DASH and DHS save lives and provide vital resources to survivors. However, serving survivors of domestic and sexual violence and ensuring they have empowering options to build safe and stable foundations requires stability and a trauma-informed lens in our city agencies and service organizations. DHS's endemic process delays threaten the stability of programs and undermines the humanity of the people we serve. As my colleague, Ms. Lewis, has mentioned, in fiscal 22, the grant agreement for our Right to Dream program was executed more than half of the fiscal year, more than half into the fiscal year. While the process improved in fiscal 23, it still took almost 3 months to execute the fiscal 23 award. My written testimony will provide more details on the full impact of DHS's ongoing systemic delays and the lack of clear and consistent policies, procedures, and processes. For 3 years, DASH has had to carry $123,000 to $500,000 in DHS grant expenses and administrative costs every year before payment or reimbursement was finally received. Simply put, we cannot continue to carry the cost of delivering programs for 3 to 7 months without reimbursement. In addition to the equivalent of being an unfunded mandate, the stress it puts on our private funding reserves and on our staff is untenable. We greatly appreciate the steps individual DHS teams and staff members have taken to improve communications, as you've heard us talk about before. Still, these individual efforts are insufficient for such substantial systemic gaps. We have, for 6 years and counting, strongly urged DHS to invest in an effective grant management system in fiscal 24 and to undertake critically needed efforts to improve its internal systems. Additionally, I joined my colleagues and partners in the Victims Assistance Network and the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence to call on the district to support the true cost of survivor safety and of doing business in the district. As a member of the ICH Executive Committee and with the utmost respect and partnership, ICH Director Seiler's earlier statement that supply meets demand is not accurate. The DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence True Cost campaign provides critical data showing that more people are impacted by crime and in need of victim services than the current budget allows. There is not enough housing for survivors fleeing abuse. As a simple count, the 2022 PIT count identified 361 adults who stated that domestic violence was the primary cause of their homelessness. Yet the domestic violence housing continuum's total capacity of units is less than 300. As you've heard us say, and we'll say once again, our fiscal 24 ask for the city is to establish a dedicated baseline of funding for domestic violence housing services in the DHS budget equal to the fiscal 23 budget for all programs plus 15% to account for unfunded services, the cost of living, allowances, and current inflation trends. We look forward to our continued collaboration to eliminate barriers for survivors of color and other marginalized identities, and to build an equitable foundation for survivors through the DC Comeback Plan. The testimony of the panel before me, made up of a lot of immigrants, is still very much top of mind for me as an immigrant myself. Thank you, Chairman White, for protecting survivors, immigrants, and victims of domestic and sexual violence as a top priority. I am happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Ryan Trout, welcome.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Chairman White, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Ryan Trout. I'm the Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. CNHED applauds the Department of Human Services participation in regular, ongoing conversations with service providers and values the sharing of data that the department is collecting regarding voucher approval and lease-up process for DHS clients. Currently, providers submit Housing Authority Permanent Supportive Housing voucher applications directly to DHS. DHS has been relatively fast at reviewing, providing feedback, checking errors, and allowing providers to make needed corrections and then forwarding the applications to DCHA. We also acknowledge and appreciate that DHS has provided bonuses for hiring some staff and more funding for direct resident needs, such as amenity fees. DHS has also relaxed some requirements to make hiring certain positions easier. Additionally, we commend DHS for retaining the Corporation for Supportive Housing as a technical assistance provider. Providers have been able to work one-on-one with CSH to ramp up broadly and on specific issues that arise throughout the Medicaid billing transition. CNHED and DHS collaborate in the Landlord Partnership Fund. Established in 2018, the LPF supports low-income families and individuals in finding and maintaining affordable housing by providing financial incentives to landlords who participate in the program. As of January 2023, there are 776 unique landlords with nearly 3,000 units registered to the fund and only 100 claims submitted by landlords. We recognize how challenging it is to address the continuum of housing needs. The mayor has demonstrated political will by deepening investments in the Housing Production Trust Fund, increasing LRSP, and providing substantial support for both individual and family permanent supportive housing. The council has been her partner in these commitments. As we attempt to comprehensively address all aspects of housing, we encourage the district to advance them simultaneously and continue to provide support for residents wherever they are in their housing journey and the organizations directly performing the work. With that in mind, a large component related to voucher delays are labor shortages, including difficulty attracting qualified applicants due to low wages and competition. We are hopeful because DHS has recently signaled a willingness to expand the qualifications for the case manager supervisor role. Ideally, this expansion will continue, making it easier to find and promote case managers to supervisor roles. Also, to attract qualified case managers and case manager supervisors, providers need to be able to offer higher salaries or larger sign-on bonuses. In order to attract these qualified applicants, some member providers are subsidizing wages using private funds. During the voucher matching process, providers have experienced delays and challenges getting voucher recipients into units. In an effort to expedite this process, DHS began reviewing and submitting vouchers to DCHA directly. Now, voucher applications for PSH clients are submitted to DHS, and then DHS submits to DCHA. Ideally, DHS would serve as a conduit to help expedite voucher applications for DHS clients sent to DCHA and help providers hold DCHA accountable to a smooth and speedy turnaround. Cross-training opportunities and a shared process or timeline standard for DHS and DCHA could help expedite these processes and improve outcomes. CNHED believes it is important for DHS to understand how its processes are impacting other deadlines downstream, which can impact developer and investor interest in producing unit-based PSH in the district. Any referral or voucher processing delays can cause developers to miss important tax credit deadlines. CNHED would like to work with DHS and DCHA to develop program processes which align with the low-income housing tax credit program. We acknowledge that some DHS staff understand these timeline considerations and have consistently flexed where possible to help developers meet their deadlines. For example, by expediting referrals to help meet lease-up deadlines, and we really appreciate that. The implementation of Medicaid billing for new Medicaid providers has been particularly difficult. We recognize that this is a new process, but the slow rollout of contracts and allocation of funds has caused providers to fall behind on billing and force them to borrow from expensive lines of credit. This is especially true with those with both PSH and FRSP contracts. While the district continues this important transition, we ask that DHS continue to use CSH as a technical provider for both DHS and service providers, invest local dollars saved by Medicaid funds to assist providers with readiness and capacity building, and ensure timely contract execution, fund availability, and payments. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Kelly Andrea.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kelly Andre. I'm the Executive Director at Georgetown Ministry Center, a drop-in center and street outreach program that serves chronically homeless individuals in DC. I want to commend the DC Council for their recent investment in PSH for chronically homeless individuals. GMC saw more of our guests move into permanent housing in the past year than we have in the previous 5 years combined. We need to continue that investment to end chronic homelessness in DC for good, but can only do so if we make significant changes to the system. The problem, as I see it, is that the system is not set up for the people that it serves. The system creates barriers to accessing housing by creating a series of hoops that people have to jump through, hoops riddled with time constraints and unclear rules. I often talk about time horizons and how that affects how we work through systems. Now, for me, as a stably housed individual, I can plan years, months in the future. But for our unhoused guests, they don't know where they're going to sleep tonight. Their time horizon is hours, maybe days in the future. Now, consider this time horizon in a housing system that takes over 8 months just to be matched with a case manager. Like one of our guests, Srijana. Sheena is a former nurse whose mental health challenges came to light in her 20s. She can't go to congregate shelter because she doesn't feel safe there. She's with a partner and wants her own space and wants to be able to keep her belongings. In the past year, she's experienced harassment and assault. Her encampment has been cleared and she's been forced to move 5 times. Sheena was tentatively matched to a voucher last June, and every day she comes to the center and she looks me in the eyes and asks me when she's going to get housing. She is seeking purpose and a way to give back to the community. And the longer that this process is delayed, the more complex her needs becomes. She is a caring and generous person. I'm not sure my heart can take another day of watching how the community treats her while she lives on the streets. But she sees that as her only option. There are several changes that can be made to better support people like Sheena with limited time horizons, complex needs, and a significant amount of trauma. First, we can offer safe interim housing options that are actually designed for the people who need it. The pandemic and PEP-V have taught us that offering private and semi-private rooms will reach individuals who refused congregate shelter in the past. We need to invest in interim shelter options that restore dignity and allow independence, like bridge housing. Second, we need to improve communications with other agencies such as DBH to improve coordination of care and take the burden off our clients to make sure that all of their case managers are working together on the same goal. Improving communication across agencies will limit further harm and build back the trust with clients who've been failed by the system. Third, reducing barriers for non-DHS funded agencies to participate in the system. The ICH creates a structured and reliable space to discuss system-wide challenges and updates. This is really helpful, but not all-inclusive. The housing system is boosted by small privately funded organizations like GMC, who often catch people who fall through the cracks of the system. But without a DHS contract, we are often left out of the loop on communications. It's harder to get access to HMIS, and we can't see which other organizations are engaging with our guests, making coordinations with other agencies more challenging. Finally, creating opportunities to invest in smaller organizations like GMC who reach a significant portion of the population, even without city support. Don't discount us because we're small. We are able to provide the quality of care that people deserve in a healing-centered space where people feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Matthew Boucher, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman White, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Matthew Boucher, and I'm a senior staff attorney in the housing unit at the Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia. Legal Aid is excited to testify in support of the Rapid Rehousing Reform Amendment Act after many years of testimony at oversight hearings highlighting fundamental flaws in the current iteration of rapid rehousing. This bill will make necessary structural changes that will overhaul the program, and we're optimistic that if enacted, they will finally allow the program to achieve its goal of providing stable, affordable housing to low-income families in DC. Legal Aid supports passage of this bill because it will solve 4 specific problems. First, families participating in rapid rehousing have long struggled to pay between 40% and 60% of their income in rent, as the regulations currently require. As a result, even families that are still in the program often end up in eviction court. We support the provision in this bill that would cap a family's obligation at 30% of their income, which would mean that rents in rapid rehousing finally meet HUD's minimum definition for affordable housing. Second, the requirement that all families participate in case management services, regardless of need, is heavy-handed, unnecessary, expensive, and ineffective. We're talking about mandatory services that cost more than $800 per family per month. With more than 3,400 families in the program, it amounts to a total of more than $35 million per year. Yet we are aware of no measurable benefit that comes with these services. We support the provision in this bill that would make these services optional for all families and result in significant cost savings. Third, we are concerned that all families in the program are not being assessed for eligibility in long-term subsidy programs. In recent years, the Council has allocated significant funding towards the creation of new long-term housing subsidies. Yet DHS has continued to exit families from rapid rehousing while it still has long-term subsidies available. This bill will require DHS to evaluate all families for eligibility within 6 months of entering into the program, and further require DHS to notify each family of their eligibility within 5 days of the assessment. We further support the addition of a requirement that DHS provide all families with a written determination of their eligibility for each program for which they were assessed. Finally, and most importantly, the current version of rapid rehousing creates a cycle of housing instability by exiting families if they overstay an arbitrary time limit. The theory behind rapid rehousing has always been that if families are provided housing for a period of time, they will be able to use the temporary stability to rapidly increase their income. This has never worked in DC. DHS's own numbers indicate that more than 90% of families cannot afford the rent without a subsidy at the time they are exited. This means that when they are exited, these families are faced with the unthinkable choice of whether to leave their homes with nowhere else to go or stay and face eviction court. This bill fixes this problem by prohibiting DHS from exiting these families unless they can afford their rent on their own or they are matched with a long-term subsidy. We appreciate that the mayor and DHS finally appear to recognize some of the flaws in this program and have agreed to make some of these necessary changes voluntarily. However, we believe that the best way to create a clear structural framework for an effective rapid rehousing program is to pass legislation codifying these changes in law. For all of these reasons, Legal Aid strongly supports this bill and asks that the Council pass it and fund it this cycle. Our written testimony also includes our recommendations intended to ensure that the Emergency Rental Assistance Program is as effective as possible. I'm unable to address them in my oral testimony today because I'm out of time, but Legal Aid remains available to address them after the hearing if you have questions or require additional information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do, if I ask no questions, we still won't end public testimony until about 8 p.m. And I'm worried that people won't be able to stay with us that long. So out of respect for people who are later on the witness list, I'm going to hold off on questions. But I really do thank you all for your testimonies, for the insights. A lot of things that were raised are things that are on my radar. I'm going to ask the agency about later today. There are a few things I've heard in testimony that I need to follow up with people on outside of the hearing just because of timing. So again, I want to thank everybody who was on this panel for sharing your thoughts and insights. And I've taken a lot of notes myself. So again, thank you. And I'm going to call up the next 20 folks on our list, starting with Eden Arona, Ananya Bernardo, Danny Rodas, June Crenshaw, from the Wanda Alston Foundation, Sonia Stork, outreach advocate, also with the Wanda Alston, Kate Coventry with DC Fiscal Policy Institute, Queen Adesuyeye with the Drug Policy Alliance, Markia Smith with Capital Area Asset Builders, Joshua Drumming with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless, Debbie Shore with Sasha Bruce Youth Work, Danielle Anani, Public Witness, Robert Warren with PFFC, Rachel Ellison with Miriam's Kitchen, Kristen Thompson with Calvary Women's Services, Sandra Jackson with House of Ruth, Kenyatta Brunson with In Street Village, Wanda Steptoe with New Endeavors by Women, Katrina Williams with New Endeavors by Women, Rico Harris with In Street Village, Lynn Amano with Friendship Place, and Jesse Rabinowitz with Miriam's Kitchen. And if you all just give us a minute to get everyone queued up. Eden Arona, welcome. You can begin. I can't hear you, but you don't look like you're muted. Is your computer volume off by chance? No. There we are.
All right, perfect.
Excellent.
All right. Hello, Councilmember White and other opportunity to testify. My name is Eden Aruna. My pronouns are she, her, and I am the Human Resources Manager at the Wanda. Allow me to be here and share my experiences. The Wanda Alston Foundation's mission is to eradicate LGBTQI2 spirited youth and to provide services to queer individuals impacted by provide our services through our shelters, case management, therapy, life skills development, and support with education. Discuss our organization's issues our organization has encountered regarding employment, both employment. Our staff is currently majority queer. We prioritize hiring queer experiences related to homelessness. We believe this supports both our mission statement and the care we. During my time with the organization, I have noticed a reoccurring trend regarding staffing and turnover. We experience employees. Finding the right individuals is, of course, always challenging in the nonprofit sector. Hire employees with very specific qualifications and skills so that they can work with a high-risk youth We are not receiving enough funding to offer our applicants competitive benefits or salary. We are constrained to a fixed budget and rely on set reimbursements and grant funding. Through my search to fill needed positions, that theme that I have found is that the pay rate for salaried and hourly positions is lower than the individual with higher education. For the last 5 years, DHS funding has increased by 5%, and insignificant has increased by 8%, yet we only receive a 5% increase. The cost of living funding needs to be set to reflect that. Similarly, funding from the community partnership, which funds one of, has yet to receive an increase. These factors make it hard to both find qualified applicants. These gaps in staff lead existing employees to have to go above and beyond to accommodate the gaps, creating burnout, and often such high level of turnover has subjected you to repeated trauma as someone they build trust with is now gone. We are advocating for more funding so that we can offer more competitive benefits and higher quality, reduce turnover. We also need fair reimbursement because our contract with DHS is never sufficient enough funding to fully cover the request more streamlined and straightforward communication channels with DHS. Due to the need to fill these positions, hires, whether they be interns or volunteers, who may not have the desired educational background. And we are not sure why DHS does not trust our judgment in selecting new hires. The time between sending about a week and a half, which puts a delay in staffing and scheduling, especially when staff members have to go. Compliances take about a week to complete, and if there's a delay of response from DHS, then an individual has constraint on management and other staff members. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify. And
thank you very much. Our next witness is Ananya Bernardo. Welcome.
Hello, Councilmember White and other committee members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you. My name is Ananya Bernardo. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm the operations manager of the Wanda Alston Foundation. Today, I was speaking about two issues that items that we are in support of: improving the housing voucher process for LGBTQIA2 spirit youth and creating funding for a mobile mental health unit. Firstly, we acknowledge the issues with securing housing for our youth via the voucher system. It's been incredibly complicated and frustrating to help guide our youth through this process. There are critical areas for improvement and a dire need to educate the community, both service providers and clients. The current allocation has been 20 per fiscal year, starting in fiscal year 21, and we encourage the DC government to maintain and increase that number. We also urge both DHS and the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs to mobilize to ensure queer residents have access to these vouchers and are guided through the process. The queer community is particularly vulnerable to potential discrimination due to income, gender, race, age, and more, and the voucher system exposes these illegal atrocities. Furthermore, the documentation may not include their affirming name and identity and may require them to return to the closet to acquire potentially non-affirming housing. And the application process needs to be streamlined and significantly revised. And we look forward to hearing concrete ways that the agency is working to do this. Secondly, we have in other years, this year, we continue to advocate for DHS to partner with the Department of Behavioral Services to fund a mental health or behavioral health mobile unit program. This unit would consist of culturally competent providers who regularly visit programs and shelters that house individuals experiencing homelessness. They would build trusting and credible relationships with youth so that they can better serve them. We also support the addition of a psychiatrist to this team so they can help with the medication management. Our extended transitional housing program is set up to support clients with a high level of need. However, we are not designed to support clients through extreme mental health crises. Our plan in those emergencies is to contact DBH so their staff can visit our facility and assess the client. If the provider could visit the facility consistently and build a relationship with the clients would trust and feel more comfortable around them, thus ensuring they receive better care. This system has not worked well for us because clients are uncomfortable receiving care from a stranger who shows up at their house. DBH usually sends a different provider every time, and the clients are incredibly reluctant to engage with someone at the peak of a mental health crisis, let alone someone they have never met. At times, the providers have also failed to be LGBTQ affirming and have used the wrong name and pronouns for the client, even when they were informed of the correct ones. This has also caused ruptures in the trusting relationship our staff has worked to build with our clients, and thus our ability to support them when moving forward. If funding is not provided to create a mobile mental health unit, we would like to know what the council can propose as an alternative. Separately, many youths in our programs need help finding adequate and affirming employment opportunities. Many of them have had to leave their jobs due to encountering levels of homophobia and transphobia. We join the LGBTQ Budget Coalition in their calls to enhance the transgender and gender nonconforming workforce program to ensure a long-term approach to closing the employment and wage gap for trans and gender nonconforming residents. We request an additional $500,000 for these programs for additional staffing, development strategic partnerships with employers, and developing monitoring metrics. Given the arduous reporting structure of DHS, organizations like ours cannot develop long-term, robust programming. We also request the establishment of an employment coordinator or employment case management advocate, similar to the housing specialist, to live in the mayor's office of LGBTQ affairs and help queer residents navigate these workforce programs. We encourage DHS to be involved in these initiatives as they directly impact our youth. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. And Danny Rodas, welcome.
Thank you so much for allowing me to share with all of you my experience and the experiences of my staff with the Department of Human Services and the Community Partnership since the start of my employment at the Wanda Austin Foundation in August of 2022. My name is Danny Rodas. I'm the Deputy Director of the Wanda Austin Foundation, and my pronouns are he, him, his. Here are my observations of trends since the start of my employment regarding DHS and TCP's interactions with my staff, me, and other providers. First, DHS and TCP are undergoing internal restructuring. DHS internal restructuring began when more details of Casa Ruby came to light. In my official first meeting with DHS, the Deputy Administrator of the Youth Services Division informed my staff and me that DHS did not have the process flows with specific details of rules and regulations that providers must follow, but DHS will work on those. Additionally, in a meeting with DHS, TCP, and the Wanda Austin Foundation, TCP asked DHS to clarify HMIS requirements from our FY23 agreement with TCP. This discussion led the Deputy Chief of Contracting and Procurement with TCP to make the point that DHS and TCP need to have offline conversations regarding the terminology they and DHS are using because they're using similar language with inconsistent meanings. The miscommunication and lack of clarity from DHS and TCP make it hard for providers to do the critical work of supporting at-risk youth. Second, DHS relies on institutional knowledge instead of direct training. In October 2022, the program analyst with DHS met with my staff and me to review the homeless services report. And most answers to our questions were, I do not know. Our IT department is working on a desk guide for providers. My staff and I have asked DHS to review process flows and internal documents we have created due to work plans they requested on November 3rd of 2022. By the deadline of November 8th, 2022, I provided DHS with a work plan and supporting document that another program analyst agreed to giving. I have yet to get feedback on the urgent work plan that DHS requested. The internal restructuring and the changing of expectations are not being communicated well. Instead of providing direct training, DHS is relying on institutional knowledge to buy time to address the urgent need that providers have been asking for, and DHS does not have answers to those questions. Third, DHS and TCP cannot keep up with the requested changes they're asking of providers. There has been an influx of new requirements, audits, and expectations that have been inconsistently communicated to us and other providers. DHS and TCP require that staff participate in 20 to 30 training sessions during the fiscal year. I agree that staff must engage in training, but staff should refrain from racing at the start of each month to try to sign up for training with limited capacity. Training sessions should be pre-recorded so that staff can watch the training at their own pace. Additionally, DHS and TCP require that case managers enter data on HMIS within 48 hours of providing services. Newly hired case managers must wait about 1 month before gaining basic access to HMIS, and it will take them about 3 months to have complete access to the features of HMIS. It's been communicated that someone with HMIS access cannot transfer their credentials from one organization to another. They must start over. This adds to the delay in the documentation. I asked DHS and TCP to consider the following changes to make it easier on providers to do our jobs. 1, host a training twice a year that is geared towards new hires. This training will be half a day long that will cover the essentials. 2, create an email list for TH, ETH, and other categories of program types that providers can use to communicate easier with other programs regarding any urgent transfers and seek support from those doing similar work. 3rd, pre-record required training sessions so that we as providers can work with our staff on a reasonable plan at the start of their employment to be compliant by the end of the fiscal year. Next, DHS and TCP.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rodas, we're almost a minute over. We have a lot more witnesses. So I would ask if you submit your testimony for the record, we will review the rest of the recommendations.
No problem.
Thank you. June Crenshaw, welcome.
Hi, Councilmember White. My name is June Crenshaw. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I am the Executive Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation. We sincerely thank the committee, Mayor Bowser, and the leadership of DHS for your ongoing commitment to queer youth experiencing homelessness. And I'm thrilled to have had my team members talking specifically about the work of the Wanda Alston Foundation. And I will take my time to talk about our work as a receiver of Casa Ruby. This committee is aware of the closing of Casa Ruby in 2022, and you must have also heard that Casa Ruby staff worked unpaid for months to continue providing life-saving, vital services to their queer clients. This entire situation has been devastating to the whole community. We recognize that DHS and other agencies that previously funded Casa Ruby are diligently working to ensure that nothing like this happens again. And we applaud those efforts because of the irreparable harm done to so many of the most vulnerable members of our community. We know that the Casa Ruby situation did not happen overnight. There were many signs and many people, especially Black trans women, who reported mistreatment and irregularities. We also understand that it is complicated and it is a layered process, but one of the most apparent failures was that it took so long to respond, which left the most vulnerable members of the queer community exposed to mistreatment and mishandling by Ruby Corrado. In addition, we recognized how challenging it was to address complaints because Ruby constantly accused people of transphobia, homophobia, xenophobia, or simply of being envious of what she had accomplished. And her constant threats to go public regarding those false allegations were enough to silence a lot of good people. Finally, I want to say that make sure everybody understands that the Wanda Alston Foundation has not received any financial support to take on this receivership role. We have incurred costs for securing confidential documents and private client and employment records that were abandoned by Casa Ruby, including vital documents, passports, driver's license, birth certificates. and US mail from prior clients. We've incurred costs for moving and storing. We've incurred legal and accounting costs for producing W-2s and 1099s. We've done a lot of this assignment, this receivership role, because we continue to be concerned about our community and the loss of culturally competent and affirming spaces. But the scope was unknown to us, and it continues to grow. So with the additional work that we've taken on behalf of the court, the additional oversight and audits that you've heard about from our prior staff, and the fact that we're struggling to hire and retain staff, this has been a huge burden. So we ask for your support in developing reasonable processes that don't feel punitive as far as audits are concerned. In addition, we advocate for prior funding that went to Casa Ruby to be maintained and awarded to organizations that are queer community-led, especially Black-led and women-led. We ask for financial support to continue this important work, and we thank you for your continued support in our work. And if there are any questions, please let me know, and we're submitting full written testimony to you.
Excellent, thank you. And we'll get more information. We asked some pre-hearing questions, but not along the lines of some of the things in your testimony, so we will have to follow up. Thank you very much. Sonia Stork, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Chairperson White and other committee members and staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and share my experiences. My name is Sonia Stork. My pronouns are she and they, and I'm the outreach advocate at the Wanda Austin Foundation. I would like to speak about a training that DHS requires for housing service providers, creating safe spaces for LGBTQ homeless youth. The Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs created the training and works together with DHS to secure funding for organizations like ours to lead it. I've been co-facilitating this training twice monthly since April 2022. We so appreciate the mayor and committee's commitment to providing safe and culturally competent care for our LGBTQ IA2S+ siblings who are experiencing homelessness in DC. We are grateful for the opportunity to share our experiences with other service providers and engage in a discussion about ways we can better support our community. However, our team has identified numerous issues with the training as it stands and have been attempting to contact the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs about this for months. We have received no responses from our multiple emails asking to schedule a conversation to address this. One small example here is that Andy Boykins, the other facilitator, is being required to attend the training, which she obviously cannot do as the facilitator. Furthermore, we believe much of the content of the training is outdated and must be improved. Some of the content has even felt offensive to members of our staff who identify as queer. We also know that norms and terms in the queer community can evolve very quickly, and providers need to be able to mirror that so they can meet their clients where they're at. We also believe there is really essential information missing. There is very minimal discussion about pronouns in the training, which we know is often very important to our youth and something providers always have questions about. The feedback we receive from participants is usually very positive. However, many ask for a breakout room or more room for small group discussion. Many want the chance to learn more, and we want to be able to give them the space and time to really dive into the material with them and work with them on their questions. This topic, providing culturally competent care for LGBTQ IA2S+ youth, is too large a subject for only 2 hours. The providers who join the training often have an overwhelming amount of questions, and the type of questions they ask indicate many have a very rudimentary understanding of LGBTQ issues and ways they can be affirming to the clients they work with on a daily basis. Even if providers have the best of intentions, their ignorance on this subject matter can often result in insensitive remarks or invasive questions, which can cause the client to feel even more isolated, alone, and misunderstood. Language can be an incredibly powerful tool to indicate safety or to take it away, and we need to make sure that the queer youth in our programs are receiving care that feels actively affirming and supportive for them. Many of the youth in our housing programs have left other agencies for this reason. They encountered implicit or explicit discrimination from providers. So we support 2 items: expanding the training requirements so that more providers receive more than 2 hours of training, and updating the content of the training with feedback and collaboration from queer-run organizations like ours. And there is data that can ground us in the urgency of these requests. The Trevor Project conducts research on mental health outcomes, including suicidality for LGBTQ youth, and they found that LGBTQ youth are more than 4 times likely to attempt suicide than their peers. Another survey in 2022 found that 45% of LGBTQ youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year, including more than 50% of trans and non-binary youth. These studies can also clue us into the solutions. They consistently find that LGBTQ young people report lower rates of attempting suicide when they have access to affirming spaces. Research even shows that trans and non-binary youth who reported having their pronouns respected by all or most people in their lives attempted suicide at half the rate of those who did not have their pronouns respected. We know that cultural competency is suicide prevention. Our providers must be better educated so they can provide higher quality, culturally competent, and trauma-informed care to the queer youth in their programs, who they will inevitably encounter. Queer youth are at more than double the risk of homelessness compared to their peers. While 7% of the general youth population in DC identify as LGBTQ, 40% of the homeless youth population do. Even if they're not out in all of the programs, they are there and receiving inadequate care because their providers are not sufficiently educated. Again, we strongly advocate to expand the training requirements and update the material as it stands with feedback from queer-led groups who specialize in the material. Thank you very much again for your time, attention, and continued support.
Thank you so much. Kate Coventry, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman White and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kate Coventry. I'm the Deputy Director of Legislative Strategy at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. DCFPI is a nonprofit organization that shapes racially just tax, budget, and policy decisions by centering Black and Brown communities in our research and analysis, community partnerships, and advocacy efforts to advance an anti-racist, equitable future. Homeward DC 2.0, the district's strategic plan to end homelessness, sets forth the goal of making homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. Homelessness will be rare when services are in place to prevent as many people possible from experiencing homelessness. Homelessness will be brief when individuals are helped as quickly as possible. And homelessness will be non-recurring when individuals have the supports they need to maintain their housing. DC has made great strides towards this vision, but underfunding and implementation delays in successful research-based strategies are undermining progress. Black residents bear the brunt of underfunding and implementation delays. 89% of unaccompanied adults counted in the district 2022 point-in-time count were Black. This is a result of the enduring legacies of structural and individualized racism, such as racist zoning and residential segregation, redlining, restrictive covenants, and practices barring federal employment that for years prohibited Black families from equitably accessing the housing and employment markets. DCFPI has several recommendations to get the district back on track to achieving the goals set out in the strategic plan, including that the district ensure that 3 programs, Project Reconnect, Rapid Rehousing for Individuals, and DC Flex for Individuals, are fully funded, that DHS provide an updated timeline on the expansion of DC Flex to individuals and ensure that FY22 funds set aside for this expansion are used for DC Flex rather than reprogrammed to another use, that DHS and the Housing Authority outline an action plan for implementing the historic local and federal investments in PSH vouchers, given that the government has only leased up 31% of the tenant PSH vouchers for individuals made available in FY22 and none of the vouchers made available in FY23, that the agencies commit to timely and regular updates on initiatives in progress. Project Reconnect, the prevention program for individuals, plays a key role in making homelessness rare and brief. It helps individuals who are newly experiencing homelessness or exiting from institutions like jail or foster care find alternatives to shelter, such as reuniting with friends and family. Shelter can be traumatic and unsafe. Investments in programs that help individuals avoid shelter can benefit them in the long run. Homeward DC 2.0 calls for more robust prevention services for individuals. And given the proven success of Project Reconnect, the district should ensure the program is fully funded, meaning all who qualify can receive services. Rapid rehousing should be a critical component of making homeless brief for individuals, but because of lack of funding, the program is not meeting its potential. Rapid rehousing for individuals is a voluntary program that provides housing search assistance, supportive services, and short-term rental assistance, generally up to 12 months. The program aims to move residents out of shelter as quickly as possible, but individuals who like to access rapid rehousing can't because of a limited number of slots and then must wait in shelter until another person exits the program. The district should ensure that all individuals who are eligible and interested can enter the program immediately. DC Flex is a 5-year shell subsidy program that provides a fixed amount of cash annually to working households who are struggling to afford rent. The goal is to provide funding that households can draw down flexibly as they need it. But this program was supposed to be expanded to individuals in FY22 with $1 million. But the agency has yet to launch this expansion. We asked this body to require DHS to provide a timeline for implementation to ensure that the FY22 funds are carried over for FY23. And then in my written testimony, there is more information about implementation of PSH vouchers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sorry about that. Marquia Smith, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Human Services. My name is Marquia Smith, and I'm the Director of Cash Transfers and Guaranteed Income of the DC-based nonprofit organization, Capital Area Asset Builders, also known as CAB. Today, it is my honor to provide testimony before this committee to discuss the partnership CAB has with the Department of Human Services. Through our partnership with DHS, CAB is working to assist low and moderate income DC residents to get on the path toward taking control of their finances, increase their savings, and build wealth for a better future. For the past 5 years, CAB has been partnering with the DHS Family Services Administration to provide financial capability services to underserved and economically vulnerable district residents. CAB proudly manages the DC Flexible Rental Subsidy Pilot Program. During the first 4 years of DC Flex, we interacted with 125 families on an annual basis who received $7,200 every year to be able to pay rent on time. We integrated our financial education and financial coaching services with rental assistance to impact families served through this pilot program. CAB has found this program to be innovative and impactful on the lives of families in DC. Mayor Bowser's administration and the DC Council also found this program to be very impactful. We are thankful for the expansion of DC Flex that took place last year. Now CAB is able to work with as many as 669 families who each receive $8,400 of cash transfers every year. Empowering housing stability, preventing eviction, and preventing homelessness through conditional cash transfers is innovative. To the best of our knowledge, this continues to be the only program of its kind in the nation. I manage this program at CAB and get to see the impact on the program participants. Since spearheading the execution of this program 5 years ago, CAB has seen signs of success in the flexible rent model. Families are in stabilized housing environments and more invested in their living conditions as a result of this program. During one-on-one financial coaching, CAB sees how much an additional $600 a month or a few months of full rent payments can make the difference of a family being able to sustain in the midst of a simple hardship, such as a family emergency that causes a few days out of work without pay. Participants in the program have been diligent in managing their family finances, but after working with financial coaches at CAB and getting a second opinion on their budget, families are much more better equipped to manage their household finances. While the DC Flexible Rent Subsidy Pilot Program is focused on preventing eviction and homelessness for families that are working but making low wages, we believe that this program will have a much greater impact on the family stabilization and upward mobility. This program has allowed Washingtonian families to stay at home and have a better shot at financial stability. We recognize and thank the leadership of DHS Director Zellinger and the DH staff managing DC Flex. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Joshua Drummond, welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, council members. I am Joshua Drummond, a law graduate that works for the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Since 1987, the Legal Clinic has envisioned and worked towards a just and inclusive community for all DC residents, where housing is a human right and every individual and family has equal access to the resources they need to thrive. My testimony will cover a few topics of interest. Rapid rehousing aims to ensure that unhoused individuals can access secure housing and attain financial stability. Unfortunately, it does a poor job of accomplishing this in DC. Historically, this program has capped the time a family is able to avail themselves of this subsidy to 12 months. After advocacy from many, the Rapid Rehousing Reform Amendment Act was introduced and supported by the majority of the council. DHS has claimed to be adopting some of the provisions of the proposed legislation. Due to policy reversals, the veracity of such a claim is unclear. What we know is that DHS is not in any substantive way reforming rapid rehousing on its own. DHS is set to eliminate extensions. 3,100 families face termination. As of yesterday, we learned that DHS will begin exiting in August, a reversal of the previous pledge of a new 18-month subsidy term. The pending legislation would correct this and also require movement to a voluntary service model, cap tenant rent contributions so that it doesn't exceed 30% of income, and create transparency around permanent housing voucher eligibility and referrals. When DHS is unwilling to act in the best interests of DC residents, DC must step up to prevent tremendous harm and displacement. DC is in dire need of legislation capable of bridging the gap between the current rapid rehousing shortcomings and the future where DHS truly protects and cares for participants. 97% of families in rapid rehousing are unable to afford rent. 97% of families in the program are also Black. Racial justice in the district is impossible without rapid rehousing reform. This council should pass the Rapid Rehousing Reform Act. Pandemic eviction moratoria have ended, but families still require assistance paying their rent. ERAP applicants are reporting a 4-month delay in processing, sometimes must resubmit pending applications due to no response. We ask that the council pass legislation to include reporting on ERAP administration and distribution, including timeline, staffing, and administering agency delays. DHS should also allow applicants to request 3 months of future rent. There's been significant investment in voucher resources as of late. Unfortunately, however, staffing issues at DHS and poor agency coordination between DHS and DCHA have precluded district residents from getting housing. Currently, case managers must match those with vouchers to housing units. Agency bureaucracy prolongs homelessness. Waiting until DHS can properly staff itself and consequently holding up the entire process only makes people and families wait longer for safe, secure housing. Furthermore, we ask this council to disapprove the targeted affordable housing regulations set forth by DHS. These regulations don't comport with the Targeted Affordable Housing Prioritization Act of 2022 within the Budget Support Act, as they deprioritize families that have been in the program the longest and raise questions about how vouchers are currently distributed. The PEP-V program was established in 2020 to protect the most vulnerable amongst the unhoused community. DC contracted with hotels and to house homeless individuals whose medical conditions made them more susceptible to contracting COVID. DHS has plans to demobilize PEP-V sites. As a result, over 500 people will lose their housing. Despite what some may say, DC is still in the middle of a pandemic and is in no position to end PEP-V. This is especially true considering that shelters are still operating below capacity to ensure the safety of those inside them, and that several encampments, including the large at McPherson, have been closed down, severely decreasing the number of vacant shelter beds. Operating shelters below capacity indicates that DHS understands the severity of the pandemic. The decision to close PEP-V contradicts that understanding. We ask that the council amend the HSRA to require low barrier eligibility shelter access, buy and convert buildings to create more non-congregate shelter spaces, establish storage options, and implement more staff training so families are not routinely and unlawfully denied. The legal clinic also supports amendments to the OMS legislation that establishes due process for migrants and eliminates the current segregated service system, which prohibits migrants from accessing traditional housing resources. We hope to see increased council oversight of DHS that holds DHS accountable to DC's no and low-income community and ensures that DC residents are adequately supported. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Debbie Shore.
Unmute. There we go. Yeah. Welcome. Thank you so much. Oh, goodness. I just lost my testimony. Here we go. Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the Committee on Housing. Thank you so much, first of all, for taking on this important task as head of the housing, which also takes on the Department of Human Services. It is a huge task, but I believe you're up to it. I'm the founder and executive director of Sasha Bruce, a youth and family service agency. I've been working for more than 40 years, serving youth who are homeless through outreach, shelter, and long-term programs, as well as developing preventative community-based programs aimed at keeping youth in school, learning life skills, and giving opportunities to improve the trajectory of their lives. We have strong results in our programs. Our programs continue to serve youth who are living in places not meant for human habitation, as well as those we can accommodate in our shelter and long-term living programs. I'm so pleased that we've been able to open a new program this year, Thrive House, with funds from the HUD Youth Homelessness Demonstration Project for 15 youth in transitional living, which leads to rapid rehousing. And so it will grow the number that we can serve as time goes on. And we, of course, continue our preventative programs in schools, which are so important. I am also pleased by the progress there has been at DHS in providing our contracts in a timely way. Last year was months late and with clarity about our budgets. Also, that on most of our contracts, we were able to receive a 5% increase this year to the $1.2 million of extra funds that were directed by Councilmember Nadeau for these purposes. Given that we had not received any increases in the previous years, this was significant and very welcome, although it didn't keep up with inflation or increased pandemic costs. Also, the relationship with the leadership of DHS has improved, and we hope will continue to do so. Having a transparent and constructive dialogue about needs and glitches aimed at strengthening practice is really critical, and that has not been present for a few years. I'm hopeful we can make progress. The youth homelessness system has endured the revelations about Casa Ruvi and its closure. But this very unfortunate circumstance is not at all reflective of the strong programs we and our partners who provide solid programs in the city to homeless youth. So we want the system to build on our strong programmatic foundations. And I believe that DHS certainly does want that as well. There are some pieces of our system that are not working smoothly, however, and I wanted to bring them to you. One of these is the dysfunction of the clearance process, which is essential to getting our staff hired and placed in our residential programs. Our staff need to get clearances from the DC Police Department, health providers, Child and Family Services, as well as county police if they live out of state. Both our police department and CFSA delay clearances sometimes months, which means applications are lost. We therefore lose staff all the time who cannot start before their clearances are returned. All of our staff also need new clearances each year. I believe clearances are necessary, but the glitches within the system are within reach of by perhaps providing more fully staffed places in the police department and CFSA to be sure that they are able to manage all of the people that are coming to them. I'm asking for you to find a way to create a hearing or to ask the important questions that need to be asked of these other government agencies and to elevate this issue. There are lots of problems that we have hiring staff and finding staff, and there are some other ways in which I think this can be aided, but this particular part is really a problem that goes beyond DHS and nobody seems to feel responsible for. In fact, however, in the past, DHS actually docked us, took money away from us because our on-site staff could not get clearances up to date soon enough. So this really needs focus. Secondly,
I would ask if you would, Ms. Shore, summarize the remaining.
The rest?
testimony. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. The Nonprofit Fairness Reimbursement Act, essential. It is not being applied or implemented. It's being implemented in a spotty way. Also, I am suggesting that we don't have enough funding. We need to have additional funding. It's very important that the nonprofits are solid in the community. And when the city is, bonusing staff, which I don't have any problem for, it's very difficult when we are only able to, we're not able to compete. The 5% increase is great, but we don't have any idea whether that will continue. And it didn't apply to the contracts that we have with the community partnership. There are two funding mechanisms for the youth homelessness system, for the homelessness system. One is through DHS, one is through TCP. The parity between them should be, there should be no argument about that.
Let me apologize and pause you. We're only halfway through our witness list.
Okay.
Today. So,
have I taken a much too long?
You're about 2 minutes over. And
thank you. I'm so sorry. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Robert Warren, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the committee. My name is Robert Warren, a lifelong DC resident. I'm one of the founding members of the organization People Fairness Coalition. I would first like to start off with acknowledging and thanking the Committee on Human Service for the investments that the City Council has budgeted. In accordance with our mission to end people's housing instability in Washington, D.C. through advocacy, outreach, and peer mentoring, PFFC launched its Universal Right to Housing campaign The goal is to develop strategies and policies that would increase access to affordable and sustainable housing for DC residents. PFFC efforts around this topic have led to positive outcomes in terms of preserving public housing in Washington, D.C., establishing targeted affordable housing, and new mechanisms for making affordable and sustainable housing available to elderly individuals with physical disabilities who are not able to work, along with housing insecure individuals. PFFC received a Community Human Rights Award for the local chapter of the United Nations Association of Napa-Cachuan area. One of the key components is we still have not been able to establish some of the goals set forth in Homeward DC 2.0. PFFC's Universal Right to Housing Campaign Initiative, URH, started by formulating a draft of a ballot initiative based on the federal government's definition of what is considered affordable housing. This definition states that the cost of housing should not make up no more than 1/3 of a household's income. The DC Board of Election rejected PFFC's ballot initiative because the definition of what can be incorporated on the ballot initiative cannot have a fiscal impact on the DC budget. PFFC's hope is to get people in DC government, when they develop policies and implement programs, to take into consideration DC residents who are on fixed incomes that do not keep up with the increase in housing values. This includes senior citizens, handicapped, and those who are mentally disabled. Every DC resident should be able to have housing that is affordable, sustainable, and accessible. Follow the DC definition of affordable housing. At this point, I'd like to just kind of vary from my written testimony, just to comment just a few minutes on what's been said, because I think some very important things have been said, especially in questions that you asked, Mr. White, to government witnesses throughout the day, and specifically around the fact that people are designated as being matched with housing, and just the consumer input on these processes. For us, it's about a racial equity issue, and PFFC, we've always had a low bar as far as organizations and groups that we advocate with and work with in order to end people's housing instability in the District of Columbia. And that bar is that folks believe that housing basically is a human rights. And I've asked that of a number of council members and folks in this city. And for the most part, I believe we all agree that housing is a human rights and it should be accessible to everyone. And I think the deputy mayor and when the closing of McPherson Park, the deputy mayor, he made some statements that he didn't want to house some of those residents down there because there were residents in low-birth shelters who've been on waiting lists to be housed long before some of these residents in encampments. And, me personally, along with PFFC members, we started doing encampment outreach during the pandemic. And I know it's been very traumatizing for a lot of our members and just for the city in general. And so I would just hope that you would continue to ask those hard questions, Mr. White, and continue to connect the dots, because all of those agencies are connected. Me being a lifelong DC resident, my mother, working for Manor and working there for 25 years. So I believe in the developmental part of, what the city is offering for us developing housing. But we have to rebuild that social housing infrastructure in the city and connect those dots. So thank you once again for this chance to testify. And I hope I didn't go too much of my time. Thank you.
Only a little over. Thank you so much, Mr. Warren. I appreciate you. Rachel Ellison, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the committee. My name is Rachel Ellison. I'm currently the Senior Mentor Advisor and the co-lead of Rhonda Whitaker Streets to Life DC Women's Initiative with PFFC and the fellow at Miriam's Kitchen. I'm an individual with 17 years lived experience of chronic homelessness with co-occurring disorders that have been arrested with the help of organizations like Pathways to Housing, Miriam's Kitchen, and Friendship Place. Amongst being able to receive resources from DC Housing Authority, Department of Human Services, and DCRA. I was given a new opportunity by Pathways to Housing in 2009 to begin a new process and a whole different journey with a HUD voucher at first and switch to an LRSP so that I would have the choice to move to bigger units and better neighborhoods Housing First gave me the foundation I needed with wraparound services and to continuum of care to turn my life around. I have taken these opportunities and with hard work and have been able to become a better version of myself today. Today, I do not live in survival mode any longer. I am in recovery with multiple years clean and sober and mentally baseline with a certification as a DBA certified peer specialist. Who no longer requires the wraparound services of a collaborative or CSA and do the same work in this field that helped me grow in my own personal recovery journey. I've been advocating for the moving on voucher for the past 3 years. It's in policy at HUD for DC Housing Authority to follow. But as of today, I still have an in-house voucher, permanent supportive housing voucher that requires DC Housing Authority to send payments to Pathways to Housing DC for my rent beyond the 30% that I pay. I want the ability to become a productive member of society that I'm ready to be and not feel like the system was made to keep me and others in position in the poverty levels of society. I didn't have the option of the Pet V shelter, but it has been very successful. I understand we were building the plane, we're flying the plane, because none of us had ever experienced a pandemic such as COVID-19. I was one of the early employees at DBH to collaborate with DHS to do referrals and placements in Pet V. I know for a fact all individuals I sent to Pet V have moved on in a timely fashion into housing. I have stayed and followed them for the past 3 years and followed them in their journey in the process. I am grateful to the individuals at DHS I was able to collaborate with to get housing and secure individuals into housing. Bridge housing and Pet V is still much needed as a placement for the housing insecure, so they may have a roof over their heads while receiving medical services from Unity and case management for the resources that are available to them today, and give them the same level of care I received coming into the system chronically homeless, and allow for them to have the choice and chances to reevaluate their lives and to become the best versions of themselves they can be. This is one of the reasons why we need a universal right to housing public policy, not only for housing insecure, but for individuals such as myself who no longer need the wraparound services that come with in-house PSH, LRSP vouchers from DC Housing Authority to a provider, mine being Pathways to Housing DC. I have worked hard and know I'm not the only one. I'm using my voice today to thank every agency that played a part in my elevation so far, but we still have work to do. The moving on voucher must be given to those of us who no longer require the wraparound services so we can become the best versions of ourselves. And please reconsider Pet V Bridge housing as it success rates at housing insecure speaks for itself. I have found my voice and I will use it to advocate on every platform I am given to achieve these goals for myself and others. I look forward to learning more on the Interagency Council on Homelessness to help other women find their voice and learn to advocate for themselves in the aforementioned Rhonda Whitaker Streets to Life DC Women's Initiative. I'm the co-lead, which was made possible by the Greater Washington Foundation, Walden Adams Grad, the Community Partnership to End Homelessness. I am grateful to all the agencies that work so hard and passionately to help house our unhoused neighbors, because as we know, housing is a human right. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Kenyatta Brunson, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman White. Thank you for this opportunity to share our testimony with the committee today. Our panel of 6 speakers represents the Coalition of Women's Housing Providers, our 4 nonprofit organizations.
Ms. Brunson, let me, yes. I'm sorry, pause you for a second. I skipped Ms. Jackson, and because you have a series of, no, okay, we're good? No. All right, sorry about that. All right, please continue.
Thank you for acknowledging that. Our 4 nonprofit organizations, Calvary Women's Services, House of Ruth, New Endeavors by Women, and In Street Village provide over 90% of the housing and support services available to women experiencing homelessness in our city. We are also joined this afternoon by Rico Martinez Gonzalez and Patrina Williams, women who have lived in our housing programs and will share with you their experiences. As we begin, we would like to offer brief introductions of our panel. Chris Thompson is the CEO of Calvary Women's Services. Calvary Women's Services provides housing, health education, and employment programs for women in DC. Calvary Women's programs are located east of the river, where the need is greatest in our city. Sandra Jackson is the CEO of House of Ruth. House of Ruth empowers women, children, and families to rebuild their lives and heal from trauma, abuse, and homelessness. We offer comprehensive support and continuum of service-enriched housing for families and single women, trauma-informed daycare for children, and free counseling to to empower anyone, regardless of gender, who is a survivor of trauma and abuse. Their programs provide individualized support to rebuild safe, independent, and sustainable lives. Wanda Stepho is the Executive Director of New Endeavors by Women. And Wanda's program is a transitional housing program located right here in the District of Columbia that provides intensive support services to the women in their programs. And then finally, I am the CEO of N Street Village, and N Street Village supports women experiencing homelessness in Washington, D.C. by offering a broad spectrum of services, housing, and advocacy in an atmosphere of dignity and respect. We partner with women to achieve stability and make meaningful gains in their housing, income, employment, mental health, physical health, and addiction recovery goals. We are deeply committed to seeking effective solutions for chronic homelessness among women in our city. We believe that DC should increase its investments in gender-specific, service-enriched housing that expands the full continuum of care for women, from emergency shelters to transitional housing to affordable housing. We urge the city to use data-driven approach to address the needs of the women, one that is informed by regular reports on rates of DC women experiencing domestic violence and homelessness. Data on homelessness is already effectively collected by the Community Partnership for the Prevention of Homelessness, better known to us as TCP, and could be modified to specifically address women. Data on domestic violence could be sourced from other partners, including the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants and the DC Police Department. Additionally, a woman's needs assessment like the one that we completed in 2017, we urge should be conducted annually. As the dual crisis of homelessness and domestic violence continue to intensify in Washington, D.C., now is the right time to recommit to gender-specific, service-enriched housing, and specifically transitional housing for women who experience homelessness. Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you so much. Sandra Jackson, welcome.
Yes, thank you so much, Councilmember White and the members of the Committee on Housing for this opportunity. We believe that there are 3 priority principles we must follow as a community to best empower and support women experiencing homelessness in DC. First, gender-specific housing is vitally important for providing safe spaces for women to overcome their homelessness. Nearly half of women experiencing homelessness in DC today have also experienced or are currently fleeing domestic violence, and this number is increasing year over year. Further, women are uniquely vulnerable to continued violence while they are experiencing homelessness. A trauma-informed approach should guide the DC government to continue a commitment to gender-specific housing. Second, the current number of DC shelter beds and housing units dedicated to women is insufficient. Women make up about 1/3 of the people experiencing homelessness in DC, but only 4% of the city's housing capacity is dedicated to women. And I want to say that again. Women make up about 1/3 of the people experiencing homelessness, but only 4% of the city's housing capacity is dedicated to women. That mismatch should be addressed, and the number of shelter beds and housing units dedicated to women should be increased. It is important to remember that when we invest in housing and wraparound services for women experiencing homelessness, we also improve abilities to identify and address mental health issues, ultimately saving government money and resources by avoiding costly hospital stays and other interventions. And lastly, as housing and services designated for women are increased, they must be designed to be welcoming, safe, and inclusive, meeting the needs of all who experience homelessness as women, including lesbian, bisexual women, transgender women, and non-binary and gender non-conforming individuals. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next witness is Wanda Steptoe.
Good afternoon, Chairman and other members of the Housing Committee. I'm Wanda Steptoe, the Executive Director of New Endeavors by Women. Let me share some facts of our current housing crisis for women. Unaccompanied women, as stated by Ms. Jackson, make up 1/3 of the DC population of people experiencing homelessness. According to the 2022 point in time data performed by TCP, on a given night, approximately 990 women are experiencing homelessness. Women are about 30% of the total people experiencing homelessness in DC. Women in DC are also experiencing chronic homelessness. According to the 2022 point in time data from TCP, over 30% of the women experiencing homelessness in DC right now are chronically homeless, which means without housing for a year or longer, or having experienced at least 4 episodes of homelessness or housing loss in the last 3 years. Many women in DC are trapped in the cycle of chronic homelessness and housing instability. Despite the relatively high number of women experiencing homelessness, only about 4% of DC's total number of shelter beds and housing are dedicated to women. As of the 2017 point in time enumeration for DC, resources specifically allocated for women included just 6% of emergency shelter beds, 20% of transitional housing beds, 4% of permanent supportive housing, and 2% of rapid rehousing units. Taken together, that is just 4% of DC's total capacity for shelter beds and housing currently dedicated for women. Further, even the limited designated resources are not always available. For example, in 2017, 1/4 of the emergency beds dedicated to women were only activated during the hypothermia season from November 2016 to March 2017. When women make up 1/3 of the people experiencing homelessness, and only 4% of the city's housing capacity is dedicated to women, the total allocated resources do not fit the need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next public witness, Kristen Thompson. I'm not sure if you are still with us.
Councilmember, I present testimony on behalf of Chris, if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Gender-specific housing is important for protecting women, both in avoiding re-traumatizing women who have a history of domestic violence and safeguarding women who are uniquely vulnerable during periods of homelessness. According to the point in time 2002 data from the Community Partnership for the Prevention of Homelessness, over 40% of women experiencing homelessness have also experienced or are currently fleeing domestic violence. This is a troubling increase from the rate reported in the 2017 DC Women's Needs Assessment Report. Women are also uniquely vulnerable to continued violence while they are experiencing homelessness. The 2017 Needs Assessment Report found that nearly 2/3, which is 63% of women with histories of violence, were also subjected to at least one act of violence during their current period of homelessness or housing instability. Women experiencing homelessness are more likely to engage in survival sex and are more likely to be victims of trafficking, according to the 2017 Needs Assessment Report. When women experiencing homelessness are asked about their needs, as they were in the 2017 Needs Assessment Report, they express broad concerns about their safety, as well as desire for gender-specific services. The unique histories and traumas of women who are experiencing homelessness should be considered in the DC government's commitment to gender-specific housing. Gender-specific housing is important for LGBTQ+ individuals who are experiencing homelessness. According to the 2022 point-in-time data from the Community Partnership, about 1% of the current DC population experiencing homelessness identifies as transgender. The same data that 14% of women currently experiencing homelessness identify as LGBTQ+. This number is high when compared to the percentage of LGBTQ+ individuals in the city overall, estimated to be only 10%. Research done by the national level consistently shows that LGBTQ+ individuals experiencing homelessness are at a heightened risk of violence, abuse, and exploitation. Data from DC's Continuum of Care indicates that transgender residents of shelter and transitional housing are disproportionately affected by domestic violence, with 43% reporting experiences with domestic violence. It is important that gender-specific housing and programs be designed with safety and inclusivity at their core to meet the needs of all who experience homelessness as women. There are individual women and there are stories behind this data, and we see this every day in our work. Today, Rico Martinez Gonzalez and Patrina Williams would like to share their experiences of homelessness and how service-enriched gender-specific housing supported their ability to end homelessness at this time. Thank you, Chairperson White, for this opportunity to speak to the committee. We will provide a copy of this testimony in writing and any additional information and data that supports the points that we raised today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Patrina Williams.
Good afternoon, Chairman and other members of the Housing Committee. As a result of my personal experiences and overcoming several perceived insurmountable odds, returning home from incarceration in 2007, I began a new life's journey. On this journey, several roads were traveled, beginning with New Endeavors by Women, transitional housing. I was almost manic with excitement to begin my process. I was welcomed with open arms and hearts by the new staff as well as other residents upon my arrival. I was immediately hopeful. At my first individualized case management meeting, I shared my goals to reunify with my youngest son, who was living with family in Philadelphia, continue my education, and return to an independent, self-sufficient, and thriving lifestyle. With this information, my case manager introduced me to the key players that would assist me with these identified goals. In addition to being introduced to the key players, I was also reintroduced to structure and accountability. I had been estranged from a life of structure and accountability, hence my involvement with the criminal justice system. New Endeavors by Women provided me with this structure and accountability in different roles and responsibilities as a resident. I was responsible for chores, which included preparing and cooking dinner for the entire program population 1 week a month. This was great preparation as I worked towards family reunification and would soon be preparing meals for my children. In addition to the chores, I was accountable to a curfew. This helped me with time management. I did not spend time hanging out without a purpose. I became very intentional about my movements in the community, but more importantly, I began to understand the value in prioritizing. I felt good that I could be relied upon to cook and serve dinner at the identified time. I was accountable to the residents as well as the staff. As a result of giving birth to my son during incarceration with the Federal Bureau of Prisons, I was anxious to begin the reunification and bonding with my son. As New had a policy of 1 week in a month overnight passes, this began my reunification process. The overnight passes were earned. I was reintroduced to the woman of integrity I knew I was, but had not seen in several years. New supported my desire to remain sober within their structure as well. I benefited from the random toxicology screens. There were times I looked forward to the toxicology screens as I was proud of myself, but it also felt good to know that the staff at NEW really cared about my success as a woman, a mother, which neither had been possible in active alcoholism. To address my education goals, I was introduced to the education and employment specialist. I shared that I had attended Spelman College for 3 years and wanted to return to school. As a result of NEW's encouragement and constant affirmations, I was able to, in 2011, purchase my first home, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bath, finished basement with a white picket fence. I received my bachelor's of science in psychology and clinical mental health care from University of Maryland. I currently have a master's degree in social work. I am a licensed independent clinical social worker, licensed both in Maryland and DC, and I am a psychotherapist with an established private practice. Currently, I am pursuing my PhD in social work at Catholic University, and all of this was made possible through the support and structure from New Endeavors by Women, and I encourage the council to continue supporting programs like NEW.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Probably my favorite testimony of the day. No shade to anybody else. Get my order correct. Rico Martinez Gonzalez, welcome.
Thank you, council member. And I appreciate being invited to this meeting. Before coming to Street Village, I was very confused and trying to find myself. And at that time, I couldn't put it into words. I became very depressed and stopped doing things that made me happy. I ended up in a hospital. When I was connected to Street Village, I started to get my life back. It was able to get my life back and do things that I enjoyed most, importantly, my art and music. I felt the love and acceptance from the Street Village community that I would love to see overall in the inclusion of the LGBTQ plus community. I believe that the LGBTQ plus community will benefit from having more programs in the community that can help find us, empower ourselves, as well as overcome our fears. Overall, this will be a community of inclusion and understanding. And these types of programs could save a lot of lives and educate communities nationwide and worldwide, so that so many lives can be changed for the better. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Lynn Amano, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman White. Thank you for giving us the chance to testify. This past year, Friendship Place provided over 4,400 individuals with housing and services in the DC region, and we appreciate your past support for the Jobs First pilot grant on the Labor Committee, which we have been running successfully for the past year. We have been collaborating with DHS for over 30 years, and we're proud members of the For a Budget Coalition, CNHED, and the Way Home campaign. We are pleased to run one of DC's first bridge housing programs at Valley Place, where we have served 83 clients to date. This model helps fill a previous gap in services. With PEP V ending and several shelters expected to close for renovations this spring, the city is in desperate need of more temporary housing options. But as we all know, the real answer is permanent housing. This time last year, I testified that with the help of DHS and DCHA, most of the individuals in encampments would be housed within the year. With the heartbreaking clearing of the encampment in McPherson Square, we are all very aware that that did not happen. In your opening, you mentioned the 6 months it's taking for those who are matched to get into housing. There are 1,700 more people in the queue who are waiting to be matched. Only 50 people were housed during the month of February, while we have the capacity for more caseload in both our PSH program, Neighbors First, and at La Casa, our PSH residence for men. To know why the process is struggling, we need full transparency. For the last 2 years, we've been asking for a single access portal where individuals, caseworkers, DHS, and DCHA can determine where clients are in the process. The reason most given for this lack of transparency is due to HIPAA and other privacy concerns. Universities, banks, medical providers have all figured out how to provide multiple points of access while protecting sensitive information. Caseworkers need to be able to assist clients in the process of applying for housing. Permanent supportive housing clients, by definition, have a disability that impacts their functionality, and we need access to keep them moving forward in the process. Seeing where they are in the process also might increase their trust for those who are waiting. This kind of transparency would benefit everyone involved in the program. The most common reason given for the long voucher process is a lack of housing caseworkers and supervisors. We appreciate the recent expansion of approved licensing options and would like to see certified psychiatric rehabilitation practitioners added to the list for those who qualify for these positions. CPRPs can provide Medicaid-approved supervision in both Virginia and Maryland. In addition, better pay and more support for both providers and clients are needed. We look forward to the incentives that were legislated last spring. However, contracted pay rates are still below what the government itself offers and what the market demands. Internally, Friendship Place has instituted pay equity increases, and we have found these helpful in the hiring process. Providers are doing work that is way beyond what used to be the scope of PSH in our post-COVID world. Trauma-informed practices, mental health support for both clients and providers, competitive pay, and flexibility are all necessary to attract and retain the caseworkers and supervisors we need. Failure to execute the housing vouchers has had severe consequences for those experiencing homelessness. 60% of those who died while experiencing homelessness last year had been matched and were awaiting their housing. One of the most intractable difficulties caused by delays is the loss of trust by those who could benefit. It defeats our ability to provide options. One of the encampment residents tried to leave when she was dropped off in front of our building at Valley Place because she believed she'd been duped into shelter. Luckily, our director saw her and was able to convince her to come see our accommodations before she left. Others simply turned it down at the encampment. To be effective and really solve homelessness, we must be good for our word. We have told people there are vouchers for those who need them. Please help us execute these vouchers and restore their faith. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jesse Rabinowitz.
I think Jesse was planning on going after me, if it's okay if I go ahead.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Nadia Malik, and I am an advocacy specialist at Miriam's Kitchen, where we work to end chronic homelessness in DC. We are also leaders of the Way Home campaign, a coalition comprised of over 7,000 individuals and 110 partner organizations, all working to end chronic homelessness in DC. On any given night in DC, there are over 4,000 people experiencing homelessness. Homelessness is the direct result of centuries of systemic racism, capitalism, and lack of affordable housing, and therefore requires systemic solutions. In 2022, there were 1,257 individuals experiencing chronic homelessness, which means that they have experienced homelessness repeatedly or for years and have a coexisting serious illness. People experiencing chronic homelessness live in a state of crisis, moving from the streets to shelter, into encampments, and even to hospitals and jails, back to the street. Ending chronic homelessness is urgent. People experiencing chronic homelessness are dying from conditions that are preventable and manageable. Housing ends homelessness. It's as simple as that. A housing-first approach to ending homelessness prioritizes providing housing to those experiencing homelessness without strings and conditions attached. Allowing for autonomy in the housing process increases the likelihood that people will participate in and stay in the program. One approach of housing first is through permanent supportive housing, PSH, which is targeted towards people experiencing chronic homelessness, which pairs affordable housing with intensive and flexible supportive services. PSH enables participants to access housing with a rent subsidy and gain and maintain tenancy with case management, which also connects them with support for food assistance, employment opportunities, medical appointments, just to name a few. Between 90 and 97% of people who get a PSH voucher remain housed after a year. We know that this model works. This model of housing is also cost effective. PSH results in cost saved because being housed results in less use of hospital shelters and less use of jails due to the criminalization of homelessness. It has been found over 2 years, PSH saves $31,545 in emergency services per person housed. The district is in a unique position as we have a historic number of resources funded to end chronic homelessness for over 2,000 individuals. We have these resources, yet they have yet to be used. At the People for Fairness Coalition's vigil in December 2022, we mourned the lives of over 72 people who died without the dignity of a home in DC, the capital of one of the richest nations in the world. Over 60% of people who we mourned at the vigil were matched to a housing voucher. Getting this right is a matter of life and death. The council funded these life-saving housing resources with the understanding that they would be used within the fiscal year. Mayor Bowser has failed to meet these expectations. While the DC government continues to divert resources to further displace people by evicting encampments, such as the 50+ residents at McPherson Square, along with actively criminalizing homelessness, as we saw from the 2 arrests of veterans residing at McPherson Square. People are dying, waiting to be housed with resources that have already been funded. The lack of urgency to get people into housing is resulting in the deaths of our neighbors. We must continue to invest in further housing resources for our unhoused neighbors, as well as move with urgency to get already funded resources implemented. My colleague will more in depth discuss the implementation failures. Thank you to Chairperson White and the committee for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Jesse Rabinowitz.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Jesse Rabinowitz, and I'm a proud Ward 1 voter and the Senior Manager for Policy at Miriam's Kitchen, where we work to end chronic homelessness. Despite our successful advocacy, which has led to historic funding, DC's progress towards the shared goal of ending homelessness remains stalled due to persistent yet addressable implementation problems. Across fiscal years 22 and 23, DC funded 2,424 units of PSH for individuals. Combined with federal resources, this gave DC 3,000 vouchers for the proven solution to homelessness housing. Alarmingly, just a quarter of those combined resources have been used. Even more concerningly, DC has used just 18% of locally funded vouchers. Over 2,000 people continue to experience chronic homelessness despite both a voucher and services being funded for them. They continue to live outside or in shelter without housing because DC cannot move quickly enough to deploy these resources. This is not acceptable. Between December and January, DC used just 24 locally funded vouchers. At that rate, it will take DC nearly 7 years to use the remaining vouchers. While we appreciate the DHS now publishes a monthly dashboard, the public sharing of information has not spurred progress, just a better understanding that our system remains unable to implement funded resources. I and many others have testified about this many times over the past 18 months. We've raised the alarm and suggested solutions. While we are pleased that self-certification is now allowed for IDs, most providers have not been meaningfully informed about how to operationalize these changes. The same is true for additional funding for amenity and other fees. We commend DHS for instituting signing bonuses for new hires, but they are just now getting out the door, and we should assess whether they are high enough. We are thrilled that DHS is creating a peer training program, but this will take time. We need action now. Time and time again, we have heard the reason for implementation delays is that providers are unable to staff up. If that is indeed a main part of the problem, we need to work more urgently to address it. We urge DHS to communicate and partner with providers in real time, not just to identify barriers, but to address them. We also urge the administration to leverage national attention for solutions and offers of help, especially those that were recently turned on by DMHHS to improve our homeless services system. We are eager to hear how DHS and the ICH are working to engage DOES to come up with solutions to hiring barriers. The administration cited a shortage of case managers for the cause of McPherson Square and the ensuing eviction. This is simply not the case. While there may be a shortage of case managers, it is not the cause of encampments or the reasons for its eviction. If the shortage of case managers had been met as swiftly as the recent responses to encampments, perhaps more individuals would have been connected to housing rather than being displaced to other encampments. Finally, we must admit that the housing process took far too long before historic funding was included. Staffing is an issue, yes, but it is not the only one. And even now, staffing shortages are not the only thing that are moving too slowly. We thank the 11 council members who co-authored a letter calling on DC to publish an emergency plan to clear the voucher backlog. However, this request is both far too late and also should never have been necessary. We knew that deploying historic resources would be hard, but the pace of progress is simply not acceptable. DHS has had since July 2021 to prepare for the influx of vouchers. We've seen time and time again that the Bowser administration can move quickly when they want to. This happened last week when Mayor Bowser spurred the National Park Service to evict over 50 of our neighbors from McPherson Square. While this eviction was harmful and led to the further displacement of individuals, it also showed that the Human Services Cluster can work interdepartmentally and with urgency towards a common goal. Unfortunately, that goal is often displacement, not housing. When the Bowser administration wanted to add more police, despite strong opposition from many communities, they did so with gusto. MPD employment advertisements are commonly seen on the New York subway system. Money was found to offer $20,000 signing bonuses. There was an all-hands-on-deck recruitment approach. Hiring is continually named as a major bottleneck for voucher implementation. What would it look like if we treated the staffing needed to end homelessness, which actually improves safety, unlike the police, with the same urgency employed to fund the carceral state? Our neighbors experiencing homelessness are tired of hearing that despite having thousands of vouchers at our disposal, they will have to live outside for months or years. They are livid. They are losing hope. Who can blame them? Governments are supposed to tackle complex issues and materially improve the lives of our residents. We have the funding to make tremendous progress on our shared goal of ending long-term homelessness. It's beyond time for the government to act. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you very much. Like the last panel, I want to thank everybody for your testimonies. I could spend a lot of time asking questions, but I do want to make sure we get to the remaining more than 40 people who have signed up to testify. So I'm going to forego questions out of respect for everybody who wants to testify, but I really do want to thank folks for their testimonies. Again, I've taken a lot of notes. I know my team has as well. Many of the things you've raised are things I'm going to ask questions about today. There's some things I'll need to follow up with panelists about individually to better understand and assist with those. So again, thank you very much to this panel. And we are going to move to our next panel of public witnesses, starting with Kate Bash with Bread for the City, Perry Wilson with Bread for the City, Eric Proctor, public witness, Kristen Williams, public witness, Doug O'Connor with Chinatown East Condominiums Homeowners Association, Charlene Flattery, Director of Policy and Advocacy for Community of Hope, Flaherty, I believe, Wayne Enoch with ASME Local 2401, Nicole Walter with DC Safe, Monique Maliza with DC Safe, Francois Sims, public witness, Ashley Ruff with Fort DuPont Civic Association, Dawn Dalton with DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, Thomas Mangrum with Project Action, Bryce Wilcomb with Jubilee Housing, Catherine Crossland with Unity Healthcare, Melody Webb with Mothers Outreach Network, Kevin Coates with People for Fairness, Carlos Carolina with People for Fairness, Todd Wiggins, public witness, James Shabazz with Organized Vendors for Economic Cooperation, and Ishan Heru with Community Connections. And again, give us a couple minutes to get everyone queued up. Kate Bash, yeah, you can begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kate Bosch. I'm a case manager at Bread for the City, which is a nonprofit organization in DC. I work in the care management department of our medical clinic, where our goal is to create access to resources that drive more equitable social determinants of health. Access to income is essential to this. I'm here to express my experiences and concerns with assisting consumers with applying for interim disability assistance. Applications are either not processed or are processed incorrectly. I've provided a more detailed explanation of IDA and the issues consumers and advocates encounter in my written testimony. Consumers who by definition claim significant long-term disabilities that prevent them from working need a way to apply for IDA that is streamlined, easily understandable, and acted upon correctly by ESA. I think there are likely hundreds of individuals that are being blocked from applying for and receiving IDA because of multiple system failures at ESA, including how information is applied via the District Direct portal. In my experience, if you as a consumer do not have a case manager who is extremely persistent and detailed in their follow-up with ESA supervisors, it will be impossible to navigate the system as it currently stands, either in person or online. The ESA policy manual as it relates to IDA is grossly out of date, and therefore there are no guideposts or transparency for how IDA is processed by ESA. I would also like to note that I have stopped assisting individuals with applying for IDA because of the barriers that I face as a case manager trying to navigate the system. It's simply not worth my investment of time to help with IDA applications, even when I escalate it to an administrator. I will leave you with one example taken from a consumer's actual experience with the application process. His application for IDA languished for 5 months. He received multiple conflicting notices from ESA, some that reflected he submitted all the required documents, and then weeks and months after that, notices stating he didn't submit the required documents. In the end, he never received his IDA benefits because he was approved for Social Security benefits before his IDA application was ever even processed. His experience is not unique and has been the same for individuals who have tried to apply in person or utilize the portal. We have a long way to go to get to a functional IDA application. There must be a clear submission process with multiple points of access, especially for those who cannot navigate the portal and need in-person assistance to complete the application. I and my benefits advocacy colleagues have also provided many of these recommendations and examples numerous times over the last year directly to ESA staff in our partner meetings. The functionality has not improved and consumers continue to go without this resource. Thank you for your time and attention to this essential resource.
Thank you very much, Perry Wilson. Welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Perry Wilson, and I'm a member of Bread for the City's public benefits team. Here in the legal clinic, we've seen firsthand some problems and possible areas for improvement within DHS's public benefits programs. One of our greatest concerns right now is clients losing their Alliance health insurance coverage at recertification because of some systematic problems. Today, we're here to urge the Council to ensure that Alliance recertifications are paused until DHS is properly staffed and that the District Direct online application recertification system is working properly. Ever since DC Healthcare Alliance began requiring recertifications in the summer of 2022, Bread for the City has seen a massive increase in people losing their health insurance, often by no fault of their own. When recertification is required, Alliance recipients are supposed to receive a letter alerting them and containing the necessary paperwork. But notices are often not in the recipient's language and often don't even include the recertification paperwork. For those who need basic assistance completing the paperwork, they get almost no help at DHS service centers, including language assistance. If an individual does manage to submit the Alliance recertification on paper, they aren't given any kind of receipt to prove that something was submitted. DHS then frequently fails to process these paper applications and even loses many recertifications altogether. If an individual wants to recertify online District Direct, they generally must use something called a person ID number to connect their account, but these numbers are not consistently listed on notices sent out. And if an applicant is able to locate their ID number, there's often no place in their account to complete recertification, meaning that they have to fill out a new application altogether. Another obstacle we've seen for Spanish speakers is that DHS frequently enters their names incorrectly. Many Spanish speakers have 2 last names, but DHS often enters only one or adds hyphens or puts part of a last name as a first name. Along with being culturally insensitive, these problems make it more difficult for applicants to connect their accounts online. If a person does not enter their name to perfectly match the format in DHS's system, they'll be denied access altogether. These issues have a real impact on DC residents' health. Bedford, the city has seen patients forgo psychiatric care, put off picking up needed medication, and undergo emergency surgery while uninsured due to DHS's mistakes. Alliance recertification issues are alarming as is, but with Medicaid beginning recertifications again this spring, we feel we really have to speak up. Alliance serves about 17,000 DC residents, but Medicaid covers more than 17 times that. So if DHS lacks the staffing and the systems to process Alliance recertifications, how will Medicaid recertifications possibly work? Without a massive increase in staffing, immediate fixes to District Direct, and functional options for applying in person, we anticipate immense numbers of Medicaid recipients losing their insurance coverage. We urge the Council to take immediate action to pause Alliance recertifications and to work closely with DHS to ensure the agency has the tools it needs to comply with its duty to timely and correctly process these documents. Thank you for your attention throughout the day.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Our next public witness is Kristen Williams. Kristen Williams, are you still with us? And
Yes,
I think there we are. I think we can hear you.
Yes. How y'all doing today? So I'm a former AC commissioner for 5C06. Also I've been in a shelter over the course, it's way past like 6 months now, and I've been homeless off and on for 5 to 6 times. The problem is that it's been hard to receive housing, to be honest, like with your family size being 5 plus. Go back in the room, babies. As I look at my kids, it's like hard to tell them, look, baby, we gotta keep looking for places, because even we being discriminated against, or when we do get a place, they're giving us so much criteria for a place. It's been difficult dealing with the program that we in right now, and that we have facing threats and other stuff that people steals, and it's been hard here. I'm just like tired. I'm back in school, me and my husband, and as for TANF, like TANF sanctioned us during the pandemic time. That sanction has not been lifted, so our income is stuck. I have almost a 3-month-old right now. We can't get the proper amount for that, and like we have 2 businesses here that we can't even do nothing with, trying to help low income. We trying to find different revenues to try to get out of our current situation. We even try to go to first time home buying, but they say, well, you don't make enough income or your credit score is not enough. And we went to inclusionary zoning. They don't help nobody that's low income for real, because you got to still have a job. And like, it's been hard for us to get a job, and it's been very, very difficult. It's just been a burden, facing these challenges, and like, it just seemed like nobody gonna help. And like, a lot of my caseworkers were like, just trust us, and it's hard to trust where like nothing's getting done. We've been on the PH for 2 years now, and no results of getting matched. And like, it's been very, very difficult. Like, I'm just getting like tired, you know. My mental health is very, very bad right now, because I just can't. I'm just like tired. Something like more I can do to like make this process go a lot quicker. Like, I didn't try to find different revenues to suit my household. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and I believe and hope that DHS is listening. The notion that you're 2 years in, still working on housing, need more assistance with that, with employment. These issues are very interconnected, which is why our system can't work in silos, and we should be able to break down those silos. So my hope is that DHS has heard your testimony and will get in touch with you to see how we can help coordinate. So if you would report back to me, Ms. Williams, to let me know if you hear from DHS, and then we can take it from there. Next public witness, Doug O'Connor, welcome.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Thank you for hosting these hearings and for welcoming me. My name is Doug O'Connor. I'm the president of the HOA at Chinatown East Condominiums, located at 809 6th Street Northwest. Our building abuts the rear of the Pat Handy shelter in Chinatown. And so I represent about 80 folks that live here, as well as perhaps I notice I'm one of the only condo board members on the witness list. We have a collective of people who are concerned about this on various Ward 2 building condo boards. In case I didn't get a chance to speak, I submitted a written testimony, and so I'm speaking off the cuff here. The witness account that we just heard is really tragic, and I will second from a different perspective her notion that nothing seems to happen at the DHS. I'll say that the people who live in my community are very pro-supportive of a healthy, happy society. We're yes in my backyard. We support proper care and dignity and treatment of the homeless. We regularly, every day, see this not happen with the residents of the Pat Handy shelter. It's heartbreaking, it's tragic, it's sad, it's terrifying. Since the women got moved out in 2020 and the men got moved in, which we understand to be a pandemic like space issue, I can't describe to you the precipitous drop in safety, sanitation, the increase in crime. We're regularly picking needles up out of our garden, human excrement everywhere, open narcotics deals and drug trade on a daily basis. Every day, it seems I have to call 911 for something. We had equipment ripped off of our building the other day. Things are getting thrown at our building. People can't drive in the alley. People are drugged out and ODing all over the place a lot. And it's picking up again, it's terrible, especially over the summer. Now, this is a terrible human condition for the people experiencing homelessness. There's one story in particular I want to talk about, which is that recently one of the men tailgated into our building and defecated on our stairwell floor. And this is all captured on video. And to my eye, I didn't interact with him personally, but he seemed uncomfortable and desperate. And my question is, why are people desperate for a place to use the bathroom literally right next door to a shelter that ascribes to be for their services? And so my challenge, my desperate plea, my request that I've been banging the table for with our ANC Commissioner, Mike Schenkel, and the entire neighborhood for 3 years with no response or action whatsoever from DHS has been just do something on the measure of triage. I really appreciate the big picture homelessness solutions and ideas, whether it's housing vouchers and other programs, but we have security falling apart literally in the streets. We have people with nowhere to go to the bathroom. We have businesses trying to bounce back from the pandemic. We have people looking for safety, and all the Pat Handy shelter seems to do in our community is provide a convenient rally point for drug dealers and abusers and people who victimize the homeless. It doesn't seem helpful for anyone. So I'm glad to hear of some testimonies and cases. I've been listening for most of the day on and off as work allows me to. It's nice to hear that there are some positive effects out there, but for the most part, what we witness are security guards who watch these things happen because it's not their purview to police anything outside of the immediate premises of the building or to clean anything up. I've hosted community cleanup days for our residents. The DHS doesn't show up. They don't inquire. They don't participate. I'll say that the only city agency we have had any success in helping do triage on the incredibly harmful impact on our community is the downtown bid, specifically Eloise Johnson and Deborah Bird. So thank you to the DC downtown bid. I'll yield the remainder of my time. Thank you for listening. I really, again, in summation, what we need while all these big ideas take effect is triage. We need a bathroom. We need somewhere for these people to go to the bathroom. We need a relaxation of the policies where people can get in. And we need the DHS to take a more active role in policing and cleaning up and monitoring outside of their immediate structure. Again, I'm Doug O'Connor from Chinatown East Condominiums. Thank you all, the residents, the committee, the chairman.
Thank you, Doug. I mentioned to a witness earlier, I'm going to be visiting Pat Handy soon with my Ward 2 council colleague. I also very much agree. We need sort of big holistic fixes, but we do have to triage where we are. And I'm very concerned about what I've been hearing regarding the Pat Handy shelter. So I'll be working closely on that, and I appreciate you being and sharing your testimony.
When you visit, please feel free to reach out, and I'll be glad to meet you and walk around with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlene Flaherty.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White. Thank you for this time. I also want to thank you for your stamina. This has been a very long day, so thank you. I'm with Community of Hope, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy. We're a federally qualified health center and a homeless housing and service provider. Community of Hope provides homelessness prevention, short-term and rapid rehousing, and permanent supportive housing programs. And in 2022, we worked to prevent and end homelessness for about 1,400 households, the majority of which were families. As you know, there have been significant changes in the family homeless system in the past year, including a move to Medicaid financing of services and permanent supportive housing, as well as the transition of family rehousing and stabilization program to direct oversight under DHS. We're supportive of both initiatives, but think it's important to note that this means a lot of change for provider staff and clients as new systems are put into place. DHS is working hard to manage that change and provide communication and feedback loops in the process. We do applaud those efforts. However, we hope that there's a continuing monitoring of the impact of these changes. So, for example, we're closely monitoring the financial model for permanent supportive housing. To date, Community of Hope has had a negative income every month since the new Medicaid financing model started. While we are analyzing the reasons for the loss and seeing some improvement in claim submission and payment every month, we continue to worry about the financial sustainability of Medicaid billing. We do appreciate the assistance provided by DHS staff with rectifying issues, and will continue to closely monitor the financial viability of this model and its impact on the provision of services for our clients. As you well know, and has been spoken about very eloquently in these hearings today, Community of Hope, along with providers throughout the district, and I would say the nation, are experiencing a significant labor shortage. Recruitment and retention of case managers are incredibly challenging for many reasons. These include market pressure for higher pay, especially in an economy of high inflation and cost of housing, and the interest in more flexibility and less work in offices or in home visits. There are also challenges related to licensing requirements, as are noted in a couple seconds, and these hiring challenges have only become worse after COVID and in an environment with significant change in program models. Community of Hope, and by extension, the community in general, staffing issues directly impact the number of families and individuals that we can serve. Please be assured that we are fully committed to serving our current clients and taking on more for both FRSP and supportive housing programs. We know that our housing, medical, and supportive services expertise is greatly needed. Our capacity to serve, however, is limited by our ability to attract and retain frontline and supervisory case management professionals. Until these barriers to hiring and retaining qualified staff are overcome, we cannot perform to capacity, and efficacy in allocating housing vouchers cannot be achieved. We have recently sent a request to DHS to consider more flexibility with hiring requirements, for example, years of experience in place of a master's degree. as well as considering replacing the MPD clearance, which is taking a very long time to complete, with a third-party vendor report that analyzes records nationwide. DHS has been open to such suggestions in the past, which we appreciate. And recently, DHS has signaled a willingness to expand the qualifications for case management supervisor, which all are a good side. At this point, though, we're asking that the council support solutions commensurate with the problem. And this includes a substantial increase in investment for the recruitment and retention of a workforce that enables us to achieve our collective goals of making homelessness in the district brief, rare, and a one-time event. I know I'm moving beyond my time here. I also want to provide support for bridge housing, which has been spoken to. Teresa Silla gave some wonderful comments. We operate the Girard Bridge program, which is just, we're having great experiences with that, and would really hope that the council supports additional bridge programs, and we would invite you to come visit, see what that success looks like in the district. So I'll end there. The rest of my comments are in writing, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you very much. Wayne Enoch, welcome.
Good evening, Chairman White and council members. I am Wayne Enoch, president of AFSCME Local 2401 and AFSCME Council 20. I've been an employee for the DC government for 30 years. I am also a district resident. AFSCME 2401 is a collective bargaining unit of over 1,800 human services employees from various agencies. We serve many of the district's vulnerable citizens. We have over 500 members at the Department of Human Services. I'm proud to report that over the last year, Local 2401 has worked with DHS Human Resources Administration to facilitate a fair career ladder process. Unlike in past years, the agency no longer promotes haphazardly. Marlene Akas, the HR director, heard from labor and has created a process that is well thought out and has clear guidelines. We feel that its implementation will be instrumental in giving staff a sense of how their career path leads, and if properly funded, they will know when they will advance in their ladder. This process was communicated with staff at the end of the year and started last month. I am looking forward to providing more feedback in the coming months. There are approximately 70 employees with outstanding promotion that are awaiting fiscal approval. Hopefully DHS, DCHR, and the OCFO will get these hard workers paid in the coming weeks. Over the years, we have struggled to have a stable labor management partnership. Fortunately, we were finally able to get started again in 2023. We now have meetings on the director's calendar for the remainder of the year. I am hopeful that these meetings will take place and she will be able to hear from labor and plan activities that improve the workplace and help to deliver the best services to district residents. Our members have struggled with getting approved for reasonable accommodations and FMLA. Although this is not in the union's contract, it has a direct impact on how our members are able to do their work and their ability to perform. For a variety of the above reasons, it can also impact their colleagues. As recently as this month, I have been contacted by staff who made requests in 2022, and they remain outstanding. In some cases, we have been able to get HR to provide a temporary plan that works for the employee. However, it's not always the case. It is inherently clear that HR is in need of increased staffing to meet the needs of the agency. Another concern that has continued over the years has been the management style at DHS. Many of our members feel overwhelmed by their supervisory training. I have witnessed far too many unprofessional and inappropriate interactions. Of course, I notified HR and managers. Sometimes issues are resolved, but the concern is actually systematic. Managers make changes to work rules and working conditions without notifying the union, and equally concerning, without notifying HR. Seeing this pattern has led to filing of a grievance. Although we have not been able to get a complete organizational chart, we know that DHS is extremely top-heavy with managerial layers. Our members are sometimes reporting that they have more than one manager. Specifically, the Economic Security Administration, our members have a direct supervisor and may deal with a covering supervisor as well as the service center or program managers. Members have requested union representation for meetings, and sometimes the managers are clearly upset to feel union representation is not needed. They fail to realize that having 3 managers at a meeting to address performance can be intimidating. I believe better management training is needed, and managers need to be trained on the collective bargaining unit. Safety is also a concern that we have. Recently, there was a caller made threats to Fort Davis Service Center, and MPD was called and staff were notified, and they had heightened anxiety. They also had to close Fort Davis recently for sewage problems. When both of these things happened, I contacted HR and they were not aware of the matter and could not provide any feedback. It is also worth mentioning that Fort Davis was recently renovated. So this is concerning, as plumbing was an issue that led to the renovations. In closing, I always open myself to meeting with you and the committee, as well as management at DHS. We want to provide a workplace that facilitates great services by competent employees who are properly trained and treated fairly. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thanks to you and the folks at AFSCME. Nicole Walter, welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee for the opportunity to provide testimony on the matter before today's hearing on the Committee on Housing. My name is Nicole Walter, and I'm currently the Supportive Advocacy Team Director at DC Safe, where I work to provide and connect domestic violence survivors to supportive services for almost 4 years. In my role, I've personally participated in our extensive partnership with DHS, which spans across all DC Safe program areas, including our supportive advocacy team, our housing team, and lethality assessment project. I want to take my time here today to talk about the impact of our partnership and some opportunities we identified for growth. First, I'm really proud to share that my team has expanded over the last year. We now offer 3 access points. We work remotely and at both of the city's domestic violence intake centers. In fact, our newest location opened this past December inside the new Anacostia Professional Building, increasing our accessibility to survivors across the city. DHS supports our programs fiscally through grant dollars, including the TANF Power Grant Award. Unfortunately, my colleague Monique was unable to stay on to tell you more about that, but we submitted testimony that you can read. Overall, when it comes to public benefits and families navigating the aftermath of the pandemic, we're seeing more need for economic resources, and we've vastly expanded our scope in terms of providing flexible financial assistance directly to clients. The social safety net programs operated by DHS are insufficient for families' financial reality in a city like DC post-pandemic. With that in mind, we're working every day to make supportive services more readily available, especially in terms of housing. Last year, we housed 193 adults and 304 children in our safe space shelter, in addition to making 420 emergency hotel placements. In providing crisis housing services, the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center has been a particularly close and collaborative partner. Throughout the pandemic, we've worked together to fill holes in family placements. Even now, they're stepping up by offering extended placements as we lose critical crisis housing stock. The city's crime victims compensation program recently removed 2 out of their 5 housing units, which makes finding placements even more difficult. This is especially true for single adults, distinctly single men, who have a generally harder time finding housing support. Ideally, Virginia Williams would have a sister organization for singles. I also want to quickly add that our shelter team frequently hears that families who are in rapid rehousing commonly express confusion about where they are in the process or who they're supposed to be connecting with. Since the onset of COVID-19, rapid rehousing timelines have been erratic and altered without clear communication to clients. We hope that by listening to the challenges that our clients face and relaying them here today, we can work together to find timely solutions and prevent recurring incidents of harm, especially for survivors at high risk of reassault or homicide. Which leads to my final point. I must urge the city to recommit to developing the district's coordinated response to domestic violence. We have the opportunity to set the standard for large-scale holistic service delivery. And I'm specifically talking about the high-risk domestic violence initiative known as the HRDVI. The HRDVI represents the district's efforts on both the micro and macro level to reduce and prevent domestic violence homicide. The HRDVI was first enacted in 2009 through a city administrator's order, which established 2 key components to the HRDVI. One's the Lethality Assessment Project, also known as LAP, and 2, the Domestic Violence Systems Review Team, or DVSR. The LAP is one of DC Safe's flagship direct service programs in which we identify and triage services for high-risk cases. Last year, we provided expedited and enhanced services for over 800 high-risk survivors, and in doing so, worked with over a dozen of our LAP partners, including DHS, to ensure that the entire network was alerted to their specialized needs. The DVSR is a more macro component of the HRDBI, designed to convene over 18 district agencies, including DHS, to complete comprehensive case reviews and make recommendations for change. Unfortunately, delays in the new city administrator order have impeded the impact of the DVSR and its potential to identify gaps in making lasting improvements. Without direction from a new city administrator order, participating agencies are less inclined to delegate time and resources. That said, I want to express how critical it is that the city renew its investment in the HRDBI, both fiscally and ideologically. If we don't invest in our continuum of services and normalize working together across systems, we'll never be able to properly meet the needs of our community, especially domestic violence survivors. Thanks so much for your time today. I look forward to any questions later.
Thank you so much. I think you mentioned that Monique Malaysia
Yes, Monique had to step off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Francois Sims. Ashley Ruff. Dawn Dalton. I think you are here. There we are. Good to see you.
Third time's a charm.
That's right. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Chairperson White. Hello, my name is Dawn Dalton, and I'm the Executive Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. DCCADV is the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers in the District of Columbia and includes DV-specific housing providers, counseling and case management services, legal services, and culturally specific organizations serving African, Latinx, Asian and Pacific Islander, immigrant, and LGBTQ+ survivors of domestic violence. Our members also serve teens and youth and survivors who are deaf and deafblind. Intimate partner violence continues to be a significant public safety and public health concern for DC residents of all ages. These dedicated service providers work tirelessly to address the epidemic of domestic violence across all 8 wards of the district. I'm here today to inform the Committee on Housing about survivors of domestic violence, the providers who serve them, and how that work relates to the Department of Human Services. Here in the district, we know that 39% of women and 25.5% of men living in DC have experienced sexual violence, physical violence, stalking, or a combination thereof perpetrated by an intimate partner. DHS administers local and federal funding for domestic violence services. They are the pass-through funder of federal dollars from the Department of Health and Human Services. These funds are known as the Family Violence Prevention and Safety Act funds, which we refer to as FVPSA funds. And these funds also include federally designated American Rescue Plan Act dollars for domestic violence services. These grant funds support critical services like housing options for survivors to have a safe place to stay while they separate from their abuser, advocates who answer emergency calls, meet with survivors, and help them connect with critical resources, culturally specific service providers, and programming for some of the most under-resourced communities in the district, and prevention resources and services, including outreach to underserved populations. The current challenge that DCCADV members are having with DHS is being able to invoice and be reimbursed for signed grant agreements supported with both regular FVPSA federal dollars and American Rescue Plan Act funds. Contracts were awarded and member program contract periods began in October 2022, yet some grantees are still unable to be reimbursed for covered grant costs. Our member programs operate on very tight budgets, and not receiving reimbursement for 5 months of services risks their organizational viability. Due to the increase in frequency of domestic violence occurring during the pandemic, American Rescue Plan Act funds were designated by the federal government specifically for domestic violence services through the Department of Health and Human Services. These ARPA funds were distributed from the federal government to state and local governments in FY21. Given this, it is beyond comprehension as to why DHS is unable to pay their grantees for work being done in the community, particularly when other DC government agencies have been able to execute and pay their grantees with ARPA funds. The true cost of survivor safety is currently not being met by the DC government, even with theoretical increases of ARPA funds through DHS. We continue to see months-long waiting lists for domestic violence-specific mental health and other services. Survivors may not have their needs fully met because program staff, beds, or programs are beyond capacity. As it pertains to the thrust of DHS's work, domestic violence continues to be a leading cause of homelessness in the district, with 20% of unhoused single adults and 45% of unhoused families reporting a history of domestic violence, and 41% of those reporting it as the reason for their homelessness. The domestic violence community has consistently raised this question. When the need for domestic violence services are identified with the district's own data, why won't decisions be made to fund the organization with the necessary expertise to begin to adequately meet the need of DC residents? How much longer must survivors accept the DC government's blind eye to the lethality risk while navigating violent relationships? I appreciate the time to testify this evening. I'm open for any questions.
Thank you so much. Bryce Wilkham with Jubilee Housing. Welcome.
Good evening, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Bryce Wilkham, and I'm a public policy intern in Student American Universities for Jubilee Housing. And I will be testifying on behalf of Jim Knight, who has had the pleasure of serving as Jubilee's president for the last 21 years. I would also like to add that a portion of this testimony is for DC HFA. Founded in 1973, Jubilee Housing works to build diverse, compassionate communities that create opportunities for everyone to thrive. As we prepare to turn 50 as an organization, we are more committed than ever to produce and sustain deeply affordable housing in the rapidly gentrifying neighborhoods of Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant. We have come to understand our work as justice housing, that is deeply affordable housing and thriving neighborhoods with supportive services on site and within walking distance. Jubilee has a robust pipeline that depends on district financing sources for development. We currently have 50 units under construction, another 70 that will close and begin construction this summer, and another 273 units in 7 properties that are preparing to apply for financing. We are also constantly considering new development opportunities in our core neighborhoods. The availability, predictability, and reliability of funding is crucial to our efforts to expand deeply affordable housing in these neighborhoods. Our comments today come from this perspective. As an active partner with DHCD, DC HFA, and DCHA, our mission in our city have a lot at stake. DC HFA is in the process of reaching bond capacity for the first time in recent history. As a result, 4% low-income housing tax credit and bond financing has become as competitive as other affordable housing tools like the Housing Production Trust Fund and 9% low-income housing tax credit. DHCD and DC HFA have created a plan to ensure that all city-financed affordable housing projects will be reviewed and scored through the DHCD notice of funding availability. Project passing threshold and scoring well, and who need 4% low-income housing tax credit and bond financing will then proceed to DHCFA for final underwriting and bond inducement. We believe this is sound practice and heavily support the changes that will enable the district to ensure that its resources are being allocated to projects that advance district goals. The district is arguably the most potent and well-funded affordable housing resources in the entire country. The mayor and this council stood up time and time again to invest more in funding to drive more production. We are fortunate to have this kind of sustained leadership and commitment. We must now ensure that processing applications through to closings move as swiftly as possible. Clearly communicated RFP cycles that don't slip, more staff for DHCD and DC HFA, along with more attorneys assigned to them, along with new tools that help sponsors carry projects longer in order to mitigate the threat of losing projects or impairing sponsors. Our commitment to efficient coordination must equal our commitment to funding these programs. This is vital because when RFP cycles are later changed, when decision-making is not timely, and when there are lags in the closing process, smaller groups such as Jubilee struggle mightily to keep projects alive, and at even times can face existential risk. Delays can also lead to higher carrying costs and increased risk to interest rate volatility and construction cost escalation. Worst of all, desperately needed housing comes to market months later than it could have. In Jubilee projects alone, the cumulative costs are well into 7 figures. Finally, in the budget process, we need to carefully coordinate the funding available through elective sources so that it proportionally matches those sources that are bound by statutory limits. Bond capacity is set by federal formula. The low-income housing tax credit is set by federal formula. HPTF and RLSP are set by the mayor and this council. We need to work together to make sure that the fiscal year 24 funding is optimally balanced to produce the most housing possible now when it is needed the most. Few investments offer greater long-term impact for inclusion and equity than affordable housing development. Few factors affect health and prosperity more than where you live. To promote equity and inclusion now and in the future, we must invest heavily in safe, healthy, and affordable housing. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Catherine Crossland, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Catherine Crossland. I'm a DC resident and a physician with Unity Healthcare. Since 2020, I have worked with DC's Department of Human Services on the COVID-19 pandemic response to meet the needs of people experiencing homelessness in DC. First, I want to commend Director Zeilinger and her staff for their tireless work developing and operating the ISAC and PEP-V sites during the pandemic. I'm pleased to present testimony today regarding lessons learned during the pandemic. Specifically, I would like to address the need for more medical respite services in DC and the need for supportive housing that meets the needs of an increasingly older and more medically vulnerable population experiencing homelessness. The COVID-19 pandemic highlights that housing is healthcare, and that short of permanent housing, the importance of medical respite, a place where someone experiencing homelessness can go to recuperate from an illness where they are too sick to be, when they're too sick to be in the shelter or on the street, but not sick enough to be in the hospital. Medical respite makes sense not only from a health equity lens, improving access to medical services for people experiencing homelessness with acute and chronic complex health needs, but also saves healthcare dollars by shortening hospital admissions, reducing hospital readmissions, and by offering a much less expensive alternative to hospital admissions. In addition, access to medical respite services allows shelters to operate more effectively. When someone is too medically vulnerable to be in shelter, two things happen. They cycle in and out of the hospital, and they overwhelm shelter staff who are not equipped to meet that person's needs. If that person can instead go to medical respite, then the shelter staff can more effectively meet the needs of the rest of the population. DC's current medical respite services, Christ House, 33 beds for men, Hope Has a Home, 16 beds for men, 8 acute and 8 acute and 8 subacute, and Patricia Handy, 12 beds for women that are currently housed in one of the PEP-V hotels, are insufficient to meet the demand. In addition to needing more medical respite beds, we desperately need more low barrier medical respite beds that are not tied to a specific insurance, as with Hope Has a Home, and that do not require sobriety, as with Christ House. Over the past 2 years, Unity has tried to quantify this need by surveying hospital care coordinators as well as shelter and outreach staff. We estimate the need to be approximately 150 beds total or 100 additional beds. The ISAC and PEP-V programs vastly increased the number of medical respite services in the city. Anyone experiencing homelessness who is diagnosed with COVID-19 in a hospital could be easily discharged to an ISAC bed to recuperate. And hospital admissions were usually avoided altogether by sending individuals with COVID-19 directly from the shelter to ISAC. And with the PEP-V program, we've been able to accept and meet the medical needs of the city's most medically vulnerable residents experiencing homelessness, whose referrals have come from hospitals, shelters, and the street. The PEP-V program has also highlighted the need for a longer-term medical respite or medically supervised shelter for people with extreme medical vulnerability. Typically, we think of medical respite as a short-term intervention of several weeks to months, depending on the need. Recovery from a surgery or pneumonia, for example. During the pandemic, we've realized the need for a longer-term intervention for people experiencing homelessness with extreme medical vulnerability. People with metastatic cancer, people with end-stage renal disease requiring dialysis 3 times a week, people with severe lung disease requiring supplemental oxygen. These individuals have chronic, severe medical conditions that will never improve to the point that they can be safely discharged back to a shelter or the street. For these individuals, the only reasonable discharge plan is permanent housing. This brings me to the third lesson that has been reinforced, the need for a model of site-based permanent housing with medical services and meals on site that meets the needs of an increasingly older and more medically vulnerable population. While the PEP-V program was intended for made possible by the COVID-19 pandemic, it exemplifies this kind of housing and has been shown to be effective for individuals with the highest medical and behavioral health needs. Now that we're emerging from the COVID pandemic and the ISAC and PEP-V hotels will be phased out over the coming year, I ask that DHS take these lessons learned and develop similar resources to meet this need. This effort is critical to our collective desire to reduce homelessness and improve health outcomes for our vulnerable residents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer questions, but they won't be asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Crossland. Melody Webb.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and committee members, and I applaud and thank you for your stamina and service in chairing this hearing. My name is Melody Webb, and I'm Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network of DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. I'm a Washington native, born and raised in Ward 6, and a DCPS graduate. MON is a nonprofit advocacy organization that advances family preservation through focusing on engaging Black moms in the struggle to transform government income and child welfare systems from punitive to uplifting. We use legal and policy advocacy and community engagement to fight poverty and racial inequity. We're also on the cusp of launching a privately funded guaranteed income cash pilot for moms who are CFSA involved. Our coalition fought for funding that funds the Strong Family, Strong Futures program and seeks support for a permanent guaranteed income in the District of Columbia and protection for safety net benefits. A permanent guaranteed income would provide unconditional payments to our district neighbors, ensuring everyone lives above the income floor, the federal poverty line. And this is much needed with 16% of the city's population and 42% of single mothers living below the poverty line here. Poverty has consequences that include family destabilization and CFSA involvement, ultimately family separation. Today, I share our coalition's enthusiasm for guaranteed income programming sweeping across the city, the region, and the country, and urge attention to and support for guaranteed income and protection of safety net benefits, including through stronger coordination with DMPED in its purview over guaranteed income. First, thank you for your support for guaranteed income pilots and passing the 2022 funding that supports the public guaranteed income program, Strong Family, Strong Futures, a publicly funded one-time guaranteed income program that supported payments to expectant and new mothers. Thank you for supporting the legislation that will help protect the benefits of participants in that program and in privately funded programs. We've learned a lot of lessons from the first report on the Strong Family, Strong Futures program while we await the midterm evaluation report, and these are some of them. We draw your attention to the fact that Strong Families was oversubscribed, some 1,500 applicants for about 132 slots, and they were among our most impoverished, up to 250% of the poverty line. Strong Families demonstrates that we need a larger permanent program for the lowest income children and their moms. And here's how we recommend you help address this. DHS should work closely with DMPED to form a joint task force on guaranteed income and include impacted residents and stakeholders. For example, they should lend what was learned from the Career Map Initiative to DMPED, as we hope it will expand funding for pilots or a guaranteed income program. DHS currently runs income programs that impacts and support and are purported to support the city's families living in deepest poverty, but the city's current safety net is failing these families, with 1 in 4, for example, experiencing food insecurity, disproportionately affecting families of color. We need to expand and transform some of our existing programs to address this as well. From the Strong Family, Strong Futures program, we also learned the role of benefits cliffs. It puts cash in the hands of moms through this program, but many opted for lump sum payments, not monthly as desired for maximum impact, out of fear of benefit losses from increased income causing loss of eligibility. The source of this is complex. The council has done something, but it needs to do more. And as a model, DC can look to Illinois, which enacted a law that commits its equivalent human services agency to seek all necessary federal approvals or waivers to implement benefits protection. So we urge the council's full support for measures of this type. We're advocating for public guaranteed income pilot programs and a permanent guaranteed income. And we hope that DHS will be supportive of these efforts by working closely with DMPED. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being with us. James Shabazz, Organized Vendors for Economic Cooperation.
Start video. Yes. Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
Yes. Good afternoon. I am good evening rather. I am James Shabazz, representing OVEC, Organized Vendors for Economic Cooperation. If we are to stop gentrification and reverse its effects, we must create a Black economic development renaissance in Black DC, particularly where the remaining DC public housing colonies exist. In that regard, we want to again propose to the DC government our plan for repairing and preparing our homeless, formerly homeless, public housing, returning citizens, and veteran constituents to become business owners, entrepreneurs, owners of single-family homes, and achieve cooperative ownership of all DC public housing colony properties, and own all the businesses developed therein, including credit unions. Eliminating and preventing youth crime, incarceration, homelessness, and poverty cannot be achieved by Black DC without home ownership and entrepreneurship and a revolutionary educational vision. DC public schools must reinstate full vocational programs in DC public schools for school-age youth and for adult vocational training at night. These youth and vocational educational programs will not only reverse the curse of a Black labor, contractor, and ownership shortage in the DC construction industry, but will produce Black youth and Black men skilled in the construction trades necessary to cooperatively acquire, repair, operate all of the current DC public housing colonies in the next 5 years, which means that the DC government and the federal government must amend the 60-year ban on employed and self-employed married men living in public housing with their wives and children. Black public housing communities need men to provide, protect, and lead by example in order to restore order. A Marshall Plan of sorts is needed to educationally, politically, and economically empower Black DC to prosper and defend itself from Negro removal. Said plan must be organized and executed by a partnership of universities, DC universities, trade unions, and nonprofit organizations, churches, and all branches of the DC government. This plan will repair many and ensure that our babies will understand their future to be one of self-sufficiency and productivity instead of helplessness and beggary. Councilman Robert White, 5 years ago, we submitted a comprehensive plan for the cooperative ownership of Barry Farm. The resident leadership and allies of Park Morton Public Housing Colony also submitted a comprehensive tenant ownership concept. Both plans were ignored and decapitated by DC government officials, including your housing committee chairman predecessor. Ironically, the Barry Farm plan had been marketed to the federal government under the previous presidential administration, and we received tentative support. Further progress on that plan needed the DC government's partnership, but that was denied us. So our question to you, sir, is who controls the DC government real estate holdings and political destiny? The DC consumer, voter, taxpayers through their elected public officials, or the capital might of the DC-based federal city council and the bond boys from Wall Street? Sir.
Mr. Shabazz, we're a bit over time, so I'm going to ask you to summarize the end of your testimony.
I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning, sir. Just like
Me too, brother. Yeah,
okay,
and I appreciate you being with us.
And I saw you give great latitude to many people, but when it came down and you saw that the day was ended, you started shortening the leash.
Well, the day is not ending, and there are other people who need to testify.
I respect you highly.
Same.
Sir?
I respect you as well. I appreciate. I'm trying to also be respectful of. We still have a lot of other folks that want to testify, and they're messaging me because they're having difficulty hanging on. So I'm just trying to make sure I get to everybody.
Why don't we do this, sir? Because one of my final comments was that 500 years of devastation against Black people cannot be solved by a 4-minute testimony of talking points. So what we're looking for you, sir, since you cut us off, is an invitation to meet with you and your staff as soon as possible so that we can properly go over these issues and also prepare for the March 2nd. Because what you've done right now is by interrupting me, you interrupted a message coming from many people across the city. Now I understand, but I understand, but to them it's going to look like further disrespect. And you may lose the growing respect that you were getting by what you just did.
I appreciate that. I hope you feel like I let you say your piece out of respect. I also hope you appreciate that out of respect for the people who haven't yet testified. I want to make sure I can get to them, which is why I've been trying to stick to
because of your operation,
Mr. Shabazz,
if I just needed a few more minutes, I could have finished
with you. But I can't do it right now. I will finish this conversation with you, but I can't do it right now.
We'll be looking for your invitation, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'll make sure my team has your contact information. Thank you. And let me say, as we move to the next panel, I do regret that I'm not able to ask questions of the panelists. I want to make sure I can get to everyone. When we have a hearing with 100 people signed up, I got to make sure people can have their voices heard. So it's a challenge in every direction. No perfect answer, and I'm going to do the best I can. So with that, let me say thank you so much to everybody who has testified on that panel. I do appreciate you being with us. I am taking notes, learning a lot from the testimonies and sharpening some questions that I have as well. So again, thank you all very much. And I hope no one felt very disrespected, not intended. Our final panel of public witnesses, Jean Johnson with Housing Justice, Pamela Butler with Bread for the City, Shirley Foster, public witness, Tiffany Blakeney with Mothers Outreach Network and DC Guaranteed Income Coalition, Aaron Whelan with Smile, Leslie Perry with SMOA, Karen Lundgren, public witness, Valerie Mallory, public witness, Tamala Williams with the Washington Literacy Center, Jacques Chevalier with a public witness, Amanda Eisenhower with DC Bar Pro Bono Center, Yannick Omitkin, Commissioner for 2A01, and Commissioner Patricia Stamper, ANC Commissioner for 7C06. Give us a couple minutes to get everyone in.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but give me one moment. I'm trying to get everybody lined up.
Okay.
And Miss Mallory, let me ask you to mute. We have a couple folks before you.
Okay.
All right, Jean Johnson, thank you for your patience. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. This testimony is for oversight of the Housing Production Trust Fund that your staff said that you'll take today also from, you had most of them on Monday. So yes. Good evening, Council Member White. I'm Jean Johnson, a resident of Ward 3. Our 3 children benefited from the good public schools in Ward 3, and we want to give back to the city by making DC better, stronger, and more just. To do this, I support Friendship Place and Ward 3 housing justice. Friendship Place is managing the Brooks, the temporary housing facility in Ward 3. Neighbors and I are organizing the Brooks Homework Club for tutoring in math and reading. Ward 3 Housing Justice wants the city to not only build more housing, but also to build community. The Homework Club is a gesture of support for the families. I was raised on the south side of Chicago and accepted the highly segregated neighborhoods, both racially and economically, as natural. We were poor, white, Irish immigrant families. Blacks lived on the other side of the viaduct. My oldest sister started at DePaul University and came home one day and said, there should be 2 Black families on every block in the city. Whatever did she mean? Our all-white neighborhood seemed God-given. It wasn't. For the 50 years we've lived in DC, we've been similarly accomplices to the unjust segregated housing in Ward 3. As Matt Fruman has highlighted, displacement of Black residents in Ward 3 occurred 80 years ago, and little has changed. As a member of Ward 3 Housing Justice, I'm here to advocate for a housing production trust fund that can fulfill its potential to provide significant amounts of affordable housing for racially and economically diverse citizens. What a massive amount of money has been allocated. DHCD must be proactive in soliciting proposals from the good developers you have heard from in these oversight hearings, as well as others. They must publish the funding criteria on the website and send it to the council. Send to the council the scores of the winners and losers and the funding decisions. Establishing good governance in this huge program is a way of rebuilding trust that tax dollars are well spent. My specific recommendations are: 1, before an RFP is released, DCHD shares with the City Council the criteria they'll use in evaluating proposals. Review board members prior to assessing proposals and recommending awards. Sign an affidavit of no conflict of interest clause to be filed with the mayor's legal counsel. DCHD aggressively seeks viable applications for its housing production trust funds. Presentations are given to for-profit and nonprofit developers to recruit prospective providers. Announce the pending RFP for the HPTF, the funding criteria, process, and schedule for evaluation. 2, included in the RFP is the mandate that at least 50% of the new or restored units are for deeply affordable units. To continually improve the fairness and transparency of the awards made under the HPTF, the criteria that will be used for rating the proposals and the weights given to each criteria are also included. To continually increase the accountability and successful completion of more affordable housing for DC using these funds, DHCD requires developers to analyze all the costs of construction and the feasibility of successfully completing, operating, and maintaining their proposed facility with the categories of renters they included in their proposals. Review of proposals and recommended awards are reported to the council. And I'll just summarize and say, please have this require that this report show by category of income and by ward the number of affordable units and the expected date, time of delivery. Any other details I have, I'll provide in my written testimony to the council. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thanks I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging in with us. Next public witness is Shirley Foster.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I first want to thank you, Councilmember White, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. And I also ask that you just bear with me. I'm literally coming out of surgery, but my testimony is important in me sharing with you things that I've experienced, so I'm here.
I first was placed at the short-term family housing, the AYA, on September 24th with my 3 young sons, one whom is disabled and has autism, among other conditions, one who has PTSD and behavioral issues after witnessing his father being killed in front of him by police in a domestic violence dispute in order to save our lives. Since I've entered the AYA and been a resident for about 5 months now, I was mistreated and treated horribly by the AYA staff. The staff's mistreatment and neglect of my entire family, me and my children being boiled down to me and my children being refused access to the shelter, food and clothing, starting on November the 1st through the entire week over Thanksgiving up until November 30th, until I contacted police demanding to be let inside the shelter. Not only was this during Thanksgiving holiday, this was also during a hypothermia high alert season in the district. During this time, I contacted my caseworker. I also contacted and attempted to contact the program director, pleading and begging for me to be able to return back into the shelter. I was denied access because I had reported feeling sick. And I was told that I could not return into the shelter until I tested negative for COVID, which I tested negative within a day or two after reporting my symptoms. I was ignored. I was avoided for an entire week while everyone was enjoying the holiday with their families. I was left to fend for myself from place to place with my 3 children, ultimately having to sleep in my car in cold conditions. The last day before returning to the AYA, pleading to be let in and having to contact police, I called and I spoke to the site supervisor, Ms. Myers, and I begged her, could I please just come and get clothes? Could I please just come and get food for my children, because I just did not have anywhere else to go. And my children were missing school. We didn't have anything but the clothing that we left with that day. I was refused to still come in. I was put on speakerphone in front of other residents where my information, my personal and medical information was disclosed on speaker. I was disrespected, cursed out at. It ultimately resulted in me having to contact the Washington Legal Clinic for Homelessness to have an attorney intervene on my behalf. Once that happened, these issues were reported directly to Mr. Thomas, the program manager of short-term family housing at DHS, where for another 84 days since this was reported, I was just still receiving mistreatment. No one was willing to help me. No one was willing to intervene or provide disciplinary actions against the AYA staff for what has taken place. I've been highly discriminated against based on my child's disability, and have been denied services that we have been entitled to. I see the time is running short, so I will continue to just provide extra details in my written testimony.
I appreciate it. First, thank you for testifying. Please do submit written testimony when you're able, to make sure that your full statement is part of the record. Just for my clarification, you were put out of the shelter because of COVID?
Never had COVID. I just reported feeling sick. I had got off of work one morning and I just reported feeling sick, because typically upon arriving in the shelter, they do temperature checks and stuff like that. So I had called them to let them know ahead, because I was relieved from work from feeling sick. So I was just trying to, let them know ahead of time. And I was immediately told, no, you can't come you have to get a COVID test. And even after I provided my negative results, I was still given a runaround and just refused for an entire week. I could not come in. The day that I finally just arrived and popped up when I called the police, I was ambushed and harassed to take a on-spot COVID test after providing negative COVID results almost a week prior. So.
Okay. Well, I appreciate this. I mean, this is really distressing to hear. And so I need to understand from DHS what was happening here. When you were put out of the shelter, where did they suggest that you go?
Never suggested where I go. All they said, they never called me to make sure I was okay or followed up with me after I kept following up. I was just given the runaround. And this stemmed from retaliation because I had literally filed a grievance prior to this, and that's where the retaliation was built up from. So no one called or checked on me. Like I said, the last day when I called and was just really begging them, almost crying, begging, can I please just come in, get some clothes, something. I was put on speakerphone. Other staff members, security witnessed the incident, and I still was, like I said, harassed to take an on-spot COVID test when I just decided to pop up the next morning because I didn't have anywhere else to go. I couldn't keep sleeping in the car, which was freezing outside. And then that's when I contacted police, and they immediately let me come in.
Jeez. All right. Well, we'll find out more about what was happening there, because that should not happen. So thank you for providing your testimony. Pamela Butler, you can present your testimony when you're ready.
Hello, good afternoon. I just wanted to speak on basically, again, piggybacking off what she said, the way I was treated by DHS during the COVID pandemic. I've always had a job and everything. I've only dealt with DHS one other time before the COVID pandemic struck in. It wasn't easy to get relief then, but this time it was even worse. I applied for benefits on August the 3rd, and I was approved on August the 11th, and they turned around and denied everything on August the 12th. I went down there and thought I cleared everything up, but no one ever responded to me. And by the end of the month, they closed my case, even though I had a right to an appeal. So following that, I called them all through the months up until December, where I was not getting any help. They kept giving me the runaround. They never put my daughter on the account. Then they said that I was making $80 a day, even though my job clearly stated that, they had to let a lot of people go, and the hours were not the same during the pandemic. So long story short, I had to get Bread for the City to step in and try to help me. And then that's when they saw how I was being mistreated and disrespected and basically degraded by the staff at DHS. It was like no one cared to really fix the problem, even though when we got to the bottom of it, which took 3 court appearances, it was as simple as they did not read my pay stubs correctly, and they did not add my daughter to my account. And this took, I didn't get my relief until January the 22nd is when I finally got my SNAP case overturned by a judge, and he had to actually force Miss, I'm sorry, her name was Miss Mayfair, I think. She was the one that dealt with our case and everything, but we had to keep going back and forth until, like I said, the judge made them pay me my benefits. And now I'm still having some issues with them, but my lawyer is actually helping me. And I know for a fact, if it wasn't for Bread for the City, I would have never got any relief to this issue. It was like no one cared at that office. They disrespect you. They hang up on you. You ask for a supervisor, they put you on hold, and then you all of a sudden get disconnected. It was just like the way that they treat you when you need benefits and you're a taxpaying citizen. I've been working since I was 17 years old and living in this city for over 12 years, and I've never been treated like that by any other government entity but DHS.
I appreciate you sharing your testimony. DHS is listening to these, and I've been hearing some things that they need to address, and this is helpful in helping the committee understand what people are experiencing as they go through these processes. So I really do want to thank you for hanging in with us. I know it's been a long day, and for sharing your testimony.
No problem. I just would like to add that maybe they need some kind of customer service training, because we are the taxpaying people of Washington, D.C. And just because we're having a hard time at the moment doesn't mean that, you should be able to treat us that way.
Right. Thank you very much for that. Tiffany Blakeney.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
I would like to say first, thank you for having me and bear with me as my 7-year-old may be in the background. So I'm going to apologize in advance for any mishaps I may have with that.
No problem at all.
Okay, great, thanks. My name is Tiffany Blakeney. I have been a resident of Washington, D.C. all my life, and I am a member of the D.C. Guarantee Income Coalition. The coalition has its mission, among others, to build a permanent guaranteed income program in Washington, D.C., while preserving existing social insurance and safety net programs. Some things that I would like you to know about me and my story are: I have 2 children. One is 17 and one is 7 years old. Currently, I do live in public housing, and I have had a lot of issues with them and still currently have some issues with them. And I'm willing to help. I'm willing to, solve the issues that we have universally with homelessness, customer service, like the lady was just saying, the way that we're being treated by these different entities. The district's fiscal year 2024 budget should demonstrate its commitment to communities of color disproportionately harmed by policies and practices that place their families at economic risk. For all district families, I am asking, Janae, stop, please. I am asking that the DC Council fund additional guaranteed income programs that may help with homelessness, that may help get some families off of public assistance and, help with their current situation. I'm also asking for the guaranteed income program to be transparent about who receives benefit and for the program to be inclusive to parents of color. I am also asking that the DC Council establish a fund to protect families who participate in GI pilots. And finally, we like to thank the council for the work it has started doing to protect benefits, but the work is not done. And we hope that you will ask for and all waivers needed to protect other benefits that may be at risk, such as housing and SNAP benefits. This is important to me because I am a DC resident and I did receive these benefits at one time. And even though I'm not currently receiving them, I still want to, like I said, fight for my community. So the extra funds from the Guaranteed Income Program will help my family by just allowing us to be successful in some of the things that we aren't in our day-to-day lives. I would like to thank you for your time, and I look forward to speaking with you soon, if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us today. Aaron Whelan, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember White and the entire committee for the opportunity to testify before you today, and also for your tremendous patience and attention all day. My name is Erin Whalen. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Executive Director of SMILE. For almost 40 years, SMILE has supported and empowered LGBTQ+ youth ages 6 through 24. SMILE has worked to meet the needs of LGBTQ+ youth through affirming programs, housing support, accessible mental health services, leadership training, and community outreach. A cornerstone of SMILE's work is providing safe, stable, and affirming housing support to over 66 queer and trans youth through our 5 housing programs. I genuinely appreciate the opportunity to share our experience and value the partnership with DHS in ensuring youth experiencing homelessness in the district are treated with respect and dignity and have access to the services they need. I started as the Executive Director of SMILE in September of last year and have come to this work with over 20 years of experience in housing youth and young adults. Prior to coming to SMILE, I oversaw a $12 million housing department that received a variety of funding through federal, state, county, and city dollars. Since coming to SMILE, I've experienced a level of arduous oversight and paternalism by DHS that is truly unprecedented in all my years of housing. As a housing provider, we are contracted to do the work we've agreed to do, but often feel there is little trust in providers making decisions in the best interest of the youth we serve. We are often met with opinions that counter what we know is best for the youth we are working with, and often at a detriment to the other youth participating in the program. SMILE is a member of the LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition, and we strongly believe in the mission and focus of the coalition. Part of the impetus behind the formation of the coalition was a desire to increase collaboration between service providers, many of whom focus on housing, recognizing that our work does not happen in silos or alone. Our work to address and end homelessness in the district relies on all of us to be active partners in the work, and we ask the same of the Department of Human Services. We are asking for oversight and accountability. We understand and respect DHS's effort to hold service providers accountable to meeting targets, following policies and procedures, and ensuring accurate documentation. However, we also ask that DHS be held accountable in return, that our concerns and perspectives are heard and addressed, and our expertise is respected. We ask that DHS be held accountable to creating clear, consistent policies for all providers that support our work, not hinder it. Accessibility. We recognize and applaud the efforts DHS and the district are making to remove barriers that prevent residents from accessing services. But we also must make strides to increase the accessibility of providing those services through equitable and clear expectations of providers. And trust. Trust that providers are here for the right reason. Trust that our passion and dedication to supporting unhoused populations drives our work each and every day. Trust our expertise. Trust that we will hold ourselves accountable to DHS, and trust us to do our jobs and center the voices, perspectives, and well-being of the populations we serve, just as we put our trust in DHS to do their job. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I've also submitted my full testimony for the record and review.
Thank you very much. Next public witness is Valerie Mallory.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. Welcome.
Good. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Let me come back on. Hello, my name is Valerie Mallory. I received TANF, food stamps, and Medicaid for myself and my daughter, Aaliyah, who is 8 years old. I want to share my experience with other people because other people should not have to deal with what I went through. When DHS makes mistakes, people lose their benefits. In December 2021, I received a letter that a DHS about my TANF and SNAP would end in February 2022. The letter said our benefits would stop because my child has been removed from the household and was in foster care. That was not true. And the letter did not have my daughter's name on it. It had another child that I didn't recognize. After I got the letter, I went to A Street 3 different times. DHS told me that I had to provide proof that the child name in the letter has custody. I contacted, the letter, who I didn't know was not my child, that my daughter was not in CFSA custody. I contacted CFSA to confirm and gave DHS a copy of my custody order. I have had sole custody of Aaliyah since she was 11 months years old. Even though I gave DHS what they was asking for, my SNAP and TANF stopped in February. I submitted a new application in April when they didn't turn my benefits back on. I got a letter from DHS that didn't make sense, included one that said that I asked to withdraw my TANF application. In September, I reapplied again. After I started working with legal aid, DHS started giving me benefits. But legal aid had to file a fair hearing so I could get all my SNAP and TANF back to February 2022. Even though DHS agreed the notice they sent me was a mistake, it still took them early January, almost a year after my benefits stopped, to pay me back because of the technical error. DHS should have better service and better communication. The communication and letters they send to people trying to receive TANF and food stamps should be correct. They shouldn't make mistakes like they made with me. This should be a lesson learned, and I hope they learn this mistake. Thank you for taking the time and hearing my testimony.
I appreciate you sharing it. Thank you for that. And I'm going to ask DHS about this because I agree. I think the agency needs to understand what happened in your case to make sure that it doesn't happen to others. So thank you very much for being with us.
You're welcome.
Tamala Williams.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty, so bear with me. I'm sorry. All right, there we go.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. Good afternoon, Council Member Robert White, existing Council Members Matthew Freeman, Kenyon McDuffie, and of course, Zachary Parker, Brooke Pinto, for the opportunity to allow me to speak with you all on behalf of WLC. I'd like to thank my team at Washington Literacy Center, who are all about delivering quality services. The Washington Literacy Center is, of course, a DC-based nonprofit founded about 60 years ago. Our primary focus is adult literacy and educational services. And we are, of course, a TANF vendor as well. Our goal is to moving adults along the path to continued education, better employment, economic empowerment, and self-sufficiency. My name is Tamala Williams. I am, for nearly 2 decades, I have proudly socially served the residents of the District of Columbia. And for the past 3 years, I have been honored to be the Washington Literacy Center's DHS TANF TEP program manager. Together, we worked with our customers through the many challenges of the COVID pandemic, and we are now focused to return to the new normal. Our entire team is dedicated to making a difference to help our customers help our customers achieve their goals by providing resources for literacy, skill attainment, and becoming gainfully employed. However, I want to stress that our guidance means nothing if we don't understand the needs and hear the voices of our customers to truly understand their needs. When I testified last year, I was focused on mental health, lack of work, and educational opportunities. I'm pleased that many of my customers are engaging, but I want to underscore that they remain concerned about employment, housing, childcare, and education for themselves and their children. Just rebounding from the challenges of the past COVID-19 pandemic, I can report that WLC has successfully increased their enrollments for the last 2 quarters. We have approximately over 90 new registrants enrolled in the various education programs for the 3rd and 4th quarter. This was, a dramatic increase from the fiscal year 2022, the 1st and 2nd quarters. We also assisted our educational team in launching an in-house pilot digital literacy course. This is my 2nd year of having the honor to testify on behalf of WLC. Consistent with last year's agenda, I'm focused on educational attainment, lack of work, mental health awareness, and digital literacy. The Washington Literacy Center will continue our mission to raise literacy in adults in Washington, D.C. to function on the job, in the family, and in society. Thank you again for allowing me to testify on behalf of Washington Literacy Center. This concludes my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
so much. And next public witness is, one moment, Leslie Perry.
Can you hear me? Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Chairperson Robert White and other members of the committee. I come here with two hats on. I come here, sorry, my name is Leslie Perry. I come here as a small multifamily owner in the district for over 20 years. And I come here as an attorney who has serviced and mostly represented other small multifamily owners. And I come discussing a little bit about the rapid rehousing program. I understand there are other issues I could address, but that's the issue that I tend to address right now. I know, I'm sorry, I'm reading from a document I prepared. I know that it's an important program. I know that it is imperative that this program continues. But as from previous testimony that I've listened to and seen today, I understand there needs to be slight changes in the program. I know the program helps a lot of people. But as a participant, a past participant in the program as a provider, I understand that the needs are wide in that two major things that I believe that can help make the program more appealing to housing providers. One is wraparound services for the participants. The wraparound services will help the participants, for whatever reason they're in the program, to help guide them, shape them so that they could be on their own to be the components of the community that can stay in the unit they're in. I've been fortunate where I've had participants in the program that left on good terms and led fruitful lives in other units. But there's always, unfortunately, bad apples in the barrel. And that's where the wraparound services can help focus the individuals on making sure that they are meeting the goals that the program has set for them. That's the first thing. And two, the communication sometimes that happens between the housing provider and the program manager or program officers that's in charge can sometimes deteriorate if we're not communicating clearly, especially if there's a lack of payment of rent after the time period. So another suggestion may be to extend the time period from 12 months to 18 to 24 and give those 6 extra months to a year, the period of time where they're able to come up with a solid plan for if they want to move or if they want to stay. That is where usually the issue comes, where they find that they cannot afford the apartment they're staying in, and that apartment might not be able for them to sustain them, so they don't pay their rent. And then the housing provider, which a lot of small providers cannot afford to sustain lack of payment, because unfortunately, small owners are dealing with other issues, such as paying for regulatory issues with the city and having to also maintain the water, other utilities, while the participant may not be compliant in the program. So we're just hopeful that the recommendations that other previous people have made related to it can come to fruition in the new legislation that is before the council right now, I believe. And I thank you for the opportunity. I hope that everything will come to help both the community and the small business provider who is that multifamily housing owner. Thank you.
Very much for being with us. Jacques Chevalier. Amanda Eisenhower.
Yes, hello, hi.
Hi, my name is Amanda Eisenhower. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. Appreciate Chairman White, other council members for sticking around for so long. We're nearly at the end of the marathon. I am the 10th support specialist with the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, the largest provider of pro bono legal services in the District of Columbia, and I provide non-legal services to tenants who need help applying for financial assistance, resolving disputes to preserve their housing, and other issues. I primarily help clients navigate the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, also known as ERAP, and as a former processor, I'm intimately familiar with ERAP's potential to provide life-changing assistance for tenants, as well as its limitations. My testimony today highlights several of ERAP's structural flaws that limit its effectiveness as an eviction prevention program. They include an inaccessible application process, an inequitable payment standard, and processing procedures that render some ERAP funding unusable. The program remains inaccessible to many district residents, particularly those with technological or language barriers. Tenants must apply through a web portal, which requires technical skill and smartphone access to upload the documents required for submission. While a support hotline exists, my clients frequently report waiting hours to speak with a representative to initiate an electronic application on their behalf. Further, non-English speakers must rely on a machine translation of the application via Google Translate without human review. These translations often fail to accurately convey the meaning of the application's highly technical language and not only discourage non-English speakers from applying, but also lead to mistakes not uncovered until the application is reviewed 3 to 4 months later. And even when my clients successfully submit an application, they rarely meet the extremely narrow criteria demanded by the program for participation. ERAP is designed to serve a specific subset of tenants whose income is below 40% of the area median income. It can also demonstrate the ability to pay rent going forward in the district's competitive housing market that offers few truly affordable options. The amount of assistance a tenant may receive is then calculated as a multiple of the fair market rent set by HUD for each zip code, calculated as the 40th percentile of gross rents for typical non-standard, substandard rental units. Because this calculation considers all price points, residents in neighborhoods with a lower concentration of luxury apartments that raise the average rent are eligible for much less assistance, regardless of their actual rent. For example, a non-disabled tenant in a 1-bedroom apartment in zip code 20008, which is located roughly wards 2 and 3, is eligible to receive up to $11,800 in assistance per year. But a tenant with the same income and the same rent, but they're in zip code 20019 or ward 7, is eligible for only $5,450, less than half of their counterpart in zip code 20008. This disparity further exacerbates inequities experienced by residents living east of the Anacostia River. Many tenants, disproportionately those living in 7 and 8, owe more than the maximum allowable ERAP payment. To receive any funding, they must prove that they can pay off the remaining balance through a payment plan in addition to their monthly rent. So even if the tenant is lucky enough to have a landlord that accepts a payment plan, which is not guaranteed, these plans are often not feasible for seniors and disabled residents whose income is fixed and cannot accommodate a much greater monthly payment. In theory, tenants whose balance exceeds the maximum allowable payment are thus unable to stop their eviction through an ERAP payment, may instead receive funding for first month's rent and security deposit of a new unit from ERAP as well. But in the rare event that a tenant is approved for a more affordable unit, despite the arrearage on their rental history, they then wait in the same months-long queue for assistance. Few landlords are willing to hold a unit for months while waiting for the application to be opened and processed. We do not have to accept thousands of evictions of already vulnerable district residents each year as the norm. So with this testimony, I urge the council to consider a substantive review of the inequitable design of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program to stem the wave of evictions already underway in the District of Columbia. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Ishin Haru.
It was good afternoon. It was good morning. Now it's good evening, right? Thank you everybody for being here. Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. I'm Ishan Haru, Chief Impact Officer for Community Connections. Community Connections is one of the largest nonprofit service providers within Washington, D.C., providing behavioral health care to 2,000 households, permanent supportive housing to over 900 families and individuals, programming to 400 individuals on a daily basis at the 801 East Shelter, and street outreach services to 1,300 of our neighbors experiencing homelessness. I'm a mayoral appointed full council member of the ICH, where I serve on several communities, integral to the work of DHS, DCHA, the and DHCD. We work closely with our policy and advocacy partners, inclusive of the Way Home campaign, the DCHA Providers Group, the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, CNHEB, to steward the objectives of Homeward DC to reduce homelessness and increase affordable housing. Permanent supportive housing experiencing unprecedented expansion due to the historic investments in vouchers approved by the council. Thank you. Projects like Abrams Hall Senior at the original Walter Reed campus was awarded to the 2021 Affordable Housing Finance Reader's Choice Award for Best Seniors Project. Urban Atlantic acknowledged Community Connections is a key partner in success of Abrams Hall Senior Project. Also at Walter Reed, there's a 77-unit, 100% PSH veterans housing that won Best Large Affordable Housing Project Award by hand, where Community Connections is also the service provider. The public-private partnership led by DHS yielded the new 100-unit, 100 PSH Ethel that newly opened, which holds the same potential for excellence. These great projects illustrate the tremendous project being made. However, we still have work to do. Delays in moving our neighbors experiencing homelessness into housing are well documented at this point. Thank you, DHS, for partnering with DCHA to troubleshoot systems issues responsible for these delays. 60% of the people who died while experiencing homelessness last year had been matched to housing. I marched down to Freedom Plaza during the annual vigil for our neighbors who passed away while experiencing homelessness, with many folks chanting, housing is a human right, because it is. Kudos to the DHS team for their stewardship of the intricate lift that is PSH Medicaid transition. It is very much a work in progress, but for where I stand, maximum benefit is being given. Hiring is an issue almost across all industries, and the hiring bonuses are helpful. More may be needed during this employee deficit to lure potential candidates. Any recruiting consultant will confirm baseline salaries must increase to be competitive. Ironically, our main competitor is our local government. Hiring issues are further compounded when licensed credentialed staff are added to the equation. Thankfully, DHS proposed the easing of the requirements for case management supervisor, and which is a step in the right direction. And hopefully it can be implemented. Pet fee going away is a huge blow to our system. I am hopeful that this very intelligent and smart and heroic folks here at the council and DHS can figure out how to crack the code to keep this vibrant model going in some way, shape, or form. 23 seconds. SOAR, which is one of the main ways that we link people to benefits and monies, is a key component of our outreach teams. That funding went away, coinciding with the sunset of Pet V. We hope that that can be restored to our outreach team so we can continue to help folks with all of this work that is so important. And lastly, I just want to give a quick shout out for the Nonprofit Compensation Act of 2020. And hopefully we can get that law moving in the right direction and make sure that nonprofits get paid the way they definitely need to. A special shout out to Director Seller for her first year leading ICH, which is fantastic, and to Director Zollinger for the tremendous leadership and fortitude that she has shown through her years of service at DHS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our public witnesses for this evening. Now we will enjoy some hours of testimony and questions with our final agency director. So again, I want to thank this panel for your thoughtful testimonies and for hanging with us about 10 hours in at this point. So I appreciate your patience and flexibility. Wanted to make sure we could hear from everybody. For those folks that I have questions for, I'll follow up. There are some people I really want the agency to follow up with, and I'll touch on that with Director Zeilinger. Let me see if I would like to get to the agency, but let me see if Councilmember Louis George has questions for this panel. All right, we're gonna move forward and bring Director Zeilinger possibly members of her team. So we'll give them a moment to get set. Good evening, Director. Thanks for you as well for hanging in with us. As you know, it is the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So I would ask that you raise your right hand. And will anyone be testifying with you or answering questions?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so then I'll swear in just you.
Okay.
If you would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Thank you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairperson White, members of the Committee on Housing, and members of the Council. My name is Laura Green-Zeilinger, and I'm the Director of the Department of Human Services. Thank you for inviting me to testify on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser in today's hearing to discuss the activities and accomplishments of the department in fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 to date. DHS has maintained a clear focus on our core mission while adapting to the changing needs of our community by leveraging all available resources, improving our technologies, and evolving our practices and policies based on new learnings and opportunities. Throughout my testimony, I will highlight examples as well as describe how we're addressing today's challenges across DHS's major program areas. DHS's mission is to empower every district resident to reach their full potential by providing meaningful connections to work opportunities, economic assistance, and supportive services. Through cross-cutting objectives, we're focused on promoting access to and delivering income support programs such as SNAP, TANF, Medicaid, DC Alliance, and child care benefits. Also advancing and building on our work to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. Reaching our young people and their families as risk factors emerge to shore up protective factors and prevent dangerous outcomes and deeper system involvement among youth. As well as listening to the voices of our residents, respecting that our customers are experts in their own well-being, and increasingly implementing 2-gen or whole family approaches to service delivery. We're focused on improving the workplace culture at DHS by becoming an anti-racist organization that models inclusion, sustainability, and continuous learning, and addressing structural barriers to economic mobility, such as benefit cliffs, and integrating proven practices across programs and services. Starting with economic security and income support, the eligibility and administration of medical and income support programs is a large component of DHS's responsibilities, reaching approximately 43% of district residents. Over the last several years, DHS's Economic Security Administration, or ESA, leveraged every possible administrative tool and flexibility granted by the federal government to ease access to benefits. ESA added and expanded programs by securing and offering Pandemic EBT or PEBT, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program or SNAP emergency allotments, and we refer to that as SNAP EA, TANF Pandemic Emergency Assistance Funds, and we allowed online purchase of groceries with SNAP, all while handling a 40% SNAP and a 15% TANF caseload increase. The increased nutrition assistance resources DHS successfully administered had major significance for our residents. During the pandemic, the 85 to 90,000 district households receiving SNAP also received emergency allotments that contributed a collective $14 million each month to qualifying families. This benefit, which the federal government has unfortunately ended this month, put an additional $370 million toward food security of district households while generating economic activity. In addition, we leveraged the PBT program to issue over $176 million to families for food assistance for more than 80,000 district children. Through the TANF program, the district was granted nearly $15 million in pandemic emergency assistance funds that we passed on in the form of one-time cash grants of approximately $1,000 to families as they were preparing for the new school year. Providing these funds as no strings attached cash is consistent with our value that families are experts in what they need and stands in contrast to the history of social safety net programs that have treated people like they cannot be trusted with money. We have worked hard to improve our technology through the launch of the District of Columbia Access System, or DCAS. As with any new technology, this has seen challenges and users need time to adjust to a new interface. With additional releases slated, we continue to refine both system capabilities and user experience. In partnership with the Department of Healthcare Finance, we have fully converted our automated eligibility functions to DCAS. Last spring, we retired ACEDS, our legacy system, which served us for 30 years. We are continually focused on improving the experience of our customers, and I'd like to highlight several notable developments. First is District Direct. District Direct is an application or app available in multiple languages and accessible on mobile devices that allows customers to apply, recertify, submit documents, and make changes to their benefit cases. Like DCAS is something which we continue to refine by listening to customers in the advocate community to increase functionality and ease of use. Thus far, we have had nearly 200,000 downloads of this application. We also have redesigned our service centers. While we invest in our digital infrastructure, we also recognize that not everyone is comfortable in a digital environment. So we also continue to invest in the spaces that people come to see us in our service centers. This performance year, we completed renovations at our Taylor Street and Fort Davis service centers. With these upgrades, each of our 5 service centers have now been renovated or uplifted within the last 6 years, creating open and inviting environments for our customers and for our team. We've expanded our call center. Last year, we added 30 members to the call center team and handled 3,000 to 4,000 calls a day with an average wait time of under 10 minutes. We've also focused on increasing our staffing to meet the growing need in around our public benefits programs. So we've increased the number of eligibility specialists. In fiscal year 22, we hired or promoted 152 individuals, including 84 social service representatives or SSRs. And also to date in fiscal year 23, we've hired 18 new hires with an active recruitment strategy to fill all of our remaining vacancies. We are also thrilled to soon be rolling out the Elderly Simplified Application Project, or ESAP, which will extend the SNAP certification period for thousands of customers from 24 months to 36 months and simplify the overall SNAP process for seniors. Even with these developments, we recognize the major challenges we are facing in ESA. With federal waivers that have allowed the extension of benefits and administrative flexibility sunsetting due to the end of the public health emergency, we have begun the recertification processes for SNAP, cash benefits, and Alliance. The reinstatement of recertifications and expiration of flexibilities for the rest of the medical programs will begin next month. The fact is that the quantity of case actions and eligibility tasks coming in each day outpaces our processing capacity. Staff are working overtime. We are hiring and training additional staff, adding greeters to assist with triaging issues as residents visit service centers. And we're collaborating with other states, all of whom are also struggling, to share lessons and identify potential efficiencies. I would like to thank and acknowledge the members of the DHS team for their dedication and resilience in the face of these challenges. Moving on to our efforts to end homelessness. Our efforts to make homelessness in the district rare, brief, and non-recurring have a notable impact on our community and have had a reverberating effect beyond the district. This is an area where the progress we are making shows that with the right investments and strategies, homelessness in all its complexities is a problem that we can solve. Starting with ending homelessness among families. For families experiencing homelessness, our continued focus on system-level reforms and quality of the programs within that system are advancing the district toward realizing the goals outlined in our strategic plan, Homeward DC, that we heard Director Silla talk about earlier today. We have effectively ended chronic homelessness among families, decreasing overall family homelessness by 14% between 2021 and 22, and achieving a 78% reduction in family homelessness since 2016. We know our work has its critics, and we are always striving to improve. To those who claim we are not helping families, I encourage them to take a closer look at the data. The number of families served in short-term family housing increased from fiscal year 19 to fiscal year 22, and the length of time families spend in shelter has steadily been decreasing during this time, allowing us to meet the needs of more families as we improve our services. We also continue to support thousands of families to resolve housing crises without shelter stays through the Homeless Prevention Program. We have implemented a series of reforms to better serve families in the Family Rehousing and Stabilization Program, or FRSP, that's our rapid rehousing program for families. Program improvements have included direct contract oversight by DHS staff, new outcome-focused performance contracts that benefit families and providers, expanded case management capacity to assign families to service providers upon leasing up, and completion of assessments for long-term supportive housing programs within 90 days of assignment to services. We are also expanding long-term supports for families and individuals who experience chronic homelessness through the major expansion of our permanent supportive housing program, which we've heard a lot about today. Which moves me to what we're doing around ending homelessness among single adults or adults not accompanied by minor children. DHS continues to be thrilled with the investment in housing vouchers, particularly in FY22 and FY23, which doubles the size of a decades-long program in just 2 years. This historic investment is why ending chronic homelessness in DC is in sight. We are committed to doing DHS's part in increasing our capacity while ensuring that we are maintaining high-quality programming and services as we grow. Last fall, we launched a new Housing Supportive Services, or HHS, Medicaid benefit to fund costs of permanent supportive housing services through the Medicaid program. This benefit allows us to redirect local dollars historically used for services to fund more housing subsidies. The launch of the HHS benefit was a significant milestone following years of collaboration with our providers, our community members, and DHCF. While we know that these changes in our system will ultimately yield better outcomes for individuals and families exiting homelessness, the influx of resources have outpaced our system's workforce capacity and rate of growth. There are significant delays, and we heard a lot of testimony about those today, in getting residents matched to resources into housing, largely because of a shortage of case managers. This is a national issue and has greatly impeded the ability of our permanent supportive housing providers to hire and scale up to meet their contracted capacity. To help with this issue, DHS is funding providers to pay hiring and retention bonuses. We are launching a new initiative called Operation Make Movement to help leverage the case manager connections in our system and train additional case managers in completing voucher applications. DHS is also working toward launching a peer case management institute to train individuals with expertise that is derived from lived experience to become the next generation of case managers working in homeless services. We are revisiting the credentials required for these positions to ensure that we are making the eligibility criteria for these highly needed professionals as inclusive as possible. We are confident that these efforts will yield long-term improvements in our system, and we are working with urgency. Our progress on family homelessness demonstrates the importance of addressing the entire system. We opened the district's first low barrier shelter for adult residents who identify as LGBTQ+ to receive care that is trauma informed and affirming. Today, members of the district's LGBTQ+ community experiencing homelessness who once avoided our systems because of fears of physical safety, rejection, judgment, or misunderstanding are finding safety and refuge through this new door. Following the example of the new men's shelter on the St. Elizabeth's campus, we are actively planning for the redesign and replacement of our aging low barrier shelters. The design requirements for these new spaces are being developed with the input of residents and stakeholders in a series of town halls and shelter programs. We've also improved our ability to respond to people newly accessing homeless services through Project Reconnect. This program serves individuals who have recently entered shelter or are facing housing instability with counseling and flexible funding. We expanded staffing for Project Reconnect so that we now have diversion or rapid exit specialists in all our low barrier shelters. This year, we will roll out a diversion screening tool with the Homeless Services Hotline and across our system to provide trauma-informed welcome into our homeless services system and improved service navigation. Moving to our efforts to end homelessness among youth. DHS continues to provide housing and supportive services to youth who experience housing instability and homelessness while maintaining a variety of housing options for youth in the continuum of care. Additionally, programs for youth experiencing homelessness provide critical supportive services that help young people increase their education, employment, well-being, and connection to community as they prepare to transition to permanent housing. Our 4 youth drop-in centers, including one that's open 24 hours a day, as well as our youth-specific street outreach services, ensure that young people facing housing instability or homelessness are provided with resources that help meet their basic needs and get them connected to housing resources. In FY22, over 1,600 unaccompanied youth and 298 pregnant and parenting youth were provided with services through the Youth Homeless Services System, and over 1,000 youth have been served in the first quarter of fiscal year 23. DHS continues to invest heavily in developing our extended transitional housing model that provides up to 6 years of housing with supportive services to youth who are experiencing significant challenges with mental health and substance abuse recovery. DHS provides culturally appropriate and trauma responsive services for youth in our care, with particular attention on youth who are members of vulnerable populations, including those who identify as LGBTQ+ and those who have experienced domestic violence. Currently, there are 116 beds in the youth system dedicated to LGBTQ+ youth facing homelessness and 20 scattered site beds for youth who've experienced domestic violence. In fiscal year 23, DHS will be releasing a solicitation for low barrier shelter beds for LGBTQ+ youth specifically, and working with stakeholders to ensure its success. DHS continues to work in close partnership with the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs to coordinate the Creating Safe Spaces training for providers in the youth system and to identify other areas of strategic partnership. In fiscal year 23, we expanded the transgender non-conforming workforce development programs to include a 3rd provider and broaden the program's focus to include homeless, transgender non-conforming youth and adults based on community feedback. We've also been enhancing our overall services for youth. We've been working intently on efforts to prevent and reduce youth violence and address the lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on truancy. Young people and families served by DHS are experiencing the after effects of long-term and chronic trauma based on these experiences. DHS operates the Successful Alternatives to the Court Experience, or ACE, and Parent and Adolescent Support Services PASS programs to assist young people in preventing entry into the juvenile justice system and improving their school attendance respectively. These programs have seen increases in referrals as we continue to partner with referred or diverted youth to help them cope with the impact of the pandemic. The ACE program has successfully worked with the Office of the Attorney General and MPD to prevent youth delinquency. DHS is expanding the scope of ACE through the development of a new program that will assist youth who are being or have been, or those bullied, as well as a pre-arrest diversion program to address intra-family conflict. Additionally, we've received a $1.5 million Department of Justice grant to expand the PASS program in collaboration with the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. This initiative will address chronic truancy by co-locating PASS services in a DCPS school that is facing challenges relating to attendance rates. In terms of advancing overall innovations to improve outcomes and adapt to the emerging needs in our community, I'd first like to highlight Career Map, or Career Mobility Action Plan, which is a pilot program designed to remove the financial penalties or benefit cliffs that parents face when their benefits decrease at a greater rate than their earned income grows. This program provides career coaching, 2-gen case management services, and financial supports to remove obstacles to career growth. This fiscal year, 600 families with histories of homelessness will exit FRSP to Career Map through a lottery process. While many people could argue that families exiting FRSP would be best supported with a housing voucher, I'd like to highlight an example that explains why investing in the goals and potential of families through offsetting benefit cliffs positions families for greater stability and honors the goals they have for themselves. One head of household who was selected for Career Map through the lottery and was also eligible for a voucher chose Career Map. She decided on this program because she recently attained an exciting employment opportunity that would have made her over income for a voucher, causing her to have to choose between the job and housing support, like far too many residents have to choose today. Through Career Map, she can grow her earnings, advance her family's economic mobility. This opportunity to grow income and accumulate wealth has been denied to far too many people through our income support systems for too long. Access to technology is also crucial to economic mobility, and so through TANF and the SNAP Implement Training Program, we have distributed over 5,000 Chromebooks to our customers. This is helping to bridge the digital divide and facilitates education and employment opportunities for many people in our programs. Another place Chromebooks have supported our efforts is with our Mental Health Outreach for Mothers, or MOMS program. We initiated this program with Yale University to provide group mental health support to moms in the TANF program. Parents have reported exceptional benefits through advancing their community and social networks in ways that benefit their whole family and promote participation in career advancement activities. We are thrilled that this week we are also launching parent cafes as a follow-on for those who have completed the MOMS program. This will promote social connections and further assistance to our parents. Lastly, in response to the arrival of thousands of migrants being bused to the district from southern border states, DHS launched its newest program through the Office of Migrant Services. This program is currently providing services to more than 293 families, comprised of over 986 individuals in temporary accommodations while they work on resettlement plans. DHS has partnered with faith-based and community organizations to respond to the wide-ranging needs of migrants, from onward transit to medical care and connections to legal services. I want to thank our community partners and members of the DHS team who've stood up programs overnight and continue to adapt to the changing circumstances and needs of people coming to the district soon after their entry into the United States. In closing, how DHS serves community is integrally connected to how we support our employees, and we must recognize how societal inequities persist in our agency's policies, practices, and our culture. We are doing the hard work of reckoning with these realities and taking bold action to acknowledge, change, and heal. This is a long process and one we are embedding throughout our work, which I hope is evidenced by some of what I've reported on today. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight key DHS challenges and achievements over the past year. We have a wide range of important work ahead of us, and I am grateful for the tremendous leadership of Mayor Bowser and Deputy Mayor Turnage, as well as the partnership of this council and our stakeholders across the district. We look forward to the continued partnership with this committee as we provide the best services to residents the district has to offer. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Director. Certainly a lot of really good things happening in the agency. No doubt some places that we need to continue to push forward in. I can't get into, well, I'm going to get into a lot of things that were brought up in testimony at various stages, but I want to start with a couple things that came out that I just want to address. First, I was really concerned to hear reports of significant disrespect from the head of the Office of Migrant Services toward migrants. Is this something that you've heard before?
So I also was very concerned about the testimony we heard, and I had not heard the kind of disrespect that people testified to today. What I can tell you is that we have worked really hard to be responsive to complaints, and we do have a system for receiving complaints, and we also do regular town halls in that program to hear from people in our programs. And we will continue to do that. But food was a big topic today. We heard a lot about the food, and I'm happy to invite you and other council members to come out and see the programs and see the food. Of course, it's an issue, and I'm not saying it's not a problem if people's children are hungry because they won't eat what is being served. But as the initial complaints were that the food was far too bland. So we worked with residents who were staying in the temporary lodging and our contractor to change the menu and offer items that had more spice. And it sounds like for some people that was too spicy, and we need to make sure that we have things that are mild. So we will continue to adapt. We are not serving spoiled milk, but we have increased access to refrigeration for people who need to refrigerate their beverages. We do follow DCPS nutrition guidelines. But some of the allegations of that people were told they should just be grateful for or leave if they don't like it. I was very shocked to hear that. And I certainly, that sounds very different than what I have ever heard before about the way our staff or our contractors treat anybody in any of our programs. And we will certainly continue to follow up.
I appreciate it. And this was specific to the Office of Migrant Services. So can you look into this?
Yeah. And what I testified on about the food and the change of the menu and how we're in the monthly town halls is also specific to services provided through the Office of Migrant Services.
I appreciate it, and we'll take you and the residents up on the offer to join and check out the food. With respect to Georgetown University, one of the witnesses testified that Georgetown University was hosting an educational program and then were disapproved and not allowed to use this space anymore. Do you know why that was?
I think my understanding of what happened is they were providing some tutoring services, and we needed to also we didn't have enough space, and we were identifying additional space outside of the hotels where they could continue to provide that tutoring. But I can certainly follow up further.
I appreciate it. It'd be helpful to know what happened there. For three public witnesses, Shirley Foster, Pamela Butler, and Valerie Mallory, different experiences, all seem to point to possible things that the agency just needs to understand in terms of their experiences. Ms. Foster testified that she was put out of the I believe it was a family shelter when she had symptoms of COVID. I don't know the particulars there, but that was concerning that she had such a difficult time. Pamela Butler and Valerie Mallory experienced different difficulties, all expressed that they had real difficulties working with the agency. That was the common thread that I'm hoping that you or the appropriate person from your team can touch base with them to understand their experiences as agency clients, so that the experiences that they had aren't shared by others.
Yeah, and our team was definitely listening intently throughout today's testimony, and we'll be following up directly with all the residents. While their cases are confidential, and I cannot discuss them here, as I'm sure you understand, we absolutely will be looking into what exactly happened and how do we learn from that in a way that prevents those types of experiences going forward. We're equally troubled to hear about those experiences.
I appreciate that. So I want to talk about the backlogs in the housing voucher programs. I was frustrated as I spoke to people at McPherson before the encampment clearing. Hopefully the director's still with us.
I am still here.
Oh, excellent. Okay. I was frustrated to hear how consistently people I spoke to at McPherson had been approved for a housing voucher for 1 to 2 years. A couple older guys I spoke to, when I asked them if they had been approved for housing vouchers, they laughed and spoke about how many people they know who had vouchers but are still in encampment. So it's well known in the community that people are stuck in housing voucher limbo. You spoke about this backlog in your testimony. And as I examined pre-hearing responses, it looks like there are over several fiscal years, a little over 3,700 housing vouchers that have been funded. But people are lingering because of various backlogs. What has happened to the money for vouchers that have gone unused in previous fiscal years?
So I'll just start by saying we absolutely are working with urgency to make sure that people understand when there's a housing resource for them so they can begin their voucher application process. And once people are assigned to a case manager, we're seeing that their housing process on average is improving steadily over time. And we have a whole, and as you heard, range of things that we're doing to expedite that. We did in the last fiscal year's budget create a non-lapsing fund so that resources that are dedicated for our efforts around homelessness can continue to stay be deployed toward our efforts in that area, and those resources could cross fiscal years. And then at the point someone is leased up, we then transfer those funds for the administration of the voucher portion to DCHA. There are times where some of those funds are used to fund the costs of our continuum of care and some of what is needed to respond to homelessness generally, but any remaining funds have been put in to go into that non-lapsing fund.
Okay, so the funds from those vouchers that haven't been used those funds are still there.
There may be some that have been used toward the homeless system overall, right. To be able to do things, for example, and I don't know that this is specifically, but for example, we're not funded to keep shelters open 24/7. We're funded for shelters to be open just overnight, but that's been a really important enhancement to our system that we put in place during COVID. And it's partly what allowed us to be able to, without specific funding for that, be able to continue to offer 24/7 access to our low barrier shelters, as an example. So I'm not saying that 100% of those funds stayed were just put into the non-lapsing funds, but all funds that were used for the purposes of serving people who are experiencing homelessness.
Okay. As a basic matter, no one should have to wait on the list for 2-3 years to get into housing. What is the agency doing to increase capacity so that people are not stuck, in housing voucher limbo for so long?
So so one thing is that and you heard testimony about this today, is that we have matched all of the fiscal year 22 vouchers and are working on making sure that we're increasing the case management capacity up to the contracted amounts, so people are matched with case managers and moved into housing. And then we will in April begin new matches with fiscal year 23 appropriated vouchers, so that all of those vouchers can be matched this fiscal year. as we're also increasing the case management capacity. Some of what we're doing to increase the case, or have already done to increase case manager capacity, is one, retention bonuses and hiring bonuses. As I mentioned in my testimony, we heard a little bit about today. In the Medicaid authority for permanent supportive housing, the way the state plan is written, there's we heard some testimony about this too, about what the qualifications are for various positions. We're working with healthcare finance to make an amendment to our state plan and have gone out with draft language of what that would look like to our providers to make sure that the changes we're asking for are going to meet their needs. And then we will immediately issue modifications to their contracts so that they have the ability to hire more people under the Medicaid authority. And we believe we've been in discussion with healthcare finance that if once we're able to, that we will be able to, we can do that immediately. We don't have to wait for the state plan amendment. We'll go ahead and immediately amend the contracts that we have with our case management providers. That's crucial. We're also working on creating a pipeline of professionals, really, we know peers with lived experience provide a really important expertise that can enhance and make us more effective at the way we do outreach and the way we support people as they make that transition into housing. And so we're preparing to launch an institute that will add additional training and skills so that people with lived expertise who may not have had the opportunity for the same educational credentials to be able to receive certifications that will allow them to work as case managers in our system. We're very excited about that. We also are working with the DC Housing Authority, who has been working on a number of process improvements so that we're not just looking at the case management capacity, but the system as a whole. How long is it taking us to do the housing applications? How long does it take for Housing Authority, once the application is in, to do eligibility? Shoring up our IT systems to support housing navigators to know where there may be housing units that are available. We see that unit search right now is taking up the longest time in the lease-up process from after somebody has begun that process. Really identifying the unit that they want to live in is one of the longest pieces in that process. And so we're doing a lot to really identify and recruit housing providers and we have started also housing tours where we're taking people out to see in groups to see properties that are available with landlords who have really reduced a lot of barriers to entry for people in our program, providing them a fresh opportunity. We also have trained now a new service providers who touch clients who are not in the permanent supportive housing space, but maybe working in outreach or working in shelter or working in PEP-V on how to complete housing applications so they can help people get going in their housing process faster and sooner. And so that as soon as they're matched to services, we'll be able to get them into housing with services without having to start the process at that point.
All right, I'm going to come back to this. Let me turn first to Councilmember Zachary Parker, who's a member of this committee, and then I'll go to Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman White, and it's good to see you, Director. I want to pick up on a few things. One, let's go here. The PEP-V housing, it is my understanding because the funding source is zeroing out for PEP-V housing, which is primarily located in Ward 5, that we're doing away with those sites. Can you just detail what the next steps are and how we're providing a continuum of care for the residents in those facilities?
Sure. So the vast majority of people who are staying in PEP-V are eligible for a long-term housing program and are in a housing process. And so our goal is that people exit with housing, that they're, to the maximum extent possible, they are not returning to homelessness. So as we close down hotel programs and other temporary programs in the past, we're similarly have a pretty robust plan where we are looking at each and every person in the program, where they are in a housing process, and making sure that they're connected to those supports. And we will phase out the program gradually and phase out of sites one by one. We're in 3 sites right now for PEP V, and we will close them out one by one. The federal government will stop reimbursing the district for the PEP V program for non-congregate shelter beginning on May 11th. So we will not be out of all of the sites by May 11th, but we will phase out of those. We're working on a plan to know exactly when we will be phased out. And it is really the same issues that we're talking about on the speed of the housing process are in play here as well.
And do we have a date where we are looking to have all of the residents out?
So we're hesitant to put a closure date out there because we want to make sure that, again, we're doing everything possible so that everybody there exits to a permanent destination, not to homelessness. We hope that our goal is to be out by the end of the fiscal year, and we're work really hard toward that goal, but we have not committed to a closing date at this point in time. And it will be a gradual phase out, site by site by site.
I appreciate that. And what I'm sure is top of mind for you, as it is for me, we don't want this to be another act of displacement for the residents that have been receiving coordinated care there to then return to homelessness, as you mentioned, but also to be disconnected from the care and supports that they've been providing on site. To that last point, what does that look like in housing? So let's say hypothetically someone is in the PEP V facility, and by time you phase out the facility, they are placed in Ward 4. Can you just speak to how you're ensuring that they are going to be in connection with care? Sure. Or what partners are you working with to make sure that care is still being provided?
So it's really individualized because not everybody care is different for different people. So one great example is that earlier this week, I think that was this week, feels like it's been a long week, I think on Monday, we cut the ribbon on the Ethel, which is a site-based permanent supportive housing program on the Hill East campus. Gorgeous building, comparable to any other luxury building, but space in there for coordinated care, as well as a range of other supports and amenities for people who are exiting homelessness. That is 100 units of permanent supportive housing, and some of the same providers and new providers will be operating that site. 20 people, I think, from the PEP V program will transition from PEP V to who have gone through our coordinated entry process to the IA. Or not the IA, I'm sorry, the Ethel, forgive me. Other people may transition, people have choice in their housing, but they're all assigned to case management. That's why this backlog you hear about case management services, that's exactly what case managers do, is they help with that exact coordination of care and supports that people need that they have had in PEP V, so that they continue to get the range of supports and individual supports that they need based on what it is that they want as they move into housing. And we do, this is true of people who exit homelessness throughout our system all of the time.
Yeah, thank you for that. My understanding, many of the residents there have very unique chronic care needs. And so it is going to just be important that wherever they are placed, that they are receiving that support. Looking at the clock, I want to move on. We've been in touch around the Casa Ruby situation, and I want to appreciate and I thank you for the efforts that you've taken to just disclose, download, make sure that we on the council are informed where everything is with that. I've also been in touch with providers that have picked up the slack from Casa Ruby, and I'm just continuing to want to be vigilant that they receive the support necessary in the years to come. So one question is, can you just speak to how DHS is ensuring the individuals or the organization service providers that picked up the slack, and I'm thinking of 3 or 4 top of mind, are going to be supported not just this year, but in the years to come. And then there was this trend that I kept hearing, especially from minority-led service providers, that following the closure of Casa Ruby, there seemed to be a burden of oversight, which in some respects makes sense, that DHS heightened oversight and maybe was looking in places it hadn't before to make sure that you weren't missing anything. I know that there were efforts, or at least there are discussions of efforts to have a feedback session. Can you just talk about the work that is underway or soon will be underway to address some of the concerns of those service providers that are saying, hey, we've been doing good work, we're playing by the rules, but you're making us jump through too many hoops for the work that we're trying to do, and it's getting in the way of the work that we're partnering.
Yeah, so first and foremost, the safety and well-being of the youth who are in our programs is always at the center of everything we do, and we know we share that value with our providers and with our community. It's not different, but we're not out to, we want our partners to feel and be treated as just that, partners. And so our team has instituted monthly meetings with all of our organizations to make sure that they understand what's required, that they're offered the technical assistance that they might need. And I also want to be clear too, that all of their contract or grant agreements are clear about the fact that there is monitoring that will take place. And when the issues around Casa Ruby happened, we did take a self-critical look at are we doing all the things that one would expect of the government in terms of our monitoring, which include an annual site visit. Before annual site visits, we provide a checklist to our providers so they know exactly when we're coming. They have at least 30 days notice, and they know exactly what it is we're going to be looking at. And the only times that we are coming more frequently are either in response to complaints that people in the program have made that we need to investigate and look at, or if there are deficiencies and that we need to follow up on that need to be corrected. We understand that it does not feel good to have us continue to show up, and we never want to treat an organization it's not, our standards and how we interact are the same for all of our organizations. But our goal is to, again, be in partnership to help if there are technical assistance needs, and again, to have these regular meetings so we are hearing from our providers, they know exactly what's expected, and they are set up to be successful.
So just to put a fine point there, it's my understanding that you're saying that if an organization is seeing more frequent visits, it's because A, there's been a complaint, or B, there is a compliance issue.
Correct.
That you all are following up on. Okay,
That's right.
That is helpful. I'm not sure where I am on time. I will just end with this question. I appreciated hearing about the coordination with DCHA in particular. It is my understanding DCHA is rapidly moving to clear the wait lists that have been the talk of the town, and there's hopes that one day soon that waiting list may be refreshed. I'll put it that way. Is it safe to say that someone at a PEP-V site or someone in an encampment can then be added to the DCH waiting list? Because it's my understanding now, because of federal guidelines, that is not allowed. But once that list is refreshed, will that then be an additional pipeline to get people into housing that DHS can explore?
So we will be in close communication with DCHA on what's the criteria when they reopen their wait list, and to make sure that residents who need affordable housing, who may be in our programs, are taking advantage of that wait list when it opens. Director Donald has reached out to me, and we have a meeting coming up so that we can better understand what that might look like. We're very excited to collaborate with the Housing Authority, but I'll say that folks who are exiting homelessness are off, particularly in the PEP-V program, are most frequently exiting with supportive housing. So that is a housing voucher that's specifically funded for someone to exit homelessness that also comes with the supportive services, as opposed to an affordable housing subsidy where someone may just come up on the wait list and there's no services necessarily, just the housing subsidy.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. Good evening, Director Zeilinger.
Good evening.
I want to start with SNAP for the public, our Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, formerly known as food stamps, which helps low-income individuals and families by providing monthly benefits to purchase food. Want to start in this area because a number of constituents in the past year have run into re-enrollment or identity theft issues with their SNAP benefits. And I want to understand what is being done to prevent these problems and to get quicker resolutions. I'm told that residents are being required to file police reports when their benefits are stolen due to government hacks. And I just think that is completely unacceptable to put on residents. And so I want to hear from you directly, sort of what is happening. Are residents being held responsible for filing a police report for a system hack?
Yeah, but it's not a system hack. So let me just start there and be really clear about what it is. And I'm actually really excited and proud of the work that we're doing in this space because we're getting better and better at understanding the pattern of theft. So it's third-party theft that we're seeing happen from people's benefits. We believe that it often happens it's not government theft or a government data compromise. It has to do with skimming devices and things that people put on when payment devices in order to steal information. We have no way of knowing who did it. And so when it happens, what our process is, because this allows us to also, the law enforcement, to research and work and do the investigation needed in order to hopefully catch the people who are doing this. So when this happens, we ask the customer to make a police report. Once they have made that police report, they let us know. We ask them to change the PIN number on their EBT card, which is a really important way that they can protect their EBT card from future theft, and we reissue the benefit. We have been one of the only jurisdictions in the entire nation. This is happening lots of places, not just Washington, D.C., just about in every single state. We are one of the few states that actually reissues benefits when they're stolen. Most states don't, but we do. And it's not paid until a very recent federal law that we actually today, I think, turned in our application so that we can now draw down federal funds to replace benefits. We've been paying for that with local dollars because it has not been an allowable federal expense. We have started robocalls every single month to tell people, please remember to change your PIN. It is the best way that you can protect your benefit. And we've gotten better in our data at understanding patterns so that we can take more proactive measures to protect people from these third-party actors who are stealing their benefits before it happens. And so it's the federal government has actually looked at DC as a model and written what states can do to apply to have their benefits reimbursed once they're stolen based on the set of actions that we take here in Washington, DC. And as well as they're looking at what we're doing to prevent fraud and holding that up as a national example. So this is really, and I think you probably heard in my testimony how overloaded this same group of people is on trying to keep up with the eligibility and the recertification.
Correct.
And they've really done tremendous work to identify what's happening with theft and to do everything possible to replace those benefits as fast as possible and prevent their theft in the first place.
Okay, so there hasn't been like a system-wide hack because that's the understanding. So we haven't had any of those.
No.
Okay. Not. So it wasn't like an identity theft hack that occurred.
No. It was not.
And then, and so is it the EBT card is just particularly vulnerable to it? Sort of, I guess, like if, like I guess EBT cards sort of, I guess, a part of our government system in a way. So if EBT cards are vulnerable to skimming or hacks, I think that's still a concern. And I want to get a sense. So how many people have sort of gone through this year, sort of where we've had these sort of theft issues, just to kind of get a sense of how pervasive it is. And I'm asking because if it's pervasive enough, I'm wondering if DHS can file some type of class action police type, situation, police reports for clients when their EBT cards are skimmed. So I just don't want this to be on residents, essentially going to the police station, having to get a police report over and over again when this occurs.
So there've been about 2,000 instances of theft since March of 2022. We track it each and every month. And what I think is helpful to know is that what we've seen is in the height. So the first time we saw this was 217 households in March. And then we saw that tick up to 284 in April. And that's when we started contacting people, robocalls, telling them what they could do to protect their benefits. It went down in June and July, in September and October. And by November, it ticked up to 477 residents in 1 month had their benefits stolen. But some of the proactive measures that we took then, which we started in December, once we were able to identify some pattern in what was happening, allowed us to get that number down. So the February number of reported theft was 107, still far too many. Now, but it's just as EBT cards are pretty much just as vulnerable as any other cash card, except for that the federal government sets the requirements around cards, and it's actually the CFO that contracts with the financial services vendor for these cards. They are not required to have chips in them, and that has to do with federal requirements. We are asking them to add certain protections to cards that are standard, I think, in the rest of the banking system, and have not extended to people who use EBT. But it is a federal issue more so than a local one, because the federal government actually certifies what the requirements are and which financial services vendors can be EBT vendors.
Okay. And how long does a SNAP client end up being without access to benefits when these skimming hacks happen? Because this is a family sort of grocery budget. So I just want to make sure we're ensuring.
Oh yeah, no, that's not lost on us. We're able sometimes within 48 hours to reissue those benefits. I mean, you don't have to go to a police station to make a police report. So as soon as we're able to verify, we're able to overnight reissue those benefits. And so it's our Office of Program Review and Monitoring Improvement, OPRMI, that
so they don't, so they no longer have to do the police report part of it, because
no, they have to do it.
Because what happened was, I think it was probably in those high level months, I don't know, it was the number of my constituents, or I think people were just calling me no matter what ward they were in. And so I was feeling the number of individuals, and I was just like, well, can DHS just get a mass report from MPD so that individuals don't have to go to the police station? Because then it was also causing an issue within the district stations. They're, how the districts are reporting on a number of other cases, and they just don't consider this sort of high priority in the sense of it's, not a violent crime in that regard. So I'm just hoping there's a way in the future we can just is there anything we can do to just sort of make it easier for the residents?
So 94% of the people who let us know this happened, go ahead and file the report very quickly. Like I said, they don't have to go into a police station to do it. And it is important that we have some way of saying that they're attesting to the fact that their benefits were stolen. We don't know that it wasn't them who used their benefits unless they tell us. And so we do need to require that, but we have not heard that it's a barrier, but we will continue.
They're calling me, telling me, and yelling at me about it. So if you ever heard it, I'm telling you that I get yelled at. Well, why can't they do it? Why can't DHS file the police report? I'm like, I don't know, but when I get to the oversight hearing, I will ask. So there you go.
I think anytime someone makes a report that something was stolen that that the government is going to need to replace it, they're going to have to make that official report. But we also need, we can't catch these bad actors. We need the law enforcement folks to do that. And it is important that they have that information so that they can also help hopefully catch the people who are doing this.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And as a follow-up, I'm going to say that Councilmember Chairperson Robert White, like maybe we can talk to Eleanor Holmes Norton, your former boss, at some point, and just ask her if on the federal front she could help Director Zeilinger and DHS out with this chip issue, so we may not have as many claims. Thank you for this round.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, and we can certainly do that. I mean, we do want to make it easier for residents, but we also need to make sure people are not taking advantage of the system. So we may need some federal assistance there. Back to the issue of housing vouchers. How many people are now approved for a voucher but not leased up in a space, in a home?
Sure, it's about just over 500. I can get you that exact number in just one moment.
Sure. And this number is to date. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, sorry, one sec.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so sorry.
It's all right. It's
I
in
know
the
I have this
500s, maybe
number here. I will find it in one moment.
I think maybe in the 530s. But I just wanted to make sure that was the number. But it's
540.
40. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. 540 individuals, 65 families.
Thank you. How long do you anticipate that it'll take to get through that backlog?
We expect everyone who has been assigned a voucher will be definitely housed this fiscal year. We will be able to start this month assigning families to permanent supportive housing who have been waiting. And in April, we will start being able to make new assignments for individuals.
Okay.
And we expect that and it's kind of hard to tell because as I tried to explain to you in the answer to your last questions, we are constantly trying a number of things to make it in conversation with our providers and now the Department of Healthcare Finance. So we think some of these things, we don't know how long they're going to take to work, but we hope that all of these measures will speed things up. We've really seen a lot more housing applications come in since we started our Operation Make Movement and trained a number of people who are serving individuals throughout our system in the application process. So we expect that this will start, we will start seeing accelerated progress. In Councilmember or Chair, I wanted to also emphasize our emergency housing vouchers. So in addition to the new vouchers Council appropriated, the federal government appropriated emergency housing vouchers for people to exit homelessness. And we started there. So our focus is on why haven't we used all of these local vouchers, and that's appropriate because we want to see everybody who could have a housing subsidy move into housing. But we used those first because because we can draw down more federal funds the faster we use those, and we have the ability to receive additional housing vouchers through the emergency housing voucher program based on our performance. And right now we are exceeding the national average by 18%. We're one of the highest utilization and quickest to use those in the country. So the focus has been on we made a very intentional strategic choice to first lease up those federal vouchers before leasing up the local vouchers.
So today was the first, Director Silla's testimony was the first indication I had that the housing voucher list had been closed. When was that announcement made?
The housing voucher list is not closed. I think what she means is that it coordinated, there are regular meetings where there are case reviews and people who may qualify for permanent supportive housing are matched to those resources. That paused because of exactly the problem that you talked about, which is people have been assigned a voucher, but there's no case manager to assign them to, so we get caught up.
Paused and not closed.
No.
With respect to the case managers, I understand that there is a challenge in getting case managers. This was, I think this was a topic of conversation in last year's performance oversight, or maybe it was.
There was a special hearing on this topic.
Yeah, in November, I think.
Mhm.
Excuse me. What's the next step in opening up that pipeline? Are there changes that we can make in the like qualification requirements for case managers?
Yeah, so we've started rematching. Actually, today was the first family CAP meeting where we were able to restart that process. So we have started it for families. I mentioned to you in my testimony that we have worked with healthcare finance around identifying what we need to change in the Medicaid state plan, and we will go ahead and change. And we earlier this week or last week sent new language to our providers so that we can make some changes in those requirements that will allow them to hire additional supervisors so that they have more case management supervisors, can hire more case managers as well.
I'm sorry if I missed this. Hire more case managers under the same requirements, sort of, education and certification requirements, or different?
No, it expands some of those requirements. So they all have contracted capacity.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the total capacity under contract that we have under our contracts. And then there's how many they can serve. And then we are tracking very closely that delta for each organization. And so some organizations have had a harder time than others with that hiring. We are working with, so that's again where we introduce the hiring bonuses, the retention bonuses, and we have then shared language around what could relax some of the requirements. We already, over a year ago, relaxed the initial requirements that we had. But updating the state plan amendment language with Medicaid enables providers to broaden the types of people who are qualified to supervise case managers.
Okay. That's good news. I'm looking forward to hearing more about how that develops. When people are in encampments and they have been approved for a housing voucher, but still waiting to get through the process, where do they normally go in that interim time?
So we have offered bridge housing, and we continue, and as long as bridge housing is available, we've made an offer. Historically, when we were able to do new entries into PEP-V, we offered PEP-V, and we also started our bridge housing program and offered bridge housing, which we have recently expanded. Not everybody accepted that offer when it was initially made, and we continued to make that offer just as we relentlessly engage and make offers of outreach and housing. And about 10 people from the McPherson Square encampment moved into bridge housing. 20 people were offered bridge housing.
What are the more common reasons people are not accepting bridge housing?
Sometimes it's that they don't want to be in a place where they may have to follow somebody else's rules. And we do have rules and programs where people have to live together. And that is probably one of the main reasons, and some that people don't want to go.
What rules are the ones that tend to, I guess, make people decide not to accept it?
There are rules about not being able to bring your pet. That sometimes gets in the way. In shelters, it has to do with just a limit in how many personal belongings. We don't allow illegal drugs in the shelters or in bridge housing. That can be an issue. And sometimes people just don't want to be in space that's shared with others that they didn't choose to live with.
So the bridge housing is communal housing?
It's their apartments, and people may have a roommate, or they may have, or they're in their own room, and there are several bedrooms, and there's some shared living space.
Okay. And there's
We think people don't fully understand what it is. So one of the things we're doing to help people to demystify it, that also worked when people didn't want to go into Pep V, is we're creating a lookbook with pictures so people can see exactly what it is that bridge housing looks like and feels like. And we think that is going to help because they're actually really beautiful spaces.
I'm sure that you saw reports. I met people before I read about it. Some national and local housing and homelessness organizations at McPherson Square said that they want to help and will bring resources to bear to help us figure out how to clear that backlog. Have you convened these or other organizations to help develop a plan? Because these are difficult issues. The backlogs aren't easy to solve. Have you convened those folks to help sort through it?
I told them I would more than welcome their help. That there was first an offer to convene as an alternative. I think that was made to the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, who, as you know, is the district's authority around encampment policies. And he was clear that it was not going to stop the closure of the encampment, but that we would be happy to meet afterwards. I am more than happy to meet. Those are folks I know well, many of whom I've worked with for many years. Nobody recently, since McPherson Square's closures, reached out and offered, and I'm very curious about what it is they can do to help. We would welcome their involvement in helping us move forward, but we're not waiting for that either. Okay. So I think there are a lot of assumptions that somehow our posture is it's going to take the time it takes, and that's not it. I hope you understand, by all of the things we continue to try and do in order to make the system move more quickly. There is a lot of urgency happening here, and I hope that you're feeling that. And we would love all to hear all the great ideas that other people may have as well.
Yeah, I think there is a sense of urgency. What I worry is that there's a sense of urgency around a more permanent plan as the backlog was continuing to grow. And so what I want to make sure, and what I think a lot of my colleagues on the council want to make sure, is that we're not taking so much time developing the perfect plan and leaving the backlog to continue to grow. Are there things that we could be doing in the near term?
Yeah, right. Sorry to interrupt, but that was exactly why in the last few weeks we trained additional service providers in Pep V, in shelters, in outreach, so that there are people at all of those locations who can help, who didn't used to help people with their housing applications, so that they could do those housing packets. And then we saw immediately an increase in housing people completing their voucher applications so that we could turn those into DCHA. We're talking about, with the Department of Behavioral Health, about clients that we might have in common once we have their permission to be able to share information, which sometimes is a barrier, so that if there's services that they can help provide, that we may be able to leverage other services. So we absolutely are trying to do things right now, but it would be just unrealistic to expect that the system could grow in capacity that quickly. And it's not just DHS. I mean, it is the housing providers who are willing to work with us. It is DCHA's capacity to process applications for vouchers. It is our community providers' ability to hire case managers when there's a national labor shortage, and a lot of people, you heard their testimony today, don't want to have to go do home visits, want to be able to work at home, you know, and or are just burnt out of human care coming out of a pandemic. But nobody's just waiting for the perfect plan. We're changing our contracts as soon as we solicit the feedback needed. So this isn't just to sit here, write a plan for 5 months and then implement it.
I take your point on that. Let me, and I want to get to Councilmember Louis George. Let me ask 2 quick questions to wrap up this line. When did you pause adding new people to the housing voucher list?
So after we assigned all of the fiscal year 22 vouchers, and we didn't have enough case managers to work with people, we took a pause before assigning fiscal year 23 vouchers.
When was that?
That was toward the end of last fiscal year.
Okay, so somewhere around September-ish?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Okay. For bridge housing, do people have to be assigned to a case manager in order to get bridge housing?
No, and we made some exceptions there. So even people who are staying in the encampment, who are being displaced, who met the criteria and were likely to be matched, but hadn't been matched yet to a housing resource or a case manager, we also offered bridge housing to folks so that that was not a barrier to them being able to have a place that they could go that was inside and safe.
Okay. All right, I'm decently over time. I apologize, Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman White. Director, some of the complaints with our shelters for men is that, people don't feel safe. The sleeping is in sort of congregate settings, and they can't bring or store belongings, and conditions generally don't feel clean or nice. And I think additionally, as we saw with COVID, there's some inherent public health and safety issues at play in sort of congregate shelters versus smaller apartment style shelter services. I think all of these are contributing reasons why we see increases in encampments versus shelter usage. I was excited to see in your capital budget responses that you are working with DHS to identify 4 new single shelter sites. And so I want to understand, as the new DHS Oversight Chair, what are the facility qualities or characteristics you're considering for these procurement sites, and sort of what are the top 3 or 4 items you would identify for me and Housing Chair Councilmember White to work on together to support these procurements and to improve shelter facility conditions and usage overall, particularly for single men?
Yes, thank you so much for that question, and really welcome your involvement in that. So we see that our new men's shelter on the St. Elizabeth's campus, 801 East, is fully at capacity, and there's a waiting list of people who want to stay there. It's absolutely fantastic. And we designed it exactly with the voices of people in our system around what those design requirements should be. As we go out to bid on additional sites, I mentioned in my testimony, we have done a series of town halls with people to say, and what else, or what can we improve upon these requirements? What additional or other requirements? And those all are in the foundation of the RFPs and the design requirements that we're working with DHS on for those replacement shelters. So we, just as we did with short-term family housing, this is person-centered design. We are absolutely designing buildings around what people tell us they're looking for, and we're really excited about the new spaces that we will create. And we're happy to share with you as well what we learned.
I think it'd be great if actually we both, I'm sure Councilman White may have already done it, but we can tour the new 801.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Just to see what we can learn and be planning for future facilities, I think would be great.
Yeah.
And sort of, do you have the capital budget you need to develop and sort of open the new shelters for single men?
Well, we'll get back to you on the full budget as we go, but we do have appropriations. So the next one that we're doing is a rebuild of the New York Avenue shelter, and we do have capital appropriations for that project. We also have home funds, ARPA home funds, and additional capital dollars that are allowing us to take some of the lessons learned of what has been particularly helpful in the non-congregate shelters in Pet V and be able to offer non-congregate shelter going forward. And so we also are pursuing properties that could allow us to add that as a component to our continuum, which would really be a wonderful addition, as well as the improved low barrier shelters.
Correct. And that was my second question going into that, was sort of some of our currently operated city-owned and operated shelters. You know, how many of those have not been renovated or modernized within the last 10 years? And sort of how many beds does that represent overall?
So we have really in our capital plan, we will be doing just about all of them except for CC&V, which is a little bit of a different undertaking. So 8 New York Avenue, we are replacing the women's shelter that is on the Hill East campus. We have one space that we've already purchased, and we're working on the design that will be part of our low barrier shelter replacement project. Adams Place is also the other low barrier shelter. We are in the process of renovating Emory, and then we will renovate Blair.
Okay. And will any future shelter be set up to house couples?
We're looking at that.
Okay.
We really understand that to be a huge gap in our continuum of being able to, we refer to it as adult families, because we also, there are siblings, there are adult children and relatives who want to stay together, and we want to be able to offer those co-ed spaces.
Wonderful.
Okay. And we do that in Pep V.
Great. Another passion issue of mine is DV shelter housing. And we have a major shortage of domestic violence shelter housing, and the community is advocating, and I am as well, for new city purchase, but privately operated facilities to meet this need. Are there any city held properties or currently vacant properties DHS has identified as possible sites for domestic violence shelters?
No, we haven't been asked to do that, but it would really be DGS who would help identify district properties for a purpose like that.
Okay, I'm just thinking, because I want to work on within the realm of my committee for DGS, but would also want to take your expertise in knowing sort of the needs that sort of what that space should look like, what we wanted to keep in consideration when thinking about domestic violence shelter and housing. So welcome working with you all in conjunction with DGS to follow up on how we can make that happen. Another issue is sort of bilingual staff. This comes up in a number of issues, but particularly for how many of our shelter staff are bilingual Spanish speakers?
Shelter staff, I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't know that number.
Okay.
I know we have a number of eligibility staff and who are bilingual, and we've made it a priority to hire staff who are bilingual, as well as certified staff who have language capability to be able to provide bilingual services. But I don't know in our shelters how many staff are bilingual. We can find out.
Okay, yeah, I'm asking because I've asked other agencies, and sometimes people are like 1 or 0, and it's in some of our critical support agencies. So I just want to get a sense there. How many unit vacancies do we have in our short-term family shelters? And not right now, but in the future, could you give me a breakdown by ward, sort of as well as the 3-year trend assessment on vacancies as it relates to family shelters?
Sure. I mean, so I can absolutely just send you that breakdown in the interest of time if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can send it to me time, but in the immediate, how many unit vacancies do we have just in the short-term family shelters?
Okay. I will tell you in just one moment.
Okay. So.
I will, I'm going to have to get back to you. I don't have that number.
That's fine. I have a question. Are short-term family housing kids enrolled in schools based on where they live in a shelter, or based on where they were previously enrolled before experiencing homelessness?
We have 102 vacancies, and they get to choose. So it is under the McKinney-Vento law, the federal law, that it is their right to either stay in their school of origin or transfer to the school they're in bounds for. when they are in wherever they are when they're experiencing homelessness. And that extends to people who are also doubled up. So education uses a broader definition of homelessness so that that right can be extended. So if a family goes to double up with other family members, they also have that right to stay in their school of origin, or where they're staying with a family member, or if they're in short-term family housing, to enroll in that inbound school.
Okay. And then this very war for specific issues come up, but how many of our short-term family housing shelters are currently sort of inbounds or in district for Spanish bilingual schools like Powell Elementary?
So in Ward 4, we have the Kennedy. I don't, that in the school that it's inbound for, I can check whether they're.
Well, I'm just asking, so we have a number of families, we have a number of migrant families, and so I want to get an understanding of sort of how many.
So migrant families are being served in the Office of Migrant Services. They're not being served in short-term family housing. And then we work, they work with DCPS around school enrollment.
Okay. And what my next question was, are there any city-owned facilities or vacant properties in sort of the Powell boundaries that DHS could work with to help house migrant families to ensure that these children can receive instruction sort of in their primary language?
I, again, I'm not the person as a human service director to be the expert on district properties and where they are relative to various schools. I don't have the district.
Okay, it's a very ward-specific issue, but I wanted to see if you had any background there that could help. I think my next set of questions are regarding migrant services, but I only have 17 seconds left. So I will yield that to the chair and hope for a next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Lewis George. On the case manager backlogs that we were discussing before, somebody testified, it's not the first time I've heard this notion, it's occurred to me as well. We do offer a lot of incentives for some employment opportunities like MPD in order to help fill difficult to fill positions. I know that you all have done some bonus incentives and other things to incentivize. How well have those worked in filling vacancies at DHS or with partner agencies?
So we don't have those for DHS specific hires, so we don't have bonuses for people to come work here. We came up with the amounts for the hiring and retention bonuses in consultation with our partner providers, but what they thought they would make a difference. So we, in terms of whether or not that's expanded, and what we offer is a hiring bonus for case managers is $1,500. For a case manager supervisor, it's $2,000. Retention bonuses are $2,000 at a year for case managers, and at 18 months, they're $3,500 for case management supervisors. We can't yet say how well they're working because they're still relatively new, but we hope they'll, I mean, they're definitely not going to hurt. We hope they'll really help.
I hope they'll help as well. I mean, one of the things that we'll have to track is, if it doesn't work as well as anticipated, then it's a question of, whether the idea doesn't work or whether the amount needs to be higher.
Right. So I think this is a perfect example of where we are constantly iterating and we are in conversation with our providers. These are amounts that we came up with together with our providers. And there's also a fairness issue, right? Because there are people who've been working there and that they don't want to incentivize that they're going to go somewhere else. So there's always we don't want to create any new problems by introducing something or, there have unintended consequences. So, and we're only offering this right now in permanent supportive housing. And it's one of numerous programs that we offer where there are also we need to have case managers. So
the idea of training people with lived experience to become case managers through the Peer Case Management Institute. It sounds like really a great idea. I'm really excited to see how well it works. How long will the training take?
We're still designing the curriculum, so we're working on it. It's not launched yet, and we're have a lot on our plate. So while we are working with urgency, we've been able to put a number of things in place. This is one that actually probably falls more in the category of your prior questions of something that is, we're still planning and rolling it out. We're getting a lot of input right now from providers as well as from our customers about what is required so that we're building a curriculum that's going to work. This is really new and different, and we want it to go extremely well. We're also reaching out to some universities as well about the potential partnership with us in it, because we would like it to lead to career sustaining jobs, that where people could, if this is a rewarding profession that they love, that they can also, it could lead to enrollment in a social work program if that's what they choose. So we're really excited, and as we build it out, I'm happy to share more with this community.
Please do. Do you know at this point whether you anticipate running the institute through DHS or having another entity run it?
I think we're looking at possibly running it, but we will have partners. And so I also need to check in with my staff to make sure the answer I'm giving you is accurate. And I think it'll depend as we really look at the curriculum and what we feel that we have the expertise and capacity to do versus where an external entity might be able to do, cover other parts. So
so that's case managers. That's one part of the backlog. It's not the only one. Are outreach workers? Is there a backlog there, or do we have enough outreach workers?
We have coverage across the entire city. We do not have a backlog of outreach workers. No, I don't think that that's an area where we haven't been able to reach spaces because of lack of outreach.
Okay. The first time I dropped by McPherson, I didn't notice any outreach workers. There might have been one that I didn't notice, but certainly not a plethora. And this was, I think, within 2 weeks of the clearing. How should I sort of reconcile not saying, look, I was there for a limited amount of time on one day, but it was within 2 weeks of the closure. So how do I reconcile the notion that we have enough outreach workers with the fact that, less than 2 weeks before the McPherson clearing, I didn't seem to see any, if maybe there was one. How do I reconcile that?
So there are a couple things to understand. One is, and we hear this also when people see that their neighbor is not doing well in housing and they may not see the meeting that they have with their case manager, they assume they're not getting any services. So we are under case management contracts, people cover an area. So they may have been covering a different part of that area, or they may have been at lunch in that moment. But we had people every single day at McPherson Square, and they saw you actually when you were there. So there were some folks who were actually meeting with someone across the street for privacy. And so you may not have noticed them, but they're not going to be, they don't spend all day just walking around one specific park, but they do, but they were there every day, number of people, and they were working to engage everybody who was there. And we do, again, have spaces, particularly where there's a high density of people, where there is literally an outreach worker who is out there every single day. And sometimes multiple times a day, particularly leading up to an encampment when there's an action happening around an encampment.
Okay. So another part of the process, once residents have been contacted, they have to ideally complete an assessment, and that DHS uses to determine if they're eligible for a voucher. how long does that assessment take? Yeah.
So, and I think an assessment, it's going to depend on this individual and how much they want to share, but it's probably an average. The initial assessment is probably about 20 minutes, but it couldn't be an hour.
Okay. And then from that assessment to a determination of eligibility for a housing voucher, how long does that part of the process?
So that's what happens at CAP, at the Coordinated Housing Assessment and Housing meetings, because that's where not everybody who meets the criteria for a certain housing program gets it. So there's because we don't have a voucher for everybody who shows up in the homeless system. I think Teresa did a great job, Director Silla, earlier today of pointing that out. So there's a criteria that has come up, the community through a governance process has established around prioritization. So the people with the longest histories of homelessness, with the most, who are least likely to exit homelessness on their own, are prioritized first for housing. And so we do those matches through that process. And that's where, so it will depend on the specific situation that somebody is in, how quickly they may be matched.
That assessment that you say could take 20 minutes, could take longer. Is that the SPDAT?
Yes.
Okay. And then so once they do that, then that information is taken to I can't remember the term you just used.
So the CAP. So the information is loaded is in HMIS. It's in the Homeless Management Information System. So you learned a little bit earlier today about the role that TCP plays as our continuum of care applicant on behalf of the district. And one of those responsibilities they have is managing our homeless management information system and also co-leading with various other members of the community the CAP process for various subpopulations of people who experience homelessness. It is at those CAP meetings that they're looking at the data of people, and there's a by name list of people who are experiencing chronic homelessness, and it is from that list that they make those matches.
Okay.
But people with chronic homelessness and disabling conditions those are really important in that prioritization process.
Okay. And the CAP meets at specific intervals or specific days, or
they meet at specific intervals.
Okay.
And again, this is where we paused making those assignments through CAP because we did not have enough services to match people to.
Okay. But that's not there isn't a lag in the process from the CAP process. Are more people needed for that, or
no? That is not a bottleneck. The bottleneck is making sure we have the resource so we can match somebody to.
Okay. Let me see if my colleague, Councilmember Lewis George, has more questions. Not, I will come back to her. So I know that where does DCHA come in to this process?
So when someone's in permanent supportive housing, DCHA has a role as it relates to the voucher, processing the eligibility for the voucher, the income verification, and whatever other things are part of their eligibility. So the case manager works, or somebody in our system works with somebody on that house voucher application. DCHA has to conduct the eligibility and say, yes, they do indeed meet eligibility for this housing subsidy. And when somebody identifies a place they want to live, DCHA has to make sure that that place is inspected and meets the housing quality standards. We heard a lot about inspections and the importance of that housing quality of places that people live when there's a subsidy. They do that inspection according to the HUD guidelines, and they make sure that the landlord has their business license and appropriate documentation to that they're to be a housing provider. And so they're verifying those things.
Okay. And how long does the DCHA normally take for the eligibility assessment?
They're working on speeding that up. It's been wide ranging. And they also have to do a housing briefing with residents, which I left out. I know that they were very quick with emergency housing vouchers on the eligibility, and recently there were changes to what people needed to submit in order to, in what they could attest to. In our MOU with the Housing Authority, they should be doing that eligibility in under 30 days.
Okay. And inspections, how long, who does the inspections?
Inspectors that DCHA hires.
Okay. Now, I think his name was Will, from who testified for Pathways, suggested that at some point or points, Pathways had been allowed to do inspections.
So under some of their HUD funded programs, they are that are sponsor based, they are able to do that. Now what I think you're really focused on permanent supportive housing. We do something different for rapid rehousing. We switch to Greater Washington Urban League for some of these things. So I just wanted to note that. We can, if you want to talk more about that, we can, but I wanted to just be clear with you that we're for permanent supportive housing, and is the Housing Authority that we rely on for those inspections. And they still are largely doing those virtually. And so they are happening quickly.
Okay. So are people losing housing opportunities because of the time it takes to do the inspections for permanent supportive housing?
I'm not hearing that the inspections are really a bottleneck, or in our MOU also has an agreement that it needs to happen within 5 days. It could happen from time to time. It is not what I'm hearing more frequently. It is that a landlord will deny an application by a tenant who has poor credit, who has had prior evictions or prior criminal, or has had a history of some kind of a criminal charge. And that is more frequently the barrier for somebody to get into housing. And there are even some places that require a minimum income, and they don't count the housing subsidy as income.
Okay.
Now, it'd be a great thing for the housing committee to look at more closely, because I think that we heard some testimony today, I think some really great testimony about access to neighborhoods that come from a lot of discriminatory practices in our community. And we would love to see more access, not just in certain buildings, but in all buildings across all wards, particularly those wards that people have been left out of for a long time.
So as we have the housing voucher logjam, we're closing down the Pet V program. An email that we got from DHS, I think it was last night, indicates that as of a couple days ago, 452 residents are in Pet V sites, and that email said most Pet V residents will leave Pet V for a permanent housing destination, and that about 70% of all Pet V people in Pet V are matched to a housing subsidy. But matched to a housing subsidy doesn't mean leased up in permanent housing. So
not yet, but they will be.
But what's going to happen in that if someone is moved out of Pet V before they are leased up somewhere, roughly what percentage of people do you think are going to leave Pet V without being leased up somewhere?
Our goal is at 0. Now we can't, I can tell you that it's going to be 0, but just as when we had closed DC General, we are working by person on where they are in their housing plan, what are they eligible for? Not everyone's going to be eligible for a voucher. There may be some people who are eligible for rapid rehousing and they may or may not want to accept that. But if they don't, if they're young and able-bodied and do not meet the criteria, we're not going to prioritize them over somebody who's staying at New York Avenue shelter in a wheelchair and has been homeless for 20 years for that permanent supportive housing opportunity. But we are going to offer them what we can offer them. And we do have supports to help people resettle, and we will assist every single person to get into permanent housing, and we will partner with them on it. And our goal is that nobody exits back to homelessness. Now, you heard me talk about that we are pursuing non-congregate shelter opportunities. And if we bring something online we have non-congregate and we haven't closed Pet V and this is 100, we would transfer somebody to a similar environment. But our hope is that that's not what we end up doing, is that we are working with everybody on a plan to get to a permanent destination. And we will involve our partners from the Department of Behavioral Health as well as whoever we need. There are some folks we heard Dr. Crosland testify about, and a few other folks about their concern about people who really need a higher level of care that they've been able to get at Pet V that doesn't exist in a lot of places in our system. And that's going to be a particular issue, is being able to find settings where either someone has a home health aide or they can live with the right level of care.
Okay. Let me pause there and I'll come back to this. Okay. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. Want to last questions in around our migrant services here. I know you spoke about this briefly, but let's start with something that I think is immediately solvable: the food contracts. I know witnesses earlier today stated that the food is regularly low quality, moldy, too spicy for kids, processed, lacks vegetables, insufficient milk and water. I'm looking at your oversight responses, which stated that the issue had been resolved, but now we had the witnesses today. I also went back to your oversight responses from last year, which claimed that in fiscal year 21 and 22, there were no complaints about food vendors. The confusing part is, so the same vendor, Henry's, is used for multiple shelter operations and has been a vendor for multiple years, and sort of the same rates are being paid per meal. So I'm a little lost here. Either our migrant residents that are the only residents sort of being served sort of low quality food or rotten food, while others are getting quality meals from the same vendor, or this is happening across all of our sites that contract with the vendor, and the residents there simply don't feel safe or able to speak out. So I guess, and then what is also further confusing is that per meal, we seem to be spending more on food provided at the hotels housing recent migrants. And so just no part of that makes sense. And so I just want to understand sort of within DHS, who within the OMS operational structure is responsible for food contracts and sort of food integrity.
Okay. First of all, we're not serving moldy food, period. We don't serve moldy food. If ever we received food from our vendor that was not good, we would send it back and we would get different food. So it may be that food is sitting in people's rooms and spoiling. We've increased access to refrigeration. We don't serve moldy food, and we do use the same vendor. And you heard from people today who are unhappy about the food. There are people there who really like the food because we ask them. We have town halls, we solicit their feedback. And so for some people, we responded to the thing they wanted and it's fixed. And for some people, they still don't like the food. We are paying more because we also increased the portions. People complained that the portions were not big enough, and we increased the portions in response to that. And so that may be a reason why. We heard so that right now the portions in the contract are 25% bigger than what the USDA requirements are. We heard that they didn't have enough spice and they were too bland. So we worked with our vendor to add more spicy meals. Apparently for some people, we swung the pendulum too far, and we will look at ways that we can address that. We do also provide fresh fruits and vegetables every single day.
Okay.
And we don't provide we do help people access formula through WIC, and migrants are eligible. It's one of the few programs that they are eligible for is WIC, but nowhere in any DHS program, not in short-term family housing, not anywhere do we provide formula. We help people get formula on an emergency basis, but we don't have the ability to just give everybody formula to but people have access to, again, WIC and their case managers help them connect to resources if they're having trouble accessing formula, because we know they can't get SNAP because they're not eligible for that federal program, and they may need help with navigating how where they can get additional resources. And we do have some formula on site and have been providing that, and people have access to water. I just want to correct the record on that. There is water, but we don't, I mean, DC tap is safe to drink, and we do offer filtered water also, but I don't know that we supply endless bottles of water because people can drink the water. We don't do that in most of our programs, but we do, when people ask, provide them bottles of water.
Okay, so I did not know that, and I did not realize the part about sort of formula and supplies. That's sort of not even just on this, on the PEP-V side. You also, people just have access to WIC, and that's the primary way individuals are supposed to procure formula.
Right now, we have to understand that people still have to go through a process to get resources through WIC. We do work with our community partners who have been helping people with formula. We do provide some amount, but we also try to get them enrolled in WIC so that can help. And sometimes what we provide is not the type or brand that they want. And that often is more the complaint that they want a specific type that we don't have.
Okay. Wow, that's another, we got to work through that issue across the board then, regarding sort of just supporting individuals with toddlers, infants, as far as supplies go, in that regard.
I'm happy to, but again, I think it's also just important to note that this is not an issue only for migrants. Like, we're not discriminating against migrants here. We don't provide formula on demand of a certain brand in any program. I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying that we're not trying to mistreat people by it's just not part of what we're able to offer.
Okay.
Instead, we try to help them figure out how they can access what it is they're looking for.
Okay. Regarding some of the things that are supposed to be stood up in, I know there was a commitment to opening the Welcome Center for Migrants by January 27th of this year, and it was meant to be initial intake point, resource center. And then I know the Migrant Services and Ports Act gave the mayor flexibility to establish sort of the eligibility criteria and the rules associated with the Office of Migrant Services. Just want to ask, delivery of sort of welcoming center, has that been delivered, and has your team produced sort of any written criteria or rules yet to govern services?
So we are right now, sort of welcome activities are happening for people who come on buses based on an agreement with two of the churches. We are working on standing up a separate site that will then take the place of what is being offered at those churches. And it will be its own standalone center once we have that. It's not up yet, but we do again provide the type of triage and connection through that for people coming on buses at those churches in partnership with faith organizations there. SEMU is also doing a fair amount of that work in the region. There's criteria.
What is the current timeline for this site?
We're in negotiations with an organization that is working on getting a few things nailed down that are required, like their secondary insurance. And we hope that will, and we've engaged the Office of Risk Management to help them. And we hope that is imminent, but it's taken a lot longer than we thought it would. So I can't, that's an area where DGS has been a big support. We're working with them on that.
And with the eligibility criteria? Sure,
eligibility criteria. So very consistent with what we have in the legislation. And I can run through that with you if you'd like.
No, I just want to know if it has it been produced sort of the written criteria or rules that will govern services, and if so, where do we find that?
So we're using the criteria that's in the legislation for who gets migrant services. There are rules for the program. There are program site rules for temporary housing. They're specific to the site in that program.
Okay. I just know, I thought that the act basically gave you all flexibility to sort of outside of the legislation establish criteria and rules that would be associated with the Office of Migrant Services, that you all were going to be producing sort of written criteria that was going to govern how services were going to be delivered. But your basis of that is just the legislation in itself is the rules and criteria.
There's the legislation, which is the rules of who would go into migrant services. And then there's specific program rules for temporary lodging for that program that we operate.
Okay. And the temporary lodging rules, where are those rules sort of available or posted?
We go through them with people as they enter the program. If you would like a copy, I'm happy to provide that to you.
Yes, please.
Okay.
We've heard from public witnesses that the city is directing migrants to services in Maryland, where people are currently being housed in an old jail facility. What's going on here, and sort of what are the reasons we are referring people out of the city?
So when people are coming not on buses, but sometimes just showing up and do not meet the eligibility for services that's in the law, then we partner with organizations who have space and work with them so that people have a place to go. So Montgomery County has a respite program for migrants. It's not a jail. It is a respite program. It's not run like a jail. The SAMU, who also helps with all of the services that we're offering, operates that site. And we have partnered with them so that people have a place they can go when they don't have documentation that shows that they're eligible for migrant services, and they just came here usually after staying somewhere else in the United States, and they're looking for somewhere else to go, or they were sent from another state. We had a number of people sent from Denver who had been staying there, and they weren't able to demonstrate their eligibility, but we were able to partner so that they had a place they could go.
Okay. So did the law pass say we were only serving bus arrivals?
No.
Okay.
Now the law has the criteria in the law is, I'm happy to go through it if you would like. They're en route to a family member or sponsor. They're waiting to report to an immigration office for immigration proceedings. They're paroled in the United States after January 1st, 2022. They entered the U.S. pursuant to a special parole program. They are granted parole while outside of the U.S. or until completion of immigration proceedings were issued after January 1st, a notice to appear in a proceeding under Section 240 of the Immigration and Nationality Act.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So jumping back. To Pep V, people, no one's being admitted to Pep V sites now, is that right?
Right, we were prepared to make some exceptions to that based on the McPherson Square closure if we ran out of bridge housing, and we didn't end up needing to do that. No, but we have stopped new intakes into Pep V because we have to close.
Okay. So with people with the significant health conditions, they're not going into Pep V now. Where are they going?
I'm sorry, where are people with health conditions going?
Right.
people are going where they've always gone. So they're going into the programs that we offer. They're going into shelters. If they're just newly experiencing homelessness, we're connecting with them through Project Reconnect and trying to understand what brought them, what was at the root of their homelessness and what they may need. But we don't, and then at the new 801 East, the new men's program in 801 East, we have one of the things that we're very excited about is that we have within that a number of differentiated programs, and we actually will have medical respite there opening this week, as well as some beds for people who are elderly or have other medical needs that and that can accommodate people in some different environments. So it was one of the, when we talked about what are we doing around shelter improvement, we were able to build those into the program at that new men's shelter. And so that is a place that we can offer for people to go. The Pat Handy site for women also has a similar type some beds that are set aside as well for women who have medical needs.
Correct. So one of the people I met at McPherson was a gentleman who had recently had part or all of his foot amputated. Someone in that type of condition who's homeless, where would they go?
Unfortunately, we do see people in shelters who have similar circumstances. If they need medical respite, then we would work with them with either Christ House or any of the medical respite beds that we have within our system. But we also do grant reasonable accommodations to people based on their medical needs, and we work with them around that also. And that's probably worth noting.
Okay. On Pat Handy, seems to be a lot of concern about what's happening around that site. What is DHS doing to respond to the concerns that we heard from witnesses today?
So we have been in many meetings with the community about the space around Pat Handy, and we have worked with MPD so that they will have some people who are doing additional patrolling in the spaces that is outside of what the PSD security has jurisdiction over, which is really only the property line, in order to address some of the concerns around what is happening in the alley behind there. I mean, we certainly meet with the residents there. We talk with them about what's going on, but I think as you also heard in some of the testimony, some of the issue is not just the people who are staying, but people who are coming to try to prey upon people who experience homelessness by thinking they're easy targets to sell drugs to and so forth. And so we really try to help our residents understand what it means to be a good neighbor, as well as the neighbors around the site understanding about what it means to be good neighbors to a program. I certainly am very sympathetic to the disturbances that we heard. Nobody wants to feel unsafe in their own community, and we take that very seriously, which is why we have been together with MPD and others meet at many community meetings with the same folks that you heard from today.
What more can we do around these issues? Because I get that you're meeting with them. It seems like the issue still persists. I'm sure you take them seriously. What, if anything, can we do to address those so that they don't continue to linger or exacerbate?
I mean, I'm hoping that the work that we're doing with the increased patrols around the space will help. And we'll continue to try the things that we can. In some spaces, in some of our programs, we've had resident ambassadors who also are out just, working on things that can help with being good neighbors, and it's something that we can continue to explore. We've also had DHS's outreach teams spend a little bit more time out in a visible way as well. The DBH, there are peers from the Department of Behavioral Health that are also starting to add a presence. We think that would be a really positive, because I agreed with some of your comments earlier that this should not just be particularly as it relates to substance use disorders. It should not just be a criminalization of what's happening. And we want to make sure that what we're really about is everybody's safety, but not locking people up. And so again, we met as recently as this week with the captain from MPD about a number of things that we can do to really increase presence and increase safety. And we will keep at it. We don't want that to be the reputation of what happens around our programs. And at sometimes certain sites, it's just the lack of are set up in a way that unfortunately it just it can be a little bit harder, but we are focused as long as we're there. The other thing I want to emphasize is that it is open 24/7. People can come in and use the bathroom. One of the improvements we made is that shelter is open 24/7. Nobody has to go to the bathroom outside of in an alley outside of a shelter. They can come in and use the restroom.
That was my next question. Let me move to shelter and shelter conditions. And I appreciate some of the back and forth that you had with Councilmember Louis George a little earlier. It's no secret that many residents cite health and safety conditions, particularly in our single shelters, as the reason they choose to stay on the street. When I ask people why are you staying on the street in an encampment as opposed to going into a shelter, somebody compared it to prison, someone compared it to hell, somebody another person cited health and safety concerns. Another person said they felt safer and more comfortable outside. Didn't want to be outside, but felt safer and more comfortable. That obviously is concerning. What's your view of the situation with our single shelters today?
So I think that it doesn't matter whether I think they're safe. If people don't think they're safe and they're not going to come in, then we have work we have to do around making sure that we're creating spaces where people feel safe and welcome. So I think great examples of what's worked, right? That LGBTQIA space for adults that we opened this year, where we didn't have that kind of space because sometimes people didn't feel safe because of their sexual orientation coming into a low barrier shelter. Has been tremendous improvement there. The replacement for the 801 East shelter on the St. Elizabeth's campus. People go there, it's full, there's a waiting list. We designed it based on what we heard from our residents. All of our shelters now have hot boxes. People were concerned, we heard about people bringing in pests and bed bugs. And so we have places where we can put belongings as people are coming in to make sure that we're not bringing in bed bugs. Again, we're listening to people, and it is based on their feedback that we have created the designs for our next project. And we are also really excited about the opportunity to acquire non-congregate spaces where people, because for some people, being in a room with people they do not choose to live with is never going to feel safe, even if it's 3 people. And so we're doing everything we can to meet people where they are and to have a range of spaces that prioritize the things that people care about. And in the meantime, we're doing a lot of things to try to make the spaces we have safer. And so some of, talking to people about what would make this space feel safer. And again, hearing that feedback directly from the residents and making changes based on that.
I'm like you and Councilmember Louis George. I'm excited about plans for new shelters for single people. including new shelters and a replacement for New York Avenue, but the completion dates for those projects are all TBD. What's the general timeline for getting those projects moving and online?
So they are moving. So for New York Avenue with DGS, I think I will need to check. I'm sorry, I don't think I have at my fingertips what the timeline is for their solicitation, but I think they already have architects on board, because it is the architects who they are developing their initial design now. And then once that design is complete, then they'll do the build. I don't know if it's a design build, but their architects are already actively working on that project.
Okay, great. And I am going to visit the new 801 East Shelter. I can't remember if that date has been set yet. If it has been set, your team will know. But I'll let Councilmember Louis George know when I'm going to see if we can coordinate, and certainly we'll coordinate with you. I'm excited to see it. So another concern that I haven't heard it as much, but I know it persists. It was certainly something I heard a lot about last year, and I'm sure you did as well, which is a concern that DHS isn't providing adequate wraparound services for voucher holders when they go into housing. And I want to be clear here that I support housing first approach. The city is one of the leaders in the nation on that. I'd certainly give a lot of credit to you and Mayor Bowser for pursuing that approach. But how do you respond to residents that say DHS is failing residents after they get into housing, and that it is impacting broader communities because of a lack of wraparound services?
There are a couple things I would say. One is just like, very similar to the conversation we had around Pat Handy. Anytime that there's somebody in a building and what is going on with them is disruptive to their neighbors in that building and affecting their quality of life, it's a big deal and it's a concern. And we have to make sure that we are getting those services out there. It doesn't always equate to the fact that the services aren't happening, but when people are struggling, whether they are in permanent supportive housing or not, they're struggling, and it's a process. And we're working really hard to engage proactively and ensure they're getting the services they need, and we will relentlessly engage with them. Now, it's important to understand that it is a very, real and disruptive when it happens, a very, very, very small percentage of people who move into supportive housing and there are things going on like we hear. But when it happens, it's disruptive. But it is what actually makes the problem worse is when when one person is struggling like that, and what is happening with them is somehow attributed to the entire program, including other neighbors in that building, who then start to feel that they are not welcome, and that tends to exacerbate the tensions. What we've been able to do is partner very effectively with the Department of Behavioral Health as well in certain circumstances. But at the end of the day, people are in housing and they have a lease. They are required to follow the rules of their lease. If they are not following the rules of their lease, just like any other tenant in the District of Columbia, the landlord-tenant rules apply to them. We do not do anything outside the landlord-tenant rules. So just as we don't tell people where to live, we don't place them in a unit, they choose it. We also don't tell them they can't live there anymore. But what we do try to do is to understand if what's going on, it means that this space is not a good fit and something else may feel better. And we really work hard to help them transition to a different environment if that is something that's going to work for them. And in most cases where we haven't been able to address what's going on, we have been able to support somebody with a transfer, which is good for everybody, because when people are evicted, they lose their voucher. And we don't want to see people returning to the homeless system. No one's going to be better off if that behavior is happening in a park, on a street corner. We want to make sure that people are safe in housing. When they are, everyone benefits. We work really hard to make it so.
I appreciate that answer. And I can appreciate that it is a small percentage. Do we have sufficient resources to meet the mental health, substance abuse, or other needs, or is that a place where we need to be expanding our capacity?
So we're so excited about the opening of the Ethel, which has on-site permanent supportive housing with on-site services that are there. And we think it provides a great alternative to people who benefit from being in community with others and having services on site. So I don't think that folks need to be in an institution at all, but I think some people benefit, whether it's complex health issues or co-occurring disorders, that they have access to coordinated care. And we need to be able to offer the range of options, but people still have choice. And I think that in a place like the Ethel, 100 people will live there, and we will really be able to accommodate people in a place that is absolutely fantastic and breathtaking, and will offer those services and offer that kind of coordinated care. And more spaces like that would be great. But it's also a question for the Department of Behavioral Health, because what we should not conflate are issues of addiction and mental health with, while people who are poor, and we know that people who are Black are disproportionately low income, and therefore more likely that when those things happen, they have a mental health situation or they're suffering from active addiction, that they may end up homeless. But people who have privilege and means also experience mental illness and addiction, and nobody's talking about that they can't live where they live. And so we need to make sure that what we have as a community are the services that support people to live well and thrive in housing, regardless of their income.
Excellent point. But you are saying, and I think we agree here, there still have to be, services and supports. Yeah. Not everybody who needs services and supports, mental health, addiction, will be able to live at the Ethel. So for those folks, do we have enough resources, or is that a place that we have to expand?
So not everyone who suffers from behavioral health or addiction needs to live in a site-based program. So I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when it's so severe that its on-site services are really going to be important, and they want that to have that as an option is great. It's something we haven't had enough of. But what we need really are more, and we're working very closely with the Department of Behavioral Health, because what we do have and what is an evidence-based practice for people is ACT, assertive community treatment, which proactively with a team that has behavioral health, psychiatrists and peers and nurse practitioners, that has a team that will proactively engage with people. And that has been a very, very successful model to help people live well. And I think that's where we need to make sure that the services are right, and that the people are getting the intensity and the type of services that they need based on what's going on for them. And it's dynamic, it's not stagnant, it changes.
Let me turn to rapid rehousing. I've heard that DHS plans to start terminating families out of rapid rehousing again this summer due to time limits. Is that accurate?
It's accurate.
What's the basis for that decision?
It's partly money, that it's not, so we don't have the funds that FRSP can continue without any endlessly. But so there are a lot of things that we're doing in order to be really intentional and to support people in the program the best way we can. So some of the things to understand are everybody will have at least 6 months advance warning. So in advance of when they receive their official notice of when their subsidy will end. And so the first folks will begin to receive that sort of initial indication only after a full case review that they're not, they don't meet the eligibility or prioritization criteria for permanent supportive housing or targeted affordable housing voucher. If they're not going to transition to a longer term subsidy or another program, then because they don't meet that criteria, then their case manager will work with them on what their exit pathway and housing sustainability plan is over that period. And we're, and we continue to enhance what those services are under our new FRSP contracts. We also have DC Flex, which can provide a shallow rent subsidy for people who are earning but not making enough money to afford their rent, which would also be a great sort of off-ramp for people who may even not have pursued employment because of the cliffs that historically were in that program. And that can really help bridge their housing sustainability. But it is, unfortunately, it's just an issue that we just can't extend people and stay within the resources that are allocated. It's not a voucher program.
So the data from DHS suggests that the average monthly income of individuals at program exit is about $800. What happens to a family with $800 a month in monthly income when they leave rapid rehousing without a permanent housing subsidy?
A family who's earning $800 would be a great candidate for DC Flex, which could help them over a 5-year period with some amount of their rent.
What's the capacity of DC Flex?
We have about 550 slots that we can enroll this year for families.
And how many families are in rapid rehousing?
So there are around over 3,000 families in rapid rehousing. Some are exiting to 600 families are exiting or have exited to career map. We have families exiting to about 1,000 families who are exiting to a long-term housing voucher. Another 500, as I mentioned, a little over 500 families who may exit with DC Flex. Okay. And not all those folks are exiting at the same time.
I want to touch on the Career Map program, which my understanding is that it's designed to help families become self-sufficient and grow their incomes without cliffs and benefits. And you referenced this in response to question 94. It's something you and I have discussed before, but this was also in your pre-hearing questions. Can you share how you measure success in that program?
Sure. So we are working with the lab and on a number of measures. There is also through the Office of Planning, economic mobility measures district-wide that planning is working on that we are also taking a look at. But our goal again is to work with families over a 5-year period. They'll have career coaches. They we're working with the Workforce Investment Council on industries that pay family sustaining wages and that are where jobs are available and growing in Washington, DC. And so we will be looking at various measures such as attainment of credentials as well as employment and growth in employment, but also family well-being. So we know that when children are doing well, parents can focus on things that parents need to do, like enroll school and work, and that when parents are earning, that has a positive impact on children as well. And so our goal is to really meet families where they are and support them through whatever is going on at their pace. And we have some great providers that we're working with, and we're absolutely excited about what the prospects are.
Okay. And how long do you anticipate keeping in touch with program participants to track?
It's a 5-year pilot.
Okay.
And I don't know if I misspoke and said 300, because it was initially a 300 family pilot, but it is 600 families who are FRSP with career map. I apologize. I know you and I have both had we're at hour 12.
Yes.
And so apologies if I misspoke.
Understandable. And we don't have I don't have too many more questions left, just to give a heads up. Your testimony mentioned, and I agree that it's unfortunate that the federal government ended extended SNAP benefits, which provided an extra $370 million in food security in the district. You have probably had as many conversations about the price of eggs and other things as I have. I know we have made some changes in our groceries and diets in my house. Like things are just a lot more expensive as people were already struggling. What do you think the impact of that decision from the feds will be?
I mean, I think it's exactly the same as probably what you would guess. It really puts a strain on our families. We think that we'll see more people looking to food banks to make ends meet and be able to provide for their families. We are glad that SNAP benefits now finally do get a cost of living increase, and the benefit amount did go up, but there's nobody ever thought that SNAP was enough, and I don't think and certainly not enough now. And we're going to do really everything we can to support folks. Unfortunately, this is not something this is much bigger than Washington, D.C. We have taken advantage of literally every single month that some states stopped a long time ago. And we're, of course, are not one of those states. We've tried to make sure that our folks had every single benefit they could be entitled to, that in the pandemic EBT.
Has DHS or the administration, are you contemplating anything to assist families, sort of this gap between needs and resources